Chapter 1. Transformed into the bride of the serpent. Will you undress yourself, or shall I assist you? The deep, unyielding voice echoed in her ears, and Bai Qingying felt as though she had encountered a massive iceberg, freezing her to the core. As she groggily opened her eyes, a pair of crimson, slit pupils, shimmering like the finest rubies, came into view. He was half naked, his well-defined, eight-pack abs arranged impeccably, and his chiseled, godlike face bore an expression as cold as ice. What was happening? Wasn't she merely resting after treating that tiger? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her mind, and a flood of memories surged forth. She had traversed into another realm. In this era, humanity distinguished between nobles and commoners by their naturally occurring eye colors: golden for the elite, silver and other hues for the middle class, and black and white for the lowly. Here, beast men could transform into human form, vying for supremacy through strength, while simultaneously overpowering humans. Yet, humans possessed advanced weaponry, leading to an unending cycle of conflict. After years of heavy casualties on both sides, a decision was made to foster peace through marriage every decade. Both factions were required to present nobility as marriage candidates. However, this time, the originally chosen human was refused by her parents, who could not bear to part with her. Instead, they devised a plan to procure a female slave from the slave market, deliberately selecting one with the same name. Indeed, this slave was the original owner of this body. Originally a golden-eyed noble, the original owner had lost her status at the tender age of 5 when her family fell into disgrace and perished, leaving her, as the sole survivor, cast into slavery and subjected to years of torment. Her parents had expended a fortune to covertly redeem the original owner, substituting her identity with that of Song Qian to marry the beastman leader, Shi Yuan. Today was their wedding night. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the original owner had been poisoned and perished on her wedding night. It was at this moment that Bai Qingying's soul from another realm took possession of the original owner's body. "It seems you wish for me to undress," she remarked. The chilling voice returned to her ear, and Bai Qingying snapped back to reality. The dark red slit pupils remained as frigid as ever, yet a large hand ruthlessly tore her bridal gown with a resounding rip. Bai Qingying's eyes widened, and she immediately grasped his hand. "Wait, please calm down." She had been raised in a household of veterinarians and had practiced as one for the majority of her life. Yet now, she was expected to engage intimately with a serpent. Even if his visage were strikingly handsome, Bai Qingying found it utterly unacceptable. Her mind raced as she blurted, "Do you not realize I am not the one you intend to marry? I am not of noble birth. Does that not concern you? For a human to unilaterally change the marriage partner, especially one of lower status, would undoubtedly be a grave insult to the beastman, and this serpent would surely be enraged." "Huh!" To her surprise, the voice that answered remained icy, laced with mockery. Who was unaware that humans were categorized by the color of their eyes. The golden hue before him gleamed brightly, akin to 2 exquisite gemstones, merely a diversion to avoid intimacy with him. A flicker of darkness crossed Shi Yuan's eyes as he leaned closer. "Release me." Embarrassed and furious, Bai Qingying resisted, knowing full well that the original owner was the daughter of a criminal, and she dared not reveal her status as a slave, lest she be met with dire consequences. She could only push against him with her small hands. "I am still an innocent maiden." After several interruptions by this human female, Shi Yuan's patience finally waned. His dark red slit pupils glinted, revealing sharp fangs as he lunged toward Bai Qingying with a swift hiss. In an instant, he transformed into his serpentine form, his elongated body as thick as an ancient tree that 3 men could scarcely encircle, adorned with dark red patterns that exuded elegance and mystery. His massive serpent head loomed over Bai Qingying, mouth agape, showcasing 2 elongated, venomous fangs, a clear threat. Little did he know, Bai Qingying was a veterinarian. She had treated rabbits, roosters, and cats, as well as snakes and tigers. Now, gazing at the familiar serpent form, although larger and more robust, the glimmer of humanity in its eyes instilled a profound sense of familiarity within her. She stared unblinkingly at his beastly visage, devoid of fear. This surprised Shi Yuan, who had intended to intimidate her, and he remarked, You possess quite the nerve." With that, he reverted to his human form. Bai Qingying blinked, momentarily dazed, before her face flushed crimson. In a sudden fit of anger, she delivered a swift kick to Shi Yuan's groin. Rogue. With a muffled grunt, Shi Yuan was caught off guard by the strike, and his lust dissipated entirely. His eyes darkened, cold and deep as ink, brimming with fury. Well. With that, he seized Bai Qingying, binding her tightly before tossing her outside without a moment's hesitation. Dazed, she landed on the ground, feeling neither pain nor discomfort, only the biting cold. Outside the cave, snow fell thickly, blanketing the ground in a thick layer, as an intense chill seeped into Bai Qingying's bones. Shivering, she glanced up at Shi Yuan in disbelief. You don't hibernate in winter. Were beast men so resilient?" Shi Yuan stood at the cave entrance, his upper body completely bare, clad only in animal pelts that accentuated his powerful legs. Despite the raging wind and snow, he remained utterly unfazed. His dark red slit pupils glowered with rage as he sneered, "I am unlike other serpents. As for you, whether you survive in this snow depends solely on your fate." With that, he turned and strode back into the cave. Hey, wait, was he truly so petty? It was freezing outside, and with her clothes torn, she would surely perish if left overnight. Fuming, Bai Qingying longed to curse him out, but feared his wrath might lead to her demise. Thus, she could only hurl insults in her mind. Shameless, greedy, lecherous rogue. In the depths of winter, snowflakes danced through the air, a beautiful sight, yet the coldness settled upon her, layer upon layer. Time slipped away, her eyelashes crystallizing with frost. And the air she exhaled felt frigid. If she lingered any longer, she would truly perish. Just as she contemplated whether to call out to Shi Yuan and plead for mercy, fatigue overcame her, and her eyes fluttered shut, surrendering to slumber. Unexpectedly, a beastman approached and reported, "Commander, your mother is in distress. She may not last much longer." That wretched serpent's mother? Suddenly, she overheard whispers among the smaller beastmen. "Aunt Yu has a heart ailment she has endured for years, but seems she cannot hold on any longer. Aunt Yu is a good person. It's unfortunate her health is so poor." Heart ailment? In a flash, Bai Qingying spotted Shi Yuan striding out of the cave, and she hurriedly called out, "I can save you, mother. I can help." Chapter 2. Finding You a Wife. A gravelly yet resonant voice reached Shi Yuan's ears, and he abruptly turned, narrowing his elongated eyes, a murderous intent surging forth. "Silence. I have no time for your prattle. What could a mere maid from a noble house know about healing?" With that, he hastened towards the exit. Yet Bai Qingying suddenly shouted, "Will rushing there truly save your mother?" She was trembling from the cold, aware that without a plan, she would inevitably freeze to death. Her gaze sharpened, her tone resolute. "You lack medical knowledge. Going there will be futile, but I possess the skills. I can save your mother otherwise. Your journey there will be in vain." Her unwavering and confident words forced Shi Yuan to halt in his tracks, turning to gaze deeply at Bai Qingying. Her golden eyes, glistening with frost, seemed to shine with determination as they met his. 2 seconds later, he strode over, untied her bonds, and threw a piece of animal pelt at her, his voice chilling as though from the depths of hell. "If you dare deceive me, a single word, and you shall die." Bai Qingying wrapped herself in the pelt, feeling a flicker of warmth return as her confidence surged. "Rest assured, my abilities are formidable." With that, she marched forward with purpose. Aunt Yu's human form was that of a gentle woman, lying on a stone bed, wrapped in furs, her complexion pale and breathing labored, bubbles forming at her nose, appearing to be in great distress. Bai Qingying approached with haste, performing a thorough examination, and quickly deduced that this was not a heart ailment, but rather snake pneumonia. Regrettably, with no Western medicine available, she instructed, "Prepare silver needles, water, hot towels, and an oil lamp. Everyone else, please leave." Though she was small, her demeanor exuded calm and composure as she sat on the edge of the stone bed. Shi Yuan signaled for the preparations to begin. Before long, the items she requested were brought forth. Bai Qingying promptly selected a long silver needle, accurately targeting Aunt Yu's acupoints, and skillfully inserted it. A multitude of silver needles pierced Aunt Yu's body, one particularly long needle even traversing through her neck. Shi Yuan observed closely. Having never witnessed such a treatment method, astonishment flickered in his eyes. However, soon after, the bubbles at Aunt Yu's nose ceased, her brow relaxed, and her voice emerged weakly. I no longer feel pain. You must be the human woman newly wed to Shi Yuan. What is your name? Having exerted herself to the limit, Bai Qingying, who had lain in the snow for an extended period, felt her body nearing its breaking point. Yet she persevered, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she continued to extract needles. As her name twirled on her lips, Bai Qingying, Aunt Yu nodded gently, her crimson vertical pupils casting a soft gaze upon Shi Yuan. She is a good girl. You must treat her well in the future and refrain from frightening her unnecessarily. Among the entirety of the Beast clan, only Aunt Yu would address him in such a manner. Shi Yuan cast a nonchalant glance at Bai Qingying, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. That is her duty. After years of familiarity, Aunt Yu was acutely aware of her son's temperament. He was profoundly grateful to the girl who had saved her life. Aunt Yu shot him a playful glance. At that moment, Bai Qingying finally withdrew the last needle. A golden light shimmered before her eyes. She could no longer endure it, her face paling as she swayed and nearly collapsed. In a critical instant, a large hand encircled her delicate waist, securely catching her in its embrace. Aunt Yu gasped. Shi Yuan lowered his gaze upon her ashen visage. Her formerly crimson lips had lost all color, rendering her pale and lifeless. The female's body was indeed fragile. After merely half an hour of kneeling in the snow, she succumbed to unconsciousness. He swiftly lifted Bai Qingying in a horizontal position, respectfully stating, "Mother, I shall take her outside." Unbeknownst to Bai Qingying, her head spinning, she regained consciousness lying upon a soft bed, cushioned with straw and thick layers of fur. The cave was barren, illuminated by a roaring bonfire, exuding warmth akin to spring. Bai Qingying no longer felt pain in her head, nor coldness in her body. Upon a careful examination, she found no injuries and let out a long sigh of relief, a sense of joy flooding her, as if she had survived a calamity. Fortune smiled upon her. The unexpected incident involving Aunt Yu the previous night had inadvertently saved her life. Reclining upon the bed, she began to ponder. Were the odds of her becoming a healer for this Beast clan? It could be seen as a return to her former profession. She truly could not bear the thought of being involved with animals in that manner. Perhaps she should seek out Shi Yuan for a conversation? After all, she had saved his mother last night. Surely he would grant her some respect. Resolutely, Bai Qingying sprang from the bed, intent on heading outside. However, upon reaching the entrance, she unexpectedly collided with a woman clad in beast skins. With fair skin and a delicate appearance, the animal hide enveloped much of her figure, her legs adorned as well, presenting a fluffy, soft appearance. Yet, her white vertical pupils brimmed with ire and jealousy. "You are the new wife of Shi Yuan, aren't you?" "Huh, wife." That did seem somewhat accurate. Bai Qingying was utterly bewildered. "What's the matter? Who are you? Do you know me?" Unbeknownst to her, the woman clenched her fists, a tempest of anger and envy brewing within her, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. "I am Bai Shi. Bai Ning, I warn you, Shi Yuan can only belong to me. Do not harbor any illusions about bearing his offspring. Only through my union with him can we produce the purest bloodline of beast kin." The fury in her eyes was palpable. Yet, Bai Qingying's expression suddenly brightened. Oh my, this was her rival, or rather, her strategic partner. She immediately broke into a beaming smile. Linking arms with Bai Ning, "You arrived just in time. I was hoping you would come sooner. Let us go to Shi Yuan and propose that you marry him, lest I confuse the noble bloodlines of your beast clan." Bai Ning's frustration was abruptly stifled by Qingying's exuberant demeanor. Momentarily dumbfounded, she followed Bai Qingying outside, utterly perplexed by her intentions. In reality, Bai Qingying was leading her aimlessly. After wandering for a while, they finally located the cave where Shi Yuan was situated. Inside, discussions were underway. "Recently, our clan's market transactions have been proceeding smoothly. Save for the occasional brawl, swiftly quelled by the tiger beasts otherwise, there have been no significant issues. Additionally, there's a troubling matter: humans have been hunting our clan members, with several incidents reported in the sunless forest to the east. Soon, Shi Yuan's cold voice resonated. Investigate, we must uncover the true culprits, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. At that moment, shouts echoed from outside the cave. Shi Yuan, do you want a wife? I am bringing you a beautiful one. She is fair-skinned and stunningly lovely. Marrying her would be advantageous for you, and in return, I shall serve as your clan's physician. What do you think? Chapter 3. A cry for help. A cheerful voice rang in his ears, causing Shi Yuan to feel a sudden twitch in the veins atop his head. He glanced up to see Bai Qingying, her eyes sparkling with delight, joyfully linking arms with Bai Ning as they regarded him. Bai Ning, somewhat bashful yet filled with anticipation, looked up at him, her white vertical pupils radiating a mix of shyness and timidity as she addressed him. Brother Shun. His eyelids twitched in irritation, his tone icy and composed. What nonsense is this? Bai Qingying blinked innocently. I'm not joking. I am quite serious. This girl, like you, is a serpent and has feelings for you. I think you make a perfect match. As for me, I'm content just being a doctor. Her voice brimmed with sincerity and candor, a stark contrast to the absurdity of the situation that had Shi Yuan feeling an inexplicable anger rising within him. To make matters worse, the wolfman Mo Xiao, who had been discussing matters with him, chuckled lightly, his blue eyes gleaming with interest as he glanced at Bai Qing. I find her suggestion rather appealing. The Beast clan indeed requires a physician. His words were delivered with a charm that was not lost on Bai Qingying, who regarded him with admiration. He was strikingly handsome, his blue eyes glimmering with a mysterious and dangerous allure, topped with 2 fluffy wolf ears that exuded an air of sharpness. Bai Qingying couldn't help but stare a moment longer, pondering if such beastly traits could be retained even after transformation into human form. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan felt an intense, unnameable fury boiling within him. He turned to Mo Xiao, his chiseled features and imposing aura partially cloaked in shadows, the coldness in his slitted pupils almost palpable. Leave, he commanded, gesturing towards the door where Bai Qingying stood. Unwilling to concede easily, Bai Qingying attempted to plead, don't be hasty with your words. If you wish to live, then get out. He thundered, his voice laced with a chilling murderous intent that immediately sent a shiver through Bai Qingying. Bai Ning quickly grasped her hand, her pale face betraying her fear as she whispered, Brother Xuan, please don't be angry. I will leave right away. Bai Qingying fell silent, acutely aware that this serpent truly could kill her. She rolled her eyes inwardly, taking Bai Ning's arm as they exited. Noticing her tear-stained eyes, Bai Qingying whispered reassuringly, don't be afraid. I will help you pursue him. Yet Bai Ning was left bewildered and shocked by Qingying's actions. Her nose tinged pink as she questioned, don't you like Brother Xuan? Bai Qingying thought to herself that it was indeed peculiar for a veterinarian to harbor feelings for a serpent. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied, I only like humans. With that, she and Bai Ning stepped out of the cave, oblivious to the fact that Xuan and Mo Xiao were not ordinary beastmen. Her seemingly subdued voice was crystal clear to their ears. Mo Xiao could not suppress a chuckle, raising an eyebrow as he teased. This female is quite interesting. But do you have feelings for her? Shi Yuan's voice and demeanor remained frosty. A mere human cannot possibly match my affections. Which Mo Xiao clapped his hands together, his eyes sparkling with mischief. If you don't like her, then let her go. Don't hinder my pursuit. Pursue her, despite feeling some annoyance towards that female. She was, after all, his possession. Xuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, his dark red pupils aligning into a singular line, his voice dripping with cold finality. She is mine. Even if I do not favor her, it is not for you to meddle. They locked gazes, the air thick with tension as if electric sparks were about to ignite. Moments later, Mo Xiao lowered his voice. What if I insist on intervening? With a chilling smile, Shi Yuan regarded him with a regal disdain. Then you should be prepared to face the consequences. Still not gone. Mo Xiao raised an eyebrow, non-committally shrugging before turning to leave. He had once been on the brink of claiming leadership over the Beast clan, harboring a deep-seated resentment toward Xuan. Meanwhile, Bai Ning had pressing matters to attend to within the Beast clan and departed first. Bai Qingying, left with nothing but boredom in the cave, took a nap and eventually resolved to venture outside. From the memories of her original self, she recalled that the Beast clan was known for their carefree nature and disdain for human garments. Although many had adopted human-like practices, such as those seen in the Beast clan market, she cautiously glanced at the small beast man guarding the entrance and, seizing the moment, slipped away. However, midway through her escape, she unexpectedly collided with a tall man. His facial features were strikingly smooth, handsome, with blue conical pupils, and the two wolf ears atop his head added a sharp and astute quality to his appearance. It was none other than the wolfman Mo Xiao, who had been in the room with Shi Yuan moments ago. "Beautiful human female, where do you think you are off to?" Mo Xiao inquired courteously. Bai Qingying, taken aback by being caught so quickly, let her smile falter into a look of disdain. "Is it not permissible for me to simply visit the market?" "Of course it is," Mo Xiao replied. Bai Qingying was taken aback by his unexpected acquiescence and turned to him, incredulous. "Aren't you allied with Xuan?" She almost blurted out, but caught herself just in time. Mo Xiao seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. Offering a slight smile as he extended his hand, "The path to the market is slippery. Allow me to assist you." His sudden thoughtfulness took her by surprise, prompting her to reconsider. She smiled brightly and took hold of Mo Xiao's arm, momentarily forgetting her previous reservations about his connection to Xuan. Before long, they arrived at the Beast clan market, which was set up in a clearing amidst the forest. Most beastmen simply spread cloth on the ground to conduct their business, while a few possessed wooden stalls that appeared somewhat weathered, yet functional. Mo Xiao explained. The Beast clan's trade practices are akin to those of humans, yet distinct in their own right. We support bartering but can also engage in transactions using human coins to facilitate trade once we assume human forms. Bai Qingying listened intently, fascinated. The market appeared vibrant, with an array of goods laid out on the ground. From food to clothing, even garments designed for humans. Her gaze eventually settled on a small comb on the ground. It was an antiquated and rustic piece, seemingly crafted from animal bone, its surface a lovely creamy white that felt pleasing to the touch. Bai Qingying ran her fingers over it, but, lamenting her lack of funds, reluctantly set it down. "If you like it, take it," Mo Xiao suddenly remarked, stepping forward to collect the comb and placing it into Bai Qingying's hands as he paid the vendor. "Here you go, boss." Bai Qingying was taken aback by his generosity and, after a moment of surprise, hastily attempted to return it. "No, I can't accept this. Please take it back." Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the market. "Help! Help!" Chapter 4. Why the pretense? "Please, someone help my father." The woman's desperate cries were heart-wrenching, cutting through the bustling market with chilling clarity. Bai Qingying followed the sound and spotted a female beast man with antlers, cradling a figure in her arms, weeping profusely. "Father, please wake up." The anguish in the beastman's voice drew a crowd, and soon a small circle formed around them. What happened? How could things have turned out this way? Murmurs of concern spread among the onlookers, their expressions filled with shock. Curiosity piqued. Bai Qingying pushed her way through the throng, only to be confronted by a harrowing sight. The elderly beast man in the woman's arms had 2 gruesome wounds where his antlers had been. The sight alone was enough to send a shiver down her spine. The female beast man clutched the old man helplessly, scanning the crowd as if seeking a savior. "Someone, please help my father." Beside them, Mo Xiao observed the scene with narrowed eyes, assessing the old beast man's condition. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that the wounds could not have been inflicted by another beast. Bai Qingying felt an unbidden tension tighten in her chest. But seeing the blood gushing from the 2 gaping wounds, she could not afford to hesitate any longer. She swiftly pushed through the onlookers to reach the grieving woman. "Your father's condition is dire. We must stop the bleeding immediately." Furrowing her brow, she scanned the area and finally retrieved a silk handkerchief she had purchased earlier, just as she intended to approach the elderly beast man to bandage his wounds. A pair of delicate, pale hands intercepted her. A human. Trying to stop his bleeding, Bai Ning had emerged from the crowd, her gaze sharp as it scrutinized Bai Qingying. "The injury on that elder is already suspicious. What are your true intentions in tending to him at this moment?" The female beast man, previously lost at her despair, now focused on Bai Qingying with newfound suspicion. "You are a human?" she exclaimed, tightening her embrace around the old man. Her once gentle eyes now reflecting a surge of hostility. The surrounding beastmen instinctively recoiled, their expressions mirroring a shared disdain for Bai Qingying. Witnessing this, Bai Qingying rolled her eyes inwardly, silently lamenting the timing of Bai Ning's appearance. Now the attention was squarely on her, as if the crowd wished to devour her whole. With a wry smile, she retorted, "Pray tell, dear sister, would you rather let him bleed out rather than allow me to assist?" Bai Ning, however, remained unconvinced. If he needs treatment, he should be taken to a medical facility. What right does a mere human have to dictate the course of action here? Bai Qingying found herself momentarily speechless, pointing at the pallid-faced elder on the ground and exclaiming, "Look closely. He has already lost too much blood. That'll be by the time we get him to the clinic. He might very well be beyond saving." Bai Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. She too could see that the elder was in dire straits, yet she could not bear Bai Qingying's condescending attitude. With a dismissive expression, she crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "There is no need for you to treat him, M.O. Shao." Witnessing the exchange, softly addressed the female beastman beside him. "She managed to cure Aunt Yu's heartache. So she does possess some skills. You need not be so anxious." However, the female beastman remained apprehensive, casting a doubtful glance at Bai Qingying. In response, Bai Qingying could only hand the silk handkerchief in her possession to M.O. Shao with a sigh of resignation, exclaiming, "Since they do not trust me, I must trouble you to bandage this old deer as I instructed. Afterward, please fetch some sanqi and ginseng from the apothecary." M.O. Shao paused in surprise, hesitantly accepting the handkerchief and pointing to himself. "Me?" Yet, Bai Qingying persisted, guiding him toward the elder with urgency, urging, "Hurry, or he might truly lose his life. We can discuss everything else later." The gravity of the situation compelled M.O. Shao to follow her instructions and tend to the old deer's injuries. After which he rushed to the apothecary to procure the requested herbs. Bai Qingying presented the sanqi to M.O. Shao, raising her chin slightly, signaling, "Here, use your teeth." When M.O. Shao did not respond, she patiently elaborated, "This needs to be ground into powder for it to be effective. I would risk breaking my own teeth." Upon hearing this, M.O. Shao complied, chewing the sanqi until it was a pulpy mass, the acrid and bitter taste exploding on his tongue, leaving him grimacing in discomfort. Bai Qingying quickly applied the chewed sanqi to the elder's wound, adjusting the silk handkerchief used for bandaging. Feeling slightly relieved, she then handed a slice of ginseng to the female beastman, stating, "Sanqi is a potent hemostatic agent. Once the bleeding stops, your father will survive. Place this ginseng slice in his mouth for him to suck on. It will help revive him." Observing the earlier proceedings, the female beastman hesitantly accepted the ginseng slice, to her astonishment. Not long after, the elder slowly opened his eyes, eliciting joyous tears from the female beastman. "Father, you're awake." The onlookers, witnessing the old deer's revival, approached to inquire what had transpired. The elder, surrounded by curious faces, appeared bewildered. As clarity returned to his murky gaze, he recalled the events with evident indignation. "I was merely gathering herbs on the mountain when I encountered a group of humans who ruthlessly severed my antlers, leaving me nearly unable to return." A stir arose within the crowd, sharp glances darting towards Bai Qingying, causing her to feel exposed. This moment, Bai Ning seized the opportunity to mock. Look, humans are indeed such bloodthirsty and malicious beings. Who knows if those who severed the old deer's antlers are connected to you? There is no need for such hypocritical theatrics here." The elder's plight, coupled with Bai Ning's timely provocation, only served to stoke the flames of outrage among the crowd, just as Bai Qingying felt a surge of frustration. A commotion erupted in the crowd, with someone cursing loudly, "You filthy mutts! I've loathed humans my entire life, and this farce is making me sick." A burly beastman shouldered his way through the throng, his face marred by fearsome scars, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, exuding an aura as daunting as Yama himself, heading straight for Bai Qingying. "Let me tear her apart." The beastman resembled a rhinoceros, his imposing physique and immense strength rendering him all the more intimidating. Mo Xiao instinctively positioned himself in front of Bai Qingying. Raising his voice in protest, she treated Aunt Yu in front of the commander. She is not as incapable as you presume. Yet the beastman paid no heed, raising his massive forearm to strike at Mo Xiao, declaring, "I'll deal with you both." At that moment, a deep and resonant voice echoed from the outskirts of the crowd. "Who dares?" Chapter 5. Shi Yuan, is this your way of speaking up for her? Oh no. Why is he here? A chill gripped the nape of Bai Qingying's neck as she sensed an impending danger. Shi Yuan's voice, though not loud, carried a magnetic authority that caused every face in the vicinity to blanch, particularly the once arrogant rhinoceros, whose bravado faltered at the sight of Shi Yuan's expression was as frigid as ice, and the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. The rhinoceros, now visibly flustered, hastily bowed and stammered, "Commander." Shi Yuan merely cast a sidelong glance, ignoring him entirely as he strode past. As he moved, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Shi Yuan, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the rhinoceros's brow. Not only did the rhinoceros falter, but even Bai Qingying shivered under Shi Yuan's piercing gaze. She had snuck out. And if he were to hold her accountable, would he truly cast her to the beasts? Noticing Bai Qingying's apprehensive demeanor, Shi Yuan discreetly averted his gaze, allowing it to settle upon the father-daughter pair. Observing the elder's grave injuries, Shi Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired here?" Before anyone could respond, Bai Ning rushed to Shen's side, sweetly interjecting, "Shen, this old man encountered humans on the mountain, and they cruelly severed his antlers." As she spoke, her delicate hand gestured toward Bai Qingying. "And look at her, a human in this place, claiming she can heal him. Who gave her such audacity? Just look at how poorly the wound is bandaged. It is utterly ludicrous. One can only assume her claims of medical expertise are mere bravado." Shi Yuan remained silent, scrutinizing the elder's bandaged wound. While it may have appeared somewhat amusing, he could discern that it was indeed a professional application. After all, in his past experiences on the battlefield, he had witnessed human combatants treated in this very manner. "Her approach is correct," he stated gravely, instantly silencing Bai Ning, who coughed in disbelief and stared at Shi Yuan with incredulity. "Sean, are you defending her? A human? I recall she was sent here as a human envoy and should remain compliant and respectful. Now, wandering through the streets, who knows what her intentions are?" Bai Ning's urgency escalated as she pressed on. "Have you forgotten that we are currently in the midst of—" "Enough." Silence, Sean interrupted, his tone steady and unyielding as he regarded Bai Ning's wounded expression. "Her presence here was permitted by me." Bai Ning's eyes widened in shock, a flicker of envy passing through her gentle gaze. In merely a few days, how could Shi Yuan be so protective of her? Bai Qingying was equally taken aback by Shi Yuan's unexpected support. Staring at him in astonishment, attempting to glean his intentions from his dark red eyes, but all she perceived was an inscrutable void. "You ought to return now." Before Bai Qingying could react, she felt herself lifted effortlessly onto Shi Yuan's shoulder. Despite the chill in the air, his robust physique radiated a potent and overwhelming masculine energy. Bai Qingying found herself helplessly draped across his shoulder, her eyes drawn to the powerful contours of his muscles, taut and brimming with strength. Even though he was bare-chested, she could feel his warmth seeping through, igniting a flurry of heat within her that left her cheeks flushed. The surrounding beastmen began to murmur among themselves, recalling the rumors of a human woman sent for an alliance, and it dawned on them that it must indeed be Bai Qingying. The rhinoceros felt a sinking realization, understanding he had offended someone he ought not to have. Bai Ning, witnessing this scene, felt her vision blur with anger and jealousy. Stepping forward with a quivering voice, "Shun." Yet Shi Yuan merely cast a cold glance at Bai Ning, his voice as chilling as iron. "Step aside." Feeling the weight of his dark gaze, Bai Ning swallowed her bitter words, silently parting to allow Shi Yuan a path. He continued on, shouldering Bai Qingying as he pushed through the crowd, stopping beside the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros bowed his head, too afraid to meet Shi Yuan's gaze, as Shi Yuan delivered a succinct admonition. "You ought to reflect on your behavior and retreat to the back mountains." The rhinoceros shuddered, his face pale as he hurriedly acquiesced. "Yes, carried on Shi Yuan's back. Bai Qingying was unable to discern his expression, yet parading through the streets like this felt too conspicuous. She began to wriggle, asserting, "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Shi Yuan, showing signs of irritation, closed his eyes briefly, and with a subtle shift of his shoulder, he seemed to exhale, "I advise you not to squirm." The immovable Shi Yuan stood steadfast like an unyielding mountain, while Bai Qingying could not help but begin to kick her legs, attempting to rely on her own strength to descend from Shi Yuan's shoulder. However, with this motion, the softness of her form repeatedly brushed against Shi Yuan's shoulder, igniting a wave of agitation within him. His gaze shifted, and he carried Bai Qingying deeper into a deserted alley, directly pressing her against the door with a force that caused her to feel a sharp pain at the back of her head. She let out a soft cry, clutching her head as the world spun around her. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she found Shi Yuan staring intently at her, his gaze predatory and fierce, as if he wished to devour her whole. To make matters worse, she once again felt the searing heat emanating from him. Shi Yuan's strikingly handsome and somewhat otherworldly face was mere inches away, and Bai Qingying could even feel the warmth of his breath on her skin, sending tingles throughout her body. "Did I not tell you to remain still?" he questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. Could it be? In this tense moment, Bai Qingying swallowed hard, her entire being tensing up as she internally chastised herself. It is said that serpents are inherently lascivious. Could it be that he intends to? Right here on the street? Help! Is it really to be this provocative, to make love in the open like a snake? Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. No, he is a snake. No matter how handsome, he is still just a snake. Bai Qingying, wake up! As Shi Yuan pressed closer, she could feel the heat radiating from him, nearly overwhelming her senses. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she raised her knee and aimed a forceful strike toward his vulnerable spot. Chapter 6. Yu Chicken Frame, what had initially seemed a decisive blow, was effortlessly deflected by Shi Yuan. With a swift motion of his wrist, he firmly restrained Bai Qingying's movements, his strong hand gripping her knee with such pressure that she gasped in pain. "You are courting death." Tears welled in the corners of Bai Qingying's eyes. Truly, he was reminiscent of a serpent. His reactions were astonishingly swift. His grip remained firm, compelling her to plead for mercy that "I was wrong. I was wronged." To her words, Shi Yuan shot her a cold glare and finally released her, nearly causing her to stumble. Having regained her balance, she noted that the previous intensity in his demeanor had subsided, and she thought she had escaped unscathed. However, the next moment, Shi Yuan's voice turned icy. "From now on, you are to stay within the camp. Do not wander off. Otherwise, those legs of yours will serve no purpose." A chill ran down Bai Qingying's spine at his words. Thinking it a jest, she offered a nervous chuckle. "That would not be very convenient for me. How could I assist you without my legs?" Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Bai Qingying was referring to their intimate encounters. Yet he remained unfazed. "You would still be able to manage." The brevity of his response left her speechless. Truly, he was a pervert, excessively so. She was a living being, not merely a plaything to be molded at his whim. Fuming at the thought, Bai Qingying pushed Shi Yuan away and exited the alley, reminding him, "Aunt Yu warned you to treat me well, not to frighten me at every turn, and certainly not to confine me." Just as she returned to the street, her words were abruptly cut off by a powerful and domineering presence rushing towards her from behind. Her voice faltered as she turned to see a figure swiftly emerging from the alley. Bai Qingying gasped as she felt a tightness around her waist, and before she could comprehend the situation, she found herself standing atop a building. The narrow rafters swayed beneath her as a gust of cold wind blew, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She flailed her arms to steady herself. "Do not move." Shi Yuan's voice was tinged with impatience, yet he extended a hand to support her waist, allowing her to regain her composure. It was only then that Bai Qingying realized Shi Yuan had carried her to the rooftop, and looking down, she noticed a throng of beastmen had gathered in the street below, each one appearing ferocious and armed, their shouts echoing amidst the chaos. The street was clearly divided into two factions, including formidable creatures like elephants and hippos, their roars reverberating in her ears and leaving her head spinning. Reflecting on her earlier predicament, she realized that if Shi Yuan had not intervened, she might have been trampled into oblivion. "Thank you," she breathed, her heart racing. Observing the escalating turmoil, it was evident that Shi Yuan had come here for a reason. He cast a brief glance at Bai Qingying, but instead focused on the street, his expression grave like tea that moment. Someone in the crowd shouted a provocative insult, igniting the fury of the beastmen. The once standoffish factions instantly engaged in a fierce brawl. With more and more beastmen joining the fray, their battles brutal and savage, leaving Bai Qingying horrified at the sight. "What is happening?" Bai Qingying inquired, her curiosity piqued. Why did Shi Yuan, the leader, not intervene? Because of the humans. Shi Yuan's hands were clasped behind him, his voice calm yet distant. The land of the sun never sets belongs to the black-winged rhinoceros. Today's events have stirred the wrath of many. Bai Qingying paused. Realizing that the presence of humans in the sun never sets indicated a breach of boundaries. Given the disparity in strength, the beastmen had often found themselves in a position of vulnerability. Forced to endure, the seemingly stable peace between the two sides was, in reality, a fragile illusion, easily shattered. Now the humans had openly appeared in this territory. It was undoubtedly a provocation against the sovereignty of the beastmen. It was no wonder that the rhinoceros had been so aggressive towards her earlier. Within the beastmen, there were those who advocated for war and those who sought peace. It seemed recent unrest was rooted in this very issue. With this realization, Bai Qingying understood that Shi Yuan's intention in preventing her from leaving was likely to protect her from being embroiled in the conflict. This serpent? Was he genuinely that benevolent? Casting a doubtful glance at Shi Yuan, she found him standing resolute against the cold wind, snowflakes delicately settling on his hair and shoulders, vanishing almost instantly. Amidst the swirling snow, he became the most striking figure. Just as Bai Qingying was lost in thought, a golden-furred tiger leaped onto the beam beside her. Bai Qingying had never seen such a magnificent tiger, large and robust, its golden fur shimmering even amidst the falling snow. Radiating a gentle glow, the tiger approached Shi Yuan, shaking off the tiny snowflakes adorning its ears before settling down in front of him. It was indeed a feline. Watching its antics filled Bai Qingying with delight. How she wished to grasp its tail and give it a good ruffle. "Commander," the golden-furred tiger spoke, its voice deep and cheerful. Shi Yuan turned slowly, his brow furrowed. "Xing Huai, you have arrived. You must already understand why I summoned you." Xing Huai cast a thoughtful glance at the chaotic scene below, but remained silent. The black-winged rhinoceros had suffered greatly due to the constant disturbances, yet the humans' repeated appearances in the sun never sets made traversing the area perilous, suggesting they had already crossed the line. Hearing this, Xing Huai speculated, "Commander, are you suggesting that humans may have breached the boundary and possibly established a foothold?" Upon seeing Shi Yuan nod, Xing Huai's expression turned serious. "We must locate those human strongholds." Xing Huai nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart, but Bai Qingying stopped him. "Wait, the tiger cannot go." Her words drew Xing Huai's attention, and he studied the rumored human girl before him. Small and frail, she appeared nothing more than a collection of bones, yet her face was quite pleasant. Xing Huai let out a cold laugh. "The tiger warriors are the best scouts in our clan. If we cannot go, then who will?" He cast a derisive glance at Bai Qingying. "Are you suggesting this chicken frame should go?" "Chicken frame?" Bai Qingying bristled at the insult. How dare this feline call her a mere chicken frame? Though her physique may have dwindled due to malnutrition, she was well endowed where it mattered. How could she be reduced to a mere chicken frame? Bai Qingying retorted defiantly. "These humans come prepared, wielding who knows what terrifying weapons. They can swiftly sever a stag's antlers, and they could just as easily take your tiger's tail. That tail is far more valuable than antlers." Chapter 7. Is he jealous? Xing Huai's expression, which had previously been that of a fierce tiger, now revealed a hint of embarrassment, much to Bai Qingying's delight. She smugly glanced at Shi Yuan, only to find his face darkened, as though he could squeeze water from it. Her smile faltered. Bai Qingying hastily defended herself. Chuckling nervously, "I was just joking." Yet Shi Yuan's expression darkened further, his voice heavy with discontent. "This concerns the fate of the beastmen. Is that amusing to you?" Bai Qingying felt deflated, her confidence waning as she murmured, "It's not amusing, but I had my reasons for not wanting the tiger to go." Noticing Shi Yuan's raised eyebrow, She continued to explain, with the weather turning colder and the winds howling, a large tiger with golden fur would be easily spotted in the snowy forest. I believe it would be wiser to send a smaller, more agile creature instead. Upon concluding her words, Shi Yuan appeared to ponder for a moment, perhaps finding a semblance of reason in her statements. As the anger upon his countenance gradually dissipated, "This woman possesses a sharp mind," he mused. He then turned to instruct Xinghua to follow her suggestions, dispatching several nimble rat soldiers, cautioning them to avoid alarming the enemy. "Yes, Commander." Meanwhile, the turmoil in the streets was subdued by the arriving orc guards, gradually fading into silence. Observing this, Shi Yuan retracted his gaze, gracefully leaping down from the rooftop, leaving Bai Qingying in a state of disarray amidst the wind. "Wait, where are you going?" "I'm still on the roof." This wretched serpent, who had just shown concern for her, now abandoned her so easily. Hearing her plaintive pleas from behind, Shi Yuan merely cast a detached glance over his shoulder. His voice devoid of emotion. "Don't you enjoy running off? Find your own way." Whether Shi Yuan truly did not care or not, Bai Qingying watched helplessly as his figure vanished from sight, only to turn around and find Xinghua observing her with keen interest. The imposing form of the tiger accentuated her petite stature, and Bai Qingying felt a shiver run down her spine under his large, expressive gaze. Remembering her earlier words, she awkwardly forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace than anything else. "If there's nothing more, I'll take my leave." With that, she hastily maneuvered to the edge of the eaves, cautiously making her descent from the nearby pillar. Fortunately, her skills allowed her to descend smoothly and unscathed. Bai Qingying dusted off her hands, ready to leave when suddenly, a massive claw lunged toward her. She gasped, instinctively tilting her head to evade, as the giant claw grazed her face and smashed into the doorframe behind her, splintering it in half. Bai Qingying turned back to observe the damage, marveling at the sheer brutality of the force. "Your reflexes are quite impressive," Xinghua remarked, having transformed from the rooftop into the form of a striking young man. His colossal claws remaining unchanged, resembling furry gloves. A smirk curled on his lips as he withdrew his paw from the debris, gradually morphing it into a human hand. The slender fingers and defined knuckles were difficult for Bai Qingying to reconcile with the earlier display of brute strength. As if acknowledging his failed ambush, Xinghua clicked his tongue in annoyance, the ferocity in his eyes intensifying. "What do you intend to do? I told you not to act recklessly." Bai Qingying instinctively stepped back, a sense of dread washing over her. The strength behind that strike could surely have crushed her if she hadn't narrowly avoided it. She would have feared for her life. Yet Xinghua pressed forward, his imposing aura radiating, the audacious grin on his face growing more pronounced, as if he had descended into a fervor. "You managed to evade once. Do you believe you can escape a second time?" As he raised his hand again, a gust of wind swept through, and Bai Qingying distinctly heard the sound of air splitting, prompting her to shut her eyes and shout for mercy. "I was only joking earlier. You a grown man, shouldn't hold grudges against me. Please let me go." The anticipated pain never arrived, and when Bai Qingying cautiously opened her eyes, she found the enormous tiger claw suspended just 3 inches above her head. Xinghua tilted his head, watching her with a playful glint in his eyes, a hint of mischief flickering beneath the surface. "It seems not every attempt can be dodged." This audacious cat dared to intimidate her. Bai Qingying recalled her previous timid demeanor under Xinghua's gaze, feeling both embarrassed and infuriated, and she pushed him away with a fierce shove, wishing to vanish from the scene. Wretched cat, seeing her flustered state. Xinghua burst into laughter, shaking his head as he trailed behind her. Ultimately, though Shi Yuan had not explicitly stated it, he was responsible for her safety on the return journey. Bai Qingying shot him a glance, irritation evident in her tone. "Why are you following me?" Xinghua shrugged, resting his hands behind his head. "Who is following you? This is the way back to the camp, is it not?" Bai Qingying quickened her pace, while Xinghua, amused, continued to follow her back to the encampment. Upon finally returning to their quarters, Bai Qingying discovered the cave shrouded in darkness, while Shi Yuan sat there with an air of calm, meticulously polishing the blade in his hand. "Aren't you going to light a fire?" "I'm freezing." Shivering, Bai Qingying hugged her arms, having hurried back for warmth, only to find the place so chillingly cold. The cave was already damp and frigid, without a campfire. It felt unbearably cold, and simply standing there rendered her nearly numb. Sean, however, held the dark blade upright, scrutinizing it closely, his voice cool and laced with an icy demeanor. "It is unnecessary." Bai Qingying stared incredulously. "How is it unnecessary? I'm not like those furry beasts who can withstand the cold," she muttered in her breath. "But I'm freezing. Aren't you quite chummy with Xinghua? Go sit with him. Perhaps it will be warmer." Shi Yuan's sudden remark left Bai Qingying momentarily stunned. Had he seen her earlier? Wait, was he feeling jealous? Perhaps realizing the implications of his words, Shi Yuan's expression hardened, falling into a deep silence. Oh dear, this bad serpent is upset. She relied on Shi Yuan for survival in this place, and could not afford to let him sulk. With a plan forming in her mind, Bai Qingying approached Shi Yuan, tentatively placing her hands on his shoulders. He did not resist, and she lowered her head slightly, whispering sweetly in his ear, her hands gliding down his shoulder blades like feathers. First, she felt the warmth of his chest, then the solid muscles of his abdomen, and finally reached the most sensitive area. She gently stroked, applying a barely there pressure, her voice soft and fragrant as a blooming flower. There is no warmer place in the world than this. Chapter 8. Almost losing herself to a snake. Bai Qingying's playful teasing produced a curious sensation, a tingling warmth that unexpectedly relaxed Shi Yuan. Even the anger that had previously consumed him vanished without a trace, observing Shi Yuan's gradually calming expression, with her fingers gliding up and down. Bai Qingying felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This mere serpent was nothing. No matter how unruly he appeared, he would ultimately succumb to her adept touch. "Commander." Just then, a respectful voice from the female orc outside interrupted. Bai Qingying halted her movements, and Shi Yuan opened his eyes, as if awakening from a trance, his voice carrying a hint of huskiness. "What is it?" The female orc, after receiving permission, entered with a large bowl of blue soup, holding it aloft with utmost reverence before presenting it to Shi Yuan. "This is a gift from Aunt Yu, a nourishing soup for the commander." Bai Qingying recalled what Xinghua had mentioned on their way back, how serpents like Shi Yuan did not hibernate in winter and could withstand the cold due to a special soup. It seemed this bowl was indeed what the female orc held, reportedly brewed personally by Aunt Yu. However, upon seeing it, Shi Yuan frowned. "This is sent every month. Why is it so soon again?" The female orc bowed even more respectfully. "Aunt Yu said this winter is exceptionally cold, and she's concerned about your health." Hearing this, Shi Yuan remained silent, recognizing it as a maternal gesture that he could not refuse. The large bowl of soup was consumed without hesitation, and he tossed the empty vessel back onto the wooden tray. "You may leave." Once the female orc exited, Bai Qingying intended to discuss her desire to explore the land of eternal twilight. But upon turning around, she found Shi Yuan's intense gaze fixed upon her. The fervor in his eyes mirrored the look she had seen when they first met. Shi Yuan's breathing became inexplicably rapid, soon resembling that of a startled beast. His solid chest heaving violently with each breath, beads of perspiration forming at his temples, as if he were burning with an internal fire. "What is wrong with you?" A sense of foreboding surged within Bai Qingying as she realized something was amiss with the soup Aunt Yu had sent. Inwardly, she lamented how Aunt Yu's good intentions had backfired, leading to a disastrous outcome. Shi Yuan's massive form loomed before her, his gaze ablaze with an insatiable hunger, as if he longed to devour her whole. Bai Qingying felt a wave of panic. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, but as she lifted her foot, Shi Yuan forcefully yanked her back into his embrace. "Wait, no." She tried to protest, but he silenced her with a fierce kiss. Leaving her words trapped in her throat, unable to escape, Shi Yuan's face was mere inches from hers, his deep crimson eyes glimmering like the brilliant sun at dawn, captivating and overwhelming, drawing her into a whirlpool of desire. Shi Yuan's actions exuded a palpable aggression, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The temperature of both individuals steadily escalated, and Bai Qingying felt a rising heat within herself, though she was reluctant to admit it. She could distinctly sense her own consciousness becoming increasingly muddled, unable to restrain herself as she began to respond to Shi Yuan. Her breathing grew erratic and with a sudden crack, accompanied by an icy wave. Her chaotic thoughts were abruptly pulled back. "Bai Qingying, oh Bai Qingying, you are truly doomed. You nearly lost yourself to a serpent." Fortunately, there remained a sliver of hope. Shi Yuan before her was still fervent, yet Bai Qingying had regained her clarity and her own intentions. Amidst Shi Yuan's nearly tyrannical manipulation, she deftly freed a hand, seemingly acquiescing to him while purposefully maneuvering towards his vulnerable spot. Then, with a sudden and forceful grip, she seized him. Shi Yuan's vertical pupils dilated sharply, transforming back into his serpentine form amidst a furious expression. His robust tail coiled around Bai Qingying's arm, causing her great discomfort. His massive tongue lifted slowly, his eyes a fierce crimson, as he exhaled a gust of breath towards Bai Qingying. Clearly enraged, his tail flicked impatiently back and forth. Bai Qingying understood this as a signal of impending aggression from the serpent. Before that could happen, she precisely clutched Shi Yuan's head. Her keen eyes caught sight of a basin of water at the entrance. The weather was still mild enough that it hadn't frozen over, but it would suffice to awaken Shi Yuan's serpentine body tighten around her, nearly engulfing half of her. Bai Qingying gritted her teeth and approached the basin, plunging both her arm and the serpent into the icy water. Instantly, Shi Yuan let out a series of hisses, his gaze turning even more ferocious. Bai Qingying felt a sudden lightness in her arm. In the next moment, Shi Yuan transformed partially into his human form, pulling her into the water with him. The chilling sensation enveloped her, making her already cold body feel even more painfully frigid. Shi Yuan's upper body was drenched, his long hair dripping down his shoulders, accentuating his somewhat otherworldly visage. He gazed at the ungrateful woman before him, struggling to suppress the fury simmering in his eyes. 3 times now, you've sought your own destruction. I see you truly wish to perish, Shi Yuan thought. Prepar in truth, it is a feline creature. The moment I caressed its chin, its true form was revealed. Xinghuai lazily sprawled down, then, with a hint of arrogance, opened its mouth, contemplating. At that moment, Bai Qingying was preoccupied, and a personal guard of Shi Yuan approached to assign a task to Xinghuai. Instantly, the lazy demeanor of Xinghuai vanished, transforming into its human form, its gaze landing on Bai Qingying as it called out, "Hey, female human, accompany me to the everlasting sun forest." Bai Qingying couldn't help but roll her eyes. I have a name. Why should I follow you? When she arrived at the marketplace, Shi Yuan was unwilling, nearly executing her on the spot. Xinghuai's eyes sparkled as it said, "There are injured beastmen over there who need your assistance." Trusting its words, Bai Qingying found herself lifted by the scruff of her neck by Xinghuai, racing toward the everlasting sun forest. Throughout the journey, she felt quite uncomfortable. The cold wind stung her face, causing sharp pain. Were it not for the heavy cloak, she would have been frozen stiff by now. Just as she was about to ask Xinghuai to slow down, the biting cold rushed in her mouth and down to her stomach, draining the color from her face. She could only curse inwardly. Soon, they reached the forest's edge, where Bai Qingying finally spotted other humans, gathered in groups. Encountering familiar faces in a foreign land brought tears to her eyes and ignited a sudden desire to flee. And no matter the circumstances, the human world was infinitely safer than that of the beastmen. Cautiously glancing at Xinghuai, who was still holding her, she struggled slightly and whispered, "Put me down." Xinghuai made no move, merely tightening its grip, causing Bai Qingying to feel a sharp pain in her neck. The cold wind rustled the leaves, and the patrolling humans suddenly noticed something, approaching their direction. Bai Qingying's breath quickened as she prepared to cry out, but Xinghuai swiftly covered her mouth and darted deeper into the woods, leaving only a gust of wind in their wake. Once they were far from the human encampment, Xinghuai released her mouth, its gaze sharp. "What were you just about to do?" "Endanger all of us, beastmen." Bai Qingying bit her lip, lowering her eyes slightly. A small white tiger approached Xinghuai, wagging its tail and growling a few words. "Boss, what should we do now? They still have gunpowder, and there are far more of them than we anticipated. They seem intent on advancing further." The everlasting sun forest was the territory of the beastmen, yet now the humans, emboldened by gunpowder and large-scale weapons, recklessly intruded, shattering the already fragile peace. Listening to this, Bai Qingying found a nearby stone stool to sit on. Before long, Xinghuai brought her a piece of cooked meat, roasted over an open flame, devoid of any seasoning, which was utterly unappetizing. "Eat a bit. Otherwise, you'll be too weak to help us later." You humans are a burden wherever you go. If only he could express concern without sounding so infuriating. The tiger beast that had accompanied him was already devouring the meat, blood splattering everywhere. Bai Qingying took a few reluctant bites, finding it quite distasteful. But for the sake of her stomach, she forced herself to swallow. Shifting her gaze, she asked Xinghua, "What do you plan to do now?" "There are too many humans. The beasts you brought likely cannot handle them." Xinghua replied coldly, "I intend to have you lure them into our ambush, and we shall take them out in one fell swoop." "What do you think?" Bai Qingying's lips twitched. "Absolutely not. That is a terrible idea. Those humans may not recognize me. If they have any doubts about my identity, they will kill me without hesitation." Xinghua remained silent, gnawing on the meat. Not long after they finished eating, a mournful cry pierced the air. Was the low growl of a tiger beast, a scream that made the listener, his eardrums tremble. In an instant, Xinghua stood up, its carefree demeanor vanished, charging toward the source of the cries. Bai Qingying furrowed her brow. As a veterinarian, she understood the depth of suffering required for an animal to cry out in such agony. And her heart quivered in response. Xinghua and the others ran for some distance before stopping. Bai Qingying, panting behind them, gasped at the scene before her. A massive golden fur tiger beast was being pinned down by 5 humans, who were piercing its bones with nails, nailing it to the ground, blood pooling around. The cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. The humans atop the beast were in the midst of skinning it alive. The pain of flesh being torn apart was excruciatingly unbearable. As Xinghua and the others hid in the shadows, it was poised to charge forward, but Bai Qingying hurriedly restrained its paw, speaking in a low voice. "Calm down. Can't you see they are armed with gunpowder?" The audacity of the humans to skin a tiger beast in this manner indicated they were prepared for an encounter with Xinghua and his companions. Or perhaps this was a trap. Bai Qingying exerted all her strength to hold back the furious Xinghua at that moment. The humans suddenly spoke up. "This fur will make splendid cloaks to present to the nobility, and then we shall prosper." How has it been crying out for so long without any beastmen coming to its rescue? Could it be that its status among the beastmen is not high? It shouldn't be the case. Perhaps it's simply isn't suffering enough. Otherwise, its kin would have arrived by now, that we just made a stew from its cubs. The meat was incredibly tender. I wonder how this one tastes, if they couldn't lure other tiger beasts. They were planning to consume this one, but the skin continued to be pulled away, and Bai Qingying clenched her fists. These humans truly deserve to die. As Xinghua and the others were on the verge of losing control, Bai Qingying noticed the gunpowder and firearms the humans carried, that if they were struck, they wouldn't die, but would surely be injured, that we need water. With water, those weapons won't be a threat. "Find a way to get us some water," she urged. Xinghua glanced down at her, a cold glint in its eyes. "You want me to harm humans?" Bai Qingying gritted her teeth, her voice laced with indignation. "Do you not wish to save that tiger? Stop wasting time." She pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. Xinghua signaled to 2 nearby tigers, instructing them to fetch water from a nearby lake. Then he charged forward with Bai Qingying in tow. If they didn't disrupt the humans' actions, the tiger would surely perish. However, Bai Qingying hadn't anticipated that Xinghua would bring her along. She was unarmed and felt a surge of anxiety facing such ruthless humans. The 4 humans instantly aimed their firearms at them, but Xinghua moved swiftly, evading most of the shots and even knocking down the nearest adversary with a powerful strike that moment for more humans. No more than 5 meters away, raised their firearms, ready to fire. One wrong move from Xinghua would lead to his demise. Bai Qingying clung tightly to his neck, her voice urgent, "That you're being too reckless." "What now?" Her lips were pressed tightly together as her mind raced for solutions. Suddenly, water poured down from above, drenching the 4 humans and obscuring their vision. "Damn it, they have reinforcements. Quickly, take them down." Their firearms, akin to modern guns yet less sophisticated, sputtered as the water extinguished their flames. The 4 tiger beasts lunged at them simultaneously. Without their weapons, the humans, overwhelmed, fled in haste. Yet the tiger beasts would not let them escape easily. Bai Qingying watched in horror as one humaness arm was brutally bitten off. She quickly shouted, "Come back! Don't pursue them!" Hardly had her words left her mouth when the sound of an explosion rang out. and the four tiger beasts hurriedly retreated. Once they transformed back into their human forms, they were all injured. Bai Qingying's brow furrowed deeply as she urged Xinghua, "We need to leave this place. We can't be captured." Seeing herbs nearby that could mask their scent, Bai Qingying jumped off Xinghua's back, collected the herbs, and instructed him to chew them up and quickly apply them to the wounds of each beast. The humans would be on their tail soon enough. Bai Qingying mounted another tiger beast, while Xinghua carried the severely injured one as they fled, upon reaching a safe area deep within the everlasting sun forest. Numerous tiger beasts gathered around, their expressions filled with concern for their injured companion. Bai Qingying swiftly compiled a list of medicinal herbs for them to gather, living in the everlasting sun forest. The tiger beasts knew precisely where to find the herbs and quickly set off to collect them. "You four stay still. I will tend to your wounds." Bai Qingying fixed her serious gaze upon them, commencing the treatment of their injuries. Xinghua, beside her, furrowed his brow tightly and said in a low voice, "Jin Xian, weren't you supposed to stay with the main group? Why are you wandering off?" So this tiger beast was named Jin Xian. Its expression was grim, but the pain from his wounds rendered it speechless. Blood oozed from its body, and it couldn't even transform into its human form. Its fur was matted together, forcing Bai Qingying to cut it away to clean the wounds. Nearby, Jin Xuan's mate wept. "There was nothing I could do. 3 of our children were captured by humans, and Jin Xian was only trying to save them." Upon hearing the children, Jin Xian let out a low growl, her entire being suddenly engulfed in rage as she struggled to break free. Had Xinghua not been there to restrain her, she might have been flung away. Xinghua remained composed, uttering not a single word. Yet Jin Xian's understanding spouse comprehended everything. The little ones were gone. Bai Qingying pressed her lips tightly together, her expression darkening. Soon, the tiger beasts that had gone to collect herbs returned, but 2 of them had captured 3 humans. The humans, trembling in fear before the multitude of tiger beasts, dared not exhale. Upon recognizing Xinghua as the leader, their legs buckled, and they knelt down, pleading, "We did not intend to intrude. Please do not kill us." All 3 possessed silver eyes, and, among humans, could be considered of moderate stature, yet they were easily captured. Bai Qingying glanced at them again, but Jin Xian was trembling in pain, forcing her to withdraw her gaze. A man as astute as Xinghua should have sensed something amiss. He advanced step by step, his claws bared and glinting ominously in the shadows, yearning to slay these humans in vengeance for the fallen tiger beasts. Yet reason prevailed, and he sheathed his claws, coldly stating, "Keep a close watch on them. Take them back for trial later." Yes, after an hour, Jin Xian's wounds were treated, and Bai Qingying gradually attended to the injuries of the remaining 4. These 4 tiger beasts were wounded by gunpowder, their skin torn and bleeding, requiring stitches to prevent incessant bleeding. If only the medicinal herbs here were sufficient, it would not be such a hassle. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Bai Qingying glanced at Xinghua, who leaned against a tree, his smile notably diminished. As he looked over, he chuckled lightly. "Do you still wish to return to the human realm?" Bai Qingying tightened her cloak around her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a golden light, standing amidst the woods with an air of unspoken nobility. Her gaze flickered as she diverted the conversation. "Those 3 humans are problematic. Do not take them back." Xinghua scoffed. "The most problematic one here is you." Bai Qingying was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was in a foul mood, and chose not to engage further. Still, she felt something was amiss, and, seizing an opportunity while the beastmen rested, approached the 3 humans. Upon seeing her golden eyes, they were momentarily bewildered and queried, "Are you of the upper class? How is it that you find yourself in the beast tribe?" The identity of a human was proving quite useful. Bai Qingying pouted, feigning vulnerability. "I was naturally taken by them. If you intend to escape, you must take me along that I can guide you back." She gently wiped away her tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoking sympathy in the 3 men. "That I assure you, once we are free, we will definitely take you with us." That a flicker of sharpness crossed Bai Qingying's eyes as she stifled a sob. Gritting her teeth, Anne spoke softly. "So you have a plan?" The man conversing with Bai Qingying had no defenses against her, leaning closer to speak, but the man beside him coughed, his silver pupils flashing with coldness, silencing him instantly. Bai Qingying wiped her tears and offered, If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me that as a human, I will surely assist you. Rising to leave, she walked a short distance when a small, fierce tiger cub glared at her in anger. When an animal is small and frail, its fury is endearing. Bai Qingying crouched down to pat its head, smiling faintly. What are you doing here? Its golden fur was striking, ears perked up and twitching. The little tiger cub opened its mouth to bite her, but Bai Qingying deftly withdrew her hand, puzzled. Had she provoked the little tiger? It growled and ran off. Bai Qingying helplessly retracted her hand and turned to observe the three humans. After they were moved by the tiger beasts, Bai Qingying stealthily approached, scratching the ground to uncover some traces. However, chaos erupted among the beasts, and suddenly, an old tiger lunged at Bai Qingying. She barely managed to dodge. Watching helplessly as the tiger's claws loomed closer, her pupils trembling violently. With a thud, Xing Huai kicked the tiger away, frowning as he held it down by the neck, admonishing, "Do not act impulsively. She is the only doctor. If you harm her, who will tend to the injured beasts?" She still needed to help those three humans. Why trust her? They should have killed her. The subdued tiger growled in defiance, its claws carving deep grooves in the earth. Bai Qingying, shaken, realized Xing Huai offered no explanations. Merely kicking the tiger away, I and the beast tribe might hold supremacy, and Xing Huai, as the leader of the tiger beasts, maintained absolute control. Bai Qingying steadied herself, once again addressing him. These three humans must have been deliberately sent by the humans. They left markers on the ground. You can check. I'm not deceiving you that if you release them, who knows what might transpire in their territory? Humans are cunning. They do not believe that a union can bring peace. They believe that those who are not of their kind harbor malicious intent. Xing Huai arched an eyebrow. Why should I concern myself with that? The tiger beasts you just treated are beginning to show signs of fever. I advise you to check on them now. Bai Qingying pressed her lips together, realizing she could not sway him, and resigned herself to fate. Let the soldiers face the enemy. Let the waters rise. Bai Qingying returned to check on Jin Xian and the other beasts, who were overheating, lying on the ground in beast form, breathing heavily. The fever resulted from infected wounds. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medications would have been ideal, but the conditions were far from favorable. Bai Qingying racked her brain for anti-inflammatory herbs when, just as she was about to unwrap Jin Xian's bandages, the small tiger cub dashed out and knocked her over. Bai Qingying braced herself against the ground, struggling to maintain balance. Confused as she looked at it dawned on her that the gazes of those around her had turned hostile. Their blue-green slit pupils glimmered with cold malice. One beast growled. It was your medicine that caused them to become this way. You are a spy sent by the humans. We must kill you today to avenge them. Chapter 12. Bai Qingying is injured. They growled, their sharp fangs bared, each one brimming with fury, resembling fierce demons. After all, the tiger is the king of beasts. Even Bai Qingying, who adored animals, felt a tinge of fear at that moment. Instinctively taking a step back, the rift between humans and beasts ran deep, and their innate animosity and distrust towards humans were palpable. Bai Qingying took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering as she addressed them. They are not critically injured. As long as their temperature decreases, they will be fine. Please, gather some medicinal herbs for me. Faced with the beast's relentless stares, Bai Qingying could only retreat further until her back pressed against a large tree. She exhaled, just as she was about to speak, when two large white tigers lunged at her to bite. Those teeth could easily crush her bones. As she prepared to evade, she felt a sudden tightness at her waist. And before she could react, she was hurled away. She landed heavily on the ground, witnessing Xing Huai engaging them in combat, effortlessly overpowering them. Rubbing her waist, Bai Qingying slowly stood, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She was no saint. After being doubted time and again, resentment brewed within her, and she turned to leave, muttering curses under her breath. They have no gratitude. It is not I who injured them. She was unsure how long she walked, her legs growing weary, so she sat beneath a tree to rest and contemplate her future. Suddenly, a gentle voice reached her ears. "Miss Bai, why are you out here? Are you looking for herbs?" Blinking in surprise, Bai Qingying looked up to see a female beast with bell-adorned ears, transformed into human form, picking fruits. as she gracefully jumped down from the tree. Her gentle gaze fell upon Bai Qingying, and she offered the freshly picked fruits, saying, "I know you dislike raw meat, so I gathered some fruits for you. Eat more. It will give you strength to heal our kin." Observing the female beast's warm demeanor, Bai Qingying felt her heart soften. Why should she quarrel with a group of tigers who could not comprehend human speech? Besides, a few tigers had nearly perished. She would return and persuade them. Bai Qingying's gaze flickered as she stated, "I cannot find any herbs. Let us return first. Otherwise, if it gets dark, we may lose our way back." The female beast merely smiled, pointing to her nose. "Miss Bai, do not worry. Our sense of smell is quite keen. We will definitely find the main force." Bai Qingying recalled the traces she had uncovered on the ground earlier. Those should not have been markers, but a type of scent used for tracking humans. Bai Qingying's breath hitched, urgently instructing the female beast to revert to her beast form and lead her back to the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, bloodstains were scattered across the ground, along with a severed tail. The female beast's eyes instantly reddened, and Bai Qingying's heart sank, urging her to remain steady. "We must pursue them first." After all, this was the heart of the land where the sun never sets. The human forces would not arrive so swiftly that Bai Qingying and the female beast approached the tiger beast group. They spotted two humans stealthily navigating through the grass, sniffing the air. Bai Qingying patted the female beast's head. Lowering her voice, "Can we eliminate them?" The female beast paused momentarily before nodding. The tiger beast was no coward, especially not the tigress. The female beast approached with two swift claws, and before long, both fell lifeless. Bai Qingying gaped, having thought it would require more effort. The pair quickly made their way to the tiger beast pack, caught off guard by the sudden human assault. Many were injured. Noticing Xing Huai's serious demeanor, Bai Qingying stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Xing Huai, with a tone of arrogance, remarked, "You actually didn't run away." Bai Qingying, unable to engage in an argument, glanced back and quietly said, "I wish to tend to their wounds." "Will they survive?" Before she could finish, the sound of an explosion shattered the air. Bai Qingying's body stiffened instantly. She hurriedly asked, "What about the three individuals you captured?" Xing Huai gritted his teeth. "They escaped." Bai Qingying thought to herself, as expected, they had indeed fled. Lead some beasts with me to divert these humans. They must not suffer further injuries. Acknowledging that this was their last resort, Xing Huai nodded and left two robust tiger beasts to guard the injured while the remaining ones followed him. The humans were indeed lured away, but the cannon fire from behind grew increasingly closer, sending chills down their spines. For the first time, Bai Qingying experienced the proximity of firearms. In the next moment, an explosion erupted beside her, and Xing Huai shielded her in his embrace, absorbing the brunt of the blast on his back. His golden fur was instantly stained crimson. The scent of blood wafted around her as the humans shouted, "Quick, capture them! Their pelts are worth money, and their meat is delectable when steamed or braised." Bai Qingying gritted her teeth, gazing at the fallen Xing Huai, her eyes reddening. She was aware of the contents of the explosives, and the fur on Xing Huai's back was torn away, revealing glimpses of his stark white bones. All she could do was apply pressure to his wound. "Hold on, you'll be fine." Xing Huai let out a low, pained growl. Soon enough, 5 humans surrounded them. The remaining tiger beasts had been sent away by Xing Huai, knowing that staying would lead to their demise. Unfortunately, their fur had been injured. Otherwise, a complete pelt would fetch a high price. "Boss, I've heard that tiger tails are great for stews. They're good for the body. We could..." Xing Huai coughed lowly, baring his fangs at them. The leader of the humans raised his firearm and aimed at Xing Huai. Bai Qingying's pupils contracted. Xing Huai's current condition could not withstand such an assault, and she instinctively positioned herself to shield him. The projectile pierced her shoulder blade, causing her to pale in pain. Blood flowed down her shoulder, and she struggled to maintain her stance, her gaze cold as it fell upon the humans. "Humans and beasts can coexist peacefully. Why do you insist on exterminating us?" The man merely scoffed. "Beasts should remain as beasts. Out of consideration for your humanity, I want to kill you. Just get out of the way." Bai Qingying clutched her wound. "You are truly hypocritical. You are even worse than beasts." Xing Huai let out a low growl, exhausted and seemingly accusing. blood stained Bai Qingying's fingertips as she faced the weapon aimed at her, refusing to evade, her gaze icy. The man laughed coldly, but just as he prepared to pull the trigger, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck as a silver serpent sank its fangs into him. The poison coursed through his body instantly, and he collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Bai Qingying was momentarily stunned, but her faltering body did not allow her to ponder for long. She could no longer hold herself up. Yet instead of the anticipated pain, she felt a pair of nearly frigid hands clasped around her waist. Lifting her into an embrace, the man's body was so cold it made her shiver. Chapter 13. Persistent fever. The serpent was cold, devoid of any warmth. Yet Bai Qingying felt an inexplicable sense of security. Her blood dripped onto him, the heat almost scalding him. Shi Yuan lowered his gaze, the crimson slits of his eyes flickering with icy intent as he stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura. "You lot. Are you the ones who harmed her? Then you shall perish." The remaining two men continuously retreated, firing their weapons at the advancing silver serpent. The silver serpent was highly venomous. Contact meant certain death. "If you dare to kill us, the Emperor will not let you off." Shi Yuan's blood-red eyes grew colder as he flicked his fingers, and the silver serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into the necks of the two men. The human forces, hearing the screams, rushed over, colliding directly with Shi Yuan. The war ignited. The setting sun forest was indeed the territory of the Beast clan, and they were particularly adept at utilizing the terrain. With Shi Yuan's presence, the beasts were emboldened, and soon the humans faced a crushing defeat. Bai Qingying remained cradled in Shi Yuan's arms, her vision hazy, yet she could see many beasts fleeing under the humans' gunfire. She could hardly fathom if the humans had been better prepared and the location different. Could the beasts still emerge victorious? The humans hastily retreated, bodies littering the ground. Shi Yuan captured 3 live prisoners, binding them to be taken back, while he hurried to find a doctor with Bai Qingying in his arms. To be why this time, Bai Qingying had completely lost consciousness. The wound on her shoulder was barely dressed with herbs to stem the bleeding. The ensuing chaos was left to Mo Xiao to manage, while he carried Bai Qingying back to their dwelling cave. The doctor changed the blood water twice and applied new herbs, but Bai Qingying remained unresponsive, her body growing increasingly feverish. Bai Qingying was lost in a haze, memories of her modern life intertwining with the tragic recollections of her original self, rendering her increasingly disoriented. The weight of her body felt burdensome. The original self's torment overwhelmed her heart, making it difficult to bear. She pressed against her chest, inadvertently pressing on her wound as her body trembled violently, curling up in response. Shi Yuan sat beside her, restraining her from moving about. Bai Qingying's delicate hands clutched his arm, leaving behind crimson imprints. Shi Yuan's expression remained icy, yet a subtle frown creased his brow as his cold gaze fell upon the doctor. Why hasn't she woken yet? The doctor, a floppy-eared rabbit, shrank back in fear under Shi Yuan's imposing presence, trembling as he replied, "Commander, I am not skilled in treating humans. These herbs were left by Miss Bai for stopping bleeding, that AS for her persistent fever. I truly do not know." Shi Yuan's blood-red eyes gleamed with a sinister light. "What use are you?" He commanded, "Bring forth the 3 captives from today. They were humans. They must know a way." The 3 were brought forth, each bearing minor injuries. Point 2 possessed black and white pupils, indicating their lowly status. Yet they harbored deep disdain for the Beast clan. "Don't think you can extract any information from us. We won't tell you anything." The 2 glared fiercely at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's gaze shifted from Bai Qingying to them. Those who had previously boasted fell silent before his indifferent demeanor. His mere glance exuded a chilling detachment. Shi Yuan chose not to engage them further, and simply inquired, "How can Bai Qingying's persistent fever be treated?" The trio simultaneously glanced at the bed, noting the absence of any beastly traits on Bai Qingying. Surmising she was human, the man who had previously boasted sneered, "She doesn't deserve to be saved. If it weren't for her aiding the tiger beasts, we would have exterminated them long ago. Anyone who betrays humanity deserves death." His expression was cold, bordering on grotesque. The Shi Yuan's eyes darkened, a murderous intent bubbling beneath the surface. The man shrank back slightly, a bit intimidated yet unwilling to swallow his pride like a tea that moment. Another human spoke up. "I am Xueming. Her fever is likely due to an infected wound. You need to find Hu Chai, Wa Er Chow, and Yi Ba Zi, boil them, and feed her. She should recover soon. Shi Yuan instructed the doctor to prepare the remedies. The beast folk resided in the mountains, surrounded by an abundance of herbs, often consuming them raw. However, they could not differentiate most of the herbs. Humans predominantly held the medical texts and safeguarded them well. Preventing the beasts from encroaching, the doctor hesitated, glancing at Shi Yuan before respectfully suggesting, "Commander, may I take him to gather the herbs?" Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the doctor returned with the concocted remedy. Shi Yuan attempted to rouse Bai Qingying, but to no avail, frowning in frustration. Ultimately, he decided to grasp her chin, forcibly prying her mouth open to pour the medicine down her throat. The bitter taste made her shudder, her curled eyelashes fluttering as she drank half but spat out the rest. In the end, Shi Yuan had no choice but to close her mouth after administering the medicine. Xun Ming watched, frowning at the sight. This girl was in good health, yet he was treating her as if she were lifeless. He wanted to offer a reminder, but ultimately left in frustration. Xun Ming's herbs proved effective. Shi Yuan kept vigil by the bedside throughout the night. And finally, the next morning, she awoke. Bai Qingying was drenched, as if pulled from the water. Her gaze flickered weakly as she opened her eyes, meeting Shi Yuan's cold, hard face. She blinked, and as he leaned closer, she instinctively pushed him away with all her might. Her lips tightened, her eyes wary as she recoiled slightly, her voice frail and hoarse. "Why are you here? I stayed here to watch over you all night. Why are you still so guarded? I truly wish to do something to you. Do you believe you can prevent it?" Bai Qingying's complexion turned pale. The pain and torment her body endured were far beyond what she could bear. She pressed her lips tightly together, unwilling to converse with Shi Yuan, even avoiding him, and coldly stated, "Thank you." The lack of emotion in her words caused Shi Yuan to furrow his brow in displeasure, a flicker of discontent crossing his mind. She was indeed different from before. Bai Qingying curled up in the corner of the bed. The wound on her shoulder blade throbbed painfully, evidently unstitched and without anesthesia. However, the beast tribe likely possessed neither of these luxuries. Bai Qingying let out a sigh. It was already a stroke of luck to have salvaged her life in a world where humans and beasts coexisted in discord. Danger lurked at every corner. Suddenly, a pair of cold, pale hands appeared before her. Shi Yuan grasped her chin, forcing her to lift her gaze to meet his. "Speak to me. Why do you dare to drift off?" he demanded. "Bai Qingying, have I been too kind to you, that you have grown so oblivious to the world around you?" Bai Qingying exhaled, raising her chin to shake off his hand, replying, "I am tired. Please leave for now." She had come as part of an alliance, not to be treated as a slave, and did not wish to be manipulated by him. Chapter 14. A hand that cannot be lowered. The crimson vertical pupils in Shi Yuan's eyes deepened with coldness as he looked down at her and said, "You should rest." He then exited, leaving Bai Qingying alone. The sharp pain from her wound surged. No matter how she lay, discomfort enveloped her, and a sense of grievance gradually engulfed her. She should have been resting on her soft bed at home. Why was she subjected to such trials that were never meant for her? In a haze, Bai Qingying drifted into sleep, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, upon learning of Bai Qingying's injury. Aunt Yu had been unable to shake off her worry and thought to visit her when she had the chance. However, as she reached the cave entrance, a tall shadow caught her attention. Aunt Yu was startled. "Who is there?" With the faint moonlight, she finally recognized the figure turning around and couldn't help but wonder, "Why aren't you inside taking care of that child? Why are you standing here?" Shi Yuan remained unmoved, his tone indifferent. "She needs to rest." Aunt Yu scrutinized him for a moment, then silently pushed him aside, knowing that while others may not understand her son, she certainly did. "Let me take a look." "She's injured and alone in this unfamiliar beast territory. How could a human girl not be afraid after such an ordeal?" Inside the cave, Bai Qingying curled up in her sleep, resembling a wounded little beast. Huddled tightly for safety, tear stains still marked her face, a pitiful sight. Aunt Yu sat beside her, gently adjusting the beast's skin covering her, ensuring she was snug. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Bai Qingying grasped her sleeve, murmuring through choked sobs, "Dad, Mom, I miss you so much." Bai Qingying instinctively nuzzled against Aunt Yu's arm before sinking back into a deep slumber. Sensing the gaze beside her, Aunt Yu gently patted Bai Qingying, then said, if you have the time during this period, you should seek out her family. She had always longed for a daughter, and seeing Bai Qingying's petite and aggrieved form filled her with compassion. Shi Yuan responded with a heavy acknowledgement that Xinghuai's tiger-like eyes, filled with menace, fixated on the two bound individuals. Mocking, still not willing to speak the truth. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? He licked his sharp claws. Threatening, just because I cannot kill you does not mean I cannot make your lives a living hell. The two stiffened. Previously, they had wielded weapons to combat ferocious beasts and had even enjoyed an undefeated status. Yet now, bound in this place, they had unwittingly stepped into the territory of the beast tribe that, if these creatures truly resolved to kill them, even if the human race came seeking retribution, it would be too late. They would have already become cold corpses, still not speaking. Xinghuai seemed to lose patience. The sharp claws approached the two, lightly grazing their necks, drawing forth droplets of blood. Wait. The two, unable to withstand the terror of death, lost their earlier bravado, cautiously swallowing their fear and tremblingly asking, what do you want to know? Xinghuai retracted his claws, instantly transforming into human form. His tiger eyes reflected a condescending gaze as he recalled Shi Yuan's earlier instructions. Where did that new weapon come from? It was a weapon they had never encountered before. Caught off guard, they could not gain any advantage. Threatening the safety of the beast tribe, as their leader, Shi Yuan was bound to investigate the weapon's origins thoroughly. Fear of death was in their nature, and the two bowed their heads in submission, confessing that weapon came from a book detailing every step in great detail. Xinghuai frowned and continued to press for answers. Yet no amount of intimidation yielded any useful information. Bai Qingying was awakened by the faint sounds of conversation. Blinking in confusion, she met Xuanming's probing gaze. That you're awake? Feeling any better? Xuanming inquired. His familiarity evident. Bai Qingying detested Xuanming's cruel actions against beasts and responded coldly. Unfazed, Xuanming leaned closer to her, speaking as if they were close friends. After all, you are human. Injuries take longer to heal. You need time to recover. Rest well during this period. The medicine I prepared for you will improve your condition if you take it continuously for a few days. Bai Qingying shot him a suspicious glance. Sensing something amiss, just as she opened her mouth to speak, she remembered that this was the beast tribe's domain, and as a mere prisoner, he could hardly make waves. Moreover, she had always harbored a strong aversion to those who harmed animals. As a veterinarian, she found such individuals particularly repugnant. Bai Qingying chose silence, and Xuanming did not stop, wearing a congenial smile as he continued to admonish her. You must remember what I said. If you do not take care of yourself, you might face complications later. Bai Qingying, disinterested in his words, interrupted. Thank you for the reminder. If there's nothing else, please leave. Xuanming shrugged, unconcerned, and turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Qingying sensed a lingering sense of discord. For 2 consecutive days, Shi Yuan had not come to visit. Without having to face him, Bai Qingying felt a significant relief. Yes, she propped herself up, intending to stretch her limbs. A loud crash erupted from outside the cave, startling her into looking out. For some reason, Bai Qingying instinctively thought that someone who acted so rudely could not possibly be Shi Yuan. That a white figure appeared. Its vertical pupils fixated on her, exuding a dangerous aura. Even if you're the human girl that Shi Yuan's brother married, so what? You still receive no care from him even while injured. Do not dare to wish for his affection. Bai Ning radiated an air of superiority, her serpentine nature overtly displayed. Already irked by her injury, Bai Qingying lost her patience. What of it if I am not cherished? I am his wife, which is worth far more than your lack of title. His willingness to marry me over you is proof enough, isn't it? Bai Ning's pale face flushed with anger. You audacious human. Her voice rose sharply before quickly lowering, the aggression in her vertical pupils dissipating. Look at yourself. You've only sustained a minor injury and are already so frail. How long do you think you can remain by Shi Yuan's side? Seeing her demeanor, Bai Qingying inexplicably felt a surge of anger. Her words growing bolder. What if I am delicate? He will protect me regardless. Bai Qingying appraised her, scoffing lightly. And you, with your tough exterior, would even lower himself to accept you as a gift. Bai Ning was furious, about to step forward when her keen senses detected someone approaching. She recognized Shi Yuan's presence and footsteps instantly, and as he entered, she quickly adopted a tearful tone. "Miss Bai, how could you slander me so?" Chapter 15. Heartache. Bai Qingying was about to respond when she collided with Shi Yuan's indifferent, inscrutable gaze. All the words she had prepared became stuck in her throat. Bai Ning, seizing the moment, stepped in front of Shi Yuan. Choking back sobs, "Brother Shi Yuan, this human is truly too much. She even called me tough and rough-skinned." Bai Ning continued to lament, lowering her head to express her sorrow as Shi Yuan's strong arm brushed aside Bai Ning's hand. Subtly scanning Bai Qingying with his gaze as he stepped forward, the atmosphere grew tense. Even if he were not of the beast tribe, Bai Qingying could feel the palpable pressure radiating from Shi Yuan. Bai Ning detected Shi Yuan's coldness and, relishing the moment, looked triumphantly at Bai Qingying, as if to say, "See, you may be his wife, but in the end, Brother Shi Yuan will still side with me." Bai Ning wore an expression of eager anticipation, which incited Bai Qingying's ire. She was too weary to explain. If Shi Yuan truly believed Bai Ning, then so be it. She turned her head away, unwilling to meet Shi Yuan's probing gaze. "Are you feeling better?" His low, emotionless voice struck Bai Qingying like a hammer. She momentarily dazed, unable to respond, merely managing a soft ah. Shi Yuan cast his gaze downward at her, not repeating his question. After a pause, Bai Qingying finally regained her senses and replied, "Much better. Have you finished your business?" Shi Yuan nodded, adjusting the beast's skin covering her. "Cover yourself properly to prevent your injury from worsening." Bai Qingying finally discerned a hint of concern within the man's cold and indifferent words. Remarkably, she refrained from resistance, instead nodding obediently. With a leisurely glance at the expressionless Bai Ning, she smiled and remarked, "Miss Bai, are you still lingering? Might it be that you wish to pry into our manner of interaction? I never would have guessed you had such a penchant." Bai Ning's face darkened like a soot-laden pot, and in a huff, she stormed off. The atmosphere once again descended into awkwardness, yet Bai Qingying's demeanor had notably improved. Capable of discerning the green tea and white lotus, she silently gave Shi Yuan a favorable assessment in her heart. She took the initiative to inquire, "How has your investigation progressed these past few days? Have you devised a strategy for negotiation?" Shi Yuan paused for a moment, his crimson vertical pupils reflecting complexity. "If negotiation proves futile, we shall resort to force. The Beast Clan is inherently warlike. They have never feared conflict." Bai Qingying faltered, lost in contemplation. War would bring untold casualties, and the new weapons wielded by the trio were beyond the Beast Clan's capacity to resist. Should conflict arise, not only would years of peace be shattered, but the Beast Clan would undoubtedly suffer considerable repercussions that if three could injure a tiger, how would the Beast Clan contend with thousands, or perhaps more? A pang of compassion stirred within Bai Qingying. Must we resort to violence? Is there truly no other recourse? Shi Yuan remained impassive, offering no reply. After a long silence, Bai Qingying continued, "Negotiation need not rely solely on force. Until we comprehend the weapons held by humanity, our chances are slim." Unbeknownst to her, she had employed the term "we." Shi Yuan regarded her with a penetrating gaze. "Proceed." Bai Qingying earnestly proposed strategies. Bring Xing Huai and the others to the negotiation, allowing them to assume their beastly forms. This will instill a sense of intimidation in the humans. She presented several suggestions in succession, and Shi Yuan absorbed each one that after a while, her throat parched, she couldn't resist poking Shi Yuan's solid, muscular chest. "Are you listening to what I say?" The warmth of her fingertip transmitted to Shi Yuan, who replied, "Your suggestions are acceptable. We shall proceed as you have advised." Bai Qingying's eyes sparkled with delight. "May I partake in your planning?" Fearing rejection from Shi Yuan, she volunteered eagerly, her expression animated. "I am also human. I understand various rules and survival tactics of our kind. I assure you, I will not be a hindrance." Shi Yuan did not decline, acquiescing to her request. Weighing the situation, Bai Qingying, as a human, could indeed offer numerous fresh insights. As the leader of the Beast Clan, Shi Yuan was naturally tasked with ensuring their safety, since Shi Yuan had consented to Bai Qingying's involvement. Once she had recovered, she had remained steadfastly by his side, contributing ideas that garnered their approval. That on one hand, Bai Qingying provided them with suggestions, while on the other, she harbored thoughts of escaping this place. After all, she was human. Rather than being trapped here, where danger lurked at every corner, it would be better to seize the opportunity to leave entirely. Surely, considering her contributions, Shi Yuan would not make things difficult for her. As the negotiation approached, Bai Qingying visibly grew more excited. Unbeknownst to her that Shi Yuan was observing her every move, night descended. Shi Yuan stood in the moonlight, deep in thought, utterly devoid of fatigue. Bai Qingying, unable to sleep, wandered outside and fortuitously spotted Shi Yuan, lost in contemplation. Assuming he was concerned about the negotiation, she prepared to approach when suddenly, a white pigeon plummeted from the sky. The pigeon, bloodied and screeching, caught their attention. Shi Yuan's crimson pupils darkened ominously as he picked up the pigeon, his voice chilling as if laced with ice. They're provoking the beast clan. What use is a negotiation devoid of respect? Bai Qingying grasped his arm, carefully cradling the pigeon in her hands. Hold on, let me tend to it first. Following Bai Qingying into a cave, Shi Yuan's tone softened as he observed her deftly bandaging the pigeon. Humans agree to negotiate, yet betray their promises by harming our messenger. He clearly held the beast clan in contempt. Sensing the bloodthirsty aura emanating from Shi Yuan, Bai Qingying set the pigeon down and urged him, since the emperor has consented to negotiations, you should first assess the situation. Perhaps he intends to provoke you deliberately, aiming to incite violence. Shi Yuan closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he reached a conclusion. She was correct. Any impulsive action now would provide humanity with an excuse, the repercussions of which could be dire. The day of negotiation swiftly arrived. Shun, accompanied by several fierce beasts in their animal forms, approached, only to find the emperor adopting a domineering stance, attributing all blame to the beast clan. Capturing humans has already shattered years of peace. Now, I have nothing further to say. Release the captives. Xinghuai, in tiger form, could no longer contain himself. His breaths growing heavy, Shi Yuan's crimson pupils darkened further, a sharp aura radiating from him. Bai Qingying, hidden in the shadows, sensed the escalating tension. It was clear that a disagreement could erupt into violence at any moment. Should a conflict ensue, her life would be forfeit. After much contemplation, it seemed unlikely that either clan would allow matters to deteriorate too severely. Perhaps it would be best for her to slip away first. With this thought in mind, Bai Qingying darted into the dense thicket, preparing to flee, just as she had run for some time. On the verge of emerging from the thicket, a towering figure suddenly appeared before her. Bai Qingying slammed to a halt, her eyes widening. Chapter 16. Shall we relieve ourselves together? The wolf-eared Mo Xiao appeared before her, and Bai Qingying had not anticipated encountering an acquaintance. Her face flushed slightly from the anxiety of her escape, while Mo Xiao regarded her sudden appearance with curiosity. And aren't you supposed to be negotiating with Shi Yuan? There are humans here. Don't you fear being captured for following him? Mo Xiao raised an eyebrow, then added, don't cause trouble for the beast clan. Bai Qingying wiped her nose, yet her other hand clutched her stomach. I suddenly have a bit of a stomach ache. Is it not permissible for me to relieve myself? Bai Qingying's complexion, already somewhat pale, appeared even more so under Mo Xiao's scrutiny, leading him to believe she truly was experiencing discomfort. Moreover, he recalled that she had been injured previously. Human females were indeed frail. However, today was a crucial day of negotiation, and he feared that any mishap could lead to disaster. Are you all right? Since there are humans here. To avoid any danger, I should accompany you, he offered selflessly, which left Bai Qingying somewhat displeased. How can that be? If someone follows me, how will I escape? No need, no need. I'm merely going to relieve myself. Besides, what business does a male have following me? Bai Qingying firmly declined, waving her hands before him. Yet today, Mo Xiao seemed particularly obstinate. On such an important day of negotiation, he was unwilling to allow any accidents to occur, especially with the human emperor present. It wasn't that he doubted Bai Qingying, but as humans, one could never fully trust the hearts of their kind. And I will accompany you. What if someone seizes the opportunity while you are outside and threatens Shi Yuan? Bai Qingying's temper flared at his words, interpreting them as a lack of trust. Hey, Mo Xiao, do you really want to accompany me to relieve myself? If that's the case, then by all means, come along. But I must warn you, I have a bit of an upset stomach, so there may be some peculiar odors. I hope you don't take offense. Recently, she had been experiencing particularly strong odors, and she had heard that those who relieved themselves together were akin to brothers facing life and death together. Mo Zhao's expression darkened. Hearing her utter such words already carried scent. However, as a woman, it certainly did not seem appropriate for her to be accompanied. Ahem, I would rather not. I fear the smell. Bai Qingying noticed that he had relaxed his guard, suddenly bending over, clutching her stomach, her brows tightly knit together. This sight alarmed Mo Zhao. What is wrong with you? She struggled to lift her head to look at Mo Zhao. Haven't I already told you? My stomach hurts. If it weren't for talking to you, I would have found the restroom ages ago. It's all your fault. What am I to do? I can hardly hold it in. And Mo Zhao observed that Bai Qingying did not seem to be fainting. He understood that experiencing diarrhea was quite distressing. Although he was puzzled, he could not bear to let her suffer alone with such discomfort. Then hurry and go. Quick, return swiftly, and remember not to speak to those humans. Bai Qingying nodded and dashed back in the direction she had come from. Meanwhile, Mo Zhao, who had finally regained his composure, stared in the direction she had departed. I remember the restroom is not in that direction. That is, it was the exit. Oh no, why did it only occur to me now? Mo Zhao lightly tapped her head in frustration, realizing that in her haste to attend to Bai Qingying, she had overlooked certain details. If Bai Qingying was indeed in distress due to a stomach ache and urgently needed to relieve herself, she would hardly have had the luxury of time to engage in such a lengthy conversation. It was clear that she was attempting to escape, but upon seeing him, she was forced to halt her retreat. Mo Zhao promptly turned to approach Shi Yuan, her expression anxious as she whispered something to him. Shi Yuan's pupils dilated sharply, his hand clenched into a fist on his thigh, the veins on his arms bulging, indicating the considerable effort he was exerting to maintain his composure in front of the human emperor. Shi Yuan's gaze probed Mo Zhao, who nodded affirmatively to confirm the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, after Bai Qingying had fled for a short distance, she was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted from running. Raising her hand to wipe the perspiration from her brow, she transitioned from a run to a brisk walk, yet she did not dawdle. Her steps hurried as she sought to leave the area. Just as she spotted the exit in the direction she had come from, her spirits lifted, but unexpectedly, humans appeared not far from her side. Startled, she quickly concealed herself within a tall thicket, grateful for her petite frame that allowed her to hide without detection. She dared not breathe. Fearing discovery by the humans, the dire consequence of being found out by Shi Yuan would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions, even if it did not result in her demise. As she pondered this, a shudder coursed through her body, the hairs on her arms standing on end. Initially, she intended to wait for the humans to leave before making her escape, but to her dismay, the group suddenly gathered in front of her to engage in conversation. A murderous intent flickered within her. How could they choose this moment to converse? The rustling leaves brushed against her ears, making her itch to scratch her body, yet she feared the sound would alert the humans. That's Shi Yuan. Today he must not be allowed to escape. Bai Qingying's attention was drawn to the humans' conversation. Shi Yuan? What were their intentions? What did they mean by not letting him leave? Her breath caught at her throat as she silently observed the gathering. Striving to glean more information, isn't he a mere snake? We have prepared an enhanced version of Realgar for him. I refuse to believe that a mere snake could withstand it, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, if this vile snake survives, our fallen brethren shall never rest in peace. I have long wished for his demise. Once Shi Yuan is dead, won't the orcs he brought be left to our siege? The humans erupted in raucous laughter, while Bai Qingying, hidden in the thicket, remained unervingly calm. The shocking words echoed in Bai Qingying's mind, inducing an inexplicable sense of heaviness in her chest. Once she regained her composure, she realized that the humans were plotting against Shi Yuan. Although she was uncertain whether or not the orc's body could withstand the Realgar, she understood that it was, after all, the natural enemy of the snake clan. A wave of despondency washed over her. She had initially believed that today's negotiations would merely see the humans act a bit arrogant. However, she now understood that their true intention was not to solidify the negotiations, but rather to seize this opportunity to eliminate Shi Yuan. While she too wished to escape Shi Yuan, upon reflection, she recognized that despite his seemingly fierce demeanor, he had not inflicted any tangible harm upon her during her time living there. In contrast, the cruelty she had witnessed from humans in the sunless forest left her feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. As the humans dispersed, Bai Qingying gazed at the exit for an extended period. Her heart torn between the allure of freedom and her conscience. No, although this snake may often appear cold, ruthless, selfish, and brutal, upon closer examination, he has treated me quite well. Chapter 17. The failed siege. Bai Qingying let out a heavy sigh, reluctantly departing from the thicket. Retracing her steps, she soon arrived back at the negotiation site, where Mo Xiao was in the midst of lodging complaints to Shi Yuan. Their conversation compelled Bai Qingying to interject. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom," she said weakly, raising her hand. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shi Yuan whipped around, his brow furrowing in confusion as he looked at Mo Xiao. "Didn't you say she had fled?" A cold, harsh voice broke the silence, and Mo Xiao appeared equally puzzled. He distinctly recalled seeing Bai Qingying running in the opposite direction. Could it be that she had a change of heart and decided that remaining with the Beast clan was more comfortable? It must be said that Mo Xiao was quite perceptive, though only partially correct. Bai Qingying had indeed experienced a change of heart, albeit under duress. She had feigned a stomach ailment, claiming she needed to relieve herself. Yet her chosen direction was anything but a retreat. The three exchanged glances, and Bai Qingying contemplated how to convey what she had overheard to Shi Yuan. Suddenly, an unusual commotion erupted outside, prompting Shi Yuan and Mo Xiao to exchange knowing looks. Their keen orc senses immediately recognized that the disturbance was not caused by ordinary movement. "Come here," Shi Yuan commanded, his expression serious, beckoning Bai Qingying to his side, which she did without hesitation. "I overheard the humans plotting against you while I was away," she began, urgency in her tone. "They mentioned preparing enhanced realgar. It seems their intentions for this negotiation were far from benign. We must be prepared." However, her revelation left the two men with perplexed expressions. Bai Qingying winked at them. "You don't believe me?" Mo Xiao remained steadfast in his suspicions. After all, the humans were treacherous, especially those as attractive as Bai Qingying, who could easily manipulate with a few feigned gestures. "You claim this is a human conspiracy. How can we trust you? You are one of them. What if you have been bribed to say this in order to provoke us into action?" Giving the emperor an excuse to strike first, Bai Qingying finally understood the frustration of speaking to the unyielding. She was on the verge of confronting the human emperor herself. "If I were conspiring with the humans, wouldn't today have been the perfect opportunity for me to escape while the emperor was present? Yet, I chose not to flee. Whether you believe me or not, they are already plotting your demise. How many of you are there? We must minimize our losses as we break through. Their target is Shi Yuan. We cannot allow him to fall into the emperor's hands." Her resolute words raised an eyebrow from Shi Yuan. Just as the commotion outside abruptly ceased, the emperor entered, flanked by several humans. A triumphant smile plastered across his face as he surveyed Shi Yuan and the others, who appeared as though they were already corpses. "Ah, Shi Yuan, it seems your end is near. I could show you mercy and allow you a few parting words." Shi Yuan's crimson-slit pupils narrowed dangerously, confirming Bai Qingying's earlier claims. "So, you are determined to forsake peace?" The emperor scoffed. "Peace? These beasts dare speak of peace with me." Having experienced the previous encounter in the sunless forest, Bai Qingying maintained her composure in this tense situation. She leaned in closer to Shi Yuan and whispered, "To capture the ringleader, since they intend to kill you, why not take him down first?" No sooner had she spoken than Shi Yuan lunged forward, his serpentine tail swiftly ensnaring the foremost human and flinging him aside. The targets locked in Shi Yuan's grasp had previously felt the sting of his tail, and as he aimed for the emperor, it seemed certain that the latter would soon meet his demise. However, at the last moment, a human drew a powerful crossbow from his cloak. Bai Qingying felt an ominous premonition as her gaze fell upon one of the humans, the weapon now aimed directly at Shi Yuan's heart. "Watch out, Shi Yuan!" Without time for further explanation, she kicked with all her might. Shi Yuan had lived long enough, his untouched rear end now met with a blow, his expression darkening in indignation as he realized that while he swayed to one side, a crossbow bolt flew past him. Had it not been for Bai Qingying's timely intervention, the bolt would have surely struck true, potentially wounding him fatally. Even if he survived, the orcs would be trampled by the humans in the chaos. "Humans, well done. Sean gritted his teeth in anger. His tail, thrashing as the humans, having missed their shot, became more cautious. The Emperor glared at Shi Yuan, astonished at this unexpected turn of events. The orcs were at a disadvantage against the humans' weaponry. Suffering heavy losses with many sustaining injuries, Sean and Scathe provided the orcs a moment to regroup, and Mo Shao led the retreat. Once they reached a safe location, Shi Yuan's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Bai Qingying. Thank goodness you alerted us in time. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Shao let out a heavy sigh of relief. Bai Qingying patted her chest and declared earnestly, "How could I possibly run away?" Mo Shao, in the future, refrain from speaking without thinking. What if someone loses their temper? She spoke without a hint of flush on her face or a tremor in her heart. Yet internally, she sighed in relief, believing that Shi Yuan would no longer suspect her. Mo Shao, however, remained unconvinced. Her intentions were unmistakably directed elsewhere. Yet considering her previous intervention, he decided to overlook her actions, though he could not deny that this woman possessed a certain allure. As calmness enveloped Shi Yuan, a chill radiated from him, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the earlier negotiations. The actions of the human race had torn apart the peace treaty, not only provoking them, but also clearly indicating a desire to sever ties completely, which would undoubtedly lead to numerous battles in the future, spilling countless blood. Although the orc tribe was known for their warlike nature, it did not imply that they wished for their kin to perish needlessly. Since the humans have already broken the pact, we need not show them any mercy, Shi Yuan declared, igniting a fervor among the orcs who were inspired by his words. Their eyes glowered with disdain towards the humans, their expressions seemingly conveying a determination to trample this place into the ground. Bai Qingying hesitated, pursing her lips. As a human, she certainly did not wish to witness the brutality of mutual slaughter. However, her gaze swept over the severely injured orcs, some struck by their crossbows, while others bore wounds inflicted by a toxic substance, their anguished cries echoing in her ears, plunging her into silence. After they had gathered themselves, they returned to the camp, where Ming observed everything from the shadows. It was only when Shi Yuan and Mo Shao retreated to another cave to discuss the day's events that he found the opportunity to approach Bai Qingying for a private conversation. Ming's appearance reminded her of the scenes from the setting sun forest, and coupled with the day's events, she suddenly realized that while they were of the same race, their hearts were not necessarily aligned. Chapter 18. Revealing vulnerabilities. Bai Qingying refused to even glance at him, walking past him without a word. Ming blocked her path. "I heard you went to negotiate with him today. Did I notice those orcs were injured? It must have been an unpleasant experience, right?" His words made Bai Qingying feel he was reveling in her misfortune. Prejudiced against the human emperor, she regarded Ming as no better than the rest. "Are you pleased that the orcs were hurt?" Ming was taken aback by her question. Unprepared for such a confrontation, "I know it all too well. Today's negotiations failed, and the humans are set to sever ties with the orcs. Shouldn't you, as a member of the human race, be concerned about us? Don't forget, you are also human. Assisting them is tantamount to aiding the oppressors. If your kind were to discover this, it would be utterly disgraceful." Bai Qingying could not suppress her cold laughter. "You two have enjoyed the conveniences brought by peace. How dare you utter such words? The humans wish to abandon peace, yet the emperor has never considered the plight of ordinary people. Once war breaks out, only the elite will benefit. What will happen to the common folk? You privileged few have grown accustomed to lives of ease, forgetting the hardships of the past. Humans view the commoners as slaves, drawing no distinction between them and these orcs. They're all ranked from high to L. It was somewhat inappropriate for such words to escape Bai Qingying's lips. Ming observed her golden pupils, indicating her status as an elite. Though he himself was not of the upper class, he understood their nature. How could the elite ever speak on behalf of the commoners, or even slaves? He scrutinized Bai Qingying's expression. "You are the upper class. The plight of the commoners and slaves does not concern you. That if we could eliminate these orcs, the humans would dominate, and you would regain your freedom. Free to go wherever you please. Surely, that is a favorable outcome. That is your perspective, not mine," Bai Qingying retorted, turning away without a glance, unaware that her words had piqued Ming's interest, reflecting on her statements and actions, which bore little resemblance to those of the upper class. He began to formulate a plan as he watched her retreating figure. Exhausted, Bai Qingying returned to the cave. Upon entering, she felt as if the world had turned upside down. When she opened her eyes, she found herself staring into the furious visage of Shi Yuan, whose gaze pierced through her like a serpent. "Where have you been?" he demanded sternly. "That I was slow. You know that." She replied, "Did you finish your conversation with Mo Xiao?" The mention of another male sparked a flicker of displeasure in Shi Yuan's eyes. His hands firmly grasped Bai Qingying's slender waist, his fingers pressing gently into her soft flesh. With their proximity, Shi Yuan's cold breath brushed against her face. What Mo Xiao said today is not entirely believable. How did you come to hear what the humans were discussing? Were you truly eavesdropping from the lavatory? Bai Qingying's heart sank. She realized that this cunning serpent was not so easily deceived, only to discover that he had been biding his time until their return to the camp to settle the score. In an instant, she lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Oh, you still not trust me? If I truly wished to escape, I could easily negotiate with the humans that I could even masquerade as one of them, lying in wait beside you and then strike or act as their informant, reporting your every move." After she finished speaking, Shi Yuan's expression remained unyielding. She took a deep breath. "All right, I confess. I happened upon them discussing this matter right after I left the lavatory. It was merely a coincidence. Do you believe me?" She gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes, initially expecting that such a flimsy excuse would be met with disbelief. To her astonishment, Shi Yuan replied, "I believe you." Bai Qingying was momentarily taken aback. "Really? If you believe me, then you might as well release me. That I knew that after spending these days together, we had forged some bond." She smiled, but her expression shifted abruptly as Shi Yuan's grip tightened around her neck. Startling her, hadn't he just claimed to believe her? Why was he resorting to such treachery? With just a little more pressure, he could easily snap her neck, his thumb grazing her skin, evoking both terror and a strange tingling sensation within her. It was a torment of a deadly nature. Shi Yuan increased his grip, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You humans are always adept at exploiting your innocence to garner trust or sympathy. You heard what the human emperor said today. You are one of them. How should I treat your kind? After all, you are the human envoy sent for a marriage alliance. Killing you would surely diminish the prestige of your race. How peculiar." Although his words were calm, they coalesced into a chilling wave that washed over her. She fully believed that Shi Yuan was capable of such an act, and panic began to stir within her. Bai Qingying grasped his wrist. "Killing me would serve no purpose. While I may be of the upper class, the human race does not lack for elites. Besides, I assisted you today. Even if I have no merits, I at least offer my efforts." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed, desperately squeezing out a few drops in an attempt to sway the cold-blooded creature before her. "It matters not. Your demise would surely bring joy to my kin." Bai Qingying felt her breath growing increasingly labored, gasping for air. Shi Yuan watched as her complexion shifted from pale to red, nearing a hue reminiscent of pig's liver. Suddenly, he released her, granting her a moment to breathe. Instinctively, she shielded her neck with her hands, the cave echoing with her coughs. When Bai Qingying looked up, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, she said, "Were you reflecting on how I kicked you earlier? It was not a matter of personal vendetta. Had I not acted, you would have perished. Had I witnessed the human aiming a weapon at you. And you saw for yourself that when I kicked you aside, the crossbow bolt was released immediately. Had I not noticed in time, you would have met your end before that emperor." Frustration welled within her. She had saved Shi Yuan's life, yet found herself questioned and nearly suffocated. Cold-blooded creatures were indeed devoid of warmth. Perhaps even their hearts were frozen. Shi Yuan's expression softened slightly. She had indeed saved his life. For the time being, he would spare her, though her future conduct would determine her fate. Seated upon the bed, Shi Yuan pondered how to address the impending human threat. Chapter 19. Hope for a whole corpse. Bai Qingying was not idle. Seizing the moment of Shi Yuan's calm, she approached him, her hands massaging his shoulders. She did not forget to flatter him. "Great leader, I am utterly loyal to you. You have seen for yourself that humans are no less brutal than the orc race. Even if I were to leave, I doubt I would fare any better. I have come to realize that you all have treated me quite well. I have no reason to depart. Moreover, you have witnessed my abilities. I can heal and even provide counsel when necessary. Surely, my presence is of value to you. Perhaps it was the pressure of her massage that rendered Shi Yuan exceedingly comfortable, allowing the rare relaxation of her crimson, slit-like pupils. You may, however, in the future, wherever you go and whatever you do, ensure that someone follows you. You must never escape my sight. Bai Qingying sought to secure further advantages for herself. Outside the cave, an orc entered to deliver a message. Commander, I have uncovered the individual you instructed me to investigate. Bai Qingying, who had previously been in a state of languor, instantly tensed up. Who are you investigating? It couldn't possibly be her, could it? It dawned on her that she was merely a scapegoat brought here in someone else's stead. Given this vile serpent's nature, if he were to discover her true identity as an impostor, he would certainly kill her in a fit of rage. Bai Qingying's face turned pale. No, no. This wretched snake could do anything. If she were to perish, the world would lose a truly innocent and kind soul. As soon as the messenger orc entered, Bai Qingying bolted out of the cave. Terrified, she completely overlooked Shi Yuan's astonished gaze behind her. Yet he made no move to pursue her, stating, Commander, I have obtained all the information you requested. The human female who is to marry has instead wed a slave with the same name. The orc recounted the truth in its entirety to Shi Yuan, who waved him away. Aside from the flicker of an unusual light in his red pupils, his expression remained unchanged, concealing his innermost thoughts. Once Bai Qingying left the cave, she had no time to ponder the situation. She arrived at a broad road outside the camp and fortuitously spotted a carriage. Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled inside. Hiding within the carriage, she was fearful that Shi Yuan would discover her true identity, leading those orcs to capture her and ultimately slay her. The mere thought sent her blood rushing in panic. When the carriage was suddenly opened, Bai Qingying trembled in fear, her wide eyes staring blankly at the man before her. As her gaze drifted downward, she noticed a fox's tail protruding, revealing that it was a fox beast. You came from the direction of the camp. What troubles you? You appear quite frightened. The fox beast's voice was gentle, its fox-like eyes gazing at Bai Qingying with an allure that was hard to resist. In ordinary circumstances, she would have admired it, but at that moment, her fear of being found by Shi Yuan took precedence. Someone wants to kill me. Could you allow me to stay here for a while? Or you could take me away. I beg you. Her voice trembled, her lips pouting in fear, her little face scrunched up in distress. The fox beast chuckled softly. Do not be afraid. I shall not let anyone harm you. Please wait here while I check for any pursuers. Bai Qingying nodded gratefully, realizing that there were still benevolent beasts in this world. She was utterly terrified. After all, she had witnessed Shi Yuan's ruthless nature firsthand. If his madness compelled him to kill her, she would certainly not survive to return home. Yet unbeknownst to her, the fox beast did not leave. Instead, it remained by the carriage, whispering to the orcs nearby to summon the commander. The wait was excruciating. When the carriage was opened again, Bai Qingying looked up, expecting it to be the fox beast returning with news. Instead, she gasped in shock and instinctively recoiled, for in Shi Yuan's crimson pupils, she could see her own panicked reflection. Wretched snake? No, it's Commander Shi Yuan. Bai Qingying's mind went blank as Shi Yuan cast a brief glance at her, effortlessly lifting her from the carriage as one would a small chick. She obediently stood beside him, though her complexion was wan, and her posture slouched, as if she had already foreseen her demise. If you intend to kill me, could you at least spare me a complete corpse? I cannot bear the thought of arriving in hell in pieces, she muttered dejectedly. Lowering her head, Shi Yuan's lips twitched as he grasped her chin and tilted her face upward, compelling her to meet his gaze. When did I ever say I would kill you? She pouted in a manner that was almost adorable. But you already know, don't you? I'm just a fake that I told you from the start. So are you going to kill me now to feel better? The more pitiful she appeared, the more Shi Yuan felt an urge to torment her. Then tell me, how would you prefer to die? With a loud wail, she broke down into tears like a child. I'm still so young. I haven't even had the chance to experience love properly. I do not wish to die. Will I ever get to see my parents again in this life? She had never seen a female cry so dramatically before. Though Shi Yuan frowned, his tone softened considerably. Enough crying. I will not kill you. The abrupt cessation of his voice made her gaze up at him with tear-filled eyes, Why would I kill you? If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be you for abruptly running away. That was entirely unnecessary. Thus, it turned out that her worries were unfounded, and he was not all concerned. Bai Qingying couldn't help but curse internally. Why not say so earlier? This snake has a mouth, doesn't he? With so many teeth, surely he can speak. Has the poison numbed his nerves? She rubbed her fingers together, her expression filled with grievance as she addressed him. So, you're not going to kill me. You're not angry, and you no longer wish to kill me, right? Will you allow me to move freely within the beast tribe? After hearing her lengthy monologue, Shi Yuan appeared to grasp a new understanding. You believe that I am furious upon discovering your identity as an imposter, thus wishing to kill you? She nodded. Isn't that the case? In reality, there was no need for you to flee. After all, this is my territory. Wherever you go, as long as there are orcs around, I will always know. Bai Qingying felt as if her throat had been constricted, rendering her extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan lowered his gaze, his thumb caressing her soft lips, his eyes lacking their usual coldness, instead revealing a hint of allure. I do not care who the female I marry is. In my eyes, all human females are the same, merely vessels for reproduction. His nonchalant words shattered Bai Qingying's remaining concerns. Why did you not say this sooner? If you had, I wouldn't have been so anxious and filled with wild imaginings. Chapter 20. Returning to my old profession, Shi Yuan withdrew his hand. Realizing it was not too late to cease her unfounded worries, Bai Qingying nodded, nearly losing her life in the process. Without further ado, Shi Yuan seized her wrist and led her back to the camp. Bai Qingying was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and by the time she regained her senses, they had arrived at a cave she had never visited before. A fragrant herbal scent wafted through the air as Shi Yuan guided her inside. Upon entering, Bai Qingying noticed that everything within was pristine, showing no signs of prior use. Why have you brought me here? He released her hand, stating, You wish to be a veterinarian, did you not? This shall be your clinic from now on. After speaking, Shi Yuan cast a lofty glance at her, casually picking up a medicinal herb to toy with between his fingers. If any beast tribe member is injured or ill, you shall be responsible for their treatment. Shi Yuan recognized that Bai Qingying might not fully accept her new role just yet, but since she was now his, he would not easily let her go. The clinic was a decision he made after careful consideration. Having witnessed Bai Qingying's medical skills firsthand that prevent her from wanting to leave, he needed to provide her with something to anchor her. Upon hearing that this clinic had been specially constructed for her by Shi Yuan, Bai Qingying's face lit up with surprise. For me? She surveyed the cave, noting that it was stocked with all the necessary bandaging tools. To her astonishment, not only had she saved her life, but she had also gained a clinic, which meant she would no longer have to face Shi Yuan's foul expression every day. Bai Qingying suddenly mustered the courage to speak her mind, her face betraying her thoughts as she faced such a complex individual. The laughter in her eyes revealed her intentions as she said, Since you have allowed me to stay here to treat them, does that mean I should also receive some benefits? Shi Yuan did not dismiss her suggestion, following her lead. What do you desire? With a bashful smile, she slowly extended her hands toward him. I don't want much. Just a little money each month will suffice. Think about it. I earn this money through my own efforts. And there's a market here. Wouldn't it be better to spend my own money on things I wish to buy? Asking for a little money was a reasonable request, wasn't it? Suddenly, Shi Yuan leaned closer, his forked tongue brushing against Bai Qingying's cheek with an icy touch, snapping her back to reality. His crimson eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light. All veterinarians, including you, serve the beast tribe without compensation. You should feel honored. He patted her shoulder before swiftly vanishing from the cave. Bai Qingying blinked, her embarrassment transforming into anger as she jumped up and down in frustration. You greedy leech, even vampires can't match your thirst. Shi Yuan, of course, had more than enough funds to provide for her. He simply did not wish to. How could a commander of such a vast beast tribe lack resources? However, soon her head drooped down. Never mind. It seems that the money of the beast tribe is of little use. It would be more practical to barter goods. Just as she was still seething with indignation at Shi Yuan's stinginess, an orc appeared at the cave entrance. He entered barefoot, his lower body wrapped in a piece of beast hide. As he stepped inside, he glanced around with a hint of shyness on his face. And it wasn't until he saw Bai Qingying that he cautiously inquired, "Are you the new healer?" Now in her element, she warmly began to attend to her first orc patient at I am. What seems to be the trouble? The orc before her was a relatively young male, yet he appeared overly bashful, even in the presence of Bai Qingying. "I have a wound on my back. It was from a fall while hunting, and I got cut by a rock." She moved to his back and was confronted by a gruesome sight, a wound that was alarming. Although the blood seemed to have begun to clot, the exposed flesh was still horrifying. "Fortunately, it's just an external injury. Please wait a moment. I will fetch some herbs to apply." She placed the necessary herbs into a stone mortar and pounded them with a pestle. Then, she carefully applied the crushed herbs to his back. The sensation of the herbs caused the orc to involuntarily shift his body. "Stay still. I'm sorry, it's a bit stinging. I couldn't help it," he remarked. "By the way, you must be the chieftain's wife, right?" The chieftain has already started mobilizing the troops. I wonder when they will begin to attack the humans. She concentrated on applying the herbal remedy and did not fully heed the orc's words. "All right, remember not to let the wound on your back come into contact with water after you return home, or it could easily become infected. Come back in 3 days for a change of herbs." The orc nodded and departed from the clinic. For the rest of the day, orcs continued to visit her for treatment, keeping her exceedingly busy and allowing her to rediscover her previous sense of purpose. As twilight descended, the light within the clinic dimmed. Sitting on a stone bench, Bai Qingying tidied her utensils when a delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing her stomach to rumble audibly. Puzzled, she noticed a flatbread had appeared on the table. Upon looking up, she met the gaze of the fox beast from earlier and quickly realized that he had brought it to Shi Yuan. Seeing her distressed expression, assumed she was unwell. "What's wrong?" "It's late, and there are no more orcs coming for treatment. And you haven't eaten anything, have you?" He pushed the flatbread toward her, but Bai Qingying waved her hand dismissively, shoving it away. "Take it away." Her tone was brusque, and Shi Yuan could easily discern her anger. Embarrassed, Shi Yuan knew that Bai Qingying was still resentful about the earlier incident. Yet, given that she was Shi Yuan's woman and had fled in haste, he could only apologize. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you earlier." Bai Qingying certainly harbored disdain for him. Although Shi Yuan had not treated her poorly, this fox beast had indeed betrayed her trust. No one would appreciate treachery. "You should leave quickly. I have nothing to discuss with you. This is a clinic, and if you have no ailments, then kindly depart." Bai Qingying issued an eviction order and turned back to her tasks. The warmth of the flatbread still lingered in Shi Yuan's hands. He knew she had become a healer specifically to deliver an apology. However, he had not anticipated that she would be far angrier than he had imagined. "I didn't intend to deceive you. I know you are the chieftain's woman. Although I don't understand what transpired between you and the chieftain, I cannot let you come hard. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I am guilty. You can hit or scold me if you wish. But think about it. Had you not encountered me today, but instead met someone else, they might have treated you as one of those cruel humans, and your fate would undoubtedly have been dire." Chapter 21. A gathering of disturbance. Bai Qingying turned coldly to glare at him. "Have you finished speaking? If so, leave swiftly, and take your flatbread with you." The anger within her was not easily quelled. Just as Shi Yuan was about to respond, his fox ears perked up, and his keen eyes darted toward the cave entrance. Bai Ning stormed into the clinic, exuding an aggressive aura, clearly aware that Bai Qingying was present. Upon seeing Shi Yuan beside her, she pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Qingying and berated, "Oh, you shameless woman! I thought you would remain dutifully by Shi Yuan's side. Yet here you are, unable to withstand the solitude, and seeking to entice other males so soon." Bai Ning's eyes gleamed with envy and delight. If Shi Yuan discovered that Bai Qingying was such a person, he would surely cast her aside. At that point, Shi Yuan would recognize her worth and disdain Bai Qingying, allowing Bai Ning a chance to become Shi Yuan's woman. The mere thought of it made her feel as though it were about to come to fruition. "Which eye of yours saw me, being shameless? Are you referring to this fox beast?" Shi Yuan rubbed his nose, feeling unjustly accused. Otherwise, why would a female be alone with a male in this clinic? "I see now. You must think that Shi Yuan won't come here to check on you daily. So this place has become your rendezvous for seducing other men, then am I correct? You feel guilty, hence your reluctance to speak to me," Bai Ning proclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at Bai Qingying. This white snake, though beautiful, was exceedingly foolish. Bai Qingying surveyed her with a mocking gaze, lingering on Bai Ning's face. Suddenly, she expressed her astonishment. Oh my, with such a lovely face, you shouldn't be so angry all the time. It will age you. Did you know that? Females tend to develop wrinkles as they grow older, especially when they frown. It accelerates the appearance of those lines. If you continually come here to vent your frustrations, you'll end up as an old snake. When that time comes, not only Shi Yuan, but even all the males of the beast tribe will likely find you undesirable and unworthy of their attention. I don't recall ever hearing a female in the beast tribe who ended up alone for life. Bai Qingying turned to Qi, winking at him, but he quickly grasped the implication and gazed disdainfully at Bai Ning. Don't even talk about the future. I think she already looks aged now. I certainly wouldn't want someone like her. Bai Ning's face turned pale as she covered her cheeks with her hands. Her beauty was her proudest achievement. And if Bai Qingying's words held any truth, Shi Yuan would surely reject her. Before leaving, Bai Ning shot a fierce glare at Bai Qingying. You just wait. Once the bothersome presence departed, Bai Qingying crossed her arms, coldly regarding Qi. You should leave too. I cooperated with you quite well earlier. Surely that counts for something? Bai Qingying ignored him and strode toward the cave entrance, with Qi following closely behind. He chattered incessantly, creating a cacophony that tested her patience. Stopping in her tracks, she dug into her ears, casting an irritated glance at him. Will you ever be quiet? It's dark now, if you don't leave. I still need to go back for dinner. Qi stood frozen, watching her depart, clutching the flat bread tightly. In the following days, he continued to visit her, and finally, on one occasion, she could no longer contain her emotions and erupted. With a loud slap, she tossed the wildflowers he had picked for her onto the ground and stomped on them. I still have to treat them. You persist in bringing me flowers and making noise. Are you trying to harm me or them? Qi shook his head helplessly. That's not my intention. Are you still angry? She placed her hands on her hips, looking at him with exasperation. That if you don't leave now, I will inform Shi Yuan that a male is constantly harassing me. Let's see how he deals with you. At the mention of Shi Yuan, Qi expression finally shifted. No. Please don't tell him. I'm leaving right now. Then I'll await your visit when I'm not busy. He dashed away. Bai Qingying couldn't help but chuckle as she glanced at the crushed flowers on the ground. Had she known invoking Shi Yuan's name would be so effective, she would have saved herself the trouble of enduring his incessant chatter. Bending down to pick up the flowers, intending to discard them outside, she was taken aback to find a gathering of orcs amassed outside, all glaring at her with hostile intent. That's her. She's human. The human emperor refuses to seek peace and has harmed so many of our kin. Why should this human be allowed to remain here? Drive her away. She does not deserve to stay. The abrupt turn of events caused her to furrow her brows in distress. Yet from their words, she discerned that the discord stemmed from the inability of the human and beast races to reach an agreement, exacerbated by the inconsistency of the human emperor who harbored intentions to harm Shun. Thus, their pent-up grievances erupted, as the sole human among them. She became the target of their ire. Everyone, please remain calm. Let's converse in a composed manner. I understand the resentment you harbor towards the human race. However, expelling me will not resolve the matter at hand. Upon hearing her words, the orcs grew even more agitated, some gripping their weapons, seemingly poised to harm Bai Qingying. Ever since she arrived, our clan has known no peace. She is still a member of the human elite. I believe her heart is darker than poison. Witnessing the chaos unfold, she felt a torrent of pent-up frustration. How could she not be enraged? After all her time at the clinic, tending to the injured and ill orcs, they chose to disregard all her past kindness for a single incident, fixating only on the transgressions of humanity that they unjustly attributed to her. Enough! Silence! Her voice resonated with authority, gradually calming the throng of beasts, all eyes turning to Bai Qingying. This juncture, what more is there to say? Are you unaware of humanity's actions? Though we are fierce creatures, we have never sought to shatter the peace. You are aware of the many orcs injured in the forest. One orc bellowed at Bai Qingying, who could not help but smirk coldly. If you wish to dissect this matter so thoroughly. Very well. Let's not speak of the future, but rather of the present. I've spent numerous days in this clinic, healing countless orcs. Your ingratitude is astounding. Had I known you were such a pack of ingrates, I would have refrained from offering my assistance. Those herbs were gathered by my own hands, ground and applied to your wounds. Do you think I desired to do so? I would rather the clinic cease to exist, so that there would be no sick or injured orcs to tend to. Her gaze swept across the orcs, noting that many among them were those she had once healed. She pointed to a tiger beast in the front row. When you were attacked by humans in the Sunless Forest, was it not I who saved you? Your leg was nearly shattered, and I was the one who set your bones. And you, bird beast, your wings were injured, rendering you unable to fly. Was it not my painstaking efforts that restored your wings? Otherwise, you would now be a mere ground dweller. Many of you orcs have been under my care. If you believe me to be a villain, why do you still seek my healing? Are you not afraid of my potential malice? Her words struck deeply, and the orcs fell silent. I could see that moment. Shi Yuan dispatched a beast to escort the instigators away for punishment. The incident concluded without further escalation. Yet Bai Qingying felt an unsettling sensation linger within her that a female wolf beast stood before Bai Qingying. Her steadfast gaze fixed upon her. I believe in you. How could the leader's partner be such a human? Dr. Bai, I experienced some stomach trouble this morning. Could you still treat me? Bai Qingying regarded her, nodding as she led her into the clinic. Those wishing to be treated, please form a line. Instantly, a long queue formed before the clinic, the leading female orc stepping inside. Bai Qingying set aside her grievances. Employing her exceptional medical skills to heal many orcs, they began to recognize the genuine compassion within her, and through her healing, she managed to win their respect. In the afternoon, Bai Qingying found a rare moment of respite. Qi Qing, unaware of the morning's events, strolled into the clinic and approached her. Good afternoon. Everything was fine until I spotted that troublesome spirit. Bai Qingying retorted, her frustration evident as she ground herbs with renewed vigor, as if taking out her irritation on Qi Qing. Wait, I merely came to see how you were, Qi Qing exclaimed, flexing his biceps. But Bai Qingying's disinterest was palpable. In this place, most orcs possessed muscles, and differences in size and color were inconsequential to her. She had seen enough to be unfazed. Shi Yuan entered the scene, holding a stone plate laden with steaming roasted meat that he eyed the pair. Perceiving Bai Qingying as engaged in flirtation with another male, the veins on the back of his hand bulged with tension. How could this ungrateful woman, after only a few days, dare to smile so merrily with another male while he was occupied? Bai Qingying felt a chill run down her spine, her gaze drawn to Shi Yuan, who had approached the clinic, his countenance dark, that he pushed past Qi Qing, who, puzzled by the rudeness, swallowed his words upon recognizing Shi Yuan. Leader, Qi Qing's bravado diminished in an instant as Shi Yuan's cold, piercing gaze swept across the clinic, and the atmosphere grew tense, as no one dared to breathe audibly. Leave if you have no ailments. His tone brooked no argument, prompting Qi Qing to discreetly glance at Bai Qingying before making his exit. Bai Qingying, enticed by the aroma of roasted meat, brightened at the sight, believing Shi Yuan had shown some semblance of kindness in offering her food. Is this for me? Just as I was feeling hungry, she reached out to take the stone plate, but Shi Yuan handed the roasted meat to a nearby female orc instead. The female orc, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, sensed Shi Yuan's lack of anger and felt a mix of surprise and delight. You must eat to regain your strength, Shi Yuan said nonchalantly, further inciting Bai Qingying's ire. I thought you disliked roasted meat. If you enjoy it, I shall prepare more next time. Prepare what, exactly? To present food to another female in front of me. I cannot fathom what has gone awry with this insufferable snake. Thank you. But know that I fear this roasted meat may be poisoned. Bai Qingying stormed out of the clinic, leaving the female orc staring down at the meat in silence. The Shi Yuan's expression darkened. Had he perhaps been too indulgent, allowing her to leave without so much as a word? Not long after Bai Qingying reached the cave entrance, she was called back. Qingying. Turning, she saw Aunt Yu behind her, exuding an aura of tranquility that calmed her own tumultuous heart. Aunt Yu approached, gently taking Bai Qingying's hand. Shall we take a walk? As they strolled along the path, Bai Qingying's mood was as heavy as lead. Despite Aunt Yu's patient demeanor, I know of a girl who was originally meant to marry in your stead. This revelation jolted Bai Qingying from her reverie, her mouth agape, yet unable to articulate a response. Aunt Yu smiled kindly, patting her hand. Do not overthink it. We orcs do not place as much weight on status as you humans do. My son, I am well aware, is not a bad person. He merely appears somewhat aloof and struggles to express himself. I am genuinely pleased that you have come to marry him. All I wish is for you to cherish your time together. And if you could bear children soon, that would fulfill my heart's desire. Oh, you not blame me. Bai Qingying felt a flutter of anxiety, as if she were the only one deeply concerned about this matter. Foolish child, why would I blame you? You are so kind, so gentle, and possess the gift of healing. I could not ask for a better daughter-in-law. Aunt Yu smiled, having sensed Bai Qingying's earlier agitation upon her departure. She sought to offer comfort and guidance. Return to the clinic now. I know you worry for your patients. Bai Qingying did not resist. I shall take my leave then. Please take care of yourself. Upon returning to the clinic, she channeled her anger into her work, treating the orcs. Shi Yuan remained engaged in discussions regarding battle strategies with his subordinates until late into the night, utterly fatigued yet compelled to visit the clinic to see Bai Qingying. Bai Qingying had already heard his footsteps at the cave entrance, though she did not raise her gaze, as a suspicion brewed within her. After a long day, what do you wish to eat? Shi Yuan's voice emerged from above her, and as she looked up, she met his crimson-slit pupils, which mirrored her own gaze. He seemed wearier than usual, devoid of his usual aloofness. Her heart stirred. She understood that Shi Yuan's absence was due to the urgent matters of war. Shi Yuan, I am human, and you are the leader of the beast race. Our paths diverged. I am aware that Bai Ning harbors feelings for you, and you are far more suited to one another. Your offspring would inherit your lineage. She left behind only those words before hastily running out. That Shi Yuan's mood had been relatively pleasant, but upon hearing her push him towards other women, his dissatisfaction grew even more. Before he could explode in anger, Bai Ning came rushing into the clinic, crying, Shi Yuan Gidge, it's terrible. Aunt Yu has fainted. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, Bai Ning threw herself at him, but he resisted her touch with his hand. What happened? It was Bai Qingying. It must have been her. She sobbed pitifully, looking at Shi Yuan and placing the entire blame on Bai Qingying. Someone saw Aunt Yu with Bai Qingying today. We don't know what they discussed. But when Aunt Yu returned, she fainted. Bai Ning did not conceal her loathing for Bai Qingying, insisting that she must have said something to provoke Aunt Yu, whose health was already fragile. Shi Yuan, feeling increasingly agitated, ignored Bai Ning and headed straight for Aunt Yu's quarters. It was only when Bai Ning regained her senses that she hurriedly chased after him. Aunt Yu lay on the stone bed, her brow furrowed, lips pale, and hands cold. Go fetch Bai Qingying for me, Shi Yuan commanded coldly, his eyes filled with concern as he took Aunt Yu's hand, fearing for her well-being. Bai Qingying, meanwhile, had yet to comprehend the situation when she was abruptly taken away by the beastmen. She had no time to ask questions before being brought before Shi Yuan. Upon seeing her, an icy atmosphere enveloped the cave. This time, he grasped Bai Qingying's shoulder tightly and demanded, What have you done to my mother? Bai Qingying's eyes widened in shock as she glanced at Aunt Yu on the stone bed, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. What do you mean? Are you also going to repay kindness with malice? Shi Yuan felt a flicker of hesitation within himself. After all, her efforts at the clinic over the past few days were not without merit. He did not want to believe that Bai Qingying would harm his mother. Someone saw you with my mother today, and she fainted shortly after. The last person she met was you. Who else could it have been? This accusation ignited a fire within her. She broke free from Shi Yuan's grip and retorted with a self-deprecating smile. So in your eyes, I am that despicable. I saved your mother, and now you think I wish to harm her. Pray tell, what do I stand to gain from this for the first time? Shi Yuan fell silent. Whether or not it was you, you still bear some responsibility. You are the leader of the Beast clan, and I thought you would refrain from unfounded accusations until the truth was revealed. It seems I was mistaken, and perhaps I have overthought. You truly believe I am that sort of person. Then why do you still allow me to remain here? Shi Yuan's eyes flashed with anger as he glared at Bai Qingying. Seeing the stubbornness etched on her face only fueled his rage further. The cave reverberated with their heated exchange, Shi Yuan's voice rising as the veins on his forehead throbbed with fury. If you wish to leave, then leave at once. No one will stop you. Bai Qingying bit her lip, her eyes reddening, caught between indignation and the weight of false accusations. Aunt Yu is the most important person to Shi Yuan Gidge. How dare you lay a hand on her? Are you courting death? Bai Ning's words brought Bai Qingying back to her senses somewhat. She could argue with Shi Yuan at any time, but now was a matter of life and death. Enough, I will leave, but not now. Bai Qingying disregarded the others and approached Aunt Yu, retrieving her silver needles to perform acupuncture after sterilizing them with fire. After completing the procedure, Aunt Yu's expression relaxed significantly. I have done what I needed to do. However, Shi Yuan, I cannot discern whether someone is deliberately sowing discord or if there are other reasons at play, but I hope you do not allow yourself to be manipulated. With that, Bai Qingying turned to leave, casting a glare at Bai Ning, who flinched at the intensity of her gaze. Shi Yuan summoned other beast doctors to examine Aunt Yu, and the results were all favorable. Once he calmed down, he realized that his earlier words had been somewhat harsh. His concern for his mother had caused him to lose his composure. Bai Ning. Hearing her name called by Shi Yuan, Bai Ning's heart leaped with joy. Recognize your place. From now on, know what should and should not be done. You need not be reminded by me. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over Bai Ning. She stared at Shi Yuan in disbelief. Such heavy words had never before crossed his lips. When had Shi Yuan's attitude towards her become so distant? Was it due to Bai Qingying? All blame fell upon her. If it were not for this human, captivating Shi Yuan's attention, he would surely still see her. Bai Ning bit her lip in frustration. I understand. I only had Aunt Yu and Shi Yuan Gij's best interests at heart. Then please, Shi Yuan Gij, take good care of Aunt Yu. As Bai Ning exited the cave, her frail demeanor vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with malice. Not long after she left, a shadow loomed in front of her. As night deepened, signs of consciousness returned to Aunt Yu. She opened her eyes to see Shi Yuan's face. Where is Qingying? Shi Yuan's expression was complex as he helped Aunt Yu sit up. She is gone. Who says I have left? Bai Qingying appeared at the cave entrance, a bowl of medicinal soup in her hands, some snow clinging to her shoulders. Shi Yuan was taken aback. He had thought her departure was resolute after her earlier outburst. Feeling a sense of unreality, he accepted the soup from Bai Qingying, who insisted, I am not an ingrate. In such a critical moment, how could I abandon Aunt Yu? Please feed her the medicine. Bai Qingying clasped her hands behind her back. Her fingers intertwined, feigning nonchalance as she surveyed the cave. In truth, when she had left earlier, she had no intention of abandoning them. She had gone to prepare medicine for Aunt Yu. Given the current tension between humans and beasts, where else could she go? The human clan would certainly not welcome her. Shi Yuan fed Aunt Yu the medicine, his expression softening as he perceived Bai Qingying's true intentions, but chose not to address them. After administering the medicine, Bai Qingying conducted another examination of Aunt Yu, and this time her condition appeared to stabilize. However, due to Aunt Yu's relapse, Bai Qingying had to pause her work at the clinic to focus solely on her care. She dedicated time to create a specific formula tailored to Aunt Yu's ailment. When she returned with the concoction, an unexpected guest awaited her. Aunt Yu, this is the renowned healer of the monkey clan, Luo Chuan. His medical skills far surpass mine. With him treating you, your condition will surely improve. Dressed in human attire, Luo Chuan exuded an air of mystique. Bai Qingying entered. Aunt Yu, I have prepared today's medicine. Her arrival interrupted Bai Ning and Luo Chuan's conversation, and they turned to face her. Chapter 24, Healer Luo Chuan. Qingying has arrived. Luo, this is my son Shi Yuan's wife, Bai Qingying. Upon hearing Aunt Yu introduced Bai Qingying, Bai Ning's disdain for her deepened. Luo Chuan nodded slightly towards Bai Qingying, but furrowed his brow at the bowl of medicine in her hands. After Bai Qingying fed Aunt Yu the medicine, she lay down to rest. Just a few steps away from the cave, Luo Chuan called out to her, Miss Bai, please wait. Turning around, she looked at him with confusion. He was associated with Bai Ning, and she held no favorable impression of him. What is it, healer? Luo Chuan approached her, casting a glance at the empty bowl she held. I just caught a whiff of that medicine. Administering it to Aunt Yu might not be appropriate. Bai Qingying instantly understood. He was eager to assert his identity as a healer. Having practiced veterinary medicine for many years, her skills were well established, while her hunting abilities might not rival those of the beastmen. In terms of medicine, she doubted anyone here could surpass her. What is inappropriate about it? Bai Qingying had no desire to engage in a dispute, yet if he could not provide a valid reason. His title as a healer seemed dubious. Luo Chuan smiled lightly and elaborated. Aunt Yu's body is severely compromised. Most of the herbs you used are toxic. Over time, toxins will accumulate in her body, worsening her condition. Therefore, I believe a conservative approach to treatment is warranted. Since you are aware of Aunt Yu's serious condition, yesterday's fainting was a sudden symptom. If we do not act quickly, she may not see the light of tomorrow. Her illness is already severe. Without medication, it is a dead end. And yet, you suggest using mild medications. Do you not know that acute illnesses cannot be delayed? Bai Qingying pressed on, her eyes locked onto Luo Chuan's. Do you, as a healer, wish to see Aunt Yu slowly succumb to death amidst suffering? Bai Ning, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected Bai Qingying, do you think just because you possess some medical knowledge, you are significant? Bai Ning let out a cold snort, declaring that this was none other than the renowned divine physician Luo Chuan of the Yinzu tribe. Such inconspicuous medical skills were utterly insignificant in the presence of a master healer, rendering one unworthy even to hold his shoes. Bai Qingying, already brimming with indignation, immediately engaged in a heated argument with them. Bai Qingying and Bai Ning argued vehemently. Luo Chuan interjected occasionally with his insights. Amidst the tense standoff, Shi Yuan received word and hurried over. From a distance, he could hear their quarrel, and Bai Ning was the first to spot him, eagerly advancing to greet Shi Yuan. Brother Shi Yuan, your timing is impeccable. Upon hearing that Shi Yuan had arrived, Bai Qingying's expression soured instantly. She crossed her arms in displeasure, snorting disdainfully and turning her back on Luo Chuan. Shi Yuan's probing gaze fell upon Bai Qingying, and upon noticing her deliberate avoidance, his countenance darkened. His presence caused Luo Chuan to temper his demeanor slightly. What is happening here? Bai Ning enthusiastically introduced. This is Luo Chuan, the divine physician of the Yinzu tribe, whose medical skills are extraordinary. I went to great lengths to invite him to treat Aunt Yu. At the mention of the esteemed physician, Shi Yuan's face displayed a rare respect. The visit from a divine physician was indeed an honor. Bai Ning felt a sense of pride, believing that Shi Yuan would appreciate her efforts, and with Luo Chuan present, Bai Qingying would have little room to act defiantly. Brother Shi Yuan, you wouldn't believe the audacity of Bai Qingying. She dared to argue with the divine physician. While he was treating patients, she was likely off playing in the mud. I suggest we allow the divine physician to handle Aunt Yu's illness. His expertise will provide superior treatment, while some individuals should stick to treating minor ailments for the beastmen. Bai Qingying glared at the trio, feeling incensed. While she might lack in other areas, her medical skills were the result of her diligent study. How could they trample on her hard work? If you believe the divine physician's skills surpass mine, then let someone else take this task. Don't say I didn't warn you. If something goes awry, don't come looking for me. Feeling disrespected, she resolved to withdraw from the situation, her previous good deeds overshadowed by their disdain. Brother Shi Yuan, did you hear? She even cursed Aunt Yu. Perhaps we should just let her go. Enough. Shi Yuan's voice rang out sharply. Though the divine physician was highly skilled, he was well aware of Bai Qingying's capabilities. Had it not been for her intervention, Aunt Yu's condition would not have stabilized so swiftly. As a divine physician, Luo Chuan deserved to be treated with the proper respect. Luo Chuan, you shall remain here, and you can collaborate with me on treating my mother's illness. Bai Qingying instantly erupted in fury. No, I will handle my own patients. Either I take responsibility, or I withdraw and allow him to treat her. Since he is a divine physician, I wish to witness his prowess myself. Standing in the snow, flakes occasionally landing on his shoulders, Shi Yuan appeared equal to Luo Chuan, clad in white. However, his brow was furrowed, and an aura of cold intensity surrounded him. He had not anticipated Bai Qingying's unwillingness to relent, nor her questioning of Luo Chuan. Bai Qingying, you're a veterinarian for the beastmen that I, however, am the leader of the beastmen. My words leave no room for contradiction. The atmosphere grew tense and rigid, just as Qi Qing happened to pass by and overheard the commotion. Shi Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Bai Qingying, his crimson vertical pupils piercing into hers, making her involuntarily shiver. Must I remain silent? Can I not refuse? I quit. Shi Yuan's expression darkened as he prepared to step forward. But Qi Qing suddenly intervened. Realizing the tense atmosphere, he swiftly grasped Bai Qingying's hand and led her away. Once in a secluded area, Bai Qingying freed her hand from his grip. Qi Qing appeared exasperated. He had clearly sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Shi Yuan. Had he not intervened to take Bai Qingying away, who knew what that formidable figure would have done to her? I overheard your conversation. I'm somewhat familiar with this divine physician. His status is exalted, and even a leader must show deference. Why openly contradicting them? Not only did you offend the divine physician, but you also put the leader in a difficult position. As his wife, your words will inevitably be interpreted as his sentiments. Oh what? If he trusts that divine physician's skills, then he should not rely on me to treat you. What divine physician? He seems more like a charlatan to me. Chapter 25. Shi Yuan becomes angry and wants to mark startled. Qi Qing quickly covered her mouth. You mustn't speak such things. If someone hears you, they will think you disrespect the divine physician. Noticing Qi Qing's anxious demeanor, it was evident that Luo Chuan held significant status among the beastmen. Furthermore, do you not find it odd? Bai Ning has always been at odds with you. Knowing that you are treating you, she suddenly brings in the divine physician. This situation seems far from simple. You ought to exercise caution. Though Qi Qing had not known Bai Qingying long, if he had to choose between her and Bai Ning, he would unhesitatingly choose Bai Qingying. I have done all I can. What happens next is of no concern to me. I am merely compelled by circumstance. Despite her words, she would remain vigilant in the coming days, seeking to uncover any collusion between the divine physician and Bai Ning. After preparing a medicinal broth, Bai Qingying entered to find Bai Ning already there. Bai Ning was speaking with Yu, and upon hearing footsteps, she abruptly turned to see Bai Qingying. Instantly, her expression soured. What are you doing here? Didn't you say yesterday that you were quitting? Ignoring Bai Ning, Bai Qingying approached Yu with a medicinal broth in hand. Yu is my patient that a physician must never abandon their duties halfway. Rest assured, once Yu's condition stabilizes, I can hand her over to your divine physician. She ladled the medicine and offered it to Yu, who cooperatively drank it. Bai Ning, Qingying is merely acting out of goodwill. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between you two that after all, you will inevitably encounter one another in the future. So let us not ruin the peace. Bai Ning felt unjustly treated, glaring vehemently at Bai Qingying. If not for her interference, Brother Shi Yuan would never have even glanced my way. Now even Yu is speaking on her behalf. You have no idea what sort of person she is. That day at the clinic, I saw her in the same room as a male beast man, and yesterday when the divine physician arrived, she openly contradicted him, disregarding even Brother Shi Yuan. Yu's gaze turned contemplative as it fell on Bai Qingying. After she finished administering the medicine, she set the empty bowl aside and retorted to Bai Ning. If you are so fond of your brother Shi Yuan, then you should work on building your relationship with him. Once your bond grows strong, I will gladly step aside, that I have no desire for the position of the leader's wife. Bai Ning was infuriated. How many females yearn for such a position? Yet to her, it was worthless. Shi Yuan had already overheard Bai Qingying's words outside the cave. He suppressed his rising anger and entered. Bai Ning's face lit up with surprise, but before she could speak, Shi Yuan hoisted Bai Qingying onto his shoulder. Brother Shi Yuan, where are you taking me? Bai Ning was too late to catch up, watching helplessly as he carried Bai Qingying away. With a couple of kicks, she turned to Yu with a pitiful expression. Why is Brother Shi Yuan behaving this way? Yu was exhausted, and since Shi Yuan was already married, she could hardly comfort Bai Ning. Once outside the cave, Bai Qingying finally realized what was happening. She began to pound her fists on Shi Yuan's back. What are you doing? Put me down. Her face flushed. She squirmed restlessly on his shoulder, completely unaware that her movements only darkened Shi Yuan's expression further. He carried her to his dwelling cave before finally setting her down. The moment Bai Qingying attempted to rise, Shi Yuan leaned down, seizing her wrists and pinning her firmly to the bed. His fierce gaze bore into her, his serpentine tail coiling around her waist, threatening to rend her apart with a mere tightening of his grip. The tip of his tail gently brushed against Bai Qingying's delicate face, the cold scales grazing her skin as he swallowed hard. Bai Qingying was bewildered by his sudden madness. You heard what I just said, right? I meant well. Bai Ning has feelings for you, and you previously stated that it does not matter who you marry. If that's the case, why not choose her? Shi Yuan coldly laughed, retracting his serpentine tail. Bai Qingying thought he was contemplating her words, yet her wrists remained restrained. Suddenly, Shi Yuan spread her legs apart with his knee, almost making contact with the forbidden territory. Bai Qingying's face turned crimson as she realized their position was rather intimate. Hey, you can't do that. She feared Shi Yuan might take advantage of her. She had never experienced intimacy with a beast man before. Bai Qingying felt tears welling up as Shi Yuan commanded her to resist, flicking his serpent tongue against her face, gradually trailing down to her neck. The serpent tongue circled her, sending shivers down her spine. You are quite disobedient, repeatedly defying my commands that I believe you deserve some punishment. Shi Yuan bared his fangs, preparing to sink them into her soft neck. Bai Qingying's face drained of color, and she shut her eyes, bracing for the pain that never came. After what felt like an eternity, she dared to open her eyes, only to meet his blood-red vertical pupils. Devoid of emotion as they regarded her, as though she were mere prey, that why you're not actually going to eat me, are you? I must express my disdain for human flesh. It is utterly unpalatable, reeking of sourness and filth. Consuming it would surely lead even a serpent of your size to suffer from dire consequences. Shi Yuan suddenly chuckled. It is said that human infants are tender and succulent, especially the females of the upper class. Coddled and never subjected to labor, their skin so soft that one could almost wring water from it. Eating you might indeed serve as a great nourishment. Bai Qingying's face turned pale at once. I am not delectable. Since my arrival here, I have scarcely bathed, and I cannot fathom how much grime clings to my body. If you were to consume me, you would find it unbearable. Such trivial ruses could hardly deceive Shi Yuan, whose perception of humans was one of filth and ignobility. Even if it were presented to him on a platter, he would not be tempted to partake. In light of this, I can only mark you. This way, you shall behave more submissively. In the future, any male who sees your mark will know you are eternally mine, with no hope of escape in this lifetime. Shi Yuan transformed into his serpentine form. A massive white serpent appearing before her, devoid of human hands, allowing Bai Qingying to breathe more easily. However, when she beheld Shi Yuan advancing towards her with his gaping maw, she was overtaken by genuine fear. Since coming here, she had learned that males would mark their favored females, a process that involved piercing the skin with their fangs to inject a substance akin to pheromones, thereby creating a pattern upon the flesh. The dilemma was that with such a large serpent head, should his fangs close around her neck, a miscalculation could very well lead to her untimely demise. Bai Qingying bolted upright from the bed, summoning her courage to grasp Shi Yuan's serpentine tail. Commander, I implore you, do not mark me. I shall be obedient from now on. Whatever you command, I shall heed. If you say east, I shall not dare venture west. If you say 2, I shall not utter 3. Chapter 26. Xueming is missing. Moreover, consider this. With such large fangs, should you mark me, what if you sever a vital vein and I bleed to death? You would find yourself at a loss. I believe I possess some utility. My mind is agile and can devise numerous strategies for you. Please, do not hold my minor humanity against me. I beg of you. Regardless of her attempts to charm or plead, Shi Yuan remained unmoved, his demeanor as cold as ever. With a flick of his serpentine tongue, Shi Yuan lunged forward, forcing her to the edge of the bed. Bai Qingying's eyes widened in terror, convinced she would meet her end this very day. She shut her eyes in fear, but suddenly, Mo Zhao's voice echoed from outside the cave. Commander! By the time Mo Zhao entered, Shi Yuan had reverted to his human form, leisurely draping a pelt around his lower body. Mo Zhao stepped inside. The atmosphere remained unchanged. Mo Zhao's gaze fell upon Bai Qingying, and he turned to Shi Yuan, stating, Commander, there is a pressing matter we must discuss. Shi Yuan cast a cold glance at Bai Qingying. Although she had opened her eyes, remnants of fear lingered from the earlier encounter. Had it not been for Mo Zhao's timely arrival, she might have already been consumed by the giant serpent. Shi Yuan exited first, leaving Mo Zhao behind, whose inscrutable gaze lingered on Bai Qingying, devoid of the earlier intrigue, and now imbued with an air of contemplation. You terrified me. Your timely appearance saved me from being devoured. Bai Qingying expressed her gratitude as she descended from the bed, but scarcely had she risen before Mo Zhao suddenly seized her by the throat. His expression darkened as he regarded her with the intensity of a judge surveying a criminal. Bai Qingying's eyes widened in alarm, her delicate hands grasping at Emo Xiao's wrist, caught in a tempest of turmoil. "What are you doing, Emo Xiao? How have I wronged you? Is there no way to discuss this civilly?" Emo Xiao scoffed, his grip unwavering, watching as her countenance turned crimson from the lack of air. "Xuanming is missing, and the last person he saw was you." In that moment, Bai Qingying grasped the misunderstanding, yet found herself at a loss for words, her mind clouded and her strength waning. Only when Emo Xiao noticed her hands slipping did he relent, releasing her from his grasp. Freed, she collapsed onto the stone bed, gasping for fresh air. Her neck bore the marks of Shi Yuan's grip. And now Emo Xiao had added his own, prompting her to contemplate purchasing insurance for her throat were she in a modern world. Once her breathing steadied, Bai Qingying declared, "How could I know of his whereabouts? His affairs are of no concern to me. Are you accusing me of aiding his escape?" Emo Xiao remained silent. Currently, all evidence pointed towards Bai Qingying. She raised a finger, solemnly swearing, "I, Bai Qingying, pledge to the heavens that if my fate is linked to Xuanming's disappearance, may I be struck by lightning and meet an untimely end." Emo Xiao, you must understand that a human's oath to the heavens is no less significant than your kind's devotion to your beliefs. Emo Xiao, taken aback by her declaration, recognized the gravity of such an oath among humans that he chuckled lightly. His previous inquiry had merely been a test, but upon witnessing Bai Qingying's forthrightness, his doubts began to dissipate. "I was merely asking casually. Since you are not implicated, there is nothing for you to fear." Bai Qingying's heart raced. Moments ago, she had narrowly escaped death at Emo Xiao's hands, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Surely, the king of hell would be infuriated, sending his emissaries to retrieve her only to return empty-handed. This wolf beast, initially perceived as less heartless than Shi Yuan, now revealed that no beast-man could be trusted. Ultimately, she resolved to remain vigilant, lest she find herself ensnared in a trap one day. Shi Yuan's countenance darkened as he sat before the two human captives, the cave enveloped in an eerie silence. "Speak, where has Xuanming gone?" His serpentine tail struck the ground in anger, stirring up dust that caused the captives to cough violently. The massive tail loomed beside them. Had they been ordinary beastmen, they might not have trembled so, but before them stood the leader of the beast clan. The tales of Shi Yuan's ruthlessness were well known. It was said that captives like them would meet no favorable fate in his hands. The human captives, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "We do not know. Please spare us. We can help you find him, but truly, we have no idea where he has gone." Shi Yuan's fury nearly compelled him to slay them. In a swift motion, he retracted his tail and struck the abdomen of both captives, leaving them in agony. Moments ago, Emo Xiao had intended to reveal Xuanming's disappearance. Moreover, he had stolen the defense map, an item of paramount importance for the conflict between the beast and human clans. Should Xuanming deliver it to the human emperor, the hopes of the beast clan would be irrevocably dashed. Xuanming must be found. After Emo Xiao departed, Bai Qingying finally had a moment to step outside. While wandering, she suddenly spotted Bai Ning lurking nearby. However, this was not unusual for him, so she paid little mind to it, presuming Emo Xiao was engaged in serious discussions with Shi Yuan and Aunt Yu was resting. She intended to return to her surprise. As she retraced her steps, Xuanming appeared, blocking her path. Bai Qingying was startled. Today had been rife with occurrences that her heart could scarcely endure any more shocks. Yet, upon seeing the face before her, she was taken aback. Xuanming, was he not imprisoned? No, Emo Xiao had mentioned he had escaped, meaning he had not left the Beast Clan's encampment, but was merely hiding. How dare you, Xuanming? Were it not for your words, Emo Xiao would not have suspected me, nearly causing my demise. This grievance is one I cannot swallow. She turned to flee toward Shi Yuan, eager to share news of Xuanming, but he swiftly intercepted her. "Do not go. We are both human. I am gravely injured. Would you leave me to be brutally slain by those beastmen?" His plea gave her pause. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanming pressed on. "Look at my wounds. These beastmen seek my life. Had I not exerted every effort to escape, I would have perished long ago. These beastmen are but brutes devoid of thought. If you assist me today and keep my whereabouts from them, I shall repay you in the future." Ming's gaze bore into Bai Qingying. The vast expanse of the Beast clan's encampment made it clear that without assistance, his chances of leaving unscathed were slim. However, here was a fellow human, Bai Qingying, which was why he had positioned himself to block her path. Very well, out of solidarity for our kind, I shall refrain from informing them. But your injuries, Chapter 27, a deceptive performance. Never mind. Let us retreat into the cave for now. It is unlikely anyone will find me here. She led Ming into the cave, her mind racing with thoughts of Ming's disappearance. Both Shi Yuan and Mo Xiao were incensed, and it was likely the entire Beast clan was searching for him. Bai Qingying certainly did not trust him completely. She merely wished to ascertain what scheme he was concocting. You stay here and hide. I will fetch some medicine from the apothecary. Ming nodded, sitting on the stone bench in the corner with his eyes closed, indulging in tranquility. Observing this, Bai Qingying did not remain idle. She promptly left, using the pretext of seeking medicine to find Qing to ate tea that moment. Qing had also received news about searching for Ming, but he was taken aback to find that Bai Qingying, who usually annoyed him, had taken the initiative to approach him. That it's rare for you to come looking for me, but today is not an opportune time. I have some pressing matters to attend to and fear I cannot accompany you. Qing felt a tinge of regret. And no need for that. You are looking for Ming, right? I have encountered him, she replied. That Qing was astonished. The entire Beast clan was searching for him, and it seemed too coincidental that she had stumbled upon him. Do you suspect that I am colluding with him? If that's the case, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. She turned to leave, but Qing stepped in front of her. Say no, that's not what I meant. I trust you, but it is troubling that he sought you out. I fear it is not as simple as it seems. That I worry he might exploit your shared humanity to his advantage. Therefore, I came to inform you, but I only know that he has escaped and have no further information. You must tell me so I can assist you. Trusting Bai Qingying, Qing candidly divulged all he knew about Ming's escape plan. Regarding the defense layout you mentioned, I did not notice it when I saw him earlier, but if he has no accomplices, it will be perilous for him to escape. Bai Qingying fell into deep contemplation. The Beast clan was notoriously strict in their imprisonment of captives. Ming, along with other human prisoners, was confined together, and without weapons, humans stood no chance against the Beastmen that if it were not a human. Bai Qingying suddenly jolted awake, her expression turning grave as she gazed at Qing. I just had a thought. What if Ming's accomplice is not a human, but a Beastman? Is there a possibility of that? Qing's countenance darkened immediately. This revelation was too serious. The notion of a traitor among the Beastmen aiding a human would be utterly intolerable to Shi Yuan. It's possible. Because of this, I must inform the commander at once and have him capture Ming. As Qing turned to leave, Bai Qingying detained him. Wait, don't inform him just yet. I have a strategy to ascertain whether the defense layout is indeed in his possession. Qing was taken aback as Bai Qingying whispered her plan in his ear. His eyes widened in surprise, followed by admiration. In the cave, Ming suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing movement. He cautiously observed the entrance, where a petite figure dashed inside. Bai Qingying appeared anxious, and upon seeing Ming, her tension eased. Without the luxury of explanation, she grasped his hand and pushed him toward a hiding spot. Quickly hide! Someone is coming. Ming looked puzzled but complied. Qing burst in, his voice sharp as he demanded. Bai Qingying, is Ming with you? The entire Beast clan cannot locate a single human. Where else could he possibly be hiding? Qing, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning me? She retorted, standing her ground against Qing. Ming's disappearance has nothing to do with me. You are simply blaming me because we are both humans. You should leave quickly if Shi Yuan returns and sees us together. He will certainly be furious. Qing regarded her with suspicion. Do you not think that your relationship with the commander will shield you from blame? If you dare to assist a human, I will not hesitate to kill you. He turned and departed, his footsteps fading into the distance. Bai Qingying then pulled Ming out of hiding. I was terrified. I went to the clinic to fetch medicine, and that fox beast unexpectedly appeared. I didn't anticipate he would follow me, likely thinking I was bringing these healing potions for you. Bai Qingying expressed, her frustration evident. Ming regarded her with skepticism, doubting her words. Then he began. but was abruptly interrupted by Qi Qing's sudden reappearance. His eyes blazing with anger as he glared at the two. I knew this was not as simple as it seemed. Fortunately, I stayed vigilant. Bai Qingying, how dare you betray the Beast clan? I will inform the commander. She stepped forward, blocking Qi Qing, her hands raised protectively around Xuanming. Qi Qing, you cannot kill him. This human is still of use. If you eliminate him, it will only incite Shi Yuan's wrath. Bai Qingying swallowed hard, appearing to be genuinely risking her standing with the Beast clan for Xuanming's safety. Qi Qing narrowed his eyes. Fists clenched tightly and struck the wall in frustration, causing a few stones to fall. Fine, if you care so much for this human, you may remain with him. There are guards at the entrance. Do not even think about escaping. Qi Qing cast a cold, menacing glance at Xuanming, as if wishing to tear him apart. After Qi Qing departed, Bai Qingying was engulfed in self-reproach. I'm sorry. My momentary oversight allowed him to suspect me and follow me. Otherwise, we could have let you recuperate and then escaped. Xuanming, sitting nearby, suddenly looked at Bai Qingying. On the day of negotiation, you staunchly defended the Beast clan's position. Why choose to aid me today? Bai Qingying's heart sank. This individual was not easily deceived, and his inquiry indicated he did not fully trust her. I assisted the Beastmen because when I first arrived, they could have killed me at any moment for the slightest misstep. Though I'm also human, I lack the cruelty to kill Beastmen without a second thought. Ultimately, I am just an ordinary person yearning for peace. You are also human. My conscience tells me I cannot stand by and watch you perish. After a moment of silence, Xuanming suddenly smiled. Leaving Bai Qingying to ponder her next move, they remained in the cave for an indeterminate time until faint sounds from outside broke the silence. Bai Qingying looked up to see a maidservant of Antyu approaching, holding a stone bowl from which a delicate, fragrant aroma wafted. Miss Bai, Antyu has sent this to you, its some nourishing supplements. You should eat while it's warm. Mentioning Antyu, she received the bowl without suspicion, inhaling its delightful fragrance. How lovely! She exclaimed, quickly consuming the contents, feeling somewhat reluctant to stop. Please thank Antyu for me. I will visit her when I have the chance. Seeing the bowl empty and Bai Qingying's mouth devoid of food, the maidservant nodded and left. Chapter 28. An unexpected truth. Bai Qingying, hearing no more sounds from outside the cave, suddenly opened her mouth and expelled the food she had just consumed. This action startled Xuanming. What are you doing? Bai Qingying pressed her lips together and then smiled. I believe I've figured out who the traitor is. Xuanming, even more surprised, was about to inquire further when Bai Qingying stood up. She brushed off her clothes, but before she could take more than a few steps, a beastman entered the cave. Commander is looking for you. Come with me. The beastman turned and left, while Bai Qingying furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of foreboding. She glanced back at Xuanming. Whether this is a blessing or a curse. I must go. Take care of yourself. She followed the beastman out of the cave, only to find he was leading her in a different direction. Bai Qingying was not surprised when Qi Qing suddenly appeared behind her. How did it go? He did not suspect anything, did he? No. The person you sent said that Shi Yuan is looking for me, so he likely wouldn't think that was a deception. Let us go. Qi Qing nodded, and the two quietly followed the maidservant who had delivered the sweet treats. Bai Qingying was already suspicious. Although Antyu had treated her well, this was a critical moment. Why would she send sweets without reason? Moreover, the maidservant lingered instead of leaving, seemingly intent on watching her consume the treats. This struck Bai Qingying as odd. It was merely a dessert, not something of great importance. She had previously agreed with Qi Qing to work in concert. And as they walked, Qi Qing chuckled. You, a human, aiding the beastmen. If Xuanming and the human emperor found out, they would surely be furious. She scoffed, having long lost trust in humanity. She was still unaware if genuine good people existed in this world. The beastmen, though somewhat barbaric, had real camaraderie among them, unlike humans who were embroiled in treachery and deceit. You clearly do not understand me. I have always stood for principles rather than kinship. I simply cannot abide by humans who destroy the environment and slay beastmen. Qi Qing's smile faded as he regarded Bai Qingying with newfound seriousness, pondering her words. Suddenly, their pace halted as they gazed up at an imposing estate. Bai Qingying was astonished, although she had never been here. She recognized it as Bai Ning's residence. What connection does that maidservant have with Bai Ning? Could it be that all of this is orchestrated by her? Even if she despises me, would she resort to such underhanded tactics? Bai Ning? How could it be her? Could she be involved? Even Shi Yuan was taken aback. In his recollection, Bai Ning, while somewhat willful, would not stoop to conspiring with Xuan Ming. Her actions would amount to betraying the Beast clan. Let us go in and find out. I am curious to see what she has to say. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she contemplated barging in, regardless of the outcome, as she felt compelled to confront him. Yet, just as she took a step forward, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of two figures emerging at the entrance of the mansion, with Shi Yuan and Bai Ning, walking side by side. With a smile adorning Bai Ning's face, Shi Yuan's demeanor was not as indifferent as usual. Something was amiss. Both were enveloped in a haze of confusion. Shi Yuan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Bai Qingying, while he offered not a glance towards Qi Qing. Bai Ning, upon spotting her, appeared quite spirited, though a flicker of disdain lingered in her eyes. Without a word, Shi Yuan seized Bai Qingying's wrist, leading her away, while Qi Qing hesitated, torn between speaking up and fearing Shi Yuan's ire, ultimately choosing silence. Halfway through, she wrenched her arm free, a wary glint in her eyes. How could you be with her? Have you finally seen something admirable in Bai Ning? Shi Yuan's lips parted slightly, his vertical pupils fixated on her with a hint of haughty disdain, blending seamlessly with the swirling snowflakes around them. Then why did you come here with Qi Qing? Instead of addressing Bai Qingying's query, he countered with a question, yet a nagging doubt gnawed at her. Did Shi Yuan truly know about Bai Ning's affairs? She had never witnessed such a look from him towards Bai Ning, which felt decidedly off. That's none of your concern. Our actions are for the sake of our kin. However, Bai Ning is still of your Beast clan. There is something I hesitate to express. She faltered, apprehensive that her speculation might provoke Shi Yuan's wrath, recalling vividly the impression of his fury etched in her memory. Sean chuckled lightly, shaking off the snow that had settled on his shoulders, merging with the vast expanse of white below. Suddenly, he drew closer, causing Bai Qingying's heart to skip a beat, instinctively stepping back. Noticing this, Shi Yuan's expression darkened as he casually remarked towards Bai Ning's residence. Bai Ning has injured Xuan Ming and successfully located the defensive map. She sought me out just now regarding this matter. Bai Qingying's mouth fell agape, disbelief washing over her as she processed his words. Yet the truth emerged from Shi Yuan's lips. In the next moment, she sprang up in astonishment. She hurt Xuan Ming and found the defensive map? When did she become so audacious? No. When did she become so cunning? How could she possibly know where Xuan Ming was hiding? I had been scheming with Qi Qing, thinking we could coax the truth out of Xuan Ming, only to discover that you had all quietly accomplished everything behind my back. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective at Shi Yuan. A sudden realization struck her. It seemed she had overlooked a crucial detail. Her mouth opened, but her hand slowly fell to her side, a cold sweat breaking out across her body. You knew about this all along? Shi Yuan remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes that on the way back, she replayed the events in her mind. After all, this was the Beast clan. No matter what transpired, Shi Yuan's eyes were everywhere, and nothing could escape his notice. Strangely, Bai Ning had ties to Xuan Ming, who had sought her out, and everything appeared to be progressing smoothly. Even when Shi and Qi Qing attempted to investigate, no one thwarted their efforts, and Shi Yuan had not intervened at any point. Xuan Ming was human, and under normal circumstances, all suspicion would fall upon her. Yet, only Mo Xiao had considered this angle, while Shi Yuan had distanced himself, leading her to mistakenly believe he had no interest in her, when in fact he had orchestrated everything from the shadows. It was terrifying to realize that a cunning serpent could possess such intelligence. She suddenly felt like a mere jester in Shi Yuan's presence. Laid bare before him, in no wonder he could hold the reins of the Beast clan. Bai Qingying returned to find Xuan Ming, who was oblivious to her exposure, believing his performance to be flawless. Still hoping to elicit her sympathy. Chapter 29. The true and false defensive maps. Upon encountering Bai Qingying, Xuan Ming appeared somewhat anxious. Are you all right? Did Shi Yuan trouble you? He merely inquired whether there were any secrets between us. And I answered truthfully, as I am unaware of what transpired between you before." Xuanming sighed in relief, realizing that Bai Qingying's presence still held some value. For the time being, Shi Yuan would not take any drastic actions against her. "Bai Qingying, I can no longer afford to delay that. I know you wish to leave this place. Let us form an alliance and strike a deal." Bai Qingying regarded him, finally hearing his true intentions laid bare. She was unimpressed. "A deal?" Xuanming elaborated. "Do you not desire to leave? Do you not resent these beasts? If you assist me, I will help you escape. However, the condition is that you must remain here as an undercover agent for a time. Once I secure assistance from the humans, I vow to rescue you, and you shall reclaim your former life." Xuanming extended an olive branch, albeit a rather foul one, prompting Bai Qingying to scoff. While she did not overtly express her disdain in front of him, she silently berated his foolishness and undercover agent. That cunning serpent believed he could outsmart her. If it were that simple, she would have fled long ago instead of toying with them for so long. Since it was a deal, trust was paramount. "What reason do I have to believe you? If you leave and I am left waiting for aid that never comes, would I not be sealing my own fate?" Xuanming fell silent, his internal conflict visible. Suddenly, he produced a defensive map crafted from animal hide from his chest. "This is the defensive map I stole that if you doubt my sincerity, I can share half of it with you. Once I rescue you, you can return the other half." A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Bai Qingying's eyes. Xuanming was indeed cunning, utterly unscrupulous. Could it be that he had deceived Bai Qingying, and thus the map Shi Yuan possessed was a counterfeit? Yet, Shi Yuan should not have misremembered the map. What then was the truth behind this one? Her thoughts swirled chaotically, leaving her momentarily unable to clarify the situation. However, a sly smile crept across her face as she gazed at Xuanming. "Had I known you possessed such valuable items, I would have been more inclined to collaborate. But remember your words. Otherwise, I may very well ally myself with the Beast clan." She threatened, and Xuanming seemed to genuinely believe her. Sitting down to split the map with a sharp stone, Bai Qingying approached him, looking down from above, just as Xuanming raised his hand to cut the map. She called out his name. "Xuanming?" He looked up, but before he could respond, Bai Qingying deftly sprinkled the concoction she had prepared before him. His eyes widened in shock, yet he swiftly succumbed, collapsing to the ground. She dusted off her hands and retrieved the map from the floor. "Let me impart one last piece of wisdom. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately for Xuanming, he was merely a dung beetle. Taking the defensive map, she made her swift exit. Eager to deliver the map to Shi Yuan, but on her way, she unexpectedly encountered Qi Qing, whose gaze was fierce, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. Upon seeing Bai Qingying, the coldness in his eyes lessened somewhat, though something seemed to weigh heavily on his mind. "Where are you rushing off to find Xuanming? Many of my kin were skinned by humans in the never-setting forest, since he is also human. Even if he did not partake in the act, he surely wore those garments. Now that I have found the defensive map, there is no cause for concern. I am here to settle the score." He seemed resolute. If he did not tear Xuanming to shreds today, his rage would remain unquenched. "Wait," Qi Qing interjected, blocking her way, clearly perplexed. "The play has concluded. There is no need for you to pursue Xuanming further." Surely, she couldn't have developed a soft spot for him? "I harbor no desire to oppose you nor to harm you. But if you insist on obstructing me," Bai Qingying shot him a glare. How had this fox beast become so stubborn? She inwardly sighed, recognizing how hatred clouded his judgment. "Allow me to finish that. I understand that the sins committed by humans cannot be atoned for, but will killing Xuanming restore the lives of those fallen? Will their furs transform into your kin?" Qi Qing fell silent. He understood this logic all too well. However, the thought of slaying Xuanming could serve as a tribute to the spirits of his deceased kin. Alternatively, let us stage a performance together, allowing him to believe he has successfully escaped the Beast clan. After sending him away, let the Fox Maiden rescue him and infiltrate the human realm. Perhaps, in time, we can subtly shift their perspectives. This approach would be far preferable to engaging in a bloody confrontation, which would surely result in devastating losses on both sides. Gradually, Qi Qing regained some semblance of rationality, contemplating Bai Qingying's words, which held a degree of merit. Yet humans were cunning. Deceiving them would not be an easy task. Precisely for this reason, our acting skills will determine our success. I will refrain from discussing this further. Just consider my proposal carefully once you return. I have urgent matters to attend to with Shi Yuan. Outside the cave, she stood there, clutching the defensive map, feeling somewhat apprehensive, uncertain of how to approach Shi Yuan. Bai Qingying mustered her courage and stepped inside, the dim light refracting upon Shi Yuan's face, who, upon hearing her footsteps, deduced her identity. The cave was exceptionally cold, particularly with an ice-cold figure seated upon the stone bench. Here, I found this on Shueming. Although I am unsure of its significance, you can take a look for yourself. Shi Yuan raised his head, coiling the defensive map with his serpentine tail to take it from her. However, he did not cast a single glance at it before carelessly tossing it aside. "Are you not going to take a look?" she exclaimed. "I put in a great deal of effort to obtain this information from him. I assure you, if you choose to ignore it, you will surely regret it." Transforming his tail into human legs, he swiftly approached Bai Qingying. Is it necessary to examine something so trivial? "The defensive map is a forgery," she queried, incredulity washing over her. "Both maps are fakes. What is the point of all this effort? I have come to understand that ultimately you still do not trust me, repeatedly testing my loyalty, simply to ascertain my stance towards the human race. If that is the case, then I shall take my leave." Sensing that there was little left to say, she turned, but in that fleeting moment, her wrist was suddenly yanked forcefully, pulling her back to Shi Yuan. He pressed her shoulders down, urging her to sit upon the stone bench before him. "Who says I do not trust you?" Bai Qingying's expression remained grim, devoid of any reassurance. "If you were in my position, would you trust an outsider?" Chapter 30. Advanced weaponry. Harsh words, yet devoid of substance. Bai Qingying pouted slightly. "I never intended to meddle in affairs not my own. So, what further words do you have for me?" Shi Yuan indeed had faith in Bai Qingying, but just as he was about to unveil his plan, an unexpected visitor interrupted. "Bai Qingying! Bai Qingying!" Xing Huai's voice echoed from outside the cave, causing Shi Yuan's expression to darken. Visibly annoyed at the sudden interruption, upon entering the cave and spotting Bai Qingying, Xing Huai's face lit up with joy. He strode directly to her, seizing her arm as he urged her to leave. "I have an urgent matter that requires your attention. Come with me." Bai Qingying gasped, her final glance at Shi Yuan revealing a face as dark as ink. Although she understood it was not directed at her, it still sent a shiver down her spine. Xing Huai led her to the eternal sunset forest, where they were suddenly met with a multitude of injured beastmen. His expression was grave as he regarded Bai Qingying. "I am at a loss as to what has transpired. Beastmen have been inexplicably injured in the forest, and despite my investigations into various causes, I have found no answers. Hence, I have come to seek your counsel." Some of the injured beastmen sat on the ground, severely wounded, with some limbs mangled beyond recognition. Even she, with her extensive experience, found the scene quite horrifying, and a wonder Xing Huai was so anxious to find her. It was evident that these injuries were not caused by conventional weapons. When did this occur? What signs were present when these individuals were injured? Xing Huai shook his head. "It is precisely because I do not know that I sought you out. The more inexplicable the matter, the more it unsettles the beastmen. They claim that while simply walking, they were suddenly injured, as if the ground had erupted beneath them." Bai Qingying pondered. "The ground erupted?" She urged Xing Huai to take her to the site where the beastmen were first injured. Just as she was about to proceed, Xing Huai abruptly halted her. "We cannot advance any further. This is where the incident occurred, and I fear there may be further dangers." Xing Huai was acutely aware that the upheaval of the ground was likely the root of the issue. Until they could ascertain the situation, he could not risk anyone stepping closer. Bai Qingying understood and crouched down to inspect the ground. Approximately 3 meters away, she noticed a patch of soil that appeared somewhat loose. Capturing her attention, the hypothesis began to form in her mind, and soon she discerned that many such loose patches seemed deliberately excavated and subsequently buried again. Perhaps the upheaval of the ground had caused some previously level soil to shift, revealing these inconsistencies. "Look at those depressions. There must be something beneath. However, I need to ascertain exactly what it is." Cautiously, she approached one of the depressions, using a twig to gently excavate it. Throughout the process, she held her breath, fearful of disturbing whatever lay within, lest the ground explode and her life be forfeit, returning her to the blue star. As the soil was gradually removed, a rounded, hard object emerged from the earth. Rough in texture yet unmistakably resembling a landmine. She could not help but gasp in shock. How could such a modern weapon appear in this primitive era? One not yet fully evolved, containing devices that humanity currently lacked the capability to forge. The implications left her in a state of self-doubt. Have you found anything? Hurry over here. If the ground erupts again, I cannot be held responsible for your safety. Bai Qingying stepped back, her expression grave. This object is a landmine, and its construction suggests human involvement. They must have ambushed your path, burying these mines in the ground. Likely, they've buried them shallowly to prevent you from stepping on them. But their destructive capability is immense. Upon hearing her words, Xing Huai's anxiety surged. What are we to do? Shall we leave these devices here indefinitely? He had not anticipated humanity's treachery to such an extent, blocking their usual hunting routes. This could only lead to inevitable conflict. I do not possess extensive knowledge of such devices, but since they are buried near the surface, you must carefully examine for similar depressions. There is surely a landmine within. Thus, you must arrange for individuals to bring water and thoroughly soak the area above the mines. The soil contains gunpowder, and any misstep could result in an explosion. So extreme caution is paramount. This is the simplest method for mine clearance. The remaining task is to attend to the injured beastmen. Her heart ached at the sight of the wounded beastmen. Their injuries were severe, with some limbs gruesomely mutilated. She instructed someone to fetch bandages and diligently began to wrap the wounds of one beastman, whose hand was already severed, as the bandage made contact with the wound. Even the most resilient beastman could not suppress a howl of agony. The sound was piercing, yet her hands did not falter, knowing deep within her heart that humanity was responsible for this devastation. The cries of anguish drew the attention of nearby beastmen, who gazed with shock at their suffering kin, their eyes filled with a numbing despair. After tending to the injured, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. The strain of the task evident. Lacking advanced surgical tools, she resorted to the most primal methods of staunching blood flow. Though brutal, they proved effective. Blood soaked through the bandages, yet did not seep further. The beastmen with severed arms and legs would likely face Ali today, marks the Lantern Festival. And our beast tribes will also craft our own lanterns in our unique manner, setting them afloat on the river as a means of praying for the desires nestled within our hearts. Have you not noticed how few people are around this evening? Surely, it is because they have all gone to admire the lanterns? She, being new to this place, was unaware of the local festivities, yet upon hearing his words, it seemed as though the vibrancy had long been absent, stirring a sense of restlessness within her. Bai Qingying was about to speak. She suddenly turned to see Shun entering with a cold expression. Xing Huai, following her gaze, glanced back and, upon recognizing Shi Yuan, regarded him with indifference. Shi Yuan looked at her and bluntly asked, "It is the Lantern Festival today. Would you care to join me in watching the lanterns?" His demeanor was somewhat irritable, as he had initially been occupied with other matters until Aunt Yu hastily summoned him, leading him to believe it was of great importance. To his dismay, she had insisted he come to invite Bai Qingying to the lantern viewing, hence his earlier remark. Bai Qingying touched her nose, bemused by the sudden attention she was receiving for lantern viewing. Shi Yuan, you should return to your own affairs. Your presence is no longer required here. I have already promised the little female to accompany her to see the lanterns, so you may consider yourself unfortunate for arriving late. Xing Huai flicked the wildflower in his hand, eagerly watching Bai Qingying, hoping she would accept his invitation. She hesitated, glancing awkwardly at the flower, not because it was unlovely, nor because she disliked it, but simply because it had been sullied by his saliva. "Thank you, but I do not require it." Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow and domineeringly replied, "Did you hear that? She does not need it." He seized Bai Qingying's wrist, intending to forcibly take her away, believing this would fulfill Aunt Yu's request. However, just a few steps later, he encountered resistance from behind, initially thinking it was Bai Qingying's reluctance. Yet upon turning with a darkened expression, he discovered that Xing Huai had grasped her other wrist, his expression slightly provocative. Despite being the leader of the beast tribe, he could not afford to lose face in front of female. Caught in middle, Bai Qingying weakly interjected, "What I meant was that I do not need that flower." Xing Huai laughed heartily, his confidence seemingly bolstered by her words, interpreting them as a lack of rejection on her part. "Did you hear that? The little female has chosen me." Shi Yuan shot him a cold glare, his eyes carrying a hint of threat as he looked back at Bai Qingying. "Yes, that's so." She could not help but shrink her neck, sensing his tone implied that should she dare to defy his orders, she might not see the light of day again. "Can we not speak civilly? Otherwise, could you both kindly release me?" She glanced from side to side, feeling both wrists tightly held, apprehensive that if they became enraged, they might tear her apart. She had only heard of tearing duck necks, never of tearing human flesh. Besides, in her current predicament, she felt akin to a meat bun caught between two males, neither willing to relent. "Xinghuai, she is my woman. Do you intend to compete with your leader for her?" Shi Yuan asserted, using his status to suppress Xinghuai. The latter paused, visibly disgruntled, and retorted, "I am merely inviting her to see the lanterns. Who does not know you are cold towards the little female? There are plenty who adore her, while you remain indifferent." Yet, as he continued, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, barely audible to Bai Qingying. Though Shi Yuan, with his keen senses as a beast-man, caught every word, Shi Yuan revealed his serpentine tail, aiming to strike at Xinghuai's grip on Bai Qingying's wrist. Realizing the intent, Xinghuai retaliated with his tiger tail, and the two engaged in a tug-of-war, neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Shi Yuan, being the leader, gained the upper hand, and Xinghuai felt as if his tail might snap, yet he could not lose face in front of Bai Qingying. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to watch the lanterns with her, no matter the cost. At last, Bai Qingying could no longer endure it, with both males tugging at her hands and their tails entwined before her. She feared for her safety. "Enough, enough. Can we cease this quarrel? I have a compromise to—" In exasperation, she shouted, and the two tails finally separated. "Speak," Shi Yuan commanded, his gaze piercing her with a warning. "Since I am so popular, and you both wish to accompany me to see the lanterns, let us do this. The three of us shall go together. I shall endure the inconvenience of joining you to witness tonight's lantern display." "That will not do," Xinghuai interjected urgently, clearly not wishing to share Bai Qingying with another. "Ha," Shi Yuan replied, his smile dark and unsettling, causing Bai Qingying to avert her gaze, fearing the wrath that might befall her. "3 people. Together," Shi Yuan echoed her words. Just as she was about to nod, he swiftly extended his serpentine tail, striking Xinghuai's hand with precision, causing him to reflexively release his grip. In the next moment, Shi Yuan ensnared Bai Qingying around the waist, hoisting her onto his shoulder. "Put me down. Not again with the strangulation," she protested, feeling utterly helpless. In a daze, she found herself pushed onto a stone bed within the cave, still disoriented, feeling the weight of another upon her. Shi Yuan pressed his body against hers, his tail tightly constricting her slender waist. The flick of his serpent tongue grazed her delicate face, and his red-slit pupils darkened as his fingers traced her neck, circling around her carotid artery. "I have heard that human blood vessels are quite fragile. What if I were to pierce one here?" Bai Qingying's eyes widened in alarm. "No." Wishing to view the lanterns with a tiger beast, Bai Qingying was on the verge of tears. "I do not wish to see them anymore. What is so captivating about the lanterns? I have yet to even agree to go with him." She pushed Shi Yuan's hand away, instinctively guarding her neck. "I will go with you to see them. I did not expect him to seek me out. Truly, you must believe me." Her earnest gaze met Shin's, her voice trembling. Hoping he might release her, times, she pondered that if such strangulations were to occur frequently on the street, the male beast, without uttering a word, hoisted the female before him, disregarding her consent, and led her to a secluded alley, where a harmonious sound emerged. Bai Qingying found herself in a dilemma, unable to walk away or stay put, as she could almost see the orc engaging in public displays of affection just a few steps away. Remarkably, the females did not seem to refuse. Perhaps they considered being pursued by a male on a lantern festival a matter of great pride. Her expectations for the lantern festival plummeted from the heights of heaven to the depths of hell. Shi Yuan, with a cold demeanor, felt utterly out of place among the reveling orcs on this street. A female rabbit, shy yet bold, approached Shi Yuan with a handful of wildflowers. The disparity in their heights forced her to tilt her head to gaze up at him, yet her eyes sparkled with admiration. The rabbit stammered, "Hello, May I ask if you have a partner? Can I be with you? I haven't born any children yet, and if you are willing, I am about to enter my heat. Shi Yuan frowned as he regarded the rabbit. She was petite and delicate, resembling a human in form. Suddenly, he found himself comparing her to Bai Qingying, and in that comparison, it seemed Bai Qingying possessed a more voluptuous figure. No, Shi Yuan replied sternly, averting his gaze, only to discover that Bai Qingying had vanished at some point. His piercing eyes scanned the crowd, failing to spot the rabbit he had just rejected, and 2 tears fell silently. The rabbit felt as though the sky had collapsed. Her brief moment of extroversion had led to a lifetime of introversion, and with a cry, she discarded the wildflowers and fled. This unexpected turn of events did not perturb Shi Yuan's composure. He surveyed his surroundings, where the orcs were huddled together, obscuring any view of Bai Qingying. Meanwhile, Bai Qingying, caught in the chaos, found herself separated from Xing Huai and Shi Yuan. When she regained her senses, she realized she was in a relatively quiet area. Though there were still people around, it was not as bustling as before. Shi Yuan, Xing Huai, she called out, but the crowd offered no response. Just when she thought she could enjoy the lanterns, she was confronted by 2 male orcs. Upon seeing Bai Qingying, their eyes lit up with lustful interest. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her beauty captivated many males. However, when she had been with Shi Yuan and the others, none dared to approach her. Now, separated from Shi Yuan, the oblivious males felt emboldened to introduce themselves. Little girl, you are quite lovely. Would you like to join us to release lanterns? Bai Qingying furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the 2 orcs. Their lower garments were made of only a thin layer of fabric, barely covering their essential parts. One sported a leopard's tail, while the other had mouse ears. What truly unsettled Bai Qingying was their unabashed gaze fixated on her chest, their desires laid bare. She wished to ignore them and walk around, but they blocked her path. Annoyed, she demanded, "Step aside." "Ah, the little female looks even more adorable when she's angry. How about I take you home and have you bear me a litter of pups?" One teased. "You should give me a litter too." Bai Qingying's eyelids twitched, her fists clenched in anger. She glared fiercely at the 2 male orcs, warning, "If you do not leave this instant and continue to speak so brazenly, do not blame me for being impolite." The 2 orcs clearly doubted her threat. After all, she was merely a female. What harm could she possibly inflict? The leopard-tailed male stepped forward, attempting to stroke Bai Qingying's face. However, as he reached out, she seized 2 of his fingers and twisted them upwards, causing him pain. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Bai Qingying swiftly delivered a precise knee strike to his groin. The male recoiled in agony, ready to curse her, when she declared, "I warn you, I am the woman of your leader. If you dare to covet her, do you wish to shorten your lifespan?" With this reminder, the 2 males suddenly recalled the rumors about Shi Yuan marrying a human woman, and they began to connect the dots that this female before them fit the description. Chapter 33. Unyielding as she clapped her hands to leave. An ominous shadow blocked her path. Not catching a glimpse of the person's face, she assumed someone was there to harass her. Raising her head to unleash a stream of vitriol, she was taken aback to find Mo Zhao's face before her. "It's you?" He had witnessed the entire scene unfold, and was somewhat taken aback by how this petite figure could unleash such power, a female intimidating 2 males. Mo Zhao had seen her kick and felt a phantom pain in his own lower body. He took a step back, distancing himself from Bai Qingying. "Your way of teaching a lesson resembles that of a wildcat. You are becoming increasingly intriguing." His interest in Bai Qingying only intensified, since Shi Yuan doesn't appreciate you. "Why not come with me? I promise to treat you well." He leaned closer, but Bai Qingying ignored him and turned to walk down the street. He followed closely behind, and they strolled along the thoroughfare. Shi Yuan, unable to locate Bai Qingying, radiated an aura of coldness, causing the orcs nearby to steer clear of him. The once lively street now formed a peculiar scene, with him occupying a considerable space, while the surrounding individuals avoided him. Unaware of how fearsome he appeared to others, he pressed forward, his gaze searching for the small figure of Bai Qingying. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his blood-red eyes fixating on a figure not far away. Her. Alongside Mo Zhao, fiddling with shell trinkets at a nearby stall, he pursed his lips, a chill emanating from his gaze. Xing Huai, trailing beside Shi Yuan, noticed his silence as he stared intently in one direction. Upon realizing it was Bai Qingying, he shamelessly trotted over. Bai Qingying, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. What if something happened to you? He made no mention of Shi Yuan, hoping to draw Bai Qingying's attention solely to himself. There were just too many people, and I accidentally got separated from you, Bai Qingying replied. Upon seeing Mo Xiao, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xing Huai's face. That, do you like this? I'll buy it for you. He began to reach for his money, but suddenly a towering figure cast a shadow over Bai Qingying. She turned to face Shen's icy gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. Almost forgetting about him, she realized, oh right, Shi Yuan is here too. You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Bai Qingying got lost amidst the chaos on the street, indicating some safety concerns here. You both are responsible for maintaining order. Shi Yuan issued the command, his tone brooking no dissent. Hey, I don't see this street as chaotic. We orcs are quite particular about our rules. Shi Yuan's warning glare fell upon Xing Huai, who instinctively recoiled, feeling a twinge of pain in his tail. Mo Xiao remained silent, as he understood Shen's temperament well. Afterward, Xing Huai, feeling resigned, followed suit. Upon seeing Shi Yuan, Bai Qingying could no longer contain her thoughts. I've already seen the lanterns. Can we please head back now? Without waiting for Shi Yuan's response, she made her way toward the campsite. Upon noticing her darkened expression, Shi Yuan assumed she was upset about him sending those two males away. He too felt a tinge of displeasure, but chose not to waste time on the bustling street. Opting to accompany her back instead, in truth, Bai Qingying could hardly tolerate the Orcish exuberance. She could only acknowledge it as a cultural difference, albeit with some reservations. After all, as a human, she was not quite so open-minded. Upon returning to the cave, she had barely settled down when a white serpent tail draped over her legs. Are you angry? Do you feel sorry for me having sent them away? Shi Yuan's snake tail brushed against her skin, the tip seemingly dissatisfied as it slowly ventured between her legs. Feeling the cold sensation, Bai Qingying snapped back to reality and pushed his tail aside. This troublesome serpent only seeks to take advantage. Why would I be angry? Don't you think that what just happened on the street was... Her face suddenly flushed, unsure how to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her expression, Shi Yuan grew more curious about her feelings. I just think the orcs are far too liberated. Whether male or female, they can engage in intimate acts in public at any given moment. While you may be accustomed to it, from a human perspective, it is rather excessive that if adult orcs can do as they please, what about the children? Will they not be led astray? If young minds are filled with such chaotic thoughts, what hope does the orc race have for the future? Shi Yuan had not considered this viewpoint, as the traditions of orcs had always been thus. However, upon hearing Bai Qingying's words, he began to see some merit in her argument. The orc race prioritized procreation, birthing numerous offspring each year. As Bai Qingying had mentioned, he could not fathom how many children had witnessed such public displays of affection just moments ago. Shi Yuan fell silent, lying back on the stone bed and coiling his snake tail around Bai Qingying. Drawing her close, we'll discuss this tomorrow. For now, it's time to sleep. The serpent's tail transformed into a human leg, ensnaring the body of Bai Qingying and rendering her immobile. Her face brushed against Shi Yuan's chest, causing her to involuntarily gasp in surprise. Unable to restrain herself, she shifted slightly, only to be pulled closer by Shi Yuan's domineering grip, his red-slit pupils fixated on her. Are you resisting? Your kind skin is naturally cold. And with the snow falling in this season, I have no desire to freeze to death, she murmured. Suddenly, a piece of beast hide was draped over her, enveloping her like a cocoon as Shi Yuan held her tightly. It is no longer cold. Sleep. Bai Qingying's eyes widened in astonishment as she tilted her head slightly to gaze at Shi Yuan's chiseled visage, his cool breath cascading over her head. The warmth of his body began to seep into her, lulling her into drowsiness. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of her breathing, Shi Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, sensing an unusual warmth emanating from himself. He glanced down to find the person nestled in his embrace, sleeping soundly. A pang of regret washed over him. Had he known she would appear in such a vulnerable state, he would have opted to discuss military matters instead. The following day, Bai Qingying awoke refreshed, only to discover Shi Yuan's absence beside her. She had no recollection of the events from the previous night, yet her eyes fell upon her in scathed clothing, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, that odious serpent had not taken advantage of her. However, a sense of unease gnawed at her. Though she had escaped for the moment, she could not evade forever. After all, she was still Shi Yuan's wife. And if there came a day when he dared to impose himself upon her, she would find herself trapped with no means of escape. The mere thought of such brutality sent shivers down her spine. In a separate cave, Shi Yuan convened a gathering of influential beastmen. They gazed at him seated in the primary position. Uncertainty loomed regarding his forthcoming words. From this day forward, you shall relay this to your subordinates. Public courtship and mating are strictly prohibited. Furthermore, coercing others, be they female or male, will incur the penalties of the beast tribe. Chapter 34. Prohibition of Public Revelry. The beastmen were taken aback. Previously, such matters had never warranted Shi Yuan's consideration. Why had he suddenly enacted such a peculiar decree? They dared not speak further, quickly agreeing, "We shall convey this immediately." Bai Qingying arrived at Shi Yuan's location, reflecting on how he seemed to have unspoken words for her. Coincidentally, she overheard him imposing those regulations and found herself somewhat taken aback. She had merely spoken off-handedly the previous day, not expecting him to take it to heart. Perhaps even Shi Yuan recognized the impropriety of such behavior. As the beastmen gradually exited the cave, she contemplated entering, only to be halted by a firm grip on her wrist. Turning around, she was met with the mischievous grin of Mo Xiao, causing her to shake him off in irritation. "Woman, I have not forgotten what I told you yesterday. What are your thoughts?" Her expression darkened, dismissing his words entirely. Yet, she was baffled as to why they were both so fixated on her. Was it her identity as a human that sparked their curiosity? Mo Xiao, if you truly fancy human women, why not negotiate with the human emperor? Perhaps they could arrange to send a fine woman every year instead of every decade, and you could have a human wife of your own. Mo Xiao frowned. His interest lay solely with Bai Qingying, not with any other human woman. "That won't do. I'm only interested in you." Bai Qingying felt a twinge of helplessness. It was as if Mo Xiao clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. Refusing to be shaken off, she saw no captivating qualities in herself. Why were they so relentlessly pursuing her? As she raised her head, she caught a glimpse of Shi Yuan's face and hurriedly approached him. "Shi Yuan, why didn't you inform me when you awoke? You left me to wake up cold in the blankets." Her implication that she had shared a bed with Shi Yuan was deliberate, and she raised her voice, delighting in the slight crack that appeared on Mo Xiao's face, though it vanished just as quickly. Perhaps he still refused to concede. Shi Yuan regarded her with suspicion. Typically, she sought distance from him. Yet today, she suddenly approached him with such affection, undoubtedly concealing something untoward. Bai Qingying stood behind Shi Yuan, gently massaging his shoulders while incessantly inquiring about his well-being. "That I know you have been busy with affairs of state, but you must also take care of your health. I will check the market for human-grade rice and prepare some meat porridge for you." Mo Xiao watched in disbelief as she endeavored to curry favor with Shi Yuan. His initial interest in Bai Qingying stemmed from her indomitable spirit. Yet now she appeared to be no different from the other females, deliberately ingratiating herself with Shi Yuan, which sparked a sense of discord within him. However, Shi Yuan remained undeterred. What if he had threatened her in some way? He was all too familiar with Shi Yuan's temperament. "I must patrol the streets shortly. I have no time to entertain you." Esson stood to leave. Bai Qingying clasped his arm, resting her cheek against his solid bicep. "I shall accompany you as your wife. It is my duty to observe the living conditions of our people while you lead the patrol. I believe I should fulfill my responsibilities." "Sean, have you lost your senses?" Bai Qingying shot him a glare. How could he be so devoid of romantic understanding? Here she was, a beautiful young woman, openly expressing such sentiments, and any other man would have been overjoyed. How frustrating. "I treat you well, yet you respond in such a manner, I might become saddened." Mo Xiao felt a tingle of anxiety, his throat tightening as he suppressed the rising tension visible on his forehead. Surely, Shi Yuan was the one pressuring Bai Qingying. No doubt about it. She would never speak in such a manner without that loathsome serpent's coercion. How despicable. He was determined to win her over and demonstrate to her who could truly bring her happiness. Shi Yuan and Bai Qingying locked eyes, scrutinizing the authenticity behind her expression. Bai Qingying's lively gaze fluttered, revealing a sweet smile. Just watch. I shall captivate you. Ultimately, Shi Yuan averted his gaze, yielding to her touch. Let us go. Mo Xiao followed closely behind. He remained convinced that Bai Qingying was being coerced as they reached the marketplace. Bai Qingying noticed Mo Xiao glancing at her intermittently, clearly unwilling to relent. Annoyed, she resolved to take action. Suddenly, she forcefully pushed Shi Yuan against the wall of the shop, her hands bracing against the surface, leaving only a finger's width between them. The beastmen, witnessing the audacity of their leader being overpowered, were taken aback, only to realize it was a human woman, earning her silent admiration. Bai Qingying leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, "I'm feeling a bit hungry." Shi Yuan's pupils dilated, perplexed by her actions. Was this commotion merely to convey her hunger? Little did he know, this awkward position appeared to Mo Xiao as though Bai Qingying was initiating a kiss with Shi Yuan. From a distance of 2 meters, Mo Xiao halted, his eyes filled with conflict. For him, a male beastman would not easily abandon the pursuit of a favored female. Bai Qingying released Shi Yuan, feigning nonchalance as she scanned the surroundings, discreetly glancing at Mo Xiao's retreating figure, which was gradually swallowed by the crowd. Perhaps he had finally given up? Shi Yuan grasped her hand, leading her forward, causing her to gasp in surprise, her cheeks still flushed from their earlier encounter. Where are we going? Shi Yuan brought her to a small stall, where the enticing aroma beckoned. Upon peering down, Bai Qingying discovered freshly baked flatbreads that weren't you hungry. Allow me to treat you to a flatbread. She offered an awkward smile as Shi Yuan purchased a bread larger than her face. Upon returning to the camp, she hurried to the medical tent, where Xing Huai was pacing in deep thought. Spotting Bai Qingying's emergence, he quickly approached her, eager to please. "Qingying, where have you been?" After speaking, he seemed to remember something and dashed back into the tent, emerging with a handful of colorful wildflowers. "Since you didn't like that flower last time, I've gathered a variety this time. Surely there's one you will like?" Bai Qingying felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She hadn't anticipated he would remember the flower incident. Is it really about the flowers? As she raised her gaze to formulate a polite refusal, she was met with his expectant expression, with a silent sigh. She accepted the bouquet. "Xing Huai, please refrain from gifting me flowers in the future." "Why not?" Xing Huai was perplexed. In his eyes, beast tribe females adored such trifles. He had seen several males win over their chosen females with flowers. "There is no particular reason that I am preoccupied with healing duties every day and lack the time to appreciate these flowers, so please do not bring them again." Chapter 35. Martial Arts Competition for Courtship. Xing Huai paused, furrowing his brows as he contemplated Bai Qingying's words, realizing they held some merit, though he believed she feared the wildflowers would distract her from her healing. "Then I shall not bring flowers next time. I will bring seashells instead." He recalled seeing her and Mo Xiao selecting seashells at a stall during the Lantern Festival, thinking she must have a fondness for such trinkets. "You may bring whatever you wish. But I do not desire anything. Xing Huai. I am the maid of your leader, and though I do not comprehend your reasons for being so kind to me, I do not wish to be a burden." "Do you understand?" In Xing Huai's eyes, there was a hint of hurt. "Are you rejecting me? Well, I understand. I know I cannot compare to the leader. However, according to our work customs, the one who is stronger earns the right to mate with the females. Rest assured, you need not fear that I would be unable to contend with the leader. I shall strive diligently." Bai Qingying was momentarily flustered. Was my meaning so difficult to comprehend? Nevertheless, she did not perceive her own allure to be particularly great. This was true of Mo Xiao, and now it seemed to apply to Xing Huai as well. Could it be that the orc mating season had arrived, rendering them somewhat impulsive and indiscriminate? "Xing Huai, do you desire a mate?" Xing Huai nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming as he looked at her, mistakenly believing Bai Qingying was willing to accept him. Bai Qingying smiled without speaking. She had been busy at the infirmary for a while. Xing Huai was reluctant to leave, so she assigned him some menial tasks to distract him from focusing all his attention on her. At noon, 2 orcs arrived at the infirmary, nursing minor injuries. Bai Qingying tended to their wounds. She listened to their gossip that, "I heard someone is holding a contest for suitors. Once we finish here, shall we go take a look? It seems to be Lisa. She mentioned that only the strongest men are qualified to be her partner." A contest for suitors, Lisa, a name that unmistakably belongs to a female. After sending off the two orcs, she hurriedly closed the infirmary and, in a flurry, took Xinghuai's hand, leading him toward the contest venue. Xinghuai was perplexed but followed along. Upon arriving at the contest site, a throng of males had gathered, and on the platform, two burly males were engaged in a fierce competition. Xinghuai, in a moment, would be the one to topple them all. He was entirely unaware that this was a contest for suitors, thinking instead that it was merely a display of male prowess. Was Bai Qingying testing his strength? Xinghuai was eager to demonstrate his capabilities. Wishing to prove to Bai Qingying that he was worthy of standing by her side, as a victor emerged from the platform, Bai Qingying gave him a gentle push, prompting Xinghuai to ascend. The male opposite him, a young tiger orc, appeared formidable, though he was not to be underestimated. Both transformed into their beast forms, a leopard and a golden tiger orc clashing in a fierce battle. Bai Qingying, disinterested in the contest, scanned the surroundings and noticed a female standing to the left of the platform, surrounded by several males flattering her. That must be Lisa, the protagonist of the day. The young female watched the platform with fervor as Xinghuai swiftly defeated the leopard. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a strong man ought to be hers. After his victory, Xinghuai could not contain his exuberance, pounding his chest with both hands, declaring, "I have won. Who else dares to challenge me?" The male orcs had already witnessed Xinghuai's prowess. Even if they wished to step up, they found themselves powerless, knowing defeat awaited them. Seeing no challengers, he happily approached Bai Qingying. "How about that? Do you think I am impressive, not at all inferior to Shi Yuan?" Bai Qingying smiled brightly, while Lisa, noticing Xinghuai was not seeking her out, but had instead approached another, hurriedly followed. "What is your name, Tiger Orc? Having won the contest, we shall be partners from now on." Lisa gazed at Xinghuai with eyes filled with infatuation, her demeanor shy yet eager, her hands fidgeting. Xinghuai thought she must have mistaken him for someone else and quickly denied her claim. "I'm sorry, but I am not seeking a partner." Lisa's smile faltered, and upon noticing Bai Qingying beside him, her instincts told her that the woman standing next to Xinghuai was not an ordinary individual. "If you are not seeking a partner, then why did you ascend the platform? Do you not realize this is a contest for suitors?" Lisa remarked, visibly displeased, while Xinghuai stood there in a daze. "Contest for suitors? What on earth does that mean?" Bai Qingying observed Lisa and Xinghuai, finding them increasingly well suited for one another. Both belonged to the same type of orc, and should they unite, their offspring would undoubtedly be exceptional. Moreover, Lisa was not unappealing. Though tall, she exuded health and vitality. Bai Qingying lifted Xinghuai's hand and grasped Lisa's, placing their hands together and patting the back of Xinghuai's hand. "Indeed, it is a contest for suitors. Look how well suited you are. You are a match made in heaven, a paragon of beauty and strength that others will envy. Did I not ask you earlier if you desire a partner? You stated you did, and here is Lisa, an excellent choice. Where else would you find such a remarkable girl?" Xinghuai, his expression cold, withdrew his hand, feeling a twinge of sadness. He had not anticipated that his unwavering devotion to Bai Qingying would lead her to introduce him to another woman. "I did not know this contest was for suitors. I believed it to be a simple competition, which is why I participated. I apologize, Lisa. If you seek a partner, perhaps you should consider someone else. For I do not require one." Lisa felt slighted, believing she had been made a fool of, and directed her ire at Bai Qingying, her eyes filled with resentment. "Akati must be this female who encouraged the tiger orc to ruin my moment, and now leaves me humiliated. You, with your venomous heart, if he does not wish for a partner, why would you allow him to take part in this contest? What will others think of me when word gets out?" Bai Qingying had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. While she had acted impulsively, this was indeed the best opportunity to dissuade Xinghuai from his current thoughts that no, he merely has a stubborn nature. He is not being truthful. He has had little interaction with females, and for such a young man, he is shy and somewhat bashful. "Please do not be angry." Xinghuai, unable to endure any longer, departed, and Lisa, witnessing this, shot Bai Qingying a tearful glare before leaving as well. Bai Qingying stood there, feeling somewhat at a loss. Had she truly caused trouble? Yet, she genuinely believed that these two would make a fine couple. No, she must find a way to help Xinghua see Lisa's virtues. Upon returning to her dwelling, Lisa clutched her beast's skin and wept at a voice called from outside the cave. "Lisa, are you in there?" Wiping her tears, Lisa looked up to see Bai Qingying standing before her. Bai Qingying regarded her with a hint of sorrow. "I am so sorry. Lisa, I did not expect to meet you under such circumstances. I heard you were seeking a partner, only to be publicly rejected and humiliated." Chapter 36. An unusual Shi Yuan. Lisa was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the situation Bai Qingying referred to. A sense of resentment brewed within her. She had never before suffered such indignity in all her years. The thought of seeking vengeance against Bai Qingying consumed her. However, she wondered what Bai Qingying's true purpose was in coming to find her. "Are you here to mock me?" Bai Qingying approached Lisa gently, taking her hand and speaking earnestly. "I am not here to ridicule you. How could I be that kind of person?" Lisa looked at her with suspicion. "I know that the root cause of today's debacle was Bai Qingying. Had she not encouraged Xinghua to participate in the contest, you would not have been embarrassed. I never expected her to be so malicious. Plotting against you, you are unaware of her true nature." Lisa listened as Bai Qingying spoke ill of Bai Qingying, and although she remained somewhat skeptical, today's events had indeed left a negative impression of Bai Qingying in her heart. The following day, Bai Qingying cheerfully strolled through the streets. She spotted an intriguing trinket and reached for it, only to have someone snatch it away first. Turning around, she found Lisa glaring at her, an instinctual feeling telling her that this encounter would not end well. "That toy is mine. Some people cannot afford it, so they should refrain from touching it, lest they cause trouble for the vendor." Bai Qingying frowned. Why did Lisa's tone seem so confrontational? Did she still hold a grudge over yesterday's incident? "I was merely taking a glance. Whether I can afford it does not require your input. Does it?" Lisa's anger ignited. "You, a human female, are just like those others, with your vile and despicable thoughts. Have you forgotten yesterday's events? It is said that you have married the leader, yet are still entangled with other males. Thinking yourself quite charming, believing all males should revolve around you." Lisa's voice was loud enough to attract a crowd of onlookers, turning the small stall into a bustling scene. Given the current tension between humans and orcs, many began to whisper and point upon learning Bai Qingying's identity as a human female. Lisa felt a sense of pride, but as she observed Bai Qingying's calm demeanor, it seemed her words had little impact. "Why would I want those males to revolve around me? Yesterday, I was merely trying to help him enter the contest. I genuinely wish for him to be with you. After all, you said I was a woman of the same age. I would never betray the leader." Bai Qingying patiently explained that my relationship with Xinghua is strictly platonic. "I mentioned he is shy and has little interaction with females. Perhaps he harbors a fleeting fondness for me. Yet he remains oblivious to the fact that this is not true affection, that if you genuinely care for him, why not pursue him with boldness?" Lisa was taken aback, surprised that she would utter such words. Bai Qingying, preparing to depart, turned back to see Shi Yuan standing beside the carriage. Shi Yuan pressed his lips together, taking in Bai Qingying's previous remarks. Without uttering a word, he drew her close to the carriage. At that moment, a flicker of desire tainted his usually cold gaze, his crimson, slitted pupils appearing more profound than ever. His typically frigid palm felt unexpectedly warm as it clasped her hand. Just as she was pushed into the carriage by Shi Yuan, still reeling from the suddenness of it all, a tall figure lunged toward her, Sean's hand deftly grasped by Qingying, his eyes momentarily wavering. She widened her eyes, seemingly bracing herself for the impending events. With her arms wrapped tightly around herself, she warily regarded Shi Yuan. "Have you lost your mind? We're in the middle of the street, and inside a carriage." No less, Shi Yuan's gaze remained fixed on her, reflecting her alarm. He said nothing, his blood-red pupils studying her as if she were prey. Bai Qingying felt stars dancing before her eyes, instinctively shifting her body to evade him. The confines of the carriage restricted her movements, rendering her cries for help futile. Shi Yuan, though aware of the situation, felt a pang of regret for allowing his guard to drop and falling into this trap. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Bai Qingying recalled the adage about striking a snake at its vital point. If she truly acted, would the vile serpent regain his senses and attempt to harm her? Both were lost in their thoughts. And Bai Qingying hesitated, contemplating whether to take action. "Don't move," Shi Yuan's voice was low and intense. He was not yet desperate enough to force someone against their will. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew tense. As Shi Yuan's arms encircled Bai Qingying, and he shook his head, striving to regain clarity. So you can speak. What is wrong with you? I warn you, do not act recklessly. If something happens here, they will hear it. Are you feeling unwell? Perhaps we should return to the camp, and I can fetch some medicine for you. As the effects of the drug took hold, Shi Yuan's composure began to waver. The serpent's tail clung stubbornly, leaving just a small portion to encircle her ankle. Her panicked gaze sought to awaken some semblance of rationality within him, yet she remained unaware that her pitiable appearance only intensified his burgeoning desire. Outside, two sparrows nestled together atop the treetops. The male pecked at the female's feathers, preening her plumage. Occasionally, tufts of snow fell upon the branches, mingling with their warmth and melting away. The sparrows observed the carriage below, unfazed by the bustling crowd around them. Bai Qingying felt a sharp pain and instinctively clutched her neck, her eyes wide with shock as she regarded him. Her mind was a blur, and in their shared gaze. She pushed Shi Yuan with all her might, but he stood firm, unyielding as a rock, the cold-hearted, stubborn serpent. Shi Yuan, leaning against the side, was caught in a haze of intoxication and lucidity. He was aware of his actions. Yet the drug rendered him powerless against his instincts. The snow was too white, dazzling his vision. Amidst the tender exchanges of the sparrows, the male, handsome in form, nestled close to his mate, occasionally flapping his wings to shake off the snow. The feathers were smooth, and the snow scattered across the carriage roof. Silence enveloped the carriage. Shi Yuan gradually regained his senses and abruptly pressed down on the vital point, jolting himself awake, that he was ruthless with himself. Following the pain came a tingling sensation, and her moans brought him back to awareness. He slowly lifted his gaze, his dark red eyes fixated on the two puncture-like wounds on her neck. No blood flowed from them, yet they bore the mark of a purplish-red serpent flower. Chapter 37. Marked after the pain subsided, a tingling sensation followed. Leaving her head in a fog, she instinctively touched the wound, and the memories of the carriage flooded back, inducing panic that propelled her upright from the bed. Bai Qingying anxiously examined her body. Though it appeared unchanged, she felt an overwhelming soreness and weakness. It was said that a woman's first experience felt akin to being run over by a carriage, every bone aching. Given Shi Yuan's prowess, it was fitting with her current condition. The more she pondered, the paler her complexion grew. She covered her face with her hands, unsure of how to confront this ordeal. She was certain she had been intimate with Shi Yuan. Otherwise, her body's reactions would not have been so pronounced. The crux of the matter was that she could not recall any details of the process. She felt like the most humiliated woman alive, transformed from an innocent girl into a true woman without the chance to savor the experience. Could she not at least remember a fragment of it? A maid entered with warm water. "Miss Bai, you're awake at last. The commander instructed that if you awaken, you should drink some warm water. If you feel unwell, I can call for the healer." Upon hearing Shi Yuan's name, a wave of irritation washed over her. "Where is he? The commander has urgent business and has left. If you wish to see him, you must wait for his return." Bai Qingying, filled with indignation, rose from the bed. That shameless creature. He only dares to act without taking responsibility. Hastily fleeing, the maid, bewildered by Bai Qingying's words, asked, "Did you have a quarrel with the commander?" "Not at all. I am heading to the healer now." The more she thought about it on her way, the angrier she became. Once she saw Shi Yuan, she would strip him of that serpent skin and fry it up for a delightful dish. She would even eat it in front of him. No, that serpent skin is tough, and who knows how many days it has gone without a wash. What if it harbors dirt and toxins? Perhaps she could use it as a bath towel to cleanse away her misfortunes. Upon arriving at the healeress, she first tended to a few ailing beasts. Lisa, having heard from Bai Ning that Bai Qingying was treating beasts here, sought her out. Upon entering, she found Bai Qingying grinding herbs. "Bai Qingying, I have yet to settle the score with you for what happened earlier. Don't think that just because you have the commander backing you, you can do as you please. That I, Lisa, am not one to be trifled with." Feeling a headache at Lisa's approach, Bai Qingying exclaimed, "Why do you keep coming after me? I thought I made myself clear. I genuinely want you to be with Xinghuai. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Then why did that male say he was unaware it was a contest for suitors? You've made me lose face. Now I can't hold my head high among the beast clan. They all know I was rejected by a male. Who would dare marry me now? Bai Ning was right. You are the kind of wanton person who would seduce all the beast males. You seem intent on preventing the beast clan from procreating with other females. If this continues, the beast clan will lack new life, and that would be the perfect opportunity for your kind to attack. Bai Qingying was rendered speechless by the heavy accusations thrust upon her. She certainly could not bear such a burden. Moreover, she believed she lacked the charm to attract so many males. Is it Bai Ning who told you this? I see. It's none of your business to go play. I have something to attend to. She patted Lisa on the shoulder and smiled before leaving. Lisa watched as Bai Qingying exited the healeress. And by the time she thought to pursue her, Bai Qingying had already vanished. Frustrated, she stomped her feet in place. Bai Qingying's expression darkened as she made her way to Bai Ning's residence. Without hesitation, she pushed past the maid and entered. Bai Ning stood before a mirror, adorning her head with 2 flowers, contemplating which colors suited her today. Bai Ning, come out. I have questions for you. Upon recognizing Bai Qingying's voice, she turned, surprised to find the face she despised the most staring back at her. Bai Ning sauntered over, her demeanor arrogant. You dare come here? Previously, Bai Qingying had dismissed Bai Ning as inconsequential, but after the latter's repeated instigations through Lisa and her own simmering resentment, she felt compelled to settle both old and new scores. Did you tell Lisa those things that prompted her to come after me? Do you wish to use Lisa's hand against me? Bai Ning, is your hatred for me so profound? You lack the capability to compete for a man on your own, yet you place all the blame upon me, instead of wasting your time on this. Perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings. Bai Ning, seething with rage, her exquisite visage contorted with malice, cast a venomous gaze upon her. As her eyes descended, they caught sight of the purplish-red mark adorning her neck, causing her pupils to constrict involuntarily. You have been marked by Shi Yuan, she exclaimed, fury igniting within her. Vile creature, just wait until I make you pay. Bai Ning revealed her serpentine tail, impulsively lashing it towards Bai Qingying. Bai Qingying narrowly evaded, and upon meeting Bai Ning's eyes, she could distinctly perceive the loathing directed at her. It is a foregone conclusion that a mere human could not prevail in a confrontation against a serpent. Bai Ning, should you dare to strike again, do not blame me for revealing the evidence of your collusion with Xuanming to Shi Yuan. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning instantly retracted her tail. Regarding Bai Qingying with suspicion, she pondered within, believing that her partnership with Xuanming would remain concealed. How could Bai Qingying possibly know? Had Xuanming betrayed her? Nonetheless, Bai Qingying's words instilled a sense of caution within Bai Ning. A cold smirk graced Bai Qingying's lips, confirming her suspicions. Xuanming's affairs were indeed linked to her, though she remained uncertain whether Shi Yuan was oblivious to it all or fully aware. Chapter 38. The kind of anger that cannot be soothed. Remember my words. If you dare to incite others to trouble me again, I shall not be the one to confront you. Instead, it will be your beloved Shi Yuan who comes for you. Let us see how you will explain yourself before him. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. In her fury, Bai Ning swept a number of utensils from the table onto the floor, the house erupting with a cacophony of noise, yet none of it pertained to Bai Qingying, having left Bai Ning's residence. Bai Qingying found herself devoid of the desire to continue to the clinic. Upon Shi Yuan's return from his endeavors in the evening, he entered the cave and immediately sensed an unusual pressure emanating from Bai Qingying. She sat upon the stone bed, the 2 plates of untouched food beside her betraying her disinterest. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes met Shi Yuan's, inciting her ire to the point where she hurled a piece of fruit in his direction. Why have you returned? You might as well stay outside. Shi Yuan, perplexed, looked at the untouched food and commented, haven't you eaten all day? Bai Qingying crossed her arms, turning her head away from him. I intended to eat. But upon seeing certain individuals, my appetite vanished. Shi Yuan approached her, noticing her aloof demeanor, and coldly commanded, turn around and look at me. Bai Qingying scoffed, and in response, Shi Yuan's long fingers grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Bai Qingying glared furiously, attempting to strike him, yet he remained unfazed. inner vexation. She opened her mouth, intending to bite his hand. Before she could make contact, Shi Yuan swiftly maneuvered to grip her face, her rosy lips pouting against her will. "What are you doing? Let me go, you loathsome serpent," she protested. "Are you angry?" Shi Yuan inquired, but Bai Qingying chose to ignore him, shutting her eyes defiantly. The more she contemplated, the more she felt a sense of grievance welling within her, her nose tingling until Shi Yuan finally released her. The events of the day had indeed been unfortunate. Upon hearing him mention her name, Bai Qingying erupted in fury, boldly pointing a finger at him as she berated, "How dare you speak? Did you force yourself upon me? I thought you were the leader of the Beast clan. Surely you would not so easily coerce an unwilling woman. From this day forth, your reputation in my eyes is plummeted. You are no better than a stone by the roadside or a pile of dung." Dung? Yuan's expression darkened, but seeing her distressed countenance, he could hardly muster the energy to argue further. "You are overthinking. I did not force you." Still lost in her thoughts, Bai Qingying was taken aback by his remark, her mouth closing as she looked up at him, bewildered. "What do you mean? If you did not force me, then why? I disdain to coerce one who has not submitted to me, even if you are my wife. It is not an option. The urgency of the situation led to your unfortunate circumstances. Your bodily changes are merely a result of the mark." "Mark?" she echoed, instinctively touching her neck and rushing to the mirror. Indeed, she beheld a purplish-red flower adorning her neck. And oh wonder Bai Qingying had reacted so violently. It seemed her mark had incited her wrath. Yet, her expression darkened. After all this, it turned out her worries had been unfounded. However, this mark was akin to a human being branded as a slave. It symbolized possession. Was she to remain confined here by the side of this detestable serpent for all eternity? "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you mark me without prior discussion? Do you speak as if I would have received your consent willingly?" Yuan replied sternly. "Had you not acted like a wild rabbit, would I have had to resort to such measures? You should keep your distance from me henceforth." Shi Yuan could not fathom her intense anger. A mark was a commonplace practice among the Beast clan, with no substantial harm involved. He failed to understand her resistance. Perhaps due to her human nature, unable to accept the imprint, the striking purplish-red flower upon her fair neck only served to enhance her allure. Sean's gaze shifted. Qi Qing entered the cave, noting an unusual atmosphere within. "Bai Qingying, I have matters to discuss. Could you accompany me?" Just as she wished to avoid spending eternity in Shi Yuan's presence, she coldly snorted as she passed him, leaving Shi Yuan bewildered. As they walked, Qi Qing contemplated questioning her about the earlier encounter with the Shi Yuan when a distant voice interrupted. Lisa stood before Xing Huai, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers. "Xing Huai, since you won the duel from my hand, I am now your betrothed, though the ceremony remains unheld that I am yours now. Why do you continue to treat me so coldly?" Xing Huai pushed Lisa aside, asserting, "I believe I have made myself clear. That was merely an accident, but I do not perceive it as an accident. I am a female of the Beast clan. Do you realize the troubles a female faces when rejected by a male? I genuinely care for you. I know you are a good man. Once we are together, I shall manage our home diligently." Bai Qingying exchanged glances with Qi Qing, astonished to see Lisa relentlessly pursuing Xing Huai. It seemed her animosity stemmed from genuine affection, or else she would not repeatedly seek out trouble with Bai Qingying. As Bai Qingying drew closer, she heard the sound of wheels and turned to witness a carriage speeding towards them. Her eyes widened in alarm as Lisa stood directly in its path. Without a moment's thought, she sprinted forward, shoving Lisa aside. Both tumbled into the roadside weeds, grateful for the foliage that spared them from injury. Lisa, still disoriented, heard Bai Qingying's voice. "Are you all right? That carriage almost struck you. What was that about?" She began to retort, but upon hearing Bai Qingying's explanation, her gaze followed the retreating carriage. Xing Huai and Qi Qing approached, extending their hands in unison, and Bai Qingying quickly grasped Qi Qing's. Xing Huai had no choice but to assist Lisa to her feet. "You were willing to risk your safety to save me from the carriage?" Lisa's voice softened unconsciously. Bai Qingying nodded. "Indeed, the clinic lacks sufficient supplies for external injuries, and I would prefer not to venture up the mountain at this hour." Lisa's expression faltered. She had assumed Bai Qingying would delight in seeing her harmed. Yet here she was, coming to her aid. That I have long been puzzled. Why do you harbor such animosity towards me? Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qingying sought clarity. Chapter 39. Resolve hostilities. Lisa felt a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, I do not dislike you as much as I thought. Bai Ning informed me of your alleged misdeeds, and in my naivete, I sought to enact justice upon you. Understanding dawned upon Bai Qingying. All this turmoil had been instigated by Bai Ning. That I apologize. Bai Qingying, that I truly regret the trouble I caused you these past few days. Should you wish to retaliate, I would not oppose it. Bai Qingying shrugged. Since the matter has been clarified, it was merely a misunderstanding. Why must we trade barbs? You do not resent me? Lisa inquired, her eyes widening. Bai Qingying chuckled, pulling Lisa's hand as they walked away from Xinghuai. Not only do I not resent you, but I also promise to assist you in winning Xinghuai's heart. What do you say? Lisa's eyes sparkled under the night sky, revealing her inherently good nature. As she had stated, her sense of justice had been overly magnified, easily manipulated by Bai Ning. Thank you. Xinghuai and Qi Qing both wished to inquire about the whispered conversation between the two women. I have just clarified everything with Bai Qingying. From this moment forth, we have buried the hatchet and will be good friends. Lisa took the initiative to explain, and Qi Qing couldn't help but glance at Bai Qingying. Under the glow of the night, her skin appeared ethereal. He found himself increasingly fond of Bai Qingying's temperament, which was both astute and refreshingly forthright. As they strolled down the street, Qi Qing spotted some feather-crafted fans and thought of gifting her one. Let us take a look over there. Bai Qingying, perplexed, followed closely behind him. He meticulously selected a fan for her, but with the vibrant colors of the feathers, he was uncertain of her preferences and could only rely on their previous interactions to guide his choice. You must be choosing a fan for your partner. Otherwise, why not buy this peacock fan? The male peacock, in pursuit of his mate, typically plucks his most resplendent feathers to fashion into fans or ornaments to present to the one he adores. Qi Qing was taken aback. Partner? He turned to look at Bai Qingying, who appeared to be lost in thought until the shopkeeper's voice jolted her back to reality. My dear, your beloved is selecting a gift for you. Do take a look and see which style you prefer. She was taken aback, but quickly realized the shopkeeper had misunderstood. No, sir, we are merely friends, not partners. The shopkeeper scratched his head awkwardly. I see. In that case, just buy this ordinary fan. The material is quite decent. How much for the peacock fan? Bai Qingying suddenly lifted her head, only to see Shi Yuan approaching steadily. He halted beside her, his somber gaze seemingly admonishing her for her lack of decorum. Bai Qingying was startled. How had this ominous figure appeared out of nowhere? His chilling aura made even the passing beastmen shrink back in trepidation. Upon his arrival, the shopkeeper instantly disregarded Qi Qing, focusing his attention squarely on him. Commander, you fancy this peacock fan as well? Bai Qingying quickly fished out her money to purchase the fan, then turned to present it to Shi Yuan. It is quite hot. You might find this fan helpful for a better sleep at night. Here, Qi Qing, observing the pristine white snow beneath his feet, fell into silence. What a warm night it was. Shi Yuan regarded her sycophantic demeanor with pursed lips, not accepting the fan. He'd just overheard the shopkeeper's explanation of its significance. Seeing Bai Qingying gift him the fan, he cast her a meaningful glance. Yet, he remained reluctant to accept it, leading Bai Qingying to believe he simply did not fancy such items. If you don't want it, then Qi Qing can have it, just as she was about to offer it to someone else. Shi Yuan's dark expression shifted as he snatched the fan from her grasp, securing it firmly in his hand. Bai Qingying grew increasingly vexed. Did he simply enjoy taking things from others? The most awkward of the trio was Qi Qing. Since the commander has come to see you, I shall take my leave. Until next time. Qi Qing discreetly departed, while Shi Yuan, with a stoic face, tucked the fan into his beast attire. The colorful peacock fan now adorned his azure garment, creating a dazzling spectacle. Strangely enough, the fan at his waist rendered him somewhat more alluring. Now that we are here, would you accompany me for a stroll? Shi Yuan remained silent, following her quietly. After he took the fan, neither spoke another word. An elderly woman selling candied hawthorns caught Bai Qingying's eye. Several strings of the sweet treats were displayed on a straw, their vibrant colors making them look utterly delectable. Her gaze frequently wandered toward the candied hawthorns, yet she was also conscious of Shi Yuan beside her, creating a moment of inner conflict. The old woman, noticing her interest, spoke up. Would you too like a string of candied hawthorns? Look at how this young lady is practically drooling. Why not buy her a string? Shi Yuan regarded the old woman with confusion, observing Bai Qingying's awkward demeanor as she glanced around, which he found somewhat amusing. Young man, you must be more attentive. This young lady desires those candied hawthorns. Why not act quickly? The old woman handed a string of candied hawthorns to Shi Yuan, who, belatedly realizing what was happening, paid for them and offered them to Bai Qingying. What are you giving me this for? She pouted, though her hands obediently accepted the treat. The old woman chuckled. You two seem like a couple that has had a spat. Listen to me. Communicate openly. Do not let trivial matters affect your relationship. Young people can be quite impulsive, so sit down and discuss things to avoid misunderstandings from escalating. Especially you, young man. Look at you. Tall and imposing. You should ensure this young lady isn't bullied. Shi Yuan had never been spoken to this way in public, and he glanced at Bai Qingying, who was licking the sugary coating off the candied hawthorn with delight. Upon turning her head, he promptly averted his gaze, reverting to his usual icy demeanor. Grandma, you speak the truth. You have no idea how terrible this person's temper can be. He is so stingy, he doesn't even give me money to spend. The old woman laughed more warmly. Young people are always like this. I see this young man is not very articulate, but he surely thinks of you. Were it not for being in front of Shi Yuan, she would have burst into laughter, enjoying the candied hawthorn. Her mood sweetened considerably. Suddenly, she noticed Shi Yuan's ears had turned shade of red, leaving her quite astonished. Shi Yuan, why are your ears red? Could it be that you are feeling shy? Grandma, look at him. His ears are red, as if he were a bashful young lady. The old woman nodded, while Shi Yuan, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation, suddenly pulled Bai Qingying close, encircling her waist. His piercing gaze bore into her, fingers pinching the soft flesh at her waist, causing her to flinch and nearly drop her candied hawthorn. You seem increasingly daring. Since you are in such good spirits today, why not indulge in something more meaningful? Bai Qingying, flustered, pushed him away, placing a hand against his chest. I absolutely will not. She turned to flee, only to collide with a beast man, causing her candied hawthorn to fall to the ground with a thud, gathering a fair amount of dust. Lisa's eyes blazed with fury as she pointed at the snout of the rodent beast before her. Did you not hear? The veterinarian expressly stated that the wound must not come into contact with water. You chose to ignore that, and now the wound is festering, yet you still shift the blame onto Bai Qingying. I should never have treated and bandaged you. Perhaps it would have been better for your hand to have been severed. The rodent beast, realizing the weight of its misdeeds and overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the tiger beast, felt its bravado wane. Veterinarian, I may have spoken too impulsively just now. That I apologize, but surely you cannot disregard my wound. Bai Qingying, feeling helpless, fetched some clean gauze and herbal remedies from the medical center and handed them to the rodent beast. Please, go back and re-bandage it yourself. The rodent beast thanked her and departed. Lisa, contemplating a few casual exchanges with Bai Qingying, was interrupted by the arrival of Xinghua at the medical center. Xinghua had not reciprocated Lisa's affections, resulting in a palpable tension between them whenever they met. Lisa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction toward Xinghua. As a beautiful and intelligent female, she had pursued a male multiple times only to be rebuffed. Leaving her feelings slighted, mistaking Lisa's presence for trouble, Xinghua instinctively shielded Bai Qingying behind him, his narrow eyes scrutinizing her with caution. Lisa, disconcerted by the way he regarded her, as if she were a villain, spoke up. Why do you look at me like that? Do you truly despise me? Angered by Xinghua's protective stance towards Bai Qingying, Lisa's irritation was not born of jealousy, but rather from feeling unjustly regarded as a threat. What brings you here? I have no favorable impressions of you, so I suggest you leave. The tiger beast, naturally combative, especially when it came to a fierce female like Lisa, was incensed and transformed in her beast form, charging towards Xinghua with a roar. Xinghua, not one to back down, retaliated, and the two tiger beasts clashed fiercely, turning the medical center into a battlefield. With a resounding crash, various instruments toppled, and many prepared herbs scattered across the floor. Bai Qingying, witnessing the chaos, felt both pained and enraged. Stop fighting, she shouted, but her voice barely penetrated their fury. Lisa, intent on venting her pent-up frustration, unleashed deadly moves, while Xing Huai skillfully evaded her strikes. Unfortunately, the furniture in the medical center bore the brunt of their conflict, nearly collapsing under the strain. Eventually, both combatants, exhausted, reverted to their human forms, panting heavily. Bai Qingying stepped forward, aghast at the disarray that had befallen the medical center, her face turning pale with anger. "You two, get out of here." The sight of the scattered herbs made her wish she could strip the tiger's skins from both of them. Regaining her composure, Lisa felt a pang of guilt wash over her, without a second thought. She retrieved her coin pouch from her waist and handed it to Bai Qingying. "I apologize, Qing, that I was too impulsive just now and failed to consider the consequences. This pouch contains my savings. It should suffice to cover the damages." The sound of the coins clinking together soothed her wounded spirit, and her anger dissipated. "This cannot happen again. You both must learn to control your impulses," Lisa declared as she scattered the coins onto the table, beginning to count them with a sense of satisfaction. The commotion at the medical center had drawn a crowd of onlookers, including Bai Ning, who observed from a distance. She noted Bai Qingying's jubilant counting and, despite the time that had passed, had remained in the Beast clan without any intention of leaving, suggesting that she did not genuinely wish to part from Shi Yuan. Bai Ning, unable to contain her frustration, stormed into the medical center. "What a spectacle! I underestimated you, making that tiger-beast fight another female on your behalf." After depositing the last coin into her pouch, she turned and cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ning. Chapter 41. Special illnesses. What brings you here again? If you're injured or ill, I would be more than willing to assist you. But if you are merely seeking trouble, I must insist that I am quite busy. Bai Ning glared at her with palpable jealousy, the vivid purple mark on her skin glaringly evident. "Answer me. Have you become involved with that tiger beast? If so, you should leave Shi Yuan at once and not occupy your position." Bai Qingying found the situation amusing and took the opportunity to clear her ears, not wishing to engage in a prolonged argument with Bai Ning. She decided to respond since the confrontation had been initiated by Bai Ning. "You know, I find you quite contemptible that if you truly admire Shi Yuan, why not pursue him actively?" She paused, recalling, "Oh, I forgot, he does not harbor any feelings for you." Bai Ning was infuriated, her fangs bared in fury as she yearned to inject her venom into Bai Qingying's body and tear the mark from her neck. She stepped forward, intent on reprimanding Bai Qingying, when suddenly a frantic beast rushed into the medical center. "Help! Help!" Both women turned to see the beast, frothing at the mouth, droplets of foam falling to the ground. Bai Ning felt her stomach churn at the grotesque sight. "Consider yourself fortunate. Next time I see you, I may just tear yours since there were no clues." She could only return for now. She intended to check the medical hall first to see if any orcs had come seeking her healing services. Just a few steps in, she almost collided with a small beast that approached her. This little creature was somewhat damp, and as it neared Bai Qingying, it seemed to exude a peculiar and foul odor. Logically speaking, whether it be wild animals or orcs, they typically do not possess such an unpleasant smell beyond their natural scent. Curiosity compelled her to follow it, while Qi trailed behind, uncertain of Bai Qingying's intentions. Upon reaching the river outside the city, Bai Qingying halted her steps. The small beast plunged into the water, taking a bath. Suddenly, it dashed to Bai Qingying's side and spun around her twice, but she was puzzled by its actions and merely glanced at Qi for clarification. It had just washed itself and seemed to find its fur itchy. Usually, orcs would scratch these little creatures when they were bored. Qi revealed his sharp claws, crouching down to scratch the little beast's fur. The small creature let out a pleased yelp, kneeling beside Qi and allowing him to fuss over it. After a while, as Qi was finishing up, he instinctively raised his clawed hand to sniff, only to be nearly overwhelmed by a nauseating stench that almost made him retch. He looked at the little beast with a strange expression. Its once adorable demeanor had significantly diminished in his eyes. "How can it smell so awful? Didn't just take a bath." The small beast seemed to understand Qi words and scratched at his foot in discontent. Bai Qingying pondered, moving closer to the river to scoop some water into her palm. Lowering her head to sniff, she detected a faint, fishy odor emanating from the river. Qi, "I believe there is something wrong with this river. It's safe to traverse." Following her gaze upward, they spotted a dense forest above. Yet a narrow path was visible. It is passable, but I fear it might frighten you. His words only heightened Bai Qingying's suspicion that the river could indeed be the primary source of their concern. Let us investigate further. As they approached the forest, the foul odor grew increasingly pronounced. The gnarled branches obscured the intense sunlight, casting a shadowy gloom within the woods. It was the winter season, and with the snow falling, she instinctively drew her fur cloak tighter around herself. Chapter 42. The suggestion of cremation. Upon arriving at a certain clearing, her eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. Several orc corpses had turned to white bones. Strewn across the ground, the earth had been disturbed, and the bodies buried repeatedly, but this place could no longer accommodate the dead orcs. Over time, numerous corpses had accumulated, forming a charnel ground. She finally comprehended why Bai Qingying had expressed concern about frightening her. It was no wonder this area felt so oppressive. The orc corpses had nourished the surrounding flora, allowing it to thrive robustly. Gazing at the towering trees, a chill crept from her spine to the crown of her head. We cannot remain here. We must leave. She realized the cause of her unease. With the winter snow melting into water, the bodies would inevitably become soaked over time. Look, some of the corpses are not fully buried. Even if the soil's moisture seeps into the river, what do you think would happen to the ordinary orcs who drink this unhealthy water? Just the thought made her feel nauseous. Bai Qingying, being an orc himself, had not considered this. Typically, deceased kin were brought to this place for burial. However, after hearing Bai Qingying's words, he acknowledged that the accumulation of corpses was indeed alarming. What should we do? This issue was grave. A slight misstep could jeopardize the health of the entire orc clan. Imagine during battles with the human race, witnessing our kin suffering from stomach ailments and foaming at the mouth. It would be hard to ignore. Mentioning the war made Bai Qingying's expression turn serious. Bai Qingying's words rang true. It was a matter of the health of the entire orc race. Upon returning, she contemplated seeking Shi Yuan to discuss the matter of cremation. However, after waiting for a while without his return to the cave, she decided to find him in the meeting cave. Yet, she did not enter directly. As Shi Yuan was still in discussions with others, when those individuals were about to exit, she hurriedly stepped inside. Everyone, please wait a moment. I have something important to discuss. Turning to Shi Yuan, she added, what I am about to say is of great significance. Shi Yuan shot her a cold glance, causing the other orcs to remain still and silent. Although he was curious, he was eager to learn what Bai Qingying wished to convey. With a grave expression, Bai Qingying recounted the events of the day in detail. A significant number of orcs are experiencing health issues, and the cause lies within that river. I understand the orc race relies heavily on this river for sustenance. But above it lies a vast charnel ground. The decaying bodies have spawned numerous bacteria, and, as the snow melts, the water flows into the river, endangering innocent orcs. As for the charnel ground, I propose a commendable solution. I suggest we promote cremation, using fire to incinerate the orc corpses rather than continuing with burials. While the trees may benefit from the nourishment, the river suffers from pollution, endangering any orc who consumes its water. As soon as she finished speaking, a cacophony of voices erupted among the gathered orcs. Traditionally, they had always practiced burial. Like humans, they revered the concept of returning to the earth. Burning a corpse was not only disrespectful to the deceased kin, but also an affront to the forest. No, we have never implemented such a method. Even if a person has died, to reduce their body to ashes while they were once alive. Do you not find that cruel? Humans do not do this. Yet they expect us orcs to comply. I suspect their intentions are sinister. They cannot bear to see us thrive. Their objections were anticipated. Cremation was indeed a concept they found difficult to accept at first. Silence! Shi Yuan's commanding voice silenced the clamor in the cave. His ears pained by the noise, the orcs settled down, though their expressions remained indignant as they glared at Bai Qingying. Them. Her proposal seemed utterly absurd. Shi Yuan fixed his gaze upon her, allowing the others to voice their opinions before presenting their own. Bai Qingying felt a surge of gratitude toward Shi Yuan. Perhaps he too held reservations. But at least in this moment, he had not undermined her. I understand that cremation is hard for you to accept at first, but the bones will turn to ash through the process. You can keep your kin's ashes at home. It is neither frightening nor disrespectful, and it allows you to cherish their memory. There is nothing wrong with cremation. It merely sounds harsh, yet it is the most environmentally friendly method. Though burial has been a tradition for ages, do not forget that both humans and orcs propagate life. With new lives being born, old ones inevitably pass away. Do you truly believe there is enough land to accommodate them all? Or do you wish to witness your kin, half buried in the earth while hunting, believing that such a sight offers them comfort in the afterlife? Her words struck a chord with the orcs, and their expressions began to shift, a hint of wavering evident. If what she proposed regarding cremation was true, it did not seem so bad, especially considering the pollution of the river was a significant issue. Even if we can endure, what about the females and children in our clan? Bai Qingying admired the orc who had just spoken. At last, there was someone who understood reason. The other orcs nodded, looking at her with newfound agreement. While we may consent, we still need the leader's approval. Bai Qingying turned her gaze towards Shi Yuan, adeptly flattering him. The leader is wise and reasonable. He will surely agree to such a minor matter. She winked at Shi Yuan, who pressed his lips together, having absorbed Bai Qingying's reasoning. Her arguments were indeed sound. The river's health was paramount for the survival of the orc clan, and any issues were intolerable. Let us proceed as she suggests. You are to issue orders that, if anyone has objections, they may come to me directly. Before sunset, Shi Yuan visited Aunt Yu to check on her well-being. Thanks to Bai Qingying's care, her heart condition had significantly improved. Mother, Aunt Yu looked at him tenderly, beckoning him to sit beside her. I have heard about the matter of cremation. The fact that she proposed such a method shows her genuine concern for the orc race. Qingying is a good child. You should focus your thoughts on her and not neglect her. Although she is of human descent, her actions speak volumes. Do not be too cold towards her, that I look forward to you both bringing me a grandchild soon. Aunt Yu smiled dreamily, imagining how beautiful their child would be. Shi Yuan remained silent, memories of Bai Qingying helping the orc race flashing through his mind. Her righteous demeanor from earlier lingered in his thoughts, and he found himself admiring her more. Chapter 43. Bacterial Weapons Leader. There are unusual movements in the Sunset Forest. Outside the cave, an orc hurriedly reported, and Shi Yuan nodded at Bai Qingying before departing. Not long after he had left, he unexpectedly encountered Bai Qingying. Supporting her shoulder with one hand, Shi Yuan, without the luxury of idle chatter, withdrew his gaze and contemplated leaving. Where are you going? Bai Qingying interposed, noticing a hint of gravity in his expression, indicating that something significant had transpired. There's been unusual activity in the Sunless Forest. I intend to investigate. We can discuss your matters upon my return. Then allow me to accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Let us go. She grasped Xuan's hand and headed towards the forest, his gaze lingering on the point where their fingers intertwined. Flattery may conceal ulterior motives. Yet could it be that Bai Qingying's attentiveness signified a change of heart? The urgency of the situation left him little time for contemplation, and he followed her into the woods. Shi Yuan furrowed his brow at the grim surroundings. Many orcs lay wounded, some slumped against trees, others sprawled on the ground. Bai Qingying, who had been by his side moments ago, swiftly moved to attend to the injured. She knelt before one orc, gently lifting his hand to examine a wound that showed signs of festering. The orc's face contorted in pain, his brow slick with cold sweat. She proceeded to assess others, discovering that nearly all exhibited similar afflictions. Yet with the snow still falling and the weather not warm, how could infections escalate so severely in such a short span? What caused these injuries? The orc, enduring his pain, recounted the recent events. The more she listened, the more she discerned significant issues within humanity. What is the situation? Shi Yuan approached Bai Qingying, recognizing her solemn demeanor and understanding that matters had grown complicated. It is difficult to say that I have formed some hypotheses, yet until they are substantiated, I dare not speak freely. However, given the current state of these injuries, it seems likely that dire consequences await to safeguard their lives. I may need to conduct further research. Just hearing her words conveyed the severity of the situation. Upon returning to the camp, she fashioned a rudimentary extraction device and utilized the moldy buns to extract the spores. She toiled endlessly over these contraptions. Xuan, lacking knowledge in this area, nonetheless understood that Bai Qingying was working for the benefit of the orc clan. Late at night, he brought buns and roasted meat to the infirmary. Bai Qingying, donning a makeshift mask and gloves fashioned from fish skin and cotton, remained oblivious to his presence, engrossed in her study of penicillin, meticulously following the steps etched in her memory. Stop with this nonsense. You should eat something first. Shi Yuan placed the food on the table, but Bai Qingying, nearly exasperated, quickly moved it aside. You almost ruined my sterile environment. She had painstakingly established a sterile setting, nearly disrupted by the food brought by the calm-faced Shi Yuan. Scowling, Shi Yuan observed her flustered demeanor. He had come to offer her sustenance, only to be met with disdain. If I were not concerned about your well-being, would I waste my time coming here? These contraptions are incomprehensible. You've been fiddling with them for days without clarity. Instead of toiling over them, you should eat. Inspiration might strike. Bai Qingying removed her mask, hands on her hips, protesting, "What nonsense! These are life-saving devices. What do you know?" Shi Yuan regarded her peculiar apparatus and noted the fatigue etched on her face. His tone remained somewhat brusque. Even if they are not nonsense, you need nourishment to have the strength to work on them. She, unwilling to engage further, opted instead to push him out. Go. Until I have completed my research, do not disturb me. Shi Yuan stood outside, lips pressed together, glaring at her. He wanted to express his frustration, yet he watched as she hastily consumed a few bites of bun before resuming her work on the strange contraption. After observing for a while, he departed. The successive experiments left her physically and mentally drained. If her suspicions held true, humanity might possess biological weapons that should not exist in this era, given humanity's current intellect. They might not fully control such biological weapons, leading to their eventual depletion. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered in her heart, as if a greater danger loomed. That night, upon returning to the cave, she collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan enveloped her in his arms, his serpentine tail gently massaging her back. Suddenly, she turned to face him, their eyes locking. The candlelight illuminated her delicate features, her bright eyes captivating him for a prolonged moment. I have contemplated many issues. I suspect humanity possesses weapons that you cannot currently counter. These weapons are not meant for warfare, but can devastate a person's body. Shi Yuan, astute and quick-witted, grasped her implication, his expression growing grave. You mean these weapons could incapacitate the orcs, reducing their numbers and ensuring humanity's victory? She nodded. I call them biological weapons, designed to induce illness in orcs, thereby undermining your strength from within. Thus, I maintain that such weapons are beyond your current means of defense, that I wish to personally investigate the truth behind humanity. No sooner had she voiced her intention than Shi Yuan adamantly rejected her request. No, Bai Qingying, perplexed, sat up in bed. Why? I understand these matters far better than anyone else. Only I can uncover the secrets they hold. You need not elaborate. I said no. If you dare make decisions on your own, I will break your legs. Shi Yuan seized her chin, his tone menacing. His blood-red slit pupils glinted with a dark intensity, evoking a chill within her. Unyielding, Bai Qingying shrugged off his hand, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. The two lay back to back, eyes wide open, each staring ahead, neither willing to break the silence. Dawn broke, and Bai Qingying, spotting Shi Yuan, could not help but scoff. What do you mean no? Are you merely afraid I might escape once I reach human territory? Simply put, it's a matter of trust. Their disagreement ended on a sour note. After Bai Qingying departed, she found Qi Qing. Summarizing the situation briefly, she initially expected him to refuse. However, after a moment's contemplation, he readily agreed. Qingying, you are correct that if humanity indeed possesses such fearsome weapons, and we lack a countermeasure, victory in this battle is unattainable. Be safe. I shall accompany you. Should humanity dare to harm you, I can still protect you. Bai Qingying finally exhaled in relief as they set off toward human territory. Chapter 44. Gathering intelligence upon reaching the border, Bai Qingying gazed into the distance, where an imposing city gradually came into view. They would soon reach human lands. They had scarcely taken a few steps when an eerie sound reached their ears. Qi Qing immediately sensed something amiss and shielded Bai Qingying behind him, his fox ears twitching, keenly alert to their surroundings. Bai Qingying felt he was being overly cautious. After all, they were at the border, and it was unlikely humans would be present here. Moreover, the area was somewhat barren. with only a few tall, sturdy trees for cover. If a large group of humans were nearby, they would have revealed themselves by now. Qi Qing, are you being a bit too sensitive? Qi Qing collected himself, pursing his lips. I thought I heard something. I'm uncertain if it was human or beast, but just to be safe, let us proceed with caution. Just then, hidden humans sprang forth, swiftly surrounding Bai Qingying and Qi Qing. The sudden turn of events left even Bai Qingying momentarily stunned. The leading man, upon seeing a male orc and a female human, particularly noting Bai Qingying's beauty, assumed she must be a captive of the orc. "Bind that orc," he commanded. "Miss, you must be his captive. Fear not. We are nearing our territory. He will not harm you." The man addressed Bai Qingying with a hint of respect, recognizing her golden eyes, indicative of her noble status. If he could rescue her and bring her into human lands, he would undoubtedly earn accolades. Assuming they would question her relationship with Qi Qing, Bai Qingying decided to play along with their misunderstanding. "Thank you." The man waved his hand, and two humans seized Qi Qing by the shoulders, escorting him away. As they proceeded, Bai Qingying walked slowly, frequently glancing back at Qi Qing. The humans, misinterpreting her concern as fear of the orc, believed she was apprehensive about him breaking free and attacking them. Seizing the moment while the humans relaxed their guard, she signaled to Qi Qing to make a swift escape. Those ropes could not bind him. Yet, Qi Qing's eyes reflected worry. If he fled, what would become of Bai Qingying? Bai Qingying discreetly gestured to him, reassuring him that she had already devised a plan in her mind for the forthcoming events. Qi Qing's expression was grave. He contemplated the possibility of both of them being trapped within human territory, realizing that seeking reinforcements would then become exceedingly challenging. Transforming into his beast form, he reverted to his original state as a fox. His petite frame, making it impossible for the ropes, intended to restrain an adult male, to confine a small fox, he fled in haste, and by the time the humans reacted, his silhouette had vanished amidst the sprawling trees. "Brother, that beast man has escaped. Should we pursue him?" One man inquired, his countenance darkening. He had hoped to capture a beast man and achieve merit, but to his dismay, one managed to elude him right under his nose. Yet with Bai Qingying, a noble among them, things would not appear too dismal to not pursue. "We have no idea where he has fled. Let us return for now." Observing Qi Qing's successful escape, Bai Qingying felt a wave of relief wash over her. Given his speed, he should swiftly return to relay the news. Meanwhile, Qi Qing hurried back to the camp. Shi Yuan watched in disbelief as a fox dashed towards him. With a swift motion, he seized Qi Qing by the scruff of his neck. As Qi Qing struggled and fell to the ground, he immediately transformed back into his human form. Upon recognizing Qi Qing, Shi Yuan did not offer him a welcoming demeanor. "What is the matter with you? Looking so frantic." "Forgive me, Commander, you must think of a way to rescue Bai Qingying. She accompanied me to the border where she accidentally fell into the hands of an ambush set by humans. However, they may have mistakenly believed she is of noble status and have not harmed her. She instructed me to return and inform you." Qi Qing's urgency was palpable. Had Bai Qingying been under his protection, she would undoubtedly be safe, but now, she was alone in human territory, and he could not predict what dangers awaited her. Xuan's expression darkened. The words he had spoken yesterday had clearly fallen on deaf ears. For Bai Qingying had taken it upon herself to venture into human lands to seek the truth, which vexed him. Although he understood her stubborn nature, her actions had been reckless. Once he located the humans, he intended to give them a severe reprimand. "Where is she now?" "She should have already entered human territory," Qi Qing replied, feeling a pang of guilt. Had he been more vigilant earlier, Bai Qingying would not have followed those humans. Shi Yuan pushed Qi Qing aside and made to head towards human territory. At that moment, one of the beastmen beside him intercepted his path. "Commander, are you intending to rescue that female? You must not. The Emperor of the Divine Clan has long coveted your life. Should you go, you would be walking into a trap." "Indeed, Commander. What if this is merely a plan orchestrated by that female in collusion with the humans? Perhaps their objective is to take your life. Do not forget, that woman is a noble among humans. They would not dare harm her." The beastmen urged him, hoping he would reconsider his course of action. Shi Yuan's eyes glinted with cold disdain as he cast a displeased glance at those obstructing him. Though she's a female sent by humans for an alliance, once she has wed me, she becomes my wife. Shi Yuan, do you wish for me to stand idly by while my wife is in peril? With a scoff, Shi Yuan flicked his serpent-like tail and departed, leaving a flurry of snowflakes to dust the faces of Bai Qingying and the other beastmen, adding a hint of disarray to their appearance. The beastmen exchanged glances, astonished by Shi Yuan's profound regard for the human female and the potential dangers that lay ahead for him. After Bai Qingying followed the humans to their city, she was temporarily housed in a dwelling where they did not impose strict surveillance, allowing her a measure of freedom. Soon, a woman entered with some food, and upon noticing Bai Qingying's golden eyes, her face reflected a hint of reverence, further captivated by her beauty. After placing the food on the table, the woman turned to leave, but Bai Qingying suddenly called out to her. "Excuse me, miss." The woman turned back, her expression tinged with suspicion. "What is it?" With a sorrowful demeanor, Bai Qingying replied, "I have been captured by beastmen for quite some time and lost contact with my family. Fortunately, I was rescued by my kin. Yet upon returning to the city, I find it rather strange that it seems this place has undergone significant changes. Could you enlighten me?" As the woman was about to respond, the door swung open, and the man who had initially found Bai Qingying entered. "This does not concern you. Kindly step outside." He cast a warning glare at the woman. Bai Qingying quickly deduced that this man was concealing something from her, and that the woman likely possessed some knowledge about the situation, prompting her to intervene. "Brother, do you not trust me? I am of noble status among humans. Regardless of your actions or allegiances, I will undoubtedly side with humanity. You cannot presume that just because I've spent time with beastmen, I would betray my kind. I have only just been rescued. To be questioned by my own kin is unbearable. I would rather have perished at the hands of those beastmen." Fuming, Bai Qingying sank into a chair. Turning her head away from the two, the woman, hearing Bai Qingying's words, shot an angry glare at the man. "She is of noble birth. How could she possibly betray us? Besides, the matters within our city are not of paramount importance. Everyone here is well aware of the situation. The recent fortified defenses are merely preparations for an impending conflict with the beastmen." She shared a wealth of information with Bai Qingying, and when she felt the time was right, she excused herself to rest, allowing the two men to exit. Once they were gone, Bai Qingying approached the door, peering outside. For some unknown reason, the two humans who had been watching her had seemingly vanished. Now was not the time to hesitate. She quietly opened the door, crouching low as she attempted to slip out of the small room. However, just a few steps away, she abruptly froze in place. "Xueming, were you not confined by Shi Yuan?" She was taken aback, surprised to encounter Xueming here. She recalled that after the incident with the defense plans, he had been captured by beastmen. How had he suddenly appeared among humans? Had he escaped again? Who had aided him? Or was it Bai Ning? "Seeing me here seems to surprise you," Xueming said, stepping forward and seizing her by the neck, dragging her back into the room. This time, he ordered the humans guarding the door to prevent her from escaping. Inside, the two stood in opposition. "You seem to command these humans rather well. Your status among them must be quite significant," Bai Qingying remarked. Xueming casually took a seat before her, playing with the copper ring on his finger. "Now that you are on human territory, I am not concerned about your escape. Indeed, I am a general of the human race. Now that you are in my grasp, I must admit I admire your cleverness. It is a pity that such what is not directed towards your own people." Bai Qingying, undeterred, stepped closer to Xueming. "You misunderstand me. When threatened by someone, one must naturally speak in their favor. If you were in my position before Shi Yuan, you would have to comply, lest you fall victim to the beastman's methods, which you have witnessed firsthand. Oh, you think I am unafraid?" She sparred verbally with Xueming, but he had already seen through Bai Qingying's capabilities and was not swayed by her words. There's a saying among humans: the more beautiful the exterior, the more venomous the intent. The same applies to beautiful women. Unbeknownst to Bai Qingying, she had already been labeled as such in Xueming's mind. He rose, casting a cold glance at her. "In no matter, you still hold some value. For now, you shall remain here, and I advise you not to entertain any treacherous thoughts. Otherwise, should you come to harm, do not blame me." After he departed, the door was shut once more. Bai Qingying approached the entrance, where two humans stood guard, weapons in hand, making any attempt to leave exceedingly difficult. To her surprise, Xueming's identity as a general of the human race was a revelation. Reflecting on the various actions of these humans in the forest, she realized that sending a general to oversee such matters hinted at deeper schemes at play. As evening fell, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. After her encounter with Xueming during the day, he had not returned. "Dear brothers, could you do me a kindness and allow me to step outside for a bit? I feel as though I might suffocate in this room." The guards, hearing her plea, did not relent. "You should abandon any thoughts of escape. Without the leader's command, you shall not be permitted to leave." Since persuasion had failed, she resolved to resort to cunning tactics. Clutching her stomach, she lamented, "But I am in pain. There is no place in this room for me to relieve myself. Today, I consumed the offerings sent by your human women, and I harbor suspicions that they are undoubtedly tainted. If you do not permit me to exit and resolve this matter, I shall have no choice but to relieve myself within these confines, and when the time comes, do not blame me for the ensuing odor." The two exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They turned to look through the crack in the door, astonished to hear such vulgar words emanating from the mouth of an upper-class human woman. Surely, it cannot be too much trouble to allow her access to a latrine? The guards queried one another, arranging for someone to follow Bai Qingying and escort her outside to find a lavatory. Once inside, Bai Qingying's countenance returned to normal as she surveyed the surroundings of the restroom. Above her, there was a ventilation opening, just large enough for her petite frame to squeeze through. After considerable effort, she successfully extricated herself from the latrine, while the two guards stationed outside remained oblivious to her escape. She swiftly fled in the opposite direction, contemplating leaving behind a grand surprise for the humans. Arriving at their encampment, she tossed some firewood into a tent, igniting a raging inferno. The humans, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, scrambled to extinguish the flames. Bai Qingying clapped her hands in delight and dashed away. However, just a few paces into her escape, she collided with a figure, the impact causing her features to contort in pain. Regaining her composure, she looked up to see Xueming wearing a sardonic smile. Without uttering a word, he yanked her back into the original dwelling. "I underestimated you. You possess remarkable audacity. Were it not for your potential usefulness, I would have dispatched you already." Xueming shot her a glare before hastening to assess the situation of the fire. How could she have been caught so easily? She sat down in frustration, acutely aware that the guards outside would be even more vigilant, and she could only speculate about the measures Xueming might employ to prevent her escape. Nevertheless, she had acquired crucial intelligence, and if she did not promptly return to inform Shi Yuan, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Chapter 46. Shi Yuan appears in the deep of night. The commotion outside had subsided considerably. No one came to inquire about Bai Qingying's well-being, and she lay wide awake, feeling utterly despondent when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. She jolted awake at the sound of chains unlocking. To prevent her from escaping again, Xueming had taken the precaution of securing the door with a lock. Upon its opening, Shi Yuan swiftly approached her, lifting her as one would a chick, his piercing gaze scrutinizing her for any signs of harm. Only when he confirmed her safety did he exhale in relief that, in contrast, Bai Qingying, upon seeing Shi Yuan, momentarily believed she was hallucinating and extended her hand in front of him. Shaking it, Shi Yuan grasped her wrist and led her away. Bai Qingying had countless questions for him, wondering why he had suddenly appeared and why it seemed he had not clashed with the humans. Everything was unfolding too smoothly, prompting her to entertain fanciful thoughts. In the shadows, Xueming watched their departing figures, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Shi Yuan cradled her in his arms, swiftly transforming into a white serpent and whisking her back to the encampment. The wind howled fierce. She gazed at Aunt Yu, her eyes brimming with determination. Aunt Yu interrupted her words, fighting back the tears that welled in her eyes. She genuinely cared for Bai Qingying, yet felt a profound disappointment regarding this incident. Her son, who had always held a proud demeanor, was now ensnared in danger due to a woman for the first time. That it was not that she doubted Bai Qingying's medical skills, but as a mother, she simply could not afford to gamble with her son's life. Ultimately, she shook her head, stating, "I cannot agree. I cannot jest with my son's life. Bai Qingying clutched the reagent bottle tightly, fully comprehending Aunt Yu's sentiments. However, the situation with Shi Yuan could not be delayed any longer. Despite not appearing as formidable in the eyes of other beastmen, he was the leader of their clan. As long as he remained unconscious, one could never predict what unforeseen events might transpire. Thus, she was desperate to administer antibiotics to Shi Yuan as swiftly as possible, that he could not wait, if this truly was a scheme orchestrated by the human race. And without the leader's guidance, what would happen if they encountered obstacles and fell into peril? Aunt Yu's gaze shifted toward Shi Yuan, her heart filled with conflict. Shi Yuan, still possessing a flicker of consciousness, slowly opened his eyes and met Aunt Yu's gaze. Shi Yuan, my child. Unable to contain herself, Aunt Yu rushed to him, and it was then that Bai Qingying realized Shi Yuan had awakened. She had underestimated Shi Yuan's physical resilience. She had not anticipated he could regain consciousness without antibiotics. However, true recovery would still require penicillin D. "Do not worry about me. I will not die," Shi Yuan reassured, tears streaming down Aunt Yu's face as she caressed his cheek. "Foolish child, what nonsense are you speaking? You will be fine. Your mother will ensure your safety." Bai Qingying, feeling uncertain, stepped forward and patiently explained to Shi Yuan, "You have likely been infected by human bacterial weapons. The only thing that can save you is the penicillin in my hand. But I have never administered it to anyone else before." Shi Yuan fixed his gaze on the reagent bottle in her hand and immediately declared, "Then use it on me, and no matter the outcome. Do not hold her accountable." Bai Qingying was taken aback. Did he trust her so implicitly? What if something went awry? Aunt Yu still refused to relent. "Mother, there will be no problem, with her remarkable medical skills." "Do you truly believe she would harm me?" Aunt Yu hesitated, but before anyone else could react, Bai Qingying swiftly administered the penicillin to Shi Yuan. At this juncture, Aunt Yu found herself at a loss for words. Yet, if her child were to suffer due to Bai Qingying's actions, this mother would not grant her a favorable disposition. The crowd remained vigilantly at Shi Yuan's side until dawn, at which point his condition showed signs of improvement. The pallor of his face began to regain some color. Other beast physicians arrived to treat Shi Yuan, expressing their astonishment. The leader's body had regained vitality and had now passed the most critical phase. With proper recuperation, he would face no further issues. Aunt Yu nodded with joy and, upon glancing at Bai Qingying, reflected on her previous attitude. She grasped Bai Qingying's hand gently and patted it, saying, "Child, I apologize for my earlier hasty words. I was merely overwhelmed with concern for my child and did not intend to speak so harshly to you." Bai Qingying smiled softly, understanding the emotions of a mother, while everyone else reveled in joy. Her thoughts drifted to another matter. Shi Yuan, being so agile, could not have suddenly fallen victim to a human plot. Moreover, his reactions had been somewhat sluggish. When he had been treated earlier, she suspected that toxins had long existed within his body. Thus, the incident of his fainting must have been premeditated, and it was merely coincidental that he collapsed after rescuing her, leading everyone to assume she had caused it. As Shi Yuan recuperated, she attentively cared for him. Bai Ning occasionally appeared, seemingly anxious that Shi Yuan might forget her. At noon, Bai Qingying brought in the medicine she had prepared. Bai Ning's expression darkened. She wished to personally administer the medicine to Shi Yuan, but dared not express it. Watching Bai Qingying feed Shi Yuan, she initially thought he would find the slow spoonfuls cumbersome and prefer to gulp it down. Bai Qingying ignored her, insisting that drinking slowly would aid in recovery. Eventually, Shi Yuan acquiesced, gradually relishing her care and feeling at ease. By the way, there's something I forgot to tell you, she said. That day, Aunt Yu was present, and I hesitated to speak, fearing she would worry. Your illness had already been lurking within your body. It just took longer to manifest due to your superior physical condition compared to other beastmen. Rest assured, I will investigate who is behind this attempt to harm you. Upon hearing this, Bai Ning's expression shifted awkwardly. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to deflect blame onto someone else? Ignoring Bai Ning, Bai Qingying took the now empty bowl outside. Bai Ning followed closely, seizing her wrist. You need to clarify your words. If it's not you trying to harm Shi Yuan, then who could it be? Bai Qingying scoffed and shook off her hand. How could you not know who that person is? Bai Ning's startled reaction briefly unsettled her. But she quickly regained her composure, stating calmly, How would I know so much? Bai Qingying stepped forward, closing the distance between them, her gaze unwavering. Bai Qingying pressed her. Bai Ning faltered, taking a step back. You were previously involved with Xue Ming, and with the poison in Shi Yuan's body having been present for several days, I find it hard not to suspect that you are behind this. Do you not love your brother Shi Yuan the most? Bai Qingying continued, her voice firm. You truly dare to harm him? Is this love turned to hate? Are you contemplating his demise? Would you betray the Beast Clan to assist the humans? Watching Shi Yuan perish before your very eyes? With each word, Bai Ning's heart grew more tumultuous, plunging her deeper into despair. She swallowed hard, suddenly shoving Bai Qingying, who staggered back in surprise, making it difficult to dismiss the notion that she was involved. You're talking nonsense. How could I ever do such a thing? You simply want to pin all of this on me. Bai Ning glared at Bai Qingying suspiciously, her maid appearing frightened by the confrontation. Suddenly, Bai Qingying approached Bai Ning, firmly grasping her hand and raising it high. Then let us go before your beloved brother Shi Yuan and clarify everything. If you truly had no part in this, I shall kneel and apologize to you. How does that sound? Bai Ning's eyes twitched, bewildered by Bai Qingying's sudden shift in demeanor. The voice of Bai Qingying drifted softly behind Bai Ning, who was taken aback by the realization that Bai Ning had resorted to such despicable tactics to capture Shi Yuan's attention. Had it not been for her presence, the veterinarians would have been a loss, and time might have dragged on, potentially endangering Shi Yuan's life. Her expression darkened as she confronted Bai Ning. Do you understand the consequences of using such methods on Shi Yuan? I suddenly see that your feelings for him are not rooted in love. Rather, you cannot bear his cold indifference. That if you truly loved him, how could you even contemplate causing him harm, treating the lives of others as mere trifles, yet showing no remorse? Bai Ning's demeanor shifted from arrogance to panic in an instant. Grasping Bai Qingying's hand, her face bore an expression of desperation as she pleaded, "Please don't tell anyone. I only acted this way because I care too much for him. After all, he only pays attention to you every day. I assure you, my intentions are not to harm him. I will find a way to neutralize the poison. I merely acted out of love. As long as you keep this secret, I swear I will no longer trouble you within the Beast Clan." Her tone lacked the humility of supplicant. Bai Qingying remained impassive, turning her gaze towards the entrance of the cave, her countenance suddenly faltering as she murmured, "I fear it may already be too late." Bai Ning, perplexed, followed her line of sight and beheld Shi Yuan standing at the cave's entrance. Fixing his gaze upon them, her complexion drained of color. He had only awoken due to the commotion caused by their quarrel. Now he stood at the threshold, having overheard their entire conversation, with an aura of frost in his eyes. Shi Yuan approached them, his weakened state evident yet his authority unyielding. Bai Ning dared not meet his gaze, her heart racing with fear. "Tell me, is this true?" Bai Qingying retreated a step, recognizing that this matter was solely between the two of them. Bai Ning bit her lip, her eyes glistening with vulnerability as she looked up at Shi Yuan, utterly unprepared for the gravity of the situation. "Brother Shi Yuan, I realize my mistakes, but I never intended to harm you. I merely acted foolishly in my desire for your attention. Please, grant me another chance. I swear I will never act this way again." She reached out to touch Shi Yuan, only to be coldly rebuffed. "You have been among the Beast Clan long enough to know my nature. My greatest aversion, aside from betrayal, is those who engage in deceitful schemes behind my back. You have crossed a grave line. From this day forth, do not approach me again. That I wish to see you no more. Should you err again, you shall leave the Beast Clan." Bai Ning's mind went blank, her eyes wide with disbelief at the severity of his words. Warm tears welled up, melting the snow in a small depression, as she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She believed the situation did not warrant such harsh punishment, yet Shi Yuan's reprimand was unforgiving. His cold, piercing gaze regarded her with a chilling detachment, colder than that of a stranger. Bai Qingying observed the scene, a shiver running down her spine. At tea times, she found herself admiring Bai Ning's audacity. Her resilience in the face of Shi Yuan was striking. As Bai Ning turned to leave, Shi Yuan coughed lightly, drawing her attention back. The chill of the season was palpable, and having just regained consciousness, his frail body was ill-equipped to endure it. Bai Qingying seized his wrist and guided him back into the cave. "You have just awakened. It's cold outside. Take care of yourself and return to bed." Shi Yuan, allowed himself to be led. His crimson-slit pupils lingering on their clasped hands until they reached the interior, where Bai Qingying firmly urged him into bed. She then filled a bowl with warm water and brought it to his side. "Please drink some warm water. It will help restore your strength." Despite her efforts, Bai Qingying felt a twinge of guilt. Though Shi Yuan had indeed been poisoned, had he not risked himself to save her from the human domain? The situation might have been dire. For whatever reason, she felt immense gratitude towards him. Yet, Shi Yuan found himself somewhat unaccustomed to her tender attentions. He accepted the hot water, though he preferred not to be warm, and reluctantly took a sip. "Why not take a rest?" she suggested. "No, I just woke up. I'm not tired." "Oh." Bai Qingying sat stiffly beside him, their eyes locked in silence, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Chapter 49. Bathing the serpent. "You fainted suddenly yesterday. You must not have bathed since then. Allow me to care for you and help you wash." She dashed out, busily preparing hot water. Once the water was finally heated, she led Shi Yuan to the bathing area. Her intentions clear as she reached to untie the beast's skin draped over him. In the next moment, her wrist was caught firmly by Shi Yuan, his pupils narrowing in inquiry. "What are you doing?" Shi Yuan towered over Bai Qingying, who looked up at him, a silly grin spreading across her face. "I am going to give you a bath. It's perfectly fine." Shi Yuan's expression darkened, and a flush crept to his ears. He brushed her hand away, incredulous at her newfound boldness. Had she not previously avoided him? Now, it seemed she was emboldened to take liberties with him, as if to impose herself upon him during his vulnerable state. Shi Yuan's displeasure grew. Even in matters of mating, he preferred to lead. How could she presume to take charge? Yet he was mistaken in his assumptions. Bai Qingying viewed him more as a large pet snake than human being. In her mind, Shi Yuan was not entirely human and thus not bound by the same social mores. After all, she had bathed small animals before. Fundamentally, they were all creatures, and there should be little difference in how one tended to their bodies. Such audacity! Are you not afraid of repercussions? Steam rose from the hot water, swirling around the cave. Shi Yuan's eyes flashed with cold disdain. Bai Qingying, misinterpreting his expression as shyness, was surprised to discover his own embarrassment. As she playfully pushed against Shi Yuan's firm chest, she was struck by how pleasant it felt to the touch. Eager to see him in a state of disarray, she exerted her strength and pushed him into the wooden tub. As Shi Yuan submerged, droplets cascaded from his chest down to his abdomen, and Bai Qingying found herself entranced by the stunning sight before her. Though he was a repugnant serpent, his physique was truly commendable. The beast's skin floated atop the water, barely concealing his most intimate areas. She was tempted to toss it aside, yet feared that such an act could provoke his wrath. Noticing her gaze, Shi Yuan forcefully pushed the skin down, splashing water in the process. His serpentine tail playfully flicked at the edge of the tub. Bai Qingying grasped the tip of his tail, the warmth of it causing Shi Yuan's pupils to constrict. She held it firmly, occasionally squeezing, before moving behind him to scrub his back. Shi Yuan's eyes languidly closed in comfort, while Aunt Yu, witnessing the scene from outside, could hardly contain her delight. Suppressing her laughter, she swiftly locked the door and slipped away. Sensing that within a month, there would likely be good news to share, as steam enveloped the room, Shi Yuan's head began to feel heavy. That he blinked, his vision blurring, and his tail slipped into the water, sending up another splash. Bai Qingying continued to scrub his back, entirely oblivious to Shi Yuan's condition. "Look at how long it's been since you bathed. Just a gentle scrub, and this layer of dirt comes off." Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to tease him. When she received no response, she tilted her head to glance at Shi Yuan, only to find his eyes closed. Had she not been supporting his neck, he would have toppled over into the tub. "Hey, Shi Yuan, wake up!" She slapped his face lightly, but he showed no sign of waking. Frustrated, she rushed to the door, intending to fetch something to rouse him. As she pushed against it, she discovered it would not budge. She kicked it twice in exasperation, but to no avail. "Damn it, the door was fine when I came in." Just then, Shi Yuan stirred, his blood-red slit pupils opening as he used his powerful arms to brace himself against the sides of the tub. Rising to his feet, Bai Qingying, hearing the commotion, turned to find Shi Yuan awake, and she exhaled in relief. "You're all right. You scared me. I thought your illness had returned." Unaware of Shi Yuan's unusual demeanor, she felt a lingering dread as he stepped out of the tub and collapsed onto her, pinning her to the ground. Her eyes widened in shock, and as she pushed against his chest, trying to create distance, her feeble strength was no match for his overwhelming presence. "This isn't how you play. I saved you out of kindness, and your mind is consumed with such lewd thoughts. Wake up, you scoundrel!" Shi Yuan's gaze fixated on her, particularly on her incessantly chattering little mouth. The alluring hue of her lips ensnared him in a web of desire, compelling him to indulge his body and torment Bai Qingying. Just as Shi Yuan leaned down to steal a kiss, Bai Qingying preemptively sank her teeth into his shoulder. Pain surged through his mind, providing only a fleeting moment of respite. Bai Qingying, panting and struggling, realized the disparity in their strengths. Should Shi Yuan truly choose to force himself upon her, escape would be futile. Yet, she was unwilling to sacrifice her first time so ignominiously. Simultaneously, a grave crisis loomed over the never-setting sun forest, as humanity launched a massive offensive against the beast folk, pressing upon the borders. Upon receiving this news, Qi Qing, Mo Xiao, and Xing Huai busied themselves in search of Shi Yuan, only to find his whereabouts elusive in this critical moment. Inside the cave, the heat had dissipated significantly, revealing the two figures more clearly. Shun's serpentine tail pried apart her legs, as he contemplated venturing into the more enigmatic realms. One hand confined her slender waist, while the other staved off Bai Qingying's attempts to resist. His gaze suddenly fell upon her exposed neck, where remnants of the last marking lingered, small, purplish-red blossoms. His eyes deepened to a blood-red hue, fangs protruding as he explored her delicate neck in search of the most optimal position. Realizing Shi Yuan's intentions, Bai Qingying's struggles intensified. Since the last marking, she had been plagued by a peculiar sensation. She was resolutely unwilling to endure such an experience again. "Shi Yuan, you scoundrel! Can you not summon a modicum of clarity?" Xing Huai eventually discovered the cave where the two were ensconced, initially devoid of hope. He faintly discerned cries for help, guiding him to the source of the sounds and directly to where Shi Yuan bathed. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the door open, revealing a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Bai Qingying was pinned to the ground by Shi Yuan, fangs embedded in her flesh, her frail body clinging to his neck, eyes half closed. After being marked, her mind was a void, her earlier resistance extinguished. Xing Huai, his face stern and filled with ire, strode in and seized Shi Yuan's arm, forcibly dragging him into the now frigid water. Chapter 50. Hostage taking in an instant, Shi Yuan regained his senses. "The human forces are advancing. We require your leadership," Xing Huai implored as Shi Yuan emerged from the wooden tub. Shaking off the water and casting a profound glance at Bai Qingying's current state, "that we must depart." As the door creaked open, light flooded in, gradually restoring Bai Qingying's consciousness. Upon awakening, she instinctively touched her neck, where a tingling sensation accompanied the lingering pain from the wound. This time, she had been forcibly marked by Shi Yuan while conscious, and unease gripped her heart. Had it not been for Xing Huai's unexpected intrusion, she feared she might have been irrevocably intertwined with Shi Yuan by now. Rising, she began to gather her belongings within the cave, seizing the opportunity while Shi Yuan was preoccupied with the humans, if not now. "When that scoundrel, shameless rogue," she muttered under her breath as she packed. Reflecting on her recent tribulations, she resolved to escape the beast folk and find solace in a place where her identity was unknown. Relishing a life of ease, with her burdens slung over her shoulder, she boldly exited the cave. Yet, after a brief distance, a pair of eyes watched her from the shadows. Bai Qingying halted, turning to glance behind her, but saw nothing. She scratched her head, questioning whether Shi Yuan had truly left her with psychological scars. Just as she was about to depart, a sudden blow to her neck rendered her vision hazy, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bai Ning observed Bai Qingying sprawled on the ground, and, with disdain, kicked her twice, still feeling unsatisfied. Were it not for the remnants of her usefulness, she would have dispatched Bai Qingying without a second thought. The wooden structure came into view, prompting her to instinctively rub her neck, where pain lingered from the earlier strike. As she fully regained consciousness, footsteps echoed from outside. Xuan Ming parted the curtain, a bun in hand, accompanied by some roasted meat. "Have a bite. Just don't die on me here." Bai Qingying regarded him in silence, surveying her surroundings, Realizing she must have arrived at the human encampment, if her suspicions were correct. Bai Qingying was the one who had rendered her unconscious. Although she had not seen her assailant, the scent was unmistakable. While caring for Shi Yuan, Bai Qingying had utilized certain herbs, and Bai Qingying, ever vigilant of Shi Yuan, had unwittingly absorbed some of the medicinal aromas. She declined the food offered by Shi Yuan, regarding him with suspicion, and coldly remarked, "Do you fancy me? You keep dragging me to this place time and again." Shi Yuan chuckled lightly. Dismissing her entirely, he understood the significant connection between Bai Qingying and Shi Yuan. Possessing her as a hostage would undoubtedly tilt the battle in humanity's favor. Why do you, a highborn, continually assist the beast folk? Would it not be better for humanity to reign supreme over a pack of brutes? If you wish to ensure your own safety, you might consider the implications of my words. The room fell into silence as she erupted in silent vitriol. Bai Qingying, a dim-witted bimbo, had been manipulated by Shi Yuan and still reveled in her perceived success, believing she could truly ally with humanity. Thus, it was likely that the poison she administered to Shi Yuan had also originated from Shi Yuan. Fuming, she devoured the food before her, channeling her rage into appetite. Not consuming it would only harm her own body. Eating would grant her the strength to escape. Shi Yuan watched as she finished her meal, then bound her tightly with ropes, transporting her to the front lines. Bai Qingying had initially intended to flee, but fate had conspired to reunite her with Shi Yuan in this manner. With a cloth stuffed in her mouth, she stared wide-eyed in terror at Shi Yuan. The atmosphere among the beast folk darkened upon her arrival. As Shi Yuan, Qi Qing, Xing Huai, and Mo Xiao all fixed their gazes upon her, particularly Shi Yuan, whose thoughts remained inscrutable. "Shi Yuan, I know you are formidable, but this person in my grasp should be quite familiar to you. Yes, I offer you an opportunity. I shall hand her over to you if you and your comrades withdraw. Otherwise, I shall kill her. Were you not rather fond of this woman during your time among the beast folk?" Shi Yuan laughed heartily, confident that Shi Yuan would acquiesce for Bai Qingying's sake. Xing Huai, unable to contain his temper, interjected, "Shi Yuan, while warfare is warfare, using a woman to threaten us, do you truly possess such limited capability?" Shi Yuan scoffed, undeterred. "And what of it? Conflict is not solely determined by brute strength. Sometimes, cunning is a valuable asset. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Tell me now, do you desire her or the fight?" He tightened his grip on Bai Qingying's arm, causing her to wince and close her eyes against the pain. "You dare to choke me, Shi Yuan," she thought, vowing to seize any opportunity to retaliate. Shi Yuan's cold, piercing gaze fell upon Shi Yuan's hand. But within his mind, calculations were being made. If humanity truly required a woman as a hostage to compel his withdrawal, it signified their lack of confidence in the battle he sought to savor. Yet he could not retreat his forces. Shi Yuan's eyes shifted from Bai Qingying back to Shi Yuan, his serpentine tail lashing out as he coldly declared, "Advance." The morale among the beast folks surged. Shi Yuan, taken aback, realized he had overestimated Bai Qingying's importance in Shi Yuan's heart. Previously, it had appeared that Shi Yuan held Bai Qingying in high regard among the beast folk, but it seemed the disparity in their statuses prevented him from expressing his true feelings. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's command to continue the assault, Bai Qingying felt disheartened, believing he had turned against her. Closing her eyes in resignation, she accepted her fate. Death was inevitable, and she had only recently entered this world. Perhaps, after all, there might be a chance for her to return. All I hope is that she does not suffer too much before her demise. Ideally, I wish for her to be left with a complete corpse. Shi Yuan's lips twitched as he realized the lengths he had gone to in order to bind Bai Qingying here, merely to force Shi Yuan to relent, only to find the outcome unsatisfactory. Suddenly, a towering figure descended from the sky, and Shi Yuan's eyes widened as he looked up to meet the gaze of the shadow. Xing Huai plopped down directly on Shi Yuan's head, snatching Bai Qingying from his grasp. Before departing, he vented his frustration by delivering a sharp kick to Shi Yuan, who promptly fell into unconsciousness. Without their commander, the human forces descended into chaotic, mindless attacks, while the beast tribe, well-equipped and prepared, easily repelled them. Bai Qingying landed safely, and the anticipated pain did not manifest. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in the forest, with Shi Yuan right before her. Chapter 51. the goddess of fortune. The two exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to explain their sudden appearance in Shi Yuan's clutches. Just as she was about to speak, a commotion erupted from the beast horde. Shameless humans, daring to set fire. If you have the guts, fight with real weapons instead of resorting to such despicable tactics. The beasts cursed as they rushed to extinguish the flames, with Shi Yuan and Bai Qingying following suit, hastening to the scene of the blaze. The forest was thick with dense shrubs and towering trees, yet fire is the nemesis of wood. Even the stoutest trees would crumble to ashes when engulfed in flames. The area scorched by fire was left barren, reduced to mere ashes. That a grave expression settled on both their faces. The inferno was too fierce, and the distance from the water source made it unlikely that even with the beasts hauling buckets of water, much could be salvaged. Observing Shi Yuan's solemn demeanor as he directed the beasts to dig fire breaks, Bai Qingying saw him instruct them to excavate a trench in front of the burning area to contain the flames. The beasts swiftly wielded their tools, the sound of digging echoing through the air, while some transported water to douse the fire. The scene was heart-wrenching. The humans truly aimed to sever the beast's lifeline. The significance of the forest to the beast tribe required no elaboration. The humans' actions were intended to drive the beast to desperation. If only it would rain now, she murmured. The sky was overcast, and thunder rumbled ominously. Shi Yuan looked up in surprise, and in an instant, a raindrop as large as a bean splattered onto his face, which he wiped away with his fingertip. It's raining. It's really raining. And there's thunder too. How miraculous that even heaven cannot bear to see this forest ravaged by despicable humans. The humans would undoubtedly face retribution. Bai Qingying exclaimed, "We need not worry about the fire anymore." She reached out to catch the raindrops falling from the sky, unaware that her words would soon ring true. Shi Yuan's intense gaze fell upon her. He had heard her words clearly. Was Bai Qingying truly a celestial being sent to assist the beast tribe? Since her arrival, the beast had indeed experienced significant changes. The torrential rain extinguished the great fire, and the beasts rejoiced in the downpour. The it was Bai Qingying. I heard her say that if it rained, it would be wonderful. It was her words that prompted the heavens to send rain. She has brought us good fortune. Someone shouted, and all eyes turned to Bai Qingying, filled with reverence for her. The news spread rapidly, and she unwittingly earned the title of Goddess of Fortune among the beast tribe, fundamentally altering their initial impression of her. After the rain ceased, though the flames were extinguished, the forest bore heavy losses, with numerous trees destroyed and the smaller shrubs and flowers reduced to ashes. Back at the encampment, the beast tribe seethed with anger over the humans' actions that day. Vowing to trample the human race to quell their fury, the rage within the tribe intensified. Even Shi Yuan found himself at a loss. While he could suppress their anger through his status, the resentment lingered in their hearts. Until this matter was resolved, an explosion of rage was inevitable. In a pivotal moment, Bai Qingying stepped forward, observing the fervent expressions of the beasts, understanding their sentiments. "Everyone, may I have a moment of your attention?" The beasts gradually quieted, their gazes fixed upon Bai Qingying, their newfound goddess of fortune, granting her a degree of authority in her speech. "I understand your deep anger regarding this incident. Today, humans have set fire to the mountains. Tomorrow, they could destroy our homes. Their malevolence extends far beyond this act. Although I too am human, I firmly believe that not all humans are the same, that I know you yearn for revenge, but blind retaliation is not the path to overturning the humans. I have a plan in mind for addressing the human threat, and I will discuss it with your leaders. For now, we must unite and protect our home together." Her words soothed the beast's agitation like a gentle spring breeze. Yet her lack of explanation piqued their curiosity. Bai Qingying deliberately kept them in suspense. For 3 whole days, the beast could not glean the true strategy from her lips. Time passed, and she had spent several days in the residence. The heavy snow had transformed into the first snow of the season. Standing in the open air, she extended her hand to catch the falling snowflakes, which melted instantly upon touching her warm palm. The time had come. It was time to act. Bai Qingying led the small, agile beasts to raid the human grain storages overnight, stealing their supplies and war horses. This sudden upheaval threw the humans into chaos. The retaliation did not cease there. She guided the groundhogs to dig tunnels, emptying the grain storages of nearby towns as well. With the humans left with no resources, they were compelled to retreat. Upon learning of Bai Qingying's intentions, Shi Yuan could not help but admire her cleverness. The beasts, too, began to regard her with newfound respect. How did you come up with this method to deal with the humans? Shi Yuan, no longer indifferent, often approached Bai Qingying to discuss military matters, recognizing her opinions as valuable insights to confront humans. One must consider the timing, location, and unity. As the saying goes, humans are iron and food is steel. One day without eating makes one anxious. Not only you, but even the humans cannot endure hunger. She proudly crossed her arms, smirking. Just wait. You won't be able to resist my charm. After a prolonged period of tranquility. While everyone believed they could gradually enjoy peaceful days, a more sinister situation emerged in the city. Previously, some beast had fallen ill from drinking contaminated water, but this time the water quality had improved, and the bodies had been cremated. Logically, such incidents should not occur again. The medical clinic was overcrowded with countless beasts in a stupor, awaiting Bai Qingying's treatment. She examined them but found no peculiarities. And given the chilly weather, illness should not be present. With no other choice, she prescribed some common remedies for their ailments and instructed them to take the medicine home. After the sun set, she wearily closed the clinic's door and returned to her residence. Yes, she walked through the marketplace. The distant clamor caught her attention, but a crowd of beastmen and women gathered before a shop, brandishing valuables or money high above their heads. Chapter 52. The soul-calling incense curiosity piqued. She approached the shop, where a peculiar scent wafted in her nostrils. After inhaling deeply, Bai Qingying found the aroma familiar, yet could not place it immediately. She tapped one of the beasts on the shoulder. He turned with a hint of impatience, wary of being interrupted while trying to purchase something he desired. Upon realizing it was Bai Qingying, a smile broke across his face. Dr. Bai, are you here to buy incense as well? I happened to pass by and saw you all scrambling for something. I was curious and thought I'd ask what you're buying. She replied. The beast spoke in a hushed tone. This shop sells a special incense that is quite extraordinary. Many beasts have purchased it, and when they light it while unable to sleep, it ensures a peaceful slumber. Moreover, this incense is remarkably effective. It can alleviate pain, almost curing ailments entirely. Bai Qingying was about to inquire further when the surrounding noise escalated. The shopkeeper displayed the incense for sale, and the beast who had spoken to Bai Qingying suddenly abandoned her, jostling forward to purchase the incense. Observing the scene, she noted that the beast had successfully bought the incense and eagerly approached her, keen to impress her. Dr. Bai, this is the very item. Take a look. Upon receiving the spices, before she could fully appreciate their aroma, a refreshing sensation enveloped her senses. Observing the orcs around her, who had already purchased their spices, she noted their eager inhalation of the fragrance. This sight stirred within her an unsettling suspicion. After all, there exists no remedy in this world that can cure ailments with such miraculous efficacy. Could you spare me a bit? I wish to take it back and analyze its components. Bai Qingying, being a physician, found herself met with little resistance from the orc, particularly as her prior encounters had been graced by the favor of the goddess of fortune, earning her the respect of those around her. Please do take it. Once she secured the spices, Bai Qingying hurried back to the camp, her expression grave as she sought out Shi Yuan. The cave was devoid of others, and upon reaching him, she placed the spices upon the table. Shi Yuan, with his naturally acute sense of smell, quickly detected the scent and looked at Bai Qingying with a puzzled expression. What is this? On my way back from the clinic, I happened to notice someone purchasing this item, which piqued my curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, this is known as soul-calling incense. Many orcs have already fallen victim to this fragrant substance. When you inhale it, do you not feel an unusual sense of relaxation and comfort? It became evident to Bai Qingying that the orcs were fervently enamored with this incense, drawn to its effects. At first glance, it seemed that the soul-calling incense posed no immediate threat, yet Bai Qingying's demeanor suggested otherwise. Get to the point, Shi Yuan, as the leader of the orc tribe, quickly grasped the underlying implications of her words. This soul-calling incense is something that can lead to long-term dependency. It is not a healing agent, but rather a detriment to one's health. The orcs who came to me previously frothing at the mouth, left me unable to provide a complete diagnosis. However, upon encountering this incense, I now understand. Their excessive reliance on it has driven them to a critical state, resulting in the very symptoms they exhibited. Given time, they will inevitably become emaciated, unable to care for themselves. If all orcs fall under the sway of this incense, how can they continue to contend with humanity? The gravity of the situation compelled Shi Yuan to rise from his seat, his expression stern as he clenched the soul-calling incense tightly in his hand. If what you say is true, we cannot allow this substance to persist among the orcs. Bai Qingying nodded. The sooner, the better. In the following moment, Shi Yuan dispatched individuals to apprehend all those involved in the sale of the soul-calling incense and to conduct a thorough search for any remaining supplies for confiscation and destruction. Meanwhile, those orcs who had previously believed the incense to be a miraculous remedy were left in despair upon discovering its true nature. Yet by then, their regret was too late. All who had purchased or come into contact with the soul-calling incense were placed under Shi Yuan's careful scrutiny. Still, some orcs deemed Bai Qingying's actions excessive, and a faction began to resist. This is bad, Commander. There are many orcs causing a ruckus at the market. They believe that it is precisely because of Dr. Bai's insistence on confiscating the soul-calling incense that they can no longer enjoy its benefits. They claim she lacks confidence in her medical skills and fears that this incense will tarnish her reputation, hence her alarmist rhetoric. The streets are in chaos, and some are so enraged that they seem intent on confronting Dr. Bai. Upon hearing that they had laid the blame at her feet, Bai Qingying felt a surge of indignation, snorting derisively. These fools! If such miraculous potions existed, why would we need veterinarians at all? They're only focused on the immediate comfort it provides. In time, I would not be surprised if this group meets their demise. Bai Qingying met Shi Yuan's gaze, her eyes brimming with determination. This is a trivial matter. Allow me to handle it personally. With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and swiftly made her way to the market. Upon her arrival, the disgruntled orcs began to voice their grievances. Bai Qingying, either you convince the commander to release the soul-calling incense back to us, or you can return to your human territory. Indeed, you clearly see the benefits of the incense and wish to keep it for yourself. Bai Qingying regarded these oblivious orcs with a cold stare. Though ignorance may excuse them, their words ignited her anger. She clapped her hands, summoning a heavy cage carried by several orcs into the market, within which were those who had become severely dependent on the incense. The crowd was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. What are you doing with them? What do you intend to do? They clamored. Humans are indeed despicable. Silence, she bellowed, her voice echoing through the chaos. All you do is label me as despicable. Can you not come up with something more original? Was it a mistake for me to save you all? If anyone is despicable, it is you. Perhaps I should have let you all perish. With a fierce glare, she gestured toward the cage. Look for yourselves. These individuals are the result of prolonged use of the soul-calling incense, now in a state of severe dependency. Why are they confined? Because they are a danger to others, driven mad, no longer recognizing kin, wishing to tear you apart or even consume you. They have lost their sanity, resembling terrifying beasts. Oh, you wish to coexist with such creatures. The orcs turned their gaze towards the cage, witnessing the imprisoned orcs clawing at the bars. The iron structure resisted their efforts, only serving to inflict further harm upon their hands, drawing blood as they exhibited no awareness of their pain. As though numb to the world, these deluded orcs, some reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, howled in rage while others writhed in agony on the ground, desperately seeking relief from their torment. How could this happen? How could they become like this? Wasn't the soul-calling incense supposed to be a miraculous remedy? Bai Qingying sneered. If there truly existed such a divine remedy, then the years of study and practice by all veterinarians would be a farce. We have labored for countless years, discerning herbal remedies and mastering the art of healing, pouring our hearts and souls into our craft, only to be belittled by your so-called miraculous elixir. You know full well that nothing comes without a price. Why would you place your faith in such nonsense? Now, let me ask you this. If the humans were in control of the soul-calling incense, what would you do? Setting aside the question of its origins. You have witnessed the severe damage it wreaks on the body. If you cannot save yourselves, Relying on others is a futile hope, and I must inform you that I have no means to completely detoxify it. Your lives are yours to govern. With that, she displayed the cages in a market for all to see, ensuring they remained acutely aware of the incense's dire consequences. Bai Qingying's actions proved effective. As the orcs began to recognize the gravity of the situation and actively sought to resist the soul-calling incense. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan was not idle. He hastened investigations, ultimately uncovering that the incense had indeed originated from humans, a scheme both vile and insidious. Shortly after her return to the camp, Shi Yuan approached her, holding some delectable roasted meat. Eat. She accepted the offering without hesitation, though Shi Yuan's sudden kindness caught her off guard. Look at you, showing concern for a human. That's because you never listened before. How could I care? Bai Qingying faltered for a moment, feeling a twinge of guilt as she recalled her previous thoughts of escape. Thank you for your help with the soul-calling incense. Shi Yuan gazed deeply into her eyes, his gratitude sincere. Yet Bai Qingying found herself suddenly coughing, unaccustomed to his newfound warmth, and she missed his usual cold demeanor. Why thank me? The soul-calling incense should never have existed. It is truly despicable to devise a method to rob the orcs of their senses that know you have not only aided the orc tribe, but saved them. He lifted his gaze towards the setting sun, the sky painted with hues of orange and pink. The fading sunlight cast a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows. Without your intervention, no one would have come to understand the dangers of the soul-calling incense. As you have said, I would prefer a genuine conflict over living in constant apprehension of such threats. Bai Qingying, sometimes I wonder if you were the savior of the orc tribe. Is it that the human race has lost its senses? She touched her nose and quietly mused to herself. Not at all. She is merely the most exceptional veterinarian in modern society. There is no need for you to rush to express your gratitude. To genuinely resist the allure of the soul-enticing incense, relying solely on the present measures is insufficient. The primary issue is that some individuals have already developed a severe dependency on this substance. I believe this is a protracted battle, one that requires steadfastness to one's true convictions. The two walked side by side, contemplating their return to the estate when Yuan's maid hurriedly approached Shi Yuan. Commander, you must go see Yuan. Observing the urgency on the maid's face, they exchanged glances and immediately made their way to Yuan's quarters. Shi Yuan's pupils reflected the current state of Yuan. She gripped the blanket tightly with both hands, her body restlessly twisting in an odd manner, while she incessantly cried out, "Bring me the divine medicine, quickly, the soul-enticing incense." Bai Qingying murmured, then moved to Yuan's side, using a silver needle to stabilize her spirit. Once the woman had succumbed to slumber, she briefly listed some medicinal herbs for the maid to prepare. The hint of sorrow crossed her face. She had not anticipated that even Yuan had fallen victim to the poison of the soul-enticing incense. Shi Yuan approached Yuan and took her hand. Her complexion was pale, and the absence of relief caused her body to tremble slightly. Her ailment had not been completely cured. Now, with the added affliction of the soul-enticing incense, it was uncertain whether her body could endure. Is there a solution? She shook her head. Present. I do not possess a complete remedy, but I should be able to develop some withdrawal medicine to temporarily control the condition. That I have some leads. Wait for me. I will deliver the medicine tonight. Yes, she stood to leave. Shi Yuan called out to her. Bai Qingying, take care of yourself. Bai Qingying smiled, patting her chest. Fear not. The vigor of youth is boundless. In the evening, she toiled alone in the clinic, concocting the withdrawal medicine, and had summoned several orcs who were similarly dependent on the soul-enticing incense. After preparing the remedy, she administered it to these orcs. Once she confirmed there were no adverse effects, she took the medicine to Yuan. Days passed, and those orcs who received the withdrawal medication showed improvement. However, when Bai Qingying returned to examine Yuan, she found no signs of recovery. Yet, after taking her medicine and receiving treatment with the silver needles, Yuan had fallen into a deep slumber. When Shi Yuan arrived, he found Bai Qingying vigilantly watching over his mother. How is she? He asked. She shook her head slightly, her expression clouded with an indescribable emotion. It is difficult to say. I do not understand why the medicine I prepared has yielded positive results for others. Yet for Yuan, it seems not only has her condition not improved, but her dependency appears to have worsened. Shi Yuan narrowed his crimson eyes, a chill radiating from him that lowered the temperature of the cave. Suddenly, Bai Qingying grasped Shi Yuan's wrist. I have great confidence in my medicine. There is something amiss. Perhaps we should investigate further? Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. Waiting for an opportunity in the dead of night. The two concealed themselves beside Yuani's cave. Little did she expect that one day she would be lurking in such a clandestine manner alongside the orc commander. Yet Shi Yuan showed not a hint of discomfort. Yuan began to wail in agony, a sound that was grating to the ears. Afraid that Shi Yuan might lose control of his temper, she turned her head and glanced at him, only to find him watching Bai Qingying with a calm demeanor. Is something the matter? He inquired. No. I merely fear you might impulsively rush in. If you cannot even muster this patience, then you have no business being the leader of the orcs. Their attention was drawn by sounds from below. Looking down, they saw Bai Ning, peering about with a pouch in hand as she approached Yuani's residence. Bai Ning hurriedly retrieved the soul-enticing incense from the pouch upon reaching Yuani's side. The moment Yuan caught the scent, she eagerly prepared to apply the incense to herself. Before she could even touch it, a white serpent's tail swept through, knocking the substance away with precision. Bai Ning stood there, stunned, and upon turning, she found Shi Yuan's darkened gaze fixated upon her. At a loss, she scrambled to her feet, her mind a blank slate. She was not ignorant of the fact that the entire orc race had issued a decree forbidding any contact with the soul-enticing incense, which only heightened her fear. I wondered why the withdrawal medication I developed for you, Auntie, proved ineffective. It turns out you have increased the dosage for her. Shi Yuan's voice cut through. Bai Ning, your ignorance is one thing, but do you not realize that such actions are harming others? As Bai Qingying's voice rang out, Bai Ning realized that Shi Yuan's body had concealed Bai Qingying until now. At this moment, Bai Ning began to argue her stance. Nonsense. Did you not see how much Yuani is suffering? What use is your medicine? Those individuals have not fully recovered either. Yuani's health was already precarious. If we do not allow her to use the soul-enticing incense, do you wish for her to endure unbearable suffering until death? Shi Yuan, you must listen to me this time. Bai Ning approached him, her eyes brimming with tears, attempting to persuade him to see things from her perspective. Shi Yuan, his expression one of disdain, ensnared her with his serpent tail and hurled her aside. She stumbled backward, her back colliding painfully against the wall. Tears streaming from her eyes. Shi Yuan, how could you treat me this way? Silence, Shi Yuan barked, his blood-red vertical pupils gleaming with venomous intensity. Typically, he could overlook Bai Ning's capriciousness and mischief, but her machinations against his mother were inexcusable and endangered the entire orc race. You show no remorse and persist in your obstinacy, convinced that your actions are justified. Should the soul-enticing incense spiral out of control and my mother were to lose her life, can you compensate for that? Bai Ning's mouth fell agape, her words lodged in her throat, unable to utter a single sound. Bring Bai Ning away. The orcs seized her, and despite her desperate pleas, Shi Yuan remained unyielding. You will watch over my mother for now. I must resolve this matter. Bai Qingying, not doubting his intentions, assumed he was merely reacting to the situation's strain and wished to vent his frustrations. In the sunset forest, Bai Ning stood helplessly, not understanding why the orcs had brought her there. Just then, Shi Yuan appeared. Shun, I could truly realize my mistakes. I swear I will never engage in such actions again. Please grant me another chance. She was not foolish. She understood that previously, Shi Yuan had not been overly concerned about her behavior. But this time, she recognized that he was genuinely angry, which was why he had come. Bai Ning, I have given you numerous opportunities, yet you have failed to cherish them. The matter of the soul-enticing incense is critical. Your intentions are corrupt. You shall no longer return to the orc race as the leader of the orcs. I hereby declare you exiled. Her head snapped up, her limbs turning icy. Bai Ning's eyes widened, Shi Yuan's words echoing in her mind. Exile? For an orc, this was not only a grave punishment, but a profound humiliation, signifying that henceforth, Shi Yuan would no longer recognize her as one of their kind, nor offer her protection. No, you cannot do this, she protested. Even if Yuani were to find out, Bai Qingying met his gaze directly, expressing her uncertainty about whether he sought vengeance for his mother or if he was compelled to take such drastic measures for the future of the entire beast clan. However, I must inform you, Shi Yuan, that your approach is exceedingly extreme. Such actions are simply unacceptable. Finally, Shi Yuan slowly parted his thin lips and inquired, "What do you believe I should do?" These beings are inherently of the human race and have deliberately ensnared the beast clan in this predicament. The nature of humanity is malevolent. Unless they too experience suffering, they will never acknowledge their wrongdoings. Shi Yuan does not perceive his actions as erroneous. For him, retaliating and making them feel pain is the only true solution. Chapter 55. Experiencing life in the town, your actions merely serve to harm others without benefiting yourself. I understand that the despicable acts of humans disgust you. Yet once humanity becomes wholly ensnared by the soul-tethering incense, it will undoubtedly lead to a series of irreversible consequences. You genuinely believe that the loss of human sanity would present the best opportunity for the beast clan to conquer their cities? The two exchanged glances, neither willing to yield an inch, and ultimately parted ways in discord. After she left, it was not long before she contemplated finding an alternative, yet no good ideas came to her. Bai Qingying caught up with her, sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding her, indicating that her conversation with Shi Yuan had not been pleasant. What did he say? What more could he say? Who could possibly persuade him? As they walked through the market, some beast men began to stir restlessly, contemplating the annihilation of humanity, while others, indifferent to the conflict, simply wished to enjoy their current peaceful lives. What nonsense about divine medicine! This is all part of humanity's scheme. They intend to eradicate us, even resorting to such means to rob us of our sanity. Listen to me. Let us launch an immediate attack and show humanity our strength. If this truly is humanity's doing, then the commander will certainly seek vengeance for us. I believe that at such a critical juncture, it is wiser to remain prudent. Opinions clashed, each voice offering differing perspectives, creating a cacophony that left her ears aching. Bai Qingying suddenly halted, turning to observe the two factions, each entrenched in their arguments. The myriad of thoughts coalesced into a moment of inspiration. I understand now. Beside her, Bai Qingying wore a puzzled expression. What have you figured out? Ignoring him, Bai Qingying turned and hurried back to Shi Yuan, leaving Bai Qingying bewildered. Upon seeing her return, Shi Yuan assumed she intended to lecture him with more lofty ideals and did not offer her a warm reception. However, Bai Qingying entered and first poured herself a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, she breathlessly addressed Shi Yuan. Did you not conclude that those humans are no good? There are both virtuous and wicked individuals in this world. And the same applies to the beast clan. As the leader of your kind, you surely understand that even the most malicious beast men exist. Given this, why not accompany me? She directly grasped Shi Yuan's hand and began to lead him outside, leaving him uncertain of her intentions, yet silently following her. They arrived at a small town on the border of human territory, where, as long as Shi Yuan did not reveal his identity as a beast man, the humans would be unable to discern whether they were genuine or merely disguised beastmen. The town was lined with houses, forming a street between two rows of buildings, bustling with vendors hawking their wares, their calls occasionally reaching Shi Yuan's ears. Observing these humans, Shi Yuan's cold demeanor remained unchanged. I asked your plan merely for me to witness the beauty of their lives. Not at all. They found an inn, where the innkeeper greeted them warmly. Are you two here to stay? Please provide us with 2 rooms. We wish to stay for a few days. The innkeeper calculated the cost and quoted a price, just as she was about to pay. Shi Yuan placed his hand over hers. "1 room will suffice." Bai Qingying was displeased. She did not wish to share a bed with him during this experience. The innkeeper, seeing both had differing opinions, was momentarily at a loss. Shi Yuan produced the payment for 1 room and placed it on the counter. "1 room will do. Just give me the key." Later, in the room they had secured, Bai Qingying expressed her bewilderment at Shi Yuan's actions. "I truly do not comprehend you. Why did you suddenly change your mind? We are not lacking in funds." Shi Yuan, harboring his own motives, pressed his lips together and explained, "The prices at human inns are exorbitant. While traveling, one should exercise frugality. Additionally, this is human territory. Should you harbor any ulterior motives and flee, where would I search for you then?" She placed her hands on her hips, finding his reasoning amusing. You, a Beast Clan leader, are concerned about finances? What a flimsy excuse. Merely a ruse from that scoundrel. The two resided there for several days, during which some humans, upon noticing the pupils of Shi Yuan, realized he was a beast man. Rather than shunning him, they introduced him to local customs and culture. The human market was vibrant at night, filled with various delicacies, and the townsfolk engaged in singing and dancing, leading rich and fulfilling lives. Do you see? These people are actually quite kind. The world contains both good and evil. We cannot judge the goodness of some based on the misdeeds of others. Moreover, consider this. If you were to allow Bai Qingying to seek vengeance against humanity in such a manner, once the situation spirals beyond my control, do you truly believe the Beast Clan would refrain from utilizing the soul-tethering incense? In that case, the Beast Clan would dominate, free from the threat of humanity. But as Bai Qingying pointed out, even the Beast Clan would eventually find themselves in an uncontrollable predicament. During their stay in the border town, he indeed felt the genuine goodwill and warmth of these good-hearted individuals. That very day, they packed their belongings and returned to the Beast Clan's camp. Bai Qingying's efforts were not in vain, as she had at least managed to alter Shi Yuan's perspective upon returning to the camp. She shared with Shi Yuan the military strategies she had learned in her past life, guiding him in scientific troop training and assisting him in developing gunpowder. Henceforth, the relationship between the human and beast clans was no longer one of unilateral oppression. Bai Qingying's contributions were invaluable, further elevating her status among the beast clan. However, tranquil days did not last long. The previously unruly beastmen of the Tianji faction, disregarding all opposition, planned to assault human towns. By the time Shi Yuan received the news, it was already too late. These reckless individuals, acting without consent, now led numerous others, only to be suppressed by the human emperor, displaying utter folly. The beastmen were outraged. Such actions would not yield the promised rewards, but would instead place the Beast Clan in a precarious position, ultimately resulting in significant losses while attempting to rescue them. Yet, with the urgency of war, Shi Yuan had no choice but to dispatch troops to confront the threat. Though she had imparted all her knowledge to Shi Yuan, she could not ensure the safety of every soldier on the battlefield. Mo Xiao, Shi Yuan has already arrived at the battlefield. There is no time to waste. Come with me to the human city. Mo Xiao was perplexed, questioning why they would not lend support to Shi Yuan at such a critical moment. Instead, choosing to wander aimlessly in human territory, we cannot simply sit idly by while Shi Yuan fights. She urged Mo Xiao forward, insisting, "Trust me. I promise I can be of help to Shi Yuan." Chapter 56. The dragonwood carving Mo Xiao remained unaware of her intentions until Bai Qingying led him to a river not far from the human city. "Catch some fish. We will sell them in the city." Although Mo Xiao did not comprehend the plan, he complied and swiftly caught a dozen fish. "If Shi Yuan finds out we are fishing while he is at war, do you think he will be furious? It seems we are living too comfortably." Bai Qingying shot him a glance, then forcefully stuffed a dragonwood carving into the mouth of one of the fish, ensuring it swallowed it. Afterward, Bai Qingying instructed Mo Xiao to take the fish to the human city and find a restaurant. She eagerly presented the fish, saying, "Sir, these fish are raised by the Beast Clan. Each one is plump and delicious. I happen to have a dozen. Would you like to buy them at a discount?" The restaurant owner, recognizing the quality of the fish and hearing her offer of a bargain, readily agreed. After the transaction was complete, Shi and Mo Xiao returned to the Beast Clan's camp, but on the way back, Mo Xiao remained confused. "What significance do these fish hold? You claim to assist Shi Yuan by selling him a few fish for a handful of coins?" Bai Qingying wore a mysterious smile, her expression tinged with mischief. "Tomorrow, we shall see." As night fell, the bustling restaurant was alive with activity. In the kitchen, the chef was preparing the fresh fish of the day. Skillfully gutting his knife pierced the belly, it unexpectedly struck a hard object. Puzzled, he initially assumed it was a particularly solid fish bone. However, as he applied more force, the knife vibrated, prompting him to investigate further. He pried the belly open and extracted the fish's entrails, only to discover a small wooden plaque that caught his attention. Holding the intricately carved piece, he was astonished to find it depicted a vivid dragon, its lifelike detail evoking the very essence of the mythical creature. Perplexed, he glanced at the fish, wondering how such a sizable carving could possibly have been swallowed. Superstitious humans quickly relayed the news to the restaurant owner. And overnight, the rumor of a wooden dragon statue found within a fish spread throughout the human cities. The tale proliferated, transforming even the most dubious accounts into accepted truths, as the humans speculated that the Beast clan possessed some significant advantage, especially in the eyes of their superstitious emperor. "Your Majesty," reported the restaurant owner, "these fish were caught in the territory of the Beast clan. It seems peculiar that such a wooden carving would be found within, as if it were intentionally placed there. Could there be some deeper meaning?" The emperor pondered deeply, having initially believed that the Beast clan was foolishly provoking him, just as he was contemplating a decisive strike against them. The revelation of the dragon carving emerged. Throughout history, dragons have held profound significance for humans, particularly for those of royal blood, symbolizing the divine right of kings. Yet this wooden dragon had not been discovered within human lands. Could it be that heaven was signaling the Beast clan's divine protection? Regardless of its authenticity, he resolved not to confront them head-on and commanded an immediate withdrawal of his forces. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan had prepared for a confrontation with the humans. But upon receiving the news, he was quickly informed by his subordinates. "Commander, we've observed that the humans have inexplicably retreated from the front lines. Should we seize this opportunity to attack?" Shi Yuan was perplexed. While he was not intimately familiar with the human emperor, he recognized that this moment presented an optimal chance for the humans to advance. Their sudden withdrawal suggested they might be harboring a greater scheme. "Commander, since the humans have retreated, perhaps we should do the same? If a battle ensues, casualties are inevitable if they are unwilling to fight. Why should we pursue them relentlessly? We risk falling into their trap." After much deliberation, Shi Yuan chose to withdraw. His intention was never to engage in a large-scale slaughter. Even in victory, the Beast clan would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. He dispatched a few individuals to the human city to gather intelligence. While the remainder returned to camp, a contingent of Beast clan warriors marched back to their territory. And before long, rumors from the human side reached Shi Yuan's ears. Bai Qingying, upon learning of the human retreat, surmised that the fish had played a pivotal role in this turn of events. Later that night, Shi Yuan returned to his dwelling, finding Bai Qingying in the flickering candlelight, busying herself with an unknown powder. "You were behind the wooden carving affair, weren't you?" he inquired. Bai Qingying looked up, aware that Shi Yuan had pieced together the events. "What do you think? Clever, isn't it? With just a small trick, I convinced the human emperor to retreat. It's amusing how easily these people are deceived, believing that mere fish could conceal a wooden carving." Initially, Shi Yuan had harbored doubts, but he too found it hard to believe that such an occurrence could transpire without cause. Coupled with his knowledge of Bai Qingying's earlier visit to the human city, he deduced that only she could orchestrate such a scheme. "You nearly instigated a war between our two races. If you had been captured during your escapade, I could not have saved you." Bai Qingying, undeterred, raised her chin defiantly and waved dismissively. Shi Yuan noticed that the powder she had been working with was now wrapped in leaves. "Fear not, this is my latest invention, a soul-numbing powder. Just a whiff will render one unconscious." Observing her self-satisfaction, Shi Yuan snatched the powder from her grasp and tossed it aside. Bai Qingying, bewildered by his sudden action, was about to express her discontent when Shi Yuan's imposing figure loomed closer, exuding an aura of authority. Looking down at her, he radiated an air of nobility. His crimson-slit pupils swept over her, casting a shadow in the candlelight. Under normal circumstances, Bai Qingying would have recoiled in fear or sought to appease him. However, after all they had been through, she felt emboldened, especially given her contributions to the Beast clan. As the saying goes, one who frequents the riverbank will inevitably get their shoes wet. "Have you considered what will happen once the powder runs out?" Bai Qingying huffed, raising an eyebrow at him, irritated by his ominous words. Furthermore, she had great confidence in her creation. "That's impossible. Can't you trust me just this once? Haven't I saved you enough times?" She stood on her tiptoes, rolling up her sleeves, eager to teach Shi Yuan a lesson. Then she pressed her hand against his shoulder, but when he remained unmoving, she gritted her teeth and pushed him away. Chapter 57. Flirting and bantering Shi Yuan instinctively caught her waist, and they both tumbled onto the bed, with her atop him, her hands braced against his sturdy chest. "How about this? I haven't had the chance to use my soul-numbing powder yet. Let us give you a taste. Sitting up, she turned to retrieve the powder, but as she did, she caught a glimpse of something stirring in Shi Yuan's depths. The flicker of desire, and his chest rising and falling more heavily than usual. Bai Qingying straddled him, their positions growing increasingly intimate, causing Shi Yuan's throat to constrict and his lower abdomen to burn. With each of her movements, his breath hitched in response. Realizing the shift in his demeanor, she sprang upright, turning her head away from him, but stealing glances at his reaction, her face flushed with embarrassment. What just happened? I helped you, and yet you're still acting so strangely. I've never encountered such a peculiar person. She dashed outside, slapping her cheeks along the way, feeling their unusual warmth. Admittedly, she recognized Shi Yuan's striking handsomeness, yet he was a serpent. How could a human be with a snake? Just looking at his physique left her certain he possessed considerable prowess in that regard. Though she had never experienced it, the thought alone caused her to squeeze her legs together. As she turned a corner, she encountered Mo Xiao, who quickened his pace upon seeing her. Bai Qingying, he was aware of the rumors circulating among the humans and was taken aback by her clever strategy. Such a seemingly trivial act had averted a potential conflict between their races, earning her newfound respect in his eyes. Bai Qingying, snapping back to reality, found Mo Xiao standing before her. Do you have time? Shall we go for a stroll? He glanced at the cave, recalling that Shi Yuan was likely still inside. Bai Qingying did not refuse, and they walked side by side along the narrow path, the night air devoid of any wandering beasts. Mo Xiao could not resist commenting, "You don't seem to like Shi Yuan, do you?" Bai Qingying hesitated. She had always disapproved of interspecies relationships. Although she did not harbor any dislike for Shi Yuan, sharing a bed with him was her limit. Deepening their relationship was something she could not accept. Not to mention, the Beast clan placed great importance on reproduction. The thought of a human and a serpent having offspring sent shivers down her spine. I don't like him. Mo Xiao secretly exhaled in relief. With her answer, he felt more resolute in his intentions. Let me take you somewhere. He took her hand and transformed into a wolf, swiftly carrying her on his back as they ascended the mountain. Once in human form, he gazed down at the scenery, his expression brightening. Bai Qingying looked up at the crescent moon, its silvery glow illuminating the night sky, while the stars twinkled around it. The surroundings were serene, and they stood atop the mountain, their view expansive to gentle breeze tousled Bai Qingying's hair, and her eyes sparkled as she pointed at the moon. Look, it's been ages since I've seen such a beautiful sight. The breathtaking moon and countless stars were a rarity in this era. She mused, her gaze fixed on the sky while Mo Xiao's attention remained on her. I've been here many times before. I once savored some meat and wine. You must try my culinary skills. They settled on the ground, and Mo Xiao kindled a small fire, retrieving the hidden wine and meat. He skewered the meat on branches and roasted it over the flames, sprinkling local spices once it was done. The first piece of roasted meat must go to the little female. Bai Qingying regarded him with a peculiar expression, and under Mo Xiao's expectant gaze, she reluctantly extended her hand to accept the food. She was indeed somewhat hungry. After taking a bite, she began to feast heartily. Observing Bai Qingying's delight in his roasted meat, Mo Xiao felt it was a form of acknowledgement from her. If you find it delicious, I can send it to you daily. Daily delivery is unnecessary. You have your own affairs to attend to. If I become hungry, I shall seek sustenance myself. Mo Xiao assumed she was rejecting his offer. And unwilling to concede, he asserted, it is the duty of males to protect females, and given your slender frame, you ought to eat more to bear offspring. As she chewed the roasted meat, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Causing her to cough violently, Mo Xiao patted her back with an ease that startled Bai Qingying. Take your time eating. I am not competing with you. When she looked up, she met Mo Xiao's intense gaze, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. Suddenly sensing that the enjoyment of wine and roasted meat had diminished, I seem to have indulged in a bit too much wine. I feel an urgent need to relieve myself. Please wait a moment while I find a suitable place. Wrapping the unfinished roasted meat in leaves and placing it on the ground, she dashed towards the bushes. As she ran, she instinctively patted her chest, still shaken by Mo Xiao's gaze, which had unmistakably treated her as a mate. After all, she had just shared an intimate moment with Shi Yuan, and she had thought he would have relinquished his pursuit. Yet here he was, quite persistent. A vague figure appeared before her, causing her to halt abruptly, nearly colliding with the shadow. Under the moonlight, she discerned that a male beast man stood before her, his expression bizarre as he approached. Revealing a predatory glint in his eyes, his demeanor decidedly unhinged. Especially at this late hour, surrounded by trees, his posture was undeniably menacing that a chill ran down her spine as she took a step back. Attempting to communicate, "Good evening," Bai Qingying waved her hand, only for the beast man to suddenly lunge toward her as if driven mad. His maw agape to reveal sharp fangs, he emitted a sound akin to a wild boar. And as she finally observed the thin tail behind him, it became clear that he was indeed a wild boar beast man. Bai Qingying narrowly evaded his advance, thinking he mistook her for a threat to his kind, thus prompting his aggression that "I am not one of those humans. I know your leader. I advise you not to act recklessly. If you harm me, the Tongling tribe will not spare you." She attempted to reason with the wild boar beast man, but he seemed unable to comprehend her words, his blood-red eyes fixated on her as he charged again. Growling incoherently, he dropped to all fours, ignoring her pleas. It dawned on her that this beast man was not fully mentally developed. As she retreated, she stumbled over a stone at her feet, falling to the ground. Grabbing a small rock, she hurled it at the wild boar. The pebble barely grazed him, causing no real damage. Her face drained of color. Was her illustrious life truly destined to end at the jaws of this wild boar? The thought of it spreading like wildfire was mortifying. Surely Shi Yuan would laugh in his sleep. The wild boar crouched, its forelimbs exerting force, propelling its body toward her, its claws nearly pinning Bai Qingying to the ground. In that critical moment, a shadow descended from the heavens. Bai Qingying felt as though she were seeing stars, bracing herself for her demise, until a rush of wind alerted her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself cradled in a familiar embrace. Looking up, she was met with Shi Yuan's striking countenance, a blend of beauty and wrath that could incite fury in both gods and men. His chiseled jawline set in a stern expression, he wordlessly carried Bai Qingying back to the camp. She sighed in relief, but soon realized the uncanny coincidence of encountering Shi Yuan on that very mountain. Had he witnessed her revelry with Mo Xiao? In the cave, Shi Yuan gently set her down, and she gradually sensed warmth returning to her body. The earlier harrowing encounter lingered in her mind as she cautiously observed Shi Yuan. Finding no trace of anger etched upon his features, Shi Yuan approached her, presenting a modified firearm. It was compact, perfectly suited for her grasp. This for me." Shi Yuan firmly placed it in her hands. "Take it. It's for your protection, that we cannot afford a repeat of tonight's events." Bai Qingying examined the firearm closely, noting the presence of several carefully crafted bullets within it. It was evident that he had designed it with her safety in mind, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. "Thank you. I owe you my life. Otherwise, that wild boar would surely have devoured me." Shi Yuan merely snorted, retreating to sit upon the bed. He raised his head, his long lashes fluttering as he observed her handling the firearm, then coolly remarked, "Though you may possess a modicum of cleverness, you remain a fragile creature. I do not wish for you to be a burden to me." After Shi Yuan exited the cave, Bai Qingying, incensed, pointed the firearm at his retreating figure, her temper flaring. "Who are you calling fragile? Without my ingenuity, you would still be struggling to devise such a weapon." Once Shi Yuan had departed, a handmaiden entered, stifling laughter. "Miss Bai, you are quite unaware of the leader's genuine intentions. I have heard that this firearm was crafted at his specific request. It is the only one of its kind in the entire beast tribe. He truly considers your well-being." Bai Qingying bit her lip, cautiously wiping the firearm with a cloth as she sat on the bed. Perhaps he does have a semblance of conscience. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao, who had been anxiously awaiting Bai Qingying's return, grew concerned after her prolonged absence. He pondered whether she might have encountered trouble. As he searched, he heard the wild boar's cries and hastened his pace toward the source. Upon arrival, he found the wild boar rummaging through the underbrush, and upon closer inspection, he noted a piece of torn fabric beside it. Picking it up, he inhaled its scent, and his blue eyes widened in shock and sorrow that he tucked the fabric into his embrace. Swiftly dispatching the lowly beast, believing that Bai Qingying had fallen victim to the wild boar, he acted out of vengeance. Returning to the camp, he intended to mourn her loss. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself at Bai Qingying's residence, where the sound of gunfire startled him, leading him to believe something was amiss. Upon reaching the scene, he beheld Bai Qingying, exhaling smoke from the firearm's muzzle, jumping with joy as she celebrated her first successful shot, which had struck a white radish in the distance, leaving a gaping hole. Turning, she inadvertently locked eyes with Mo Xiao, who was left astonished, pointing a finger incredulously at her. "You are still alive?" Upon seeing him, Bai Qingying sheepishly touched her nose, stowing away the firearm. She had nearly forgotten that Mo Xiao was waiting for her. In her haste to escape, she had not considered the implications of course. "I am alive." She stepped forward, causing Mo Xiao to retreat in fear. Although beastmen did not subscribe to superstitions, the thought that Bai Qingying might be a ghost was unsettling, given his belief that she had been devoured by the wild boar. "Do not come any closer," Bai Qingying, irked, swiftly approached him, patting his shoulder. "Why are you so timid? I am right in front of you. What is there to fear? I admit that I left without a word. And that was my fault. In any case, do not inquire further. Let me treat you to a meal to settle everything." Feeling the warmth of her palm on his shoulder, Mo Xiao regained his composure, realizing that Bai Qingying was indeed alive. "Very well," Bai Qingying, not permitting him to question her further, accepted his agreement with a sense of relief. Just then, a commanding voice interjected, "Since it is a meal, wouldn't it be livelier with more company?" Shi Yuan approached Bai Qingying, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Mo Xiao glared at Shi Yuan's hand, wishing it were his own. His teeth clenched in frustration. Why did he have to appear at such a pivotal moment? If he did not care for Bai Qingying, why persist in his pursuit? After all, she had only invited him that Mo Xiao would not yield. Fully aware that compromising would eliminate his chance to draw closer to Bai Qingying to owe him, Shi Yuan was merely an obstacle, a third wheel in their budding connection. Shi Yuan lowered his gaze, seemingly seeking Bai Qingying's approval. "What do you think? A shared meal would surely be more enjoyable. I am more than willing to cover the expenses." Mo Xiao gazed at Bai Qingying with a palpable tension. Fearing her acquiescence, Bai Qingying found herself in a quandary. She wished to treat Mo Xiao to dinner alone, yet she could not afford to offend the insufferable serpent. After all, she aspired to secure a prosperous life among the beast clan. And aligning herself with Shi Yuan was undoubtedly a wise move. In her inner turmoil, her brows knitted tightly together. She gestured towards Mo Xiao, while Shi Yuan's warning gaze bore down upon her, his pupils darkening ominously, as if he might reclaim his firearm and bestow upon her a bullet at any moment. Pointing towards Shi Yuan, Mo Xiao nearly blurted out a protest, yet he caught himself upon noticing the tension in his clenched fists. The veins prominently visible, Bai Qingying sighed inwardly, wishing fervently for a doppelganger to exist, enabling her to provide a home to both men simultaneously. "Shi Yuan, brother," Bai Ning's timely voice resonated, causing Bai Qingying to feel a surge of unexpected joy. Never had she anticipated her arrival with such eagerness. Bai Ning, appearing anxious, bypassed Bai Qingying and Mo Xiao entirely. "You must go check on Aunt Yu. She wishes to obtain the soul-calling incense, but I dare not procure it for her. I fear something amiss, so I came to seek your assistance." Chapter 59. The woman with a heart of stone. Upon hearing Aunt Yu's name, Shi Yuan's expression shifted, prompting him to depart from their midst. The chaotic atmosphere dissipated, and Bai Qingying exhaled a breath of relief. Just when Mo Xiao believed he could enjoy a moment of solitude with Bai Qingying, Lisa suddenly approached, seeking her out. With a hurried demeanor, she seized Bai Qingying's wrist, urging her to follow. "Come with me quickly. There is no time for lengthy explanations." Bewildered, Bai Qingying had no choice but to comply with Lisa's insistence. Lisa led her into a dimly lit alley, where shadows concealed any lurking figures. "Isn't Shi Yuan with Bai Ning to see Aunt Yu?" Bai Qingying whispered to Lisa. "Could you be mistaken? How could they possibly be here?" "I am not mistaken. They are indeed here." Bai Qingying, "They must be up to no good." Lisa's teeth gritted with irritation as she recalled how Bai Ning had exploited her in the past. Everyone in the Beast clan was aware that Bai Qingying was Shi Yuan's human bride. Yet Bai Ning audaciously dared to encroach upon that territory. Lisa held a deep disdain for such individuals. Be mindful. If the commander is indeed taken by another, I would love to see how you would react. She shrugged indifferently, for she could not fathom accepting a romance between human and beast. Thus, who Shi Yuan chose to be with was of little concern to her. Unbeknownst to Lisa, Bai Qingying's thoughts were elsewhere as they concealed themselves in the shadows. As they ventured forward, peculiar sounds emanated from around the corner. They halted, peering towards the source, and indeed, it appeared that Bai Ning was in close proximity to a man whose back was turned, rendering his face indistinguishable, though he bore a striking resemblance to Shi Yuan. The two figures were intimately close, and Bai Qingying grasped Lisa's hand, contemplating their retreat. Surely, it was inappropriate to spy on others engaged in such intimate acts. Yet, she could understand Shi Yuan's predicament. Being a spirited young man, it was only natural that he would not tolerate repeated rejections from a woman. Thus, Bai Qingying found herself empathetic towards his infidelity. Lust apart. There is no need to linger. Lisa, perplexed, could not comprehend Bai Qingying's unperturbed demeanor. Had it been any other female discovering her partner's betrayal, she would have caused an uproar, desiring nothing more than to confront the offending couple. Yet, Bai Qingying appeared unfazed, believing that Bai Qingying was merely masking her sorrow. Lisa turned, only to collide with a solid chest. Bai Qingying, hands pressed against the chest, looked up to find Shi Yuan's crimson vertical pupils piercing through the darkness. Filled with a tumult of unspoken emotions, Sean, teeth clenched, assumed that Bai Qingying was here to witness another's affection. "Xuan?" she stammered, astonished. Who was that man with Bai Ning? A faint cry for help echoed, sending chills down her spine. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she drew her firearm and advanced towards Bai Ning. With precision, she pulled the trigger, and a mournful howl from a beast reverberated through the alley. The beast man, stung by her shot, turned to retaliate, only to find Shi Yuan's presence causing him to flee in terror. Bai Ning collapsed against the wall, her pallor stark as she sat helplessly on the ground. Lisa hurried over, bewildered. "So, you were not with Shi Yuan. Who was that man?" Bai Ning, feeling a surge of shame, pushed herself upright defiantly. "It's none of your concern. I have no desire to meddle. I simply wish to prevent any unfortunate news tomorrow regarding the females of the Beast clan being coerced by other males. Indeed, had it not been for Bai Qingying's intervention, you would have been at the mercy of that man." Bai Ning turned away with a scoff. She would never apologize to Bai Qingying, her lifelong adversary. She bit her lip, casting a pitiful glance toward Shi Yuan. "Brother Shi Yuan?" Sean, his expression devoid of warmth, shifted his attention from her to Bai Qingying. If he recalled correctly, the two had mistaken Bai Ning's presence as an indication of a relationship with him, igniting a simmering anger within. Bai Qingying was his legitimate wife, and he was her acknowledged partner. Yet witnessing her indifference towards a man resembling himself with Bai Ning stung deeply. What a heartless woman. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Bai Qingying, lifting her effortlessly. Bai Ning, filled with resentment, stomped her foot, while Lisa stifled a laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Bai Ning as they departed, within the confines of the cave. Shi Yuan held Bai Qingying close. She refrained from struggling, fearful of exacerbating the situation. Shi Yuan's hand grazed a marking on her neck, an intoxicating warmth radiating throughout her body, rendering her weak and pliant in his embrace. Bai Qingying gritted her teeth, attempting to swat away his intrusive hands. Shi Yuan pressed down upon her pulse, his voice low and menacing. "What if I were to pierce 2 holes here? Would you bleed out? You're deranged. You're not a vampire. Why do you fixate on that vein?" she thought, rising in protest. Shi Yuan scoffed, tossing aside her firearm to avoid any accidental discharge. "Is there such a woman as you, to witness your man with another? Is your heart made of stone?" As his fingers grazed dangerously close to her sensitive skin, Bai Qingying grasped his hand, halting his advances. "Since you were aware, I have reiterated this to you before. You might as well." Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock as Shi Yuan, with a mischievous glint, pressed against her mark once more, deriving pleasure from her discomfort. Bai Qingying, infuriated, longed to mark him in return, to provide him with a taste of his own medicine. Moreover, She was bewildered by the potency of the mark, which rendered her body weak with each contact. She feared that should Shi Yuan administer another dose, the effects might amplify. Can we converse without resorting to such measures? Bai Qingying's gaze darted, her hands shielding her neck, covering herself as thoroughly as possible. Shi Yuan's eyes flickered, seemingly aware of her trepidation. However, the male's mark could only exist once on a single individual, indicating a solitary opportunity. Yet, Bai Qingying remained oblivious to this fact, allowing Shi Yuan to exploit her vulnerability under the pretense of marking her. Bai Qingying felt tears welling up, her heart heavy with despair. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. "Commander, Aunt Yu is in trouble." The words jolted Shi Yuan back to reality. His expression returning to its customary coldness, he cradled Bai Qingying, swiftly making his way to Aunt Yu's quarters. Aunt Yu writhed on the bed, her body convulsing in distress, while the maid struggled to restrain her. Her eyes were bloodshot, lips trembling, rendering her speech incoherent. Shan gently set Bai Qingying down, unable to bear the sight, and averted his gaze to in this urgent moment. He resorted to acupuncture to calm her down. Once Aunt Yu's spasms ceased, he instructed the maid to prepare medicine immediately. After what felt like an eternity of turmoil, Aunt Yu finally consumed the medicine and succumbed to a deep slumber upon the bed. Chapter 60. Divergent perspectives. Once tranquility enveloped the cave, Shi Yuan cautiously approached Aunt Yu. His voice, hoarse and filled with concern, inquired, "How is she?" Bai Qingying turned, surprised to witness such vulnerability in Shi Yuan's eyes. Though he often appeared cold and ruthless, Aunt Yu was his mother, and no child wishes to lose their parent. If Aunt Yu had not contracted this affliction from the incense, I could have treated her. Yet, this substance lacks a definitive remedy, and her body can no longer withstand strain. This place is unsuitable for her. It would be better to transfer her to a serene environment, allowing her to recuperate, which might alleviate her condition. Absolutely not, he rebutted vehemently. Bai Qingying, taken aback, rose from her seat. Why? You are more aware of your mother's health than anyone else. I have presented the best solution, that if you refuse to heed my advice, should another incident arise, even deities will be powerless to assist. Currently, the human clan and the beast clan are not at odds. Should Aunt Yu leave the beast clan's territory, what if she falls prey to the schemes of the humans? Moreover, he felt that allowing Aunt Yu to reside elsewhere alone was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. He could not permit his dearest kin to be subjected to such dangers. Disagreement is simply disagreement. I have faith in your medical expertise. This is not merely a matter of faith. Must you compel me to articulate it so plainly? This place is unsuitable for her to inhabit. Shi Yuan remained resolute, unwilling to relent. During their quarrel, Aunt Yu, frail and weak, spoke softly, her dazed eyes fixed upon the tutti or not quarrel. Bai Qingying, upon hearing her, moved to Aunt Yu's side, gently assisting her to sit up against the bed. Given her frailty, Bai Qingying felt a pang of guilt, blaming herself for her insufficient medical prowess. If only she could be stronger, perhaps she could spare Aunt Yu from the torment of illness. Aunt Yu patted Bai Qingying's hand, having overheard their previous exchange. Shan, Qingying, there is no need for further discourse. I too wish to venture outside, although I feel a twinge of reluctance to leave the place I have inhabited my entire life. Age weighs heavily upon me, and I have long harbored a desire to behold the world beyond. Shi Yuan, as the leader of the Beast Clan, your thoughts should not solely dwell upon me. Mother as well. You must trust me, trust Bai Qingying, and above all, trust yourself. Allow me to go. Shi Yuan pursed his lips, his gaze betraying a hint of reluctance. He had never rejected Aunt Yu's words, yet this time he hesitated. The two looked at him with eager anticipation, and ultimately, Shi Yuan chose to honor Aunt Yu's true wishes. That day, he arranged for a multitude of bodyguards and covert attendants to escort Aunt Yu on her departure. Once Aunt Yu had left, Bai Qingying found herself without support within the residence, and Bai Ning became increasingly brazen in her provocations. Until that day, when she directly obstructed Bai Qingying's path, standing defiantly before her. With a disdainful glance, Bai Ning scrutinized Bai Qingying from head to toe, growing increasingly baffled as to why the typically valiant and exceptional Shi Yuan would choose such a nincompoop. Good dogs do not block the way. Bai Ning narrowed her eyes, pointing a finger at Bai Qingying's nose, anger rendering her momentarily speechless. You, that night you caused me such humiliation, and Shi Yuan brother witnessed but you not think that person was sent by you? She had not anticipated that conversing with a human would be troublesome, but even speaking with a beast was no easier. Her arms crossed, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. Bai Ning should not have been allowed to associate with Shi Yuan. Any offspring from their union would likely inherit recessive genes. If Shi Yuan's descendants were to inherit Bai Ning's intellect, it would spell disaster for the entire beast clan. This fool must have been overly coddled, leading her to only consider superficialities. Oh, you mean to say I would compel someone to force you? Then I would appear as the hero to rescue you. Do you think I'm fond of you? I must apologize. I am attracted to men and have no interest in women, especially not in someone like you, who possesses beauty but lacks substance. Bai Ning swung her hand, attempting to strike, but before her wrist could make contact, it was firmly grasped. Bai Qingying flung her arm free. Still wish to strike me? She advanced relentlessly, her demeanor abruptly turning icy, her face a mask of frost as she regarded Bai Ning, who appeared flustered and disoriented. Even the nearby beasts could not help but glance at the unfolding scene. If it was not you, then who else could it be? I know you have long sought to take revenge on me. No one within the beast clan dares to act against me, which leaves you as the sole candidate. Spare me the pleasantries. Is it not so? I can simply capture that person for you. Bai Qingying informed the beast guards dispatched by Shi Yuan to protect her, describing the features of the beast who had assaulted her the previous night. Following the details provided by Bai Qingying, they captured the individual in less than half a day. The culprit was bound hand and foot, presented before both Bai Qingying and Bai Ning. Under the cover of night, his visage had been obscured, but in the light of day, Bai Ning felt a wave of nausea upon realizing he was such an unsightly creature. The beast was a rodent, with a sharp snout and gaunt features, clearly of ill repute. Kneeling on the ground, the guards pressed down on his shoulders as Bai Qingying kicked him in the rear, barking, "Speak! Why did you attempt to bully Bai Ning last night?" He was, after all, a coward who only preyed on the weak. I end this predicament. He had no choice but to confess the truth. Please, do not kill me. I was momentarily bewitched. Who could blame her for dressing so flamboyantly and parading about the streets? Is that not a blatant invitation? Bai Qingying raised an eyebrow. So you find her appealing, hence your fixation on her. Were you incited by someone? I've already said it was a moment of folly. No one urged me to act thus. Can I go now? Bai Qingying scoffed, delivering 2 kicks to his backside as he lamented his plight. Have you all heard? He believes she is lovely, which is why he harbored such thoughts. I saved you last night, yet you show no gratitude and instead perceive me as your foe. Truly, you are a dog biting the hand that feeds you, failing to recognize a benefactor from now on. I shall embrace the role of the villain, if that is your wish. After Bai Qingying departed, Bai Ning appeared somewhat unsettled. She revealed her serpentine tail, delivering several slaps to the rodent beast's face. How shameless! You think you are worthy. However, following this incident, Bai Ning exhibited a degree of restraint in the stillness of the night. A shadow flitted across the estate, and upon seeing him, Bai Ning's anger flared. What do you want now? Are you not afraid of being caught by Shi Yuan brother? A chilling laughter emanated from man, echoing unsettlingly in the darkness. Chapter 61. Natural disasters, earthquakes approach. The following day, Bai Qingying walked along the path to the medical clinic. Beasts nearby extolled the beauty of the day's weather, prompting her to glance upwards. What exquisite clouds! I have never seen such beauty before. I used to think the clouds at sunset were lovely. Do you see how that cloud resembles a shape? Bai Qingying observed the fragmented clouds at the horizon, undeniably beautiful, yet a sense of unease stirred within her. Upon arriving at the clinic, a beast hurriedly approached her for treatment, its expression somewhat agitated, as if it were muttering complaints. Upon noticing Bai Qingying, its demeanor softened. Dr. Bai, please examine me. I was inadvertently bitten by a lowly beast. It should not be serious, should it? Just a snake, although I wonder if it is venomous. Bai Qingying quickly assessed the wound. It was not of significant concern, as beasts naturally possess tough skin. Just avoid water to prevent infection. The beast gazed at Bai Qingying with gratitude, murmuring, I wonder what is happening today. Many lowly beasts are fleeing eastward. I went to investigate, but found nothing. After the beast departed, Bai Qingying fell into contemplation. It is said that small animals possess a certain instinct for sensing danger. However, in the beast clan, such sudden occurrences should be non-existent, right? In the sunless forest, beasts were engaged in hunting when a peculiar sound emanated from the ground, rendering them all momentarily frozen in place. They glanced around, suspecting the presence of a monstrous creature in the forest. Yet after the sound subsided, tranquility returned. Did you hear that noise? I did. It seemed to come from beneath the earth. Do you recall the rumors from the human realm claiming that our beast clan is under the protection of a true dragon? Could it be that the dragon resides underground? In no time, this phrase spread throughout the beast clan. The emergence of a true dragon heralded their rise. However, as time passed, even Bai Qingying began to notice the unusual behavior of animals and the inexplicable sounds. One day, she lay on the ground, her gaze fixed intently on a small crack in the earth. Shi Yuan, observing her peculiar demeanor, approached her side, watching her every movement. He occasionally tapped her back with his tail and tousled her hair. Annoyed, Bai Qingying grasped the tail, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Upon realizing it was Shi Yuan, she quickly scrambled up, dusting herself off. You arrived at the perfect moment. Look! She seized Shi Yuan's hand and pointed to the spot where she had been lying. What is there to see? Merely a few ants relocating. This is a common sight among beasts. Even in human cities, one would witness ants moving. Shi Yuan glanced casually, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Yet Bai Qingying grew increasingly anxious. No, I am not referring to the ants. It is this crack. Have you not questioned why so many strange occurrences have recently arisen? Some have claimed to hear the voice of a true dragon emanating from the earth, while a multitude of animals flee in one direction. Based on your instincts as beasts, what do you think should be your immediate response? Shi Yuan, perplexed, replied, to seek refuge. He then chuckled lightly. The beast clan has existed for countless years without facing any major catastrophes. Perhaps you are worrying excessively? This is your territory. You know this land better than anyone. Why would a crack appear here? You are well aware of the solidity of this ground, because the sound from beneath does not originate from a dragon. There is no such creature as a dragon in this world. I have never encountered such a phenomenon, yet I can assure you that within a fortnight, a significant event will undoubtedly occur. I currently harbor a conjecture that is highly likely to be a natural disaster, specifically an earthquake. She succinctly encapsulated the perils of an earthquake, and upon hearing this, Shi Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. If the severity is indeed as grave as Bai Qingying has indicated, a sense of unease clouded his gaze. He pondered whether the beast folk would be able to withstand such a calamity. What remedy could be employed? Immediately, he dispatched individuals to fortify the structural integrity of their dwellings, emphasizing the importance of quality over expediency by merely slapping on some timber. Ample water and food supplies must be secured. In the event of an anomaly, one must seek refuge in open spaces. Shi Yuan promptly issued orders, urging the younger beastmen to commence their labor. Akati was uncertain who had spread the word that Bai Qingying had foretold this disaster. Nevertheless, despite Shi Yuan's directives, the actions of those involved incited a degree of discontent among the populace. The medical clinic was also included in the list of reinforced structures. The beastmen observed Bai Qingying merely toying with herbs, in stark contrast to their arduous labor, and began to voice their grievances. Some folks have it easy, being sheltered from toil. They need not lift a finger. Unlike us who must labor endlessly, what talk of disasters? It sounds like nonsense to me. The beastmen erupted in laughter, their faces adorned with mockery as they cast derisive glances at Bai Qingying. Their enthusiasm for work diminished, influenced by her presence, as they grew lethargic. Yet, she remained unfazed and stood beneath the eaves, addressing the beastmen with a gentle tone. If you are dissatisfied, we may switch roles. I shall undertake the labor, and you may tend to the patients. How does that sound? The most I would suffer is physical exhaustion, but if you were to fail in treating a patient, you would likely be banished from the beast folk. The beastmen's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces contorting as if they had consumed something foul. The fortification of their homes was nearly complete, yet the ensuing days were uneventful. leading many to believe that Bai Qingying's words had incited the entire beast folk into unnecessary turmoil, squandering energy and depleting resources that were originally intended to fend off human incursions. Now, with these resources exhausted prematurely, they involuntarily directed their grievances toward Bai Qingying, the bustling market. The beast folk engaged in lively trade, occasionally muttering disparaging remarks about Bai Qingying, when suddenly a fissure appeared beneath their feet, seemingly unnoticed by them. That moment, the earth trembled, and the cracks widened with alarming speed, as if a terrifying force were cleaving the once sturdy ground in twain. One beast man, who had spoken ill of Bai Qingying, found his foot ensnared by the very crack that manifested beneath him. The beast folk were gripped by fear as this sudden calamity unfolded. Chaos erupted in the market as individuals scattered in every direction, some huddling together while others cried out in panic, a sense of dread permeating their hearts. Fortunately, thanks to Bai Qingying's foresight in urging Shi Yuan to reinforce their homes, although some weaker structures collapsed, there were no significant casualties in the aftermath of the earthquake. The beast folk were plagued by anxiety, with rumors circulating that the heavens intended to obliterate them at a single stone cast into still waters stirred a tempest. And the beast folk seemed to plunge into an abyss of despair, devoid of hope. To assuage their fears, Shi Yuan devoted himself to providing psychological support to the beast folk, only returning to his dwelling when the night grew quiet and he was utterly fatigued. Due to the earthquake, Bai Qingying remained uncertain when another tremor might strike. She lay awake in bed, tossing and turning, until the sound of footsteps prompted her to rise. "Why are you so busy at this late hour?" Shi Yuan's complexion was haggard, devoid of the humor he usually shared with her. Chapter 62. Can I pursue you? You must have heard the recent rumors circulating within the beast folk, have you not? The tribe is on the brink of chaos, and I cannot fathom how much energy has been expended merely addressing these matters daily. Shi Yuan glanced at her. Do you believe there is truth to this? Perhaps he, too, sought solace in Bai Qingying's perspective. Of course it is false. What nonsense about the heavens wanting to destroy the beast folk. If that were the case, why not do it sooner or later, but precisely now? Moreover, think for a moment. If the beast folk were to perish, who stands to gain the most? Shi Yuan harbored similar thoughts, yet the human race was treacherous and cunning. Finding evidence was no simple task. Some beast folk remained steadfast in their beliefs, making it challenging to sway their stubborn convictions. Leave the matter of these rumors to me. I assure you I shall handle it well and repay them in kind, she declared confidently, thumping her chest. Seeing her self-assured demeanor, Shi Yuan's gloom dissipated. The following day, Bai Qingying gathered a few beast folk to disguise themselves as humans and ventured into the human city to spread rumors, since the humans claimed that the heavens sought to annihilate the beast folk. She would cleverly ride the wave of their narrative. Have you heard? The beast folk are on the verge of the true dragon's emergence, and it is said that even the heavens are on their side. Does that not spell peril for us humans? Not long ago, it was said that the heavens wished to destroy the beast folk. How is it now that they claim the beast folk will have a true dragon? Which of these claims holds any truth? It is said that the seismic activity in the beast folk territory is due to a true dragon awakening from beneath the earth, causing these natural disasters, rather than the heavens seeking their destruction. Should this true dragon manifest, what hope could we possibly have? At a tea stall, Bai Qingying, donning a broad-brimmed hat, leisurely sipped her tea, listening to the chatter of the patrons, her lips curling into a slight smile. She tossed a few coins onto the table before departing. Her objective had been achieved. As for the existence of a true dragon, let the humans speculate as they wished. Upon returning to the beast folk encampment, she set up a small platform in front of the medical clinic. Before long, beast folk flocked to the area, all eyes fixed upon her. Everyone, listen. I understand that the earthquake has instilled fear and panic within you. But this is simply because you have never witnessed such an occurrence before. Today, I wish to explain why this phenomenon occurs. The sudden appearance of cracks in the ground is akin to a mysterious force cleaving the sturdy earth in two, and even causing our homes to collapse. This phenomenon is known as an earthquake. As the name implies, it is a violent trembling of the land, a rather normal geological occurrence related to our environment. Most of the human cities are not built near mountains or water, but rather on open plains, resulting in a significantly lower probability of experiencing earthquakes compared to us. Moreover, our territory is primarily surrounded by forests, nestled against mountains and rivers, meaning we must also be vigilant against potential forest fires and landslides from the distant mountains. However, rest assured that as long as we can timely evade such occurrences, earthquakes should not pose significant threats to us. With Bai Qingying's reassurance, the beast folk gradually regained their confidence. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Truly deserving of the leader's wife. Bai the doctor and the leader are simply a match made in heaven." Suddenly, the beast folk erupted in laughter. "Indeed, Bai the doctor, when will you and the leader have a little cub?" What began as an informative session transformed into a playful matchmaking event, and she, both flustered and indignant, shot a glare at them before hastily making her exit. Just a few steps away, Qi blocked her path. Qing's expression was somewhat peculiar, having listened to Bai Qingying's earlier words amidst the crowd. He felt a twinge of displeasure at their teasing, yet he yearned for an answer himself. "Why are you stopping me?" "Step aside." She attempted to move left, but he blocked her, then to the right. But he obstructed her there as well. Frustration began to mount. "Qi, do not be angry. I simply have a question I wanted to ask you for a long time." "Spit it out quickly." "I have matters to attend to." Unaware of the nature of Qing's inquiry, she would have regretted her earlier words had she known that you have feelings for Shi Yuan. "If you do not, may I pursue you? I know you are married to him, but he does not treat you well. Does he? Our beastfolk customs do not prohibit pursuing someone simply because they are married. If he mistreats you, or if you do not harbor feelings for him, I still have the right to win you over." Bai Qingying was taken aback. How could Qi be speaking such strange words to her now? She raised her hand to sniff her own scent. But there was nothing particularly alluring to males. Bai Qingying fell silent, while Qi grew anxious, fearing she was under the impression that Shi Yuan threatened her into silence. Ever since he had met Bai Qingying, he had been captivated by her charm, her wisdom and strength, her refusal to back down in the face of adversity, and her resolution of such significant trouble for the beast folk. The allure she exuded ensnared him deeply, making him unable to extricate himself from her spell. Thus, when the beast folk teased her about her relationship with Shi Yuan, he could no longer contain his feelings and sought clarity. As Xiao approached, he noticed Qing's intense gaze fixed upon Bai Qingying, igniting a spark of jealousy within him. "She does not like you. You should abandon any hopes." Approaching Bai Qingying, the beguiling gaze fixated upon her, followed by a mocking remark directed at Qi. "She favors me. Now that you are aware, be swift in your departure." Qi clenched his fists, pressing his lips together in silence, determined to wait for Bai Qingying to explicitly declare her disinterest. Bai Qingying felt a throbbing at her temples, often perplexed as to why these individuals insisted on entangling themselves with her, especially when there were numerous beautiful females within the beast clan. "Enough. Do not inquire about this matter again. I harbor no affections for anyone. All I desire is to return to the human realm." With an air of fury, she departed, leaving Xiao and Qi in a state of stunned bewilderment. Gazing at her retreating figure, Shi Yuan observed from a distance, contemplating Bai Qingying's words with a curious expression. Upon returning to her residence, Bai Qingying slumped onto the bed, shutting her eyes. The bed creaked as Shi Yuan sat beside her, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her. "Is something the matter?" Bai Qingying mumbled, her tone revealing her discontent. "I can escort you back to the human realm. If you find this place unbearable, I can facilitate your departure." She abruptly sat upright, taken aback. Why was Shi Yuan broaching this topic? Although she initially contemplated leaving, the events that had transpired had altered her perception. The human realm now seemed more repugnant than the beast clan, and she would inevitably choose to remain here. You genuinely believe the beast clan is on the brink of extinction, unable to bear witness to my demise, thus wishing for my return to the human realm? Shi Yuan averted his gaze. "That haven't you always yearned to leave? This opportunity is fleeting. Once missed, it will not return." She too wished to return to the human realm, yet she had no ties there. What could she possibly achieve upon her return? Furthermore, Shui Ming was a general of the human realm, and her return would undoubtedly lead to her demise. "I shall not go. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Please refrain from mentioning this again. I do not wish to return." Shi Yuan recalled her interactions with Mo Xiao and Qi Qing, interpreting Bai Qingying's resistance to returning to the human realm as lingering affections for other males. Frustrated, he grasped her shoulders and pushed her onto the bed, his crimson slit pupils icy as they bore into her, his serpentine tongue flickering in the air, accompanied by a hissing sound. Bai Qingying pressed her hands against his chest, exclaiming, "Speak civilly. Why must you resort to violence again?" Shi Yuan snorted, "Give me a reason not to return." Bai Qingying felt a sense of injustice. Previously, when she wished to return, Shi Yuan had been furious, even contemplating her demise. Now that she did not wish to return, he was still angry, so it seemed she could do nothing right. Not wanting to return requires no elaborate justification. I simply detest the brutality of humanity. Is that sufficient? Shi Yuan released her, taking her hand and guiding her to sit on the bed. His probing gaze scrutinized Bai Qingying, and upon noticing her sincere expression, he gradually calmed down. Bai Qingying, feeling apprehensive, adjusted her clothing, fearing Shi Yuan might change his mind and force himself upon her, an anxiety that did not go unnoticed by him. If he had intended to be forceful, he would have done so long ago. However, he was reluctant to proceed in that manner. Given Bai Qingying's temperament, should he truly act upon his desires, it would likely lead to a violent confrontation. Shi Yuan's concerns for her grew, and his thoughts multiplied. He then stood up and left without saying much, leaving Bai Qingying perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor. Given his temperament, such amiability was indeed a rarity. Could it be that he had developed feelings for Bai Ning? Thus distancing himself from her, Xuan Gij, a delicate voice called from outside. Bai Ning's sweet tone resonating, in the next moment, Bai Qingying shielded one eye, unable to bear the sight of Shi Yuan's serpent tail flinging Bai Ning out with a flick. Was this not a tad too cruel? Had she been overthinking? Perhaps Shi Yuan was experiencing some peculiar phase? Males could have such periods too, could they not? The following day, Bai Qingying busied herself at the medical clinic when Shi Yuan approached her, finding her in the midst of drying herbs. The aroma of roasted meat wafted into Bai Qingying's nostrils, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Shi Yuan before her. He presented her with the roasted meat, asking, "Would you care for some?" Initially contemplating what to have for lunch, she was presented with a choice courtesy of Shi Yuan. After accepting the roasted meat, the two settled at the clinic, presenting me with roasted meat without cause. "You must have something on your mind?" Shi Yuan bypassed any pleasantries and directly stated, "I am aware that your knowledge surpasses ours. Hence I wish to inquire if you could impart some distinct knowledge to the Beast Clan, enabling them to better cope with rare occurrences, preventing the panic witnessed during the earthquake." Shi Yuan sincerely hoped Bai Qingying would acquiesce. He had witnessed her prowess firsthand, and now placed great trust in her. "No problem at all. I shall commence with the most basic medical techniques. Later, you may inform those interested in medicine to seek me out, as I shall offer instruction free of charge." However, as her words left her mouth, Shi Yuan regarded her with a peculiar expression, contemplating the implications that in their era, medical knowledge was a precious treasure, unattainable through monetary means or any other method. The ancestors of the Beast Clan had paid dearly to discern the toxicity of certain herbs or their medicinal properties. Even the more advanced human realm would not casually disclose medical knowledge to others. Shi Yuan understood that Bai Qingying was not truly a noblewoman wed to him, yet her knowledge exceeded his comprehension. What precisely was Bai Qingying's background? After finishing her meal, Bai Qingying commenced treating the beastmen, while Shi Yuan returned to inform them of her forthcoming teachings. By evening, after a day of toil, Bai Qingying closed the clinic's door. Upon returning to her dwelling, a pair of blood-red eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon her. Suddenly, Bai Qingying was lifted into the air, landing securely in Shi Yuan's embrace. Assuming someone intended her harm, she began to shout, only for Shi Yuan to swiftly cover her mouth, whispering in a low tone, "It is I." Upon recognizing Sean, her eyes widened in realization, and her heartbeat gradually steadied. The candlelight flickered to life, and they locked gazes. However, Bai Qingying felt an undercurrent of fear as Shi Yuan stared at her, his gaze predatory, as if she were his quarry. Could it be that he had overheard the beastmen's discussions and was genuinely intent on forcing her to bear serpent offspring? Bai Qingying clasped her hands tightly over her chest, warily observing him. "Must you create such a scene at this hour? It's utterly terrifying." She nervously swallowed, contemplating a hasty retreat, but Shi Yuan tightened his grip around her slender waist, restricting her movement. His slit pupils circled her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Abruptly, he laid Bai Qingying down on the bed, causing her to gasp and cover her chest, anxiously shouting, "Help!" A dark line crossed Shi Yuan's face as he pinched her lips. His voice cold as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Her words were muffled, her mind racing just so. After all this time, Shi Yuan was merely seeking to uncover her true identity, rather than attempting to force her. She turned her head, pushing his hand away. She had anticipated such a day would come, yet she never expected Shi Yuan would inquire so soon. Just as she was about to confess, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her. Shi Yuan frowned, urging Bai Qingying to clarify her thoughts. However, the knocking grew increasingly urgent, as if someone were intent on breaking the door down. Reluctantly, Bai Qingying opened the door to find a beast man with an anxious expression, his demeanor softening upon seeing her. "Dr. Bai, there has been an incident, a grave one. Do not panic. Please speak slowly." The beast man wore an expression of alarm, reminiscent of the day the earthquake had struck, directly informing her that the situation was far from simple. One of the beast men died, only to suddenly come back to life. We were about to cremate him according to the fire-burning customs when his heartbeat resumed. As he recounted the bizarre occurrence, his pupils widened in disbelief. Such a strange event was unprecedented, leaving anyone who witnessed it with lingering shadows of doubt. "Do not worry. I will accompany you to take a look." Shi Yuan and Bai Qingying set off to investigate the matter. And upon arrival, Bai Qingying retrieved her tools to conduct a routine examination. The beast man who had returned from the dead did not awaken like an ordinary person, and the others kept their distance from him. "Dr. Bai, he suddenly has a heartbeat, but in his current state, how is he any different from a corpse?" An elderly beast man spoke up, his heavy gaze resting on the lifeless figure on the bed, a hint of sorrow reflecting in his eyes, likely for the family of the unfortunate beast man. After conducting her examination, Bai Qingying returned her tools to their place, feeling relieved. Not be overly concerned. He is not truly dead. Rather, he is what one might call a false dead. It can be understood as his body activating a protective mechanism, similar to how certain animals play dead when faced with danger. Just give him some time to recover. The atmosphere within the room did not brighten due to Bai Qingying's words. The individuals present, with their dark, hollow eyes, stared at the orc on the bed. "Burn him," they insisted. "None of us have ever experienced such a situation." Bai Qingying looked in astonishment at the orc beside her, the very words escaping his lips. Why would he awaken? It merely required a bit of time. To vivisect an orc who was not yet dead. What difference did that make for murder? "Dr. Bai, you belong to the human race, while we are of the beast clan. This must surely be the punishment from the heavens, thus bringing calamity upon him. If he does not perish, we shall offend the divine. You need not involve yourself further. This is the only way we can handle it." Bai Qingying was filled with indignation at their superstitions. And at that moment, Shi Yuan spoke sharply. "Bai Qingying is not jesting. That orc is also your not act impulsively." Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, the orcs dared not rebut him. After the two departed, Bai Qingying returned to her dwelling, her mind heavy with thoughts. Before long, an orc approached with a report. "Commander, I have just received news that the orc has been burned to death." Shi Yuan nodded, gesturing for him to leave. Turning to Bai Qingying, he noticed her complexion pale instantly. She opened her mouth but could not utter a single word. Orcs cannot accept things beyond their comprehension. Do not take today as events to heart. Bai Qingying forced a strained smile. "I find myself unable to sleep. I shall take a walk." Silently, she departed, and for the first time, Shi Yuan did not stop her. Bai Qingying propped a ladder against the wall and climbed to the eaves. Resting her hands on her knees and supporting her chin, she gazed up at the full moon in the sky. Bathed in moonlight, her pallor appeared even more striking that a bitter smile crossed her lips. Even as a modern individual, how could she single-handedly alter the outdated mindsets of the ancient world? If only she could return to the modern era, at least there would be fewer ignorant individuals engaging in foolishness. Shi Yuan, holding a jug of wine, observed her silent reverie under the moonlight. Recognizing the weight of her concerns, he sat beside Bai Qingying, offering her one of the two jugs. "Would you care for a sip?" Bai Qingying accepted, uncorking it and gulping down a mouthful, her throat immediately burning, prompting a couple of coughs I simply cannot comprehend. Do you orcs always disregard the opinions of others? That was also your kin. And to burn him without a second thought, how is that any different from taking your own family's life? Shi Yuan did not respond, but quietly listened as she vented her frustrations. He understood that Bai Qingying needed to express her discontent. The two raised their cups, drinking deeply from the two jugs until they were emptied, a faint blush tinged Bai Qingying's cheeks, her eyes slightly unfocused as she swayed her head to look at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, cradling the wine jar, leaned against her and fell asleep. She suddenly broke into a silly grin, boldly poking his cheek. How could you be so inept? Bai Qingying swayed, realizing the wine jar was empty, and directly snatched Shi Yuan's drink, lowering her head to inhale the pungent aroma, crinkling her nose in distaste at so this is arsenic wine. No wonder Shi Yuan cannot hold his liquor. She set the jar aside and quietly admired Shi Yuan's handsome features. Her fingers glided from his forehead to his chin. Truth be told, this scoundrel was quite striking to in the modern world. With a little grooming, he could easily become a celebrity. In truth, Shi Yuan treated her fairly well. He listened to her words and never put her in a difficult position. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually rested her head on Shi Yuan's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, explosive news spread throughout the Beast clan. The two had been found drunk on the eaves the previous night, and for reasons unknown, it morphed into gossip about Bai Qingying and Shi Yuan sharing a room. The other orcs believed Shi Yuan had finally won over a beauty, while Xinghuai, Mo Xiao, and Qi Qing were left astonished, questioning whether Shi Yuan had coerced Bai Qingying. The three of them unconsciously gathered at Bai Qingying's dwelling, exchanging glances filled with discontent, yet not uttering a word. When Bai Qingying finally emerged, they quickly surrounded her, but upon facing her, they were at a loss for words. Should they directly inquire if she had mated with Shi Yuan? What is the matter with you all? Mo Xiao scrutinized Bai Qingying, searching for any inexplicable marks on her. Did you do that last night? Bai Qingying was puzzled. If you have nothing to say, then please leave. I need to go to the medical hall. However, none of the three were willing to relent. She teetered on the brink of anger. Shi Yuan suddenly appeared, wrapping an arm around Bai Qingying's shoulders and casting a cold glare at them. Shi Yuan paid little mind to the trio, even harboring a hint of ridicule for their arrogance. The three orcs could only watch as they departed, particularly Mo Xiao, whose eyes burned with fury directed at Shi Yuan's hand, wishing to strike it down. Xinghuai and Qi Qing felt dejected. After all, they could not compete with Shi Yuan and could only leave in embarrassment. Mo Xiao contemplated finding an opportunity to approach Bai Qingying for clarification. But Bai Ning obstructed his path. Observing Mo Xiao's expression, Bai Ning casually twirled her nails and remarked, you can recognize a person's face, but not their heart. Both Xinghuai and Qi Qing are infatuated with her. Mo Xiao, did it never occur to you that there might be other possibilities? She is so skilled that she has drawn the three of you close, yet you naively believe there might be a future with her. Yuri simply being sold while counting her money. I truly feel a bit sorry for you. Chapter 65. Frustration. Mo Xiao ignored Bai Ning, while Bai Qingying, walking alongside Shi Yuan, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. She shrugged off Shi Yuan's arm, prompting his expression to turn frosty, mistakenly assuming she was reluctant to be near him. What is the matter? Regretting not performing well in front of those three? Bai Qingying felt utterly perplexed. Why would I need to impress them? They blocked your path first thing in the morning, and it wasn't even a significant matter. Don't you find that annoying? Shi Yuan's demeanor softened slightly at her words. Just as an orc approached him with a request regarding a pressing clan matter, she set off for the medical hall to teach the orcs. Her thoughts wandered to Xinghuai, Mo Xiao, and Qi Qing, each harboring different feelings toward her. However, she was but one person, and it was imperative that she dissuade them all by noon. After completing her lesson, she intended to seek out Xinghuai. Upon arriving at his residence, she spotted Lisa, who was clutching a bouquet of wildflowers and trailing closely behind Xinghuai, whispering sweet nothings to him. Xinghuai, I don't care what your thoughts are. I have chosen you as my only partner for life, and you must marry me. Otherwise, I shall simply marry you. A dark cloud passed over Xinghuai's face. What difference was there between marrying and being married? Frustrated, he snatched the flowers from Lisa's hands. Delighted, she mistook this for acceptance of her affections. However, the next moment, Xinghua forcefully tossed the bouquet away, watching it vanish from his grasp. Do not follow me any longer. I will not marry you, nor do I like you. Bai Qingying, observing from a distance, murmured to herself, now you understand what it feels like to be cornered, don't you? And it's not just one person, but 3 plus Shi Yuan. Making it 4, just the thought of it makes my head spin. Lisa's expression turned sorrowful. Earlier that morning, she had hastily gathered what she considered the most beautiful flowers by the river. Hoping to present them to Xinghua, to be treated in such a manner was utterly disheartening. Why? Knowing full well Bai Qingying does not harbor feelings for you. Can you not change your mind? I promise that if you agree to be with me, I shall have only you as my partner for life, and I will remain eternally faithful to you. Her fervent gaze fixed upon Xinghua, hoping to sway him with her words, yet they fell upon deaf ears. Leave me at once. If you do not, I may not be able to restrain myself from taking action. After all, this was not their first altercation. Bai Qingying felt a pang of disappointment as she observed Xinghua's demeanor, knowing that Lisa had invested so much, only for him to act like a blockhead. Lisa, feeling dejected, turned to leave, prompting Bai Qingying to chase after her. Calling out her name, upon turning, Lisa's eyes sparkled briefly before dimming again, evidently wounded by Xinghua's words. Qingying, I saw everything. Don't be upset or disheartened. I understand Xinghua's character well. He meant no malice. He is simply a fool. I also noticed you have a significant issue. How could you give flowers to a male? What man would appreciate such things? Wouldn't you agree? Lisa pondered Bai Qingying's words, finding them to hold a certain truth. Then what should I do? Other than giving him gifts or food, what else can I offer? Bai Qingying flashed her a mischievous smile, draping her arm around her shoulder and whispering, I have heard that when a woman of the human race encounters a man she admires, she often crafts something to present to him as a token of her sincere affection. You offering wildflowers lacks any heartfelt sentiment. Instead, why not fashion him a garment? That bee skin he wears appears rather worn and tattered from prolonged use. Then, you could accompany your gift with some sweet words, and in time, he will come to recognize not only your frugality and intelligence, but also your beauty, ultimately becoming enamored with you, leading to marriage and a brood of little ones. Upon hearing Bai Qingying's words, Lisa cast a doubtful glance her way. Having faced rejection from Xinghua on numerous occasions, her confidence had indeed waned. Is that truly feasible? She inquired, placing a hand upon her chest, resolutely affirming, why would it not be? It is bound to work. You must believe in yourself, and I have faith that you will succeed. I am eagerly anticipating the day I can celebrate your wedding. With Bai Qingying's encouragement, Lisa swiftly regained her confidence. Following her friend's advice, she personally crafted a new bee's skin and presented it to Xinghua. Upon seeing him, Lisa couldn't help but blush, shyly stating, Xinghua, I noticed that the bee skin you wore while hunting has become quite tattered. This is a new one I made for you. Please consider replacing it. Xinghua glanced at the bee skin in her hands, its fur matching her own. Where did you acquire this fur? He queried. Lisa, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, It is from my own shedding. I had originally intended to craft it when the weather warmed, but I thought you might need it more than I do, so I made it for you sooner. Besides, I sense something unusual about you today. Xinghua, with a troubled expression, queried, What seems unusual? To which he responded, You look rather handsome. He covered his face, momentarily at a loss for words. All of this was prompted by Bai Qingying, who had instructed her on what to say, and she eagerly awaited Xinghua's reaction. Moreover, you bear a striking resemblance to someone dear to my heart, she added, showering him with several corny compliments. Take tea last. Xinghua could no longer contain himself. Hearing her words made his toes curl in discomfort. Enough, enough. Please refrain from saying such things. Take this bee's skin back. I cannot accept it if it was intended for yourself. How could I deprive you of something so cherished? And regarding your compliments, have you lost your senses? I implore you, Lisa, do not seek me out again. I assure you, I harbor no interest in you whatsoever. With that, he turned and departed, leaving only his retreating figure for Lisa to behold, her hands hanging dejectedly at her sides. Lisa sought out Bai Qingying at the medical pavilion. where Bai Qingying, upon seeing her, couldn't help but inquire about the outcome. What happened? Did he agree? Were you able to win him over with your words? With reddened eyes, Lisa revealed, he does not harbor any feelings for me, and no matter what I do, I cannot seem to sway him. Am I truly so lacking? Bai Qingying retorted, how could that be? You are exceptional and beautiful. If he does not appreciate you, it is merely because he is blind. Do not entertain such thoughts. Lisa looked at Bai Qingying with a forlorn expression, but he claims his heart belongs to you. I have no feelings for him. Why should I care for his declarations? She replied, relationships are built over time. Nothing has transpired between us, and for him to suddenly profess affection is something I cannot fathom. Bai Qingying consoled her, and just then, Xinghua arrived at the medical pavilion. Upon spotting him, Bai Qingying's demeanor shifted to one of aggression. She approached him, gripping his ear and admonishing, why do you reject Lisa's goodwill? How dare you mistreat a young lady? I shall not hesitate to twist your ear if you continue this way. Xinghua winced in pain, yet couldn't suppress a smile. Bai Qingying, realizing her tactics were ineffective, sighed in exasperation. The following day, Bai Qingying instructed the Beast Clan's historian on the compilation of records that Mo Xiao happened to be there as well. And upon seeing Bai Qingying, he eagerly presented her with freshly picked fruits. Would you care for a taste? These wild fruits are sweet and tangy. I believe they would be to your liking. Bai Qingying felt a sense of resignation, replying, you enjoy them. I have recently developed a different palate and do not find them appealing to your surprise. He produced another type of fruit, stating, what about this one? It is sweet and delectable. I assure you will enjoy it. Bai Qingying promptly dismissed the fruits, choosing instead to discuss matters of importance with the historian. Throughout the exchange, Mo Xiao remained close, showering her with flattery and compliments. Xinghua, passing by, was incensed to see Mo Xiao harassing Bai Qingying, and in a fit of anger, swung his tail nearly, striking Mo Xiao's face. Mo Xiao's expression darkened, and the two beastmen transformed into their beast forms. Engaging in a scuffle, being of the same gender, they understood each other's intentions, making their confrontation all the more justifiable. Seizing the opportunity amidst their brawl, Bai Qingying discreetly slipped away, seeking refuge in Shi Yuan's council hall. The beast officials greeted her with discontent. This was a venue for their serious discussions, not a playground for Bai Qingying. Moreover, it was customary for humans to be excluded from such meetings, especially given her status as a human. What if they were deliberating something of significance, and she were to divulge it to her kind? Commander, while Miss Bai is indeed your wife, her presence here seems rather inappropriate, one official remarked. The council hall is a place of military importance, and numerous secrets cannot be exposed. Their gazes bore down on Bai Qingying, causing her to feel embarrassed and inclined to leave. I apologize. I was unaware you were in the midst of important discussions. Just as she prepared to depart, Shi Yuan grasped her slender waist, guiding her to sit beside him. Bai Qingying was taken aback. I can wait outside. And no need. Remain here and listen, he replied, casting a glance at the disgruntled beastmen. Though they still bore their grievances, they hesitated to voice them in Shi Yuan's presence. After the numerous troubles faced by the Beast Clan, it was Bai Qingying who had devised solutions, rendering her an integral part of their community. The confidences shared within this council were not secrets to her. Bai Qingying gazed at Shi Yuan in astonishment, surprised that he would defend her in front of so many. However, this was preferable. She wished to avoid confronting Mo Xiao and chose to remain hidden. The Beastmen had no objections. Based on our recent discussions, we believe the reproduction of the Beast Clan is of utmost importance, especially since you currently have no offspring. Should you not consider taking multiple consorts? I have noticed some suitable women among the Snake Clan, Wolf Clan, and the Yuan Clan. Incorporating them into your harem would be a prudent notion. White Ning from the Snake Clan has grown up alongside the commander. One added, the loyalty of the Wolf Clan could solidify your position through marriage. As for the Monkey Clan, there is a renowned healer named Luo Chuan. Aligning with him could yield benefits. The Beastmen presented their suggestions to Shi Yuan, who, out of the corner of his eye, observed Bai Qingying's unperturbed demeanor, that he felt a twinge of annoyance. Did she not realize they were proposing to introduce women from other clans into his harem? In truth, upon grasping their intentions, Bai Qingying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, prompting her to consider leaving. Sean, Perhaps you should deliberate this matter thoroughly with everyone. It seems rather significant. I shall take my leave." As she rose to depart, Shi Yuan seized her wrist, compelling her to remain by his side. He suddenly became curious about her thoughts on the matter, a playful glint flickering in his eyes. "You are my wife. What are your thoughts on their proposals?" Bai Qingying pouted, contemplating what opinion she could possibly offer, as it was not she who would be marrying. Besides, in this ancient context, it was not surprising for beastmen to have multiple wives. She had never intended to place her hopes upon Shi Yuan. His taking of multiple consorts was of no concern to her. With a nonchalant demeanor, she replied, "Of course, is perfectly acceptable. I find myself rather lonely. Having a few sisters or companions would be quite pleasant." Her words caused Shi Yuan's countenance to darken, his lips pressing together in frustration, as if he yearned to impose immediate consequences upon her. An icy aura emanated from him, causing Bai Qingying to shrink back. Avoiding eye contact, she flashed a broad smile at the beast officials, grinning foolishly. The officials, upon hearing Bai Qingying's words, nodded in agreement, acknowledging her as a worthy primary wife, possessing both grace and vision. Since Bai Qingying has no objections, then this matter. Shi Yuan cast a cold glance over, and those who had originally intended to persuade him to agree to the previous request found themselves at a loss for words. The affairs of the harem had temporarily come to a close, and she swiftly departed from the council hall. Bai Qingying patted her chest, feeling a thrill of excitement despite the earlier tension. Witnessing Shi Yuan's expression of discomfort brought her a strange sense of joy. It was the first time she had seen him humbled, and it felt quite satisfying, and no wonder that foul snake always enjoyed bullying her. The perverse nature of it was truly unbearable for anyone. "Stop," Bai Ning barked, halting Bai Qingying in her tracks. Upon regaining her senses, Bai Qingying realized she had inadvertently run close to Bai Ning's residence, and by sheer coincidence had encountered her. However, Bai Qingying had no intention of arguing with her and attempted to leave, only to find a large male white snake blocking her path. This white snake bore some resemblance to Bai Ning. He scrutinized Bai Qingying from head to toe, letting out a disdainful snort from his nose. "Bai Qingying, you truly are a shameless individual, allowing so many males to surround you that if you do not favor Shi Yuan, you might as well relinquish your position to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. I have already told you, if you like Shi Yuan, you should fight for him yourself. Do not blame others for treating me well, as I have not forced them to do anything for me." Bai Ning sneered, advancing toward Bai Qingying, her gaze fixed on her face, inwardly cursing her as a vixen. Chapter 67. Bai Ning's brother. Why were those males surrounding Bai Qingying? It was simply due to her captivating appearance. If she were to mar that beauty, neither Shi Yuan nor anyone else would feel any attraction towards an ugly creature. "Brother, you saw it too, didn't you? She married Shi Yuan, yet occupies this position without doing anything, and repeatedly stands against me." Bai Feng's gaze turned icy as he flicked his tongue, dangerously approaching Bai Qingying. His cold demeanor was distinct from Shi Yuan's, especially the way his eyes pierced through her. Bai Qingying had no desire to meet his gaze. Bai Feng exuded an aura reminiscent of a snake thriving in damp, dark surroundings, having emerged victorious from numerous battles. Those eyes fixated on her felt like countless venomous snakes, watching her intently. His sharp visage was overshadowed by dark eyes, and the deep green vertical pupils sent shivers down her spine. Sometimes, Bai Qingying thought Shi Yuan was rather endearing. Unlike the white snake before her, "So, you dare to bully my sister?" His voice was chilling, akin to his pupils, instilling fear. Bai Qingying frowned. Where there was a sister, there must be a brother. She was astonished to find that the siblings were cut from the same cloth. Both equally sharp-tongued and acerbic. "I have not bullied your sister. If anything, she has bullied me. If there is nothing else, please step aside. I have important matters to attend to." The rumors circulating about Bai Qingying within the clan were plentiful, and Bai Feng had heard enough. Yet had always doted on his sister, refusing to allow anyone to mistreat any member of their serpent clan. Shi Yuan must be blind to allow a human woman like you to act recklessly on the Lord's territory. And you even dare to show disrespect to my sister. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to remind you of the rules of our beast clan. Bai Feng revealed his serpent tail, and Bai Qingying looked on nervously, fearing he might tear her apart at any moment. Just then, she clearly saw the fire of anger in Bai Feng's eyes diminish significantly. Who permitted you to treat her this way? Shi Yuan suddenly appeared, positioning himself protectively behind Bai Qingying. His intense gaze locked onto Bai Feng, his red vertical pupils radiating a chilling aura. Bai Feng squinted, realizing he could no longer act against Bai Qingying with Shi Yuan's presence. He promptly withdrew his serpent tail, that I merely wish to teach this ignorant woman a lesson. Even if she is your wife, humans are still disgraceful on the beast clan's territory. They do not deserve any voice among us. Have you been too indulgent with her? I am the leader of the beast clan. What I choose to do is not for you to reprimand. Shi Yuan asserted firmly. Bai Qingying is my wife and the leader's lady. Bai Feng, know your place. He took Bai Qingying's hand and left, while Bai Ning, having missed such a splendid opportunity, stomped her foot in frustration. How come this wretched woman always has such good fortune? With someone to defend her, Shi Yuan, brother, could it be that you are truly blind? This vixen only knows how to beguile men. Upon returning to her residence, Bai Qingying felt that Bai Feng's attitude toward Shi Yuan had been rather peculiar. Having spent a significant amount of time among the beast clan, she had observed that others treated Shi Yuan with utmost respect. Yet Bai Feng had the audacity to challenge him openly, even giving off an impression of wanting to dominate him. Shi Yuan had to leave for other matters, and she did not have the chance to inquire further. The next day, Shi Yuan arrived at the medical clinic looking somewhat fatigued. He still insisted on bringing food for Bai Qingying, which delighted her, though she noticed he appeared somewhat haggard. Are you all right? She brewed a cup of tea and offered it to him. This is invigorating tea. I don't know if it will help you, but it certainly perks me up. Shi Yuan accepted the tea and drank it down without savoring it, as it held little flavor for him. However, out of respect for Bai Qingying, he acknowledged her effort. It was Bai Feng and his father. I don't know what got into their heads to oppose me during the council. Bai Qingying was taken aback. She had sensed something odd the previous day, but she had not expected the father and son duo to be so bold. Curiosity piqued her interest regarding who had emboldened them. Why would they oppose you? Aren't you the leader of the beast clan? And yesterday, I noticed Bai Feng's attitude towards you. It seemed he did not regard you highly at all, Shi Yuan scoffed. Dismissing them as trivial if they wish to rise, they should first consider whether they possess wings. Bai Qingying's mind turned, and she devised a clever plan to bring about their downfall. One must first drive them to madness. Shi Yuan looked at her in confusion as Bai Qingying leaned mysteriously to whisper in his ear that a few days later, Bai Feng was seen publicly assaulting someone, taking full advantage of his high status and disregarding his kin. Lisa happened to pass by and witnessed Bai Feng attacking someone, the victim spitting blood. Unable to contain herself, she rushed in to intervene. Stop! You'll kill him! Lisa grabbed Bai Feng's hand and pushed it aside, crouching down to assess the wounded beastman. Bai Feng glared at her coldly. Get lost, or I'll hit you too. Lisa, known for her fiery temper, stood her ground, displeased by his words. I won't leave. Are you going to hit me too? What did he do to deserve this? We are all kin, all beastmen. Is it right to assault someone in public? Bai Feng had no intention of engaging in conversation. He suddenly swung his serpent tail, striking Lisa hard on the shoulder. The disparity in strength between the genders was evident. Although Lisa was a tiger beast, Bai Feng's power as a snake beast was formidable. She was knocked to the ground, choking on dust, and just as she contemplated retaliating, Bai Feng mercilessly coiled around her waist and slammed her back down. Eventually, some kind-hearted beastmen informed Bai Qingying of the incident. She and Shi Yuan rushed over to intervene. Bai Qingying brought Lisa back to the clinic to tend to her injuries, feeling distressed as she bandaged Lisa's wounds, muttering under her breath, that Bai Feng is truly shameless. If only I could encounter him. I would make him taste the effects of a sedative. After tending to Lisa's wounds, Bai Qingying noticed a flicker of movement out of the corner of her eye. Curious, she turned to see nothing at the entrance of the clinic. She stepped outside to confirm, but the surroundings were empty, showing no signs of anyone's presence. Xing Huai was crouched against the wall, holding his breath in fear of being discovered by Bai Qingying, who had yet to return to the clinic. His claws were nearly giving way, and his tail inadvertently brushed against the herbs Bai Qingying had set out to dry in the sun. With a loud crash, the herbs fell, and Bai Qingying looked up just in time to see Xing Huai clinging to the wall like a gecko. He jumped down, looking somewhat guilty as he rubbed his nose. Chapter 68. Uninformed Beginnings. What a coincidence. Bai Qingying raised an eyebrow, indeed finding it quite coincidental. What are you sneaking around doing on that wall? Just being cautious. I thought I saw something on the wall and wanted to check in case it was a venomous snake or something that might bite you if it got into the clinic. As he spoke, his gaze wandered, clearly laden with unspoken thoughts. His words became increasingly disjointed. Sometimes, how could something be on the wall? Bai Qingying observed, Xing Huai, you seem particularly off today. Are you hiding something from me? Not at all. What could I possibly be hiding? Since there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave that I still need to attend to Lisa. As she turned to leave, Xing Huai intercepted Bai Qingying's path, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. How is Lisa? Is she all right? Are her injuries severe? Observing the flicker of worry on Xing Huai's face, Bai Qingying couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed that Lisa's persistent efforts were not without effect. It was merely that Xing Huai mistakenly believed he harbored feelings for her, thus fortifying his resolve. Now, upon hearing of Lisa's injury, he was compelled to check on her condition. She did not immediately expose his feelings, but instead deliberately inquired. Did you not claim to have no affection for her? Why then, do you ask so many questions? I seem to lack the authority to share such matters with you. You ought to depart quickly. If Lisa were to discover you here, she would certainly be displeased, considering you have consistently rebuffed her advances. Your pretense of concern could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet, Xing Huai showed no intention of leaving. He lifted his gaze towards the medical hall. Although his view was somewhat obscured, he could still discern Lisa lying on the sickbed, looking quite feeble. That is not my intention, but we are of the same kin. And she was injured by Bai Feng that I believe it is necessary for me to check on her. Furthermore, as fellow tiger beasts, if I do not visit her, it will only reinforce the notion that she lacks support. He crafted a seemingly flawless excuse, nodding vigorously as he spoke. You make a valid point. Lisa's injuries do seem rather serious. Additionally, I have other matters to attend to and cannot remain by her side constantly. Since you are here, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after her. With Bai Qingying's consent, Xing Huai dashed into the medical hall. Upon seeing Lisa wrapped in thick bandages, he nearly lost control of his temper. Lisa, are you all right? Lisa felt a rush of excitement upon seeing Xing Huai come to visit. However, in her eagerness to move, she inadvertently tugged at her shoulder wound, causing her to gasp in pain and grimace. Observing her distress, Xing Huai instinctively supported her. Lisa was taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed such tenderness from him. What brings you here? Did you not assert that you have no feelings for me? Xing Huai awkwardly scratched the back of his head, glancing around as he took a seat beside Lisa, enveloping them in an uncomfortable silence. Still, he did not leave. Lisa noted his subtle expressions, her heart secretly elated. You are injured at present, and Bai Qingying is unable to care for you, which is why I am here. If you do not wish for my presence, I shall take my leave. That a hint of sadness crossed his face as he stood, preparing to depart. However, she suddenly grasped his hand. Xing Huai turned, their eyes locking in an unspoken moment. Did you not say you would care for me? Are you so quick to abandon me? The corners of Xing Huai's mouth twitched. It appeared that Lisa did not harbor any strong aversion towards him. Outside, Bai Qingying observed the pair's restrained demeanor, a knowing smile gracing her lips. She recalled a saying from humanity, love knows not where it begins, yet it runs deep. However, Xing Huai would soon come to realize who he truly cherished, and it would not be too late. She exited the medical hall and sought out Sean. Sean, frowning as he examined the defense plans in the council chamber, keenly sensed the footsteps approaching. Upon seeing Bai Qingying, he set the plans aside. How is Lisa? The news of Lisa's injury reached Shi Yuan, as it was under his permission that Bai Feng had assaulted her in public. This was part of the scheme between him and Bai Qingying, elevating Bai Feng's arrogance until he became blind to caution, only to later incriminate himself. The beastkin would surely grow discontented with him, making it necessary for him to contemplate the consequences of his actions. That I have provided her with basic first aid. She sustained some superficial wounds, but nothing too grave to be. By the way, I came to discuss something with you. Although things appear somewhat tranquil at the moment, I have a nagging feeling that the human race will not relent. I recommend you initiate a thorough investigation immediately, leaving no stone unturned." Shi Yuan nodded in agreement. Sharing her sentiments, following the incident involving Bai Feng, he too sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Ordinarily, even if Bai Feng and his father were arrogant, they would never dare to confront him directly. There must be a formidable influence guiding them from behind. Tracing some leads, they arrived at the Bai residence, only to find that the Bai family was indeed engaging with humans recently. Could it be Shi Yuan? The thought struck her. After all, he was a general of the human race, possessing a keen intellect. Given the turmoil within the beast kin, it was precisely the opportunity Shi Yuan sought to exploit in his campaign against them. That if you suspect this individual is Shi Yuan, then we should investigate within the human territories to ascertain the truth. Bai Qingying shook her head. "No, you remain here. You are the leader of the beast kin, and I fear complications may arise. I will go with Ma Xia." Upon mentioning Ma Xia, Shi Yuan's expression soured slightly. Sensing his displeasure, she quickly added, "Ma Xia is a wolf beast. His scouting abilities are quite exceptional, and I have previously collaborated with him within human territories." With her candid explanation, Shi Yuan chose not to press the issue further. Bai Qingying summoned Ma Xia, and after discussing the matter, he readily agreed to accompany her. The duo set off towards the human territories, where they soon gleaned valuable information from the guards, with Bai Qingying's noble countenance serving as their best disguise. At the tea stall, Ma Xia fumed silently. "It appears our assumptions were correct. This entire affair is indeed orchestrated by Shi Yuan behind the scenes. They intend to exploit the Bai family's hubris to vex Shi Yuan. I must admit, I underestimated Shi Yuan. Previously, he had viewed Shi Yuan as a brutish figure, but now it seemed that if they did not devise a strategy to counter him, he would surely find more ways to target the beastkin." Chapter 69. On the brink of disfigurement, do you have any good ideas? Perhaps I should eliminate him? Ma Xiao believed that the only way to resolve the issue was to ensure Shi Yuan's complete disappearance from existence, thus preventing further threats to the beastkin. That is not feasible. Even if you were to kill Shi Yuan, another would take his place. To achieve lasting peace for the beastkin, we must address the root cause of the problem. Is he not fond of employing underhanded tactics? Then I shall let him taste his own medicine. Bai Qingying's eyes gleamed with mischief as a cunning smile played upon her lips. Within the human military camp, Shi Yuan poured himself a glass of fine wine, contemplating the recent events involving the beastkin, a smile creeping onto his face. Just as he raised the cup to his lips, a guard's voice rang out from outside. "General, urgent news." The guard hurried into Shi Yuan's presence, prompting an impatient slam of the wine glass onto the table. "What is so urgent that you barge in here?" "Someone just reported that there has been a major incident at your home. Though I am unaware of the specifics, will you not return?" In an instant, he sprang to his feet. "Prepare my horse at once." Meanwhile, Shi Yuan remained vigilant, employing his influence to pressure the arrogant by father and son, temporarily keeping them confined to their residence. Due to the severity of Bai Feng's public assault, Shi Yuan had ordered them to remain indoors, lest they be deemed defiant of his command. The family found themselves under house arrest. Bai Ning, in a fit of rage, swept everything off her vanity, while the nearby maid dared not utter a word. "It must be that wretched girl, whispering lies into Shi Yuan's ear. She is surely seeking revenge for that tiger beast, inciting Shi Yuan against you." In an instant, her heart brimmed with an intense hatred for Bai Qingying. A few days later, they arrived at the Beast Clan's temple fair. Due to the significance of this day, the Bai family momentarily gained their freedom. It was Bai Qingying's first time attending the Beast Clan's temple fair. She made her way toward the market, where a temple of the Beast Clan stood. During the festival, many beastmen flocked to the temple, seeking peace or voicing their wishes to the deities they revered. As people bustled through the streets, Bai Qingying gazed at the surrounding scenery, her previously chaotic emotions calming somewhat. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated intently on her. Bai Ning, gritting her teeth, was determined to teach Bai Qingying a lesson today. Her gaze was fixed on the roasted meat stall beside Bai Qingying, where sizzling meat was being cooked over glowing charcoal. Approaching Bai Qingying, Bai Ning intended to greet her, but upon seeing Bai Ning, Bai Qingying's mood soured instantly. Just as she contemplated avoiding her, Bai Ning, as if with a sprained ankle, collided straight into her, dangerously close to the searing charcoal, but a moment's inattention could result in her face being buried among the embers, with dire consequences to Bai Ning deliberately crashed into Bai Qingying's direction. Bai Qingying's vision was filled with the blackened charcoal, and before she could touch it, the heat radiated towards her. The thought of her face encountering the charcoal was unfathomable. It would surely be disfigured. In that fleeting moment, countless images and thoughts raced through her mind, fearing she might meet her end today. Suddenly, a figure clad in white swiftly appeared beside Bai Qingying, encircling her slender waist and pulling her into an embrace. The anticipated pain did not manifest on her face as she opened her eyes, meeting a pair of jewel-red eyes gazing back at her. Startled, her complexion paled slightly. "Are you all right?" A deep voice rumbled beside her ear. Bai Qingying shook her head, gripping Shi Yuan's sturdy arm tightly. He had saved her, just as he had during the wild boar incident. Shi Yuan extended a long finger to wipe away the tear at the corner of her eye, and she distinctly felt his fingertip brush against her skin, causing her eyelashes to flutter. That moment, Bai Qingying keenly noticed the red marks on Shi Yuan's wrist, where embers had left their mark. She instinctively reached out to touch it, her soft fingertip gently pressing against the red mark. Her voice softened. "You're hurt." Perceiving the change in her demeanor, Shi Yuan smirked, withdrawing his hand. "But it's nothing, just a few sparks." They remained in an embrace until Bai Qingying finally reacted and extricated herself from Shi Yuan's hold, her face flushing a deep crimson. Stealing glances at Shi Yuan, she noticed his expression brightening upon observing her subtle movements. Bai Ning steadied herself, biting her lip in astonishment at Bai Qingying's fortune, while also feeling bewildered by Shi Yuan's appearance. Jealousy surged within her. Why was it that every time Bai Qingying found herself in danger, Shi Yuan would appear just in time? Was it possible that Shi Yuan had developed feelings for Bai Qingying? No, she would never accept such a notion. She was merely a despicable woman of the human race. Any Beast Clan female could assume the esteemed role of the leader's wife, yet it had to be a human. Had Shi Yuan truly forgotten the sins of their kind? She slowly advanced, raising her hand to push Bai Qingying once more. But just as her hand was lifted, it was forcefully grasped. Turning around, she found herself locked in a cold blue gaze belonging to Mo Xiao, whose palm was chillingly cold, causing her to shiver involuntarily. "What do you intend to do?" Shi Yuan and Bai Qingying turned at the sound of Mo Xiao's voice, surprised to see him gripping Bai Ning's hand. Shi Yuan remained unfazed. He had witnessed Bai Ning nearly cause an accident with Bai Qingying and had rushed over. Intentional or not, Bai Ning's actions today had already left a negative impression on him. In full view of everyone, Bai Ning could not admit to her misdeeds. "Let go of me. You're hurting me," she protested, struggling against Mo Xiao's firm grip, which held her immobile, if he was not mistaken. She had attempted to push Bai Qingying into the embers. "Are you trying to harm her?" "Mo Xiao, I advise you to release me at once, or I shall inform my father and brother, and you shall be waiting to be beaten," Bai Ning threatened. Mo Xiao scoffed, dismissing her threat entirely. Unable to convince Mo Xiao, she suddenly turned to Shi Yuan, feigning innocence and shedding a couple of tears. "Brother Shi Yuan, I didn't mean it. There were too many people, and I was accidentally bumped into, causing me to collide with Bai Qingying. By the time I realized, it was too late. You must believe me. I never intended to harm Bai Qingying." Seeing her act this way, Shi Yuan felt a wave of annoyance. Chapter 70. Drowning sorrows in wine at this moment, he refrained from confronting Bai Ning, as the Bai family's influence instilled a sense of caution in him. From now on, keep your distance from Bai Qingying. Avoid meeting her if possible. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lifted Bai Qingying into his arms. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Witnessing their intimate display, Mo Xiao's pupils darkened further as he released Bai Ning's hand. "You would do well to refrain from harboring any thoughts toward Bai Qingying, or I shall not be as courteous as I am today." Rubbing her wrist, Bai Ning inwardly cursed Mo Xiao, branding him a heartless wolf who showed no concern for delicate matters. "I told you. I had no intention of harming her. Shi Yuan has not reprimanded me. I have no need for your scolding." Instantly, she regained her domineering demeanor, confronting Mo Xiao aggressively. The thought that his concern for Bai Qingying was merely to protect her deepened her disdain for him. His silence is merely because he is the leader of the beast clan, giving your Bai family some face that I, however, have no qualms. If I find you attempting anything again, do not blame me for being heartless. Your brother is not even worth my consideration. If you think he can defeat me, feel free to summon him. With that, he turned and left for the tavern to drink. Bai Qingying clenched her fists upon hearing Mo Zhao's remarks, her sharp nails digging into her palm. The pain did not awaken her senses. Instead, she glared resentfully in the direction Mo Zhao had departed. What was there to be smug about? Even if he lingered around Bai Qingying, he was still disregarded by her. He was merely a clown. Bring me your finest wine, 5 jars. After selecting a spot, Mo Zhao waved his hand, placing a pouch of coins on the table. The tavern owner, seeing the gleam in Mo Zhao's eyes, hurriedly brought over the requested drinks. Opening a wine jar, he gulped down a significant amount, the fiery flavor failing to quell the turmoil in his heart. Instead, it heightened his agitation. He attempted to numb his nerves with alcohol. After finishing one jar, he unsealed another, just as he was about to pour it down his throat when a soft hand suddenly grasped the jar. Mo Zhao, puzzled, pushed the jar aside to see a wolf-beast female regarding him with concern. Drowning your sorrows in wine is not a wise choice. Come morning, your head will surely throb. If you have no one to care for you, it could be even worse. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Xiaoya. Tang Xiaoya settled across from Mo Zhao, appearing quite familiar as she opened a jar of wine, pouring it into a cup. She raised her cup to clink with his. Tang Xiaoya was not unattractive. On the contrary, she exuded a fresh charm. If one were unaware of her true nature, they could easily be deceived by her appearance. Mo Zhao felt a twinge of wariness towards her. We've shared a drink and exchanged pleasantries. Please take your leave. He held no particular interest in Tang Xiaoya, believing she had approached him to flirt. But his thoughts were consumed solely by Bai Qingying, leaving no room for any other female. Tang Xiaoya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling alluringly. While most would hesitate to approach Mo Zhao's cold demeanor, she was unafraid. Leaning closer, her tone gentle, she said, I know you have feelings for that human female. Do you wish to be with her? Mo Zhao's blue pupils constricted sharply as he slammed the wine jar onto the table. His gaze fixated on Tang Xiaoya. Speechless, I have a way to help you win her heart. I harbor no intentions towards you. I merely do not wish to see a lover in distress. Tang Xiaoya chuckled lightly, observing how the aura surrounding Mo Zhao began to wane, realizing he was taking her words to heart. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan carried Bai Qingying back to the estate. She applied some simple herbs to his wound. After a single application, it should leave no scar. Thank you for what you did earlier. Shi Yuan retrieved 2 jars of wine, handing one to Bai Qingying. Since we missed the temple fair, would you like to have a drink? Although it is rather potent, I fear you may become inebriated. Without a moment's hesitation, she took a sip from the spout of the jug, the sharp taste of alcohol burning down her throat. However, having learned from her previous experience, she refrained from coughing this time. What's the matter? I was just looking for someone to share a drink with. The 2 jugs clinked together, producing a crisp sound. After finishing a jug of wine, Bai Qingying's face was already tinged with a rosy hue of inebriation as she turned her bleary gaze toward Shi Yuan. You're so handsome. Where did you come from? Handsome, Shi Yuan, with his long flowing hair and chiseled chest muscles on display, revealed a perfectly sculpted set of 8-pack abs as she gazed downward. She couldn't help but giggle uncontrollably, boldly reaching out to touch the abs she had long desired. Upon feeling her touch, Shi Yuan's body stiffened. Seeing her intoxicated state, he lifted her and laid her gently on the bed. Drunken Bai Qingying resembled a wild stallion, restlessly writhing on the bed, just as Shi Yuan contemplated leaving. He was unexpectedly pulled back by her surprising strength. He tumbled beside her, and in the next moment, she clung to him like an octopus. Pouting her soft lips, she leaned in to kiss him. But Shi Yuan pressed 2 fingers against her lips, his gaze dimmed, voice husky. Do you know what you are doing? Bai Qingying shook her head, mumbling incoherently as if in response to him. She extended her tongue to lick his fingertips, the warm sensation sending a chill down Shi Yuan's spine. Unable to resist, he fixated on her lips, cupped her chin, and kissed her. Their lips met, the sensation unexpectedly soft. confirming the taste he had imagined in his heart. Lost in her dreamlike state, Bai Qingying was oblivious to her actions, believing she had returned to the modern era, where she had become a wealthy woman in a bar, indulging in the company of male models. Sean, enveloped in the tenderness of the moment, temporarily lowered his guard. Outside the door, Mo Xiao stood frozen, witnessing the scene unfold before him, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging in testament to his inner fury. He had come to report military matters to Shi Yuan, but was taken aback by the sight before him. In that moment, Mo Xiao felt a pang of confusion. Did Bai Qingying truly harbor feelings for Shi Yuan? Yet, observing the two lost in their kiss, it hardly seemed like an act of coercion. Silently, Mo Xiao bowed his head and turned away, his mind replaying the elegant scene. If only you could take his place. The next day, Bai Qingying awoke, propping herself up on her arms to sit up, only to be immediately struck by a wave of soreness throughout her body. She twisted her arms, the sound of creaking bones echoing. Slowly, the realization dawned upon her, and she quickly checked her condition. Chapter 71. No face to see people aside from the lingering scent of alcohol on her. There seemed to be other peculiar odors that made her complexion pale. The thought struck her. Had she really drunk with Shi Yuan yesterday? Yet what transpired afterward remained a complete blank. She slapped her cheeks, trying to jog her memory. But no matter how hard she thought, the events of the previous night eluded her. Could it be that in her drunken stupor, Shi Yuan had indeed taken advantage of her? Hearing movement from within, a maid entered, holding a bowl of detoxifying soup. "Miss Bai, you're awake. This detox soup is specially rich. Brewed for you because I knew you would have a headache today." She scrutinized the dark concoction, pursing her lips. "Where is everyone?" The maid, unable to hide her amusement, assumed Bai Qingying was missing Shi Yuan. The commander left last night. However, this statement struck Bai Qingying's heart as if it implied that Shi Yuan had taken advantage of her and left without a care. That scoundrel, shameless wretch. Anger surged through her as she pounded the bed. The maid, perplexed by her reaction, inquired, "Miss Bai, what's wrong?" With a quivering nose, Bai Qingying demanded, "When did he leave last night?" "Well, the commander couldn't withstand your enthusiasm, so he had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he feared he might do something he would regret." The maid continued, "But to be fair, Miss Bai, you were indeed quite bold last night. No female from our beast tribe has ever dared to be so forward with the leader. It was her first time witnessing the commander being unable to resist your fervor and having to leave in haste. Otherwise, I reckon it wouldn't be long before our tribe received good news." The maid's casual remarks made Bai Qingying realize that she had misunderstood, so nothing had actually happened between her and Shi Yuan. Instead, she had drunkenly attempted to take liberties with him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hastily drank the detox soup, feeling utterly humiliated. If even Shi Yuan couldn't withstand her advances, it was evident how formidable her intoxicated state had been. After finishing the soup, feeling a loss of dignity, she fled to the medical clinic. She had barely arrived when Mo Xiao came looking for her, his gaze fixated on the marks on her neck. His eyes darkening. "That you're just in time. Please investigate the recent movements of the human tribe, that I'm concerned they might stir up trouble again, which would also alleviate some of Shi Yuan's burdens." After preparing everything required for consultations, she welcomed her first patient, who was somewhat unfamiliar to her. "Doctor, I've been having poor appetite lately and am unsure what's wrong. Could you take a look for me?" Tang Xiaoya's voice was soft and gentle as she extended her hand for Bai Qingying to check her pulse. Bai Qingying nodded, performing a routine examination, but found nothing particularly concerning. "There doesn't seem to be any major issues. If you still feel unable to eat, try consuming some appetizing foods, like sweet and sour juices." "Thank you. I'll be sure to follow your advice," Tang Xiaoya replied, introducing herself as she left. Bai Qingying's expression faltered momentarily, but she thought little of it. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about Tang Xiaoya. Typically, beast tribe members did not display such excessive enthusiasm when seeking medical attention. For several consecutive days, Bai Ning had not troubled her, much to Bai Qingying's relief that it seemed the previous lesson had left a mark on him. With newfound time, she began teaching the beast tribe how to cultivate crops and raise pigs, enabling them to be self-sufficient, thus eliminating the need to hunt for food. "The crops we grow must be timed perfectly with the seasons. The best time for sowing is spring, which is now. The beast tribe expressed their gratitude that if we can grow our own crops, we won't have to rely on the human tribe for rice. Indeed, and we won't need to forage for wild vegetables on the mountains, thereby avoiding many dangers. Hearing their words, Bai Qingying contemplated that since agriculture and animal husbandry were now underway, the next step could be establishing commercial trade between the two tribes. A better life might even prevent numerous conflicts. Just then, she glanced up and caught sight of a white figure in the mountains, reminiscent of Bai Ning, concerned that Bai Ning might be up to something sinister. She followed the figure, unwittingly venturing deep into the forest. Realizing something was amiss, she noticed the eerie silence around her. Not even a small animal stirred. Just as she considered leaving, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she was struck unconscious. The pain at the back of her neck jolted her awake, and as her vision cleared, she found herself in a cave. Shortly after she regained consciousness, Mo Xiao entered, carrying food, and rushed to support her upon seeing her awake. "Are you all right?" Bai Qingying felt something was off but couldn't quite pinpoint why. "How did I end up here? I remember following Bai Ning, but I must have been knocked out." She touched the area where she had been struck, feeling a dull ache. "You must have mistaken him. That wasn't Bai Ning that I was hunting on a mountain when I found you unconscious on the ground. I had no choice but to confront him to save you. Unfortunately, he was quite treacherous, and I ended up getting injured." Following his gaze, she noticed blood trickling from his leg, which had not been bandaged and was already congealed. Forgetting her doubts, she exclaimed, "I'll go outside to find some herbs to staunch the bleeding. Just wait for me here." Xiao nodded, watching the departing figure fade into the distance, but a subtle smile graced his lips as he focused on his own injury. Before long, Bai Qingying gathered some hemostatic herbs, crushed them with a stone, and applied the mixture to his wound. She tore a strip from her clothing to fashion a bandage for him. Meanwhile, the absence of Bai Qingying raised concerns for Shi Yuan. Upon his return, he sought her out only to discover that she had not remained at the beast tribe's camp, nor was she found in the medical clinic. Eventually, he learned from others that Bai Qingying had gone to teach the beast farmers about agriculture, prompting him to hasten his search for them. Shi Yuan cast a cold gaze upon the beast farmers and spoke with icy calmness. Chapter 72. Mo Xiao's Injury. "Where's Bai Qingying? Wasn't she instructing you on farming and pig raising? Where is she now?" The beast farmers, only partially informed, gestured vaguely in a direction, stating, "After Bai Qingying finished teaching us, she mentioned seeing someone familiar and followed them, but we didn't think much of it. After all, this is our territory, and nothing should go awry." She went in that direction, probably deep into the mountains. Following the beast farmer's words, Shi Yuan looked towards the densely wooded area ahead, though it was indeed the territory of the beast tribe. He could not dismiss the possibility of her encountering a ferocious beast alone, which could lead to her harm. Shi Yuan turned and ventured into the mountains. Barely had he entered when humans began to gather at the border of the sunless forest, with Xing Huai and Qi frantically searching for any sign of him. They scoured the area, finding no trace of Shi Yuan, just as it had been before. The humans seemed to have a knack for timing, choosing to act when Shi Yuan was absent, contemplating an incursion. Inside the cave, the herbs on Mo Xiao's leg had dried up and needed replacing. "I will go out and find more medicine for you. You stay here and wait for me," Bai Qingying said. Mo Xiao looked at her tenderly and replied, "All right, be careful on your way back that if you encounter any danger, remember to call for help, and I will come immediately." Bai Qingying nodded and stepped out of the cave, searching for herbs in the mountains. While she was focused on her task, she suddenly spotted a white snake's tail. She raised her gaze. She was pleasantly surprised to see Sean. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Shi Yuan observed the herbs in her hands, assuming she was collecting them to treat the beastmen, "that I couldn't find you and heard you had come into the mountains." "Come back with me," he said, taking her hand to lead her down. However, Bai Qingying pulled her hand away, and with a look of confusion from Shi Yuan, she explained, "I was knocked unconscious and woke up here thanks to Mo Xiao. But he is injured and cannot move, so these herbs are for him." Sean narrowed his eyes, not doubting Bai Qingying's words but fully aware of Mo Xiao's strength. Few within the beast tribe could have injured him. Would he truly have been so careless? Bai Qingying led him to the cave where Mo Xiao was recuperating. Upon seeing her, Mo Xiao smiled, but that smile faded into a cold expression upon noticing Shi Yuan's presence. Shi Yuan glanced briefly at the wound on Mo Zhao's leg and coldly remarked, "It's not a serious injury. I'll have someone take him back." Soon after, beastmen entered and carried Mo Zhao away. As he departed, Mo Zhao cast a resentful look at Shi Yuan, feeling frustrated at being interrupted during his time with Bai Qingying. Mo Zhao's condition is truly deteriorating. Such a minor wound has rendered him immobile. Last time, he fought despite having a broken leg, Shi Yuan mused, his gaze fixed on Bai Qingying, who suddenly realized the implications of her actions. She glanced at the herbs in her hand, feeling vexed, and tossed them aside. No wonder it felt strange. All along, Mo Zhao was feigning injury to garner my sympathy. Since he has descended the mountain, we should leave as well. Just as she was about to turn, Shi Yuan coiled his snake tail around her waist. Drawing her into his embrace, he held her chin, his fingers lingering restlessly. When will you ever change this tendency to be kind to everyone? One day, you might find yourself sold without even realizing it. The tip of his tail brushed against her lips, his eyes alight with desire as memories of the previous night resurfaced. Has it only been a day? Have you forgotten what transpired yesterday? Turning her concern towards other males, Bai Qingying attempted to evade him, pressing her hands against his chest. I didn't know. Besides, he was injured. I couldn't just watch him suffer. Shi Yuan chuckled coldly, teasing her markings. Moments later, Bai Qingying was breathless, pleading, "Stop this. I promise I won't carelessly show my sympathy in the future, all right?" Her face flushed, her luscious lips tugged at Shi Yuan's heart, that if he held back any longer, he would no longer be considered a man. Veins bulged on Shi Yuan's forehead as he contemplated taking a step further to assert his place as her man. Suddenly, the sound of a dove echoed in the cave. A messenger pigeon perched on Shi Yuan's shoulder, interrupting his actions. With a resigned sigh, he released Bai Qingying and retrieved the note from the pigeon's leg. Upon reading it, his expression grew grave. The humans had already pushed to the borders. This news jolted Bai Qingying back to alertness. What are we waiting for? Let us move quickly. The two hastily exited the cave, and on the way, Bai Qingying urged Shi Yuan to scout ahead. You go that way and assess the situation that, if necessary, inform me, and I will come to support you. Shi Yuan did not refuse. The battlefield was fraught with danger, and he had no intention of bringing Bai Qingying into such peril. Transforming into a white snake, he vanished before her eyes. Bai Qingying made her way back to the camp. She was startled by the sound of weeping. Instantly on guard, she approached the source of the sound cautiously. When she parted the underbrush, she discovered a young human girl sitting there, sobbing while hugging her knees. Who is there? The girl looked up, tears streaming down her face, casting a pitiful glance at Bai Qingying. Upon seeing another human, she felt a semblance of safety. Sister, she said. Bai Qingying quickly assessed the surroundings and, finding no one else, hurried to the girl. Helping her to her feet, she brushed off the dirt and debris. What are you doing here alone? Are you a human? Noticing Bai Qingying's noble golden eyes, the girl realized they were the same kin and clung tightly to her. I accidentally wandered here, but I can't find a way out. Sister, can you take me back? Bai Qingying examined her, noting the girl's exquisite appearance and luxurious attire, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy family. What is your name? I am Dongfang Yu, and my father is the emperor of the human race. Sister, if you bring me back to my people, I will tell my father, and he will reward you handsomely. Bai Qingying's eyes widened in surprise. She was a princess of the human race. Yet, given her demeanor, there appeared to be little doubt about her identity. But what was a princess doing in the forest? Where are your guards? Why haven't they come to protect you? A hint of guilt crossed Dongfang Yu's face. I came out on my own because I didn't want to stay in the palace all day. I wanted to see your beast tribe's territory. They said if I walked through the sunless forest, I would reach you. Chapter 73. The Human Princess. Did this little princess not realize that the human race was on the brink of war with the beast tribe? She was curious about their territory, whether it was her innocent naivety or being used as a pawn by others. Bai Qingying sighed. Very well, I'm not one to be heartless. I cannot simply abandon a young girl in this forest. What if she encounters wild beasts? But then again, aren't the humans about to invade the beast tribe? Bai Qingying regarded her with a meaningful glance before taking her hand and leading her towards the border. On the way, she gathered some wild fruits for Dongfang Yu. The princess devoured them hungrily, betraying none of her royal status. It was evident she was truly starving to the border. The human forces were poised, both sides watching each other warily, neither willing to take the first step, knowing that an attack could provoke chaos. The emperor sat astride his warhorse, laughing mockingly at Shi Yuan. "Shi Yuan, I admire your heroism, but you were born into the wrong race. Had you been one of us, I would have made you a general. Alas, fate has destined us as adversaries. If you choose to surrender now, I might spare your kin. Otherwise, I shall unleash my iron cavalry upon your beast tribe." Hearing the emperor's brazen taunts, the beastmen seethed with fury, gripping their weapons tightly, eager to drag the human emperor from his horse. Shi Yuan, however, remained unfazed by the provocation. "Before you boast, I wonder if you've truly grasped the strength of the beast tribe. You would not wish to witness the consequences of a direct clash." The emperor's gaze flickered, indeed reflecting the concerns expressed by Shi Yuan. He harbored a certain wariness towards the strength of the beast clan. However, he possessed weapons that the beast clan lacked, thus he maintained the upper hand in this regard. This time, he was determined to secure victory. "Since that is the case, I shall acquiesce to your demands." The emperor bellowed to his generals, "Listen up, slay the human emperor." The soldiers behind him stood tall and resolute, eager to engage in battle. Shi Yuan raised his hand, preparing to signal the beast clan to advance, when suddenly a jarring voice rang out. "Wait, do not strike yet. The human emperor, Dongfang Yu, is in my grasp. Dare to take one step closer, and I shall slay her on the spot." Shi Yuan, unable to believe his ears, turned to see Bai Qingying hastily approaching with a young girl in tow. The human emperor mirrored his disbelief, but upon recognizing that his daughter was indeed in Bai Qingying's clutches, his expression soured as though he had swallowed a fly. "Xiao Ye!" Dongfang Yu exclaimed, reaching out towards her father, only to be swiftly pulled back by Bai Qingying. Their eyes met. She explained to Shi Yuan, "I encountered the human emperor's daughter, Dongfang Yu, while in the forest." Bai Qingying succinctly conveyed the essence of Dongfang Yu's situation to Shi Yuan, who regarded the human emperor with a contemplative gaze. The emperor, now stripped of his earlier bravado, was consumed by the thought of his beloved daughter potentially perishing at the hands of these beasts. Even if victory were to be achieved, his heart would remain heavy with grief. "Despicable and shameless. Release my daughter at once," he demanded. "Shameless, you say? You were the one who shattered the peace treaty between our two races and repeatedly led invasions upon our borders. Heaven has seen fit to place your little princess in our hands. This battle shall surely end in your defeat," scoffed Xinghuai, dismissing the human emperor's outrage. Faced with this predicament, the emperor had no choice but to send an emissary to negotiate with the beast clan. Given that Dongfang Yu was in their custody, the human envoy adopted a notably congenial demeanor, conveying the emperor's wishes. "Beast clan leader, our majesty has proclaimed that if you release the princess, we shall refrain from battle and engage in fruitful dialogue. However, should you persist in your intent to harm her, not only will the conflict continue, but it will also escalate beyond control that I believe you would not wish for such a scenario to unfold. Would you?" Shi Yuan, too, was reluctant to engage in combat. He did not desire to witness his kin perish amidst the flames of war. "That I can release the princess, but you must withdraw your troops. Once your forces have retreated to the city, you may take your princess and depart." "Very well. I shall return to convey our majesty's words," the human envoy replied. Shortly after the humans departed, they swiftly communicated the emperor's assent to Shi Yuan, who, in turn, honored his promise and allowed the envoy to escort Dongfang Yu back. Thus, a looming battle was unexpectedly averted. Upon Dongfang Yu's return, the human emperor, anxious about the treatment of his daughter, bombarded her with questions and summoned a physician to examine her. "Father, they did not harm me in any way, and that human sister treated me kindly. When I arrived at their camp, even those who knew I was human bore me no ill will and even offered me their roasted meat." "Father, why must you insist on fighting them? They have done nothing wrong." As Dongfang Yu spoke, the emperor felt a pang of discomfort, realizing he had misjudged the intentions of the beast clan, assuming they would mistreat his daughter. In the imperial palace, as the father and daughter conversed, Shi Yuan and Bai Qingying clandestinely eavesdropped. Bai Qingying felt a sense of relief. At least Dongfang Yu did not share the emperor's perpetual inclination toward violence. Perhaps her words could alter the human perception of the beast clan, paving the way for peace. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan sensed a peculiar presence within the palace, an unmistakable aura of the beast clan. Could there be fellow kin here? Bai Qingying pondered, perplexed as to who else might be present in the human palace. Yet, after a thorough search, they found nothing amiss, unaware of whether others, like them, were lurking in the shadows or merely concealed. Afterward, they exited the palace. You did not misinterpret what you sensed earlier, did you? Shi Yuan inquired, arching an eyebrow. If he could not detect such subtleties, then perhaps a change in leadership for the beast clan was in order. Are you doubting my acuity? Bai Qingying retorted, I did not mean it that way. If you are certain, could it be that there are spies among both humans and beasts? Do you not recall the Bai family? Shi Yuan responded. Previously, Bai Ning had conspired with Xue Ming, yet his actions had not significantly harmed the interests of the beast clan. He had merely been misguided by Xue Ming's influence, that if Bai Qingying's suspicions were correct and both sides harbored spies. The true allegiance of the human infiltrators remained uncertain. Were they allies or foes? Upon returning, Shi Yuan conducted a thorough investigation of the beast clan, but uncovered no irregularities, although the impending war had been averted. To prevent further incidents with the humans, Shi Yuan became increasingly preoccupied with preparations. Seizing an opportunity, Mo Xiao invited Bai Qingying, the weather is splendid. I know of a place with breathtaking scenery. Would you care to accompany me? Without a moment's hesitation, she declined, Mo Xiao. I advise you to relinquish any hopes you harbor regarding me. I hold no feelings for you whatsoever. Mo Xiao's disappointment was palpable, yet he persisted, even if you feel nothing for me. Surely we can be friends? Being friends is certainly acceptable, but I have other matters to attend to. I truly cannot accompany you, she replied, turning to head towards the medical clinic. Mo Xiao bit his lip, refraining from following her. Upon returning to the clinic, Bai Qingying began to dry herbs, her mind occupied with thoughts of the beast clan spies. She knew Shi Yuan had investigated the entire beast clan, yet had found no definitive evidence, even though she frequently interacted with Mo Xiao, Xing Huai, and Qi Qing, had exhibited no peculiar behavior. However, Bai Qingying's suspicions deepened. She recalled that on the day she accompanied Shi Yuan to the human territory, Mo Xiao had seemingly been absent from the beast clan. Could he have been within the palace? As she mulled over these thoughts, Tang Xiaoya entered the clinic once more. To Dr. Bai, I've injured my hand. Please come and examine it. Tang Xiaoya's tone brooked no dissent. Bai Qingying furrowed her brow but complied, inspecting the wound, which was not severe. If she had waited any longer, it would have begun to scab. This injury is not serious. You need not come here for medicine, Bai Qingying stated. However, Tang Xiaoya, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, How can you say that? It is bleeding. Do you not see this gaping wound? I do not care. You must use the finest medicine. If I am left with a scar, I will not let you off easily. Her arrogance rivaled that of Bai Ning, prompting Bai Qingying to regard her with renewed scrutiny. Unwilling to engage in a quarrel, Bai Qingying casually handed her some herbs, instructing her to apply them to the wound. Yet, Tang Xiaoya disdainfully tossed the herbs to the ground. There are plenty of common herbs by the river. You cannot fool me with these. That I demand the best herbs from your clinic. What use is it to operate if you lack quality supplies? Just as Bai Qingying contemplated how to reason with her, a cool, cutting voice interrupted. Bai Qingying is a doctor. If you do not trust her skills, why come to her for treatment? Mo Xiao stepped forward, casting a glance at Tang Xiaoya's injury, which was merely a minor scratch that did not warrant any special medicine. With a good night's rest, it would heal by morning. And who are you to speak on her behalf? Tang Xiaoya countered, her eyes narrowing as they exchanged pointed glares. Bai Qingying regarded him with suspicion, but chose not to expose her doubts. Enough. If you wish for premium herbs, you must pay for them, or you may apply these ordinary herbs, she stated firmly. Tang Xiaoya huffed, Why should I pay? Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. She stormed out with the ordinary herbs, leaving Mo Xiao visibly anxious as he looked at Bai Qingying. You should not entertain such demands. If it becomes unmanageable, remember to inform me, and I will resolve it for you. Bai Qingying remained silent, then fixed her gaze on Mo Xiao with newfound clarity. Tell me, on that day when I suddenly fainted in the forest and woke up in the clinic, was it you who orchestrated it? Surprised, Mo Xiao masked his astonishment well, diverting his gaze from her. You were struck down by someone else. I merely saved you. Oh, you not believe me? My injuries were real. What do you think my intentions were? Bai Qingying dared to think, but not to speak. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring, as I have my suspicions regarding the events of that day. Something feels amiss that to prevent Bai Qingying from probing too deeply and to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Mo Xiao exchanged only a few words with her before hastily departing the medical pavilion. As dusk fell, and she closed the door, intending to return to the residence. The distant murmur of conversation from the stream piqued her curiosity. Stealthily, Bai Qingying followed, peeking out from behind a sturdy tree trunk, where she observed Tang Xiaoya conversing with Mo Xiao by the stream, seemingly engaged in some discussion. Her gaze inadvertently turned cold. Indeed, these two were acquainted. Initially, she thought she was overthinking, but now it appeared that all events had a traceable origin. Sean, I don't believe it. Why not? Their fragmented dialogue was not entirely clear to Bai Qingying, yet she dared not draw closer for fear of being discovered. However, the key phrases they exchanged heightened her awareness. It seemed they were discussing Shi Yuan. Could it be that he truly betrayed Shi Yuan? Soon after, she noticed that Tang Xiaoya and Mo Xiao had concluded their conversation, with Tang Xiaoya leaving first. Realizing she could glean no further useful information, Bai Qingying decided to depart. Yet, just a few steps away, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiao hurriedly intercepted Bai Qingying, having sensed someone watching him from the shadows, prompting him to hastily conclude his conversation with Tang Xiaoya and pursue her. The fact that it was Bai Qingying caught him by surprise. Bai Qingying shot him an irritable glance and had no desire to engage in conversation. She coldly intended to bypass Mo Xiao, but he grasped her hand, insisting, "It's not as you perceive. I have no connection with Tang Xiaoya." Bai Qingying shrugged off his hand. "Your relationship with her is none of my concern. Then why do you seem so angry?" Bai Qingying cast him a frosty glance. The more she looked at Mo Xiao, the more he appeared to her as the traitor. Furthermore, Tang Xiaoya's demeanor left her feeling uneasy. If Mo Xiao were indeed close to Tang Xiaoya, why would he associate with someone like her? Unbeknownst to her, she had mentally blacklisted Mo Xiao. "Since you've seen me, I shall speak plainly. I overheard your conversation about Shi Yuan. To be frank, I detected the sin of beastmen when I was with Shi Yuan in the palace. That person must be you, right? I never imagined you to be this kind of person. You betrayed the beast tribe, betrayed Shi Yuan. You despise the human race, and I thought you would never side with them. I was mistaken." She regarded Mo Xiao with a hint of disdain, while he felt a pang of sorrow and disappointment. Increasingly fearful of her accusatory gaze, "No, you misunderstand. I have never betrayed Shi Yuan, nor will I ever betray the beast tribe." After saying this, he produced an object from his beast skin and presented it to Bai Qingying. Fearing she would refuse, he took her hand and slipped a ring onto her finger. Bai Qingying was puzzled. "What is this?" It resembled a ring, albeit somewhat rudimentary, as if a piece of iron had been forcefully shaped into a circle. In your human culture, this is a ring that I've heard that women of your kind quite fancy such items and often purchase numerous rings to adorn themselves. You mentioned sensing other beastmen in the palace, but I assure you, I was in my residence crafting this ring, intending to gift it to you that I did not set foot in the palace. If I were to betray the beast tribe, may I be struck by lightning and face a wretched fate." He imitated the human gesture of swearing an oath, earnestly declaring his innocence. Bai Qingying had known Mo Xiao for quite some time. Had he not concealed his true self so deeply, she would never have suspected him. Yet now, hearing his words, she found herself believing that he genuinely was not present at the palace. "Is that true?" Mo Xiao nodded earnestly. "Of course it is. How could I possibly deceive you? And what about Tang Xiaoya? You know her." The statement was undeniable. At this juncture, Mo Xiao had no intention of withholding the truth. "I do know her, but we are not familiar. She approached me of her own accord, and I realized she must have ulterior motives. She wanted me to conspire against Shi Yuan, but I refused. Though she is a beast man, she sought to persuade me to betray Shi Yuan, so I've kept my guard up around her. However, I did not expect her to continuously seek you out, which is why I've been following you." Thus, the incident with Tang Xiaoya visiting the medical pavilion was not mere coincidence. It was Mo Xiao who intervened when he saw them quarreling. He observed Bai Qingying cautiously, uncertain if his explanation would satisfy her. "Are you still angry?" She maintained a cold stare at Mo Xiao. but suddenly broke into laughter. Forget it. You did not mean it, so why should I be upset? Yet, turning her gaze to the ring on her finger, she silently removed it. Upon witnessing this, Mo Xiao pressed his lips together in silence, his hands clenched at his sides. Bai Qingying realized that his gift of a ring for a human signified that he understood its significance. She had not anticipated Mo Xiao's feelings for her to run so deep. It seemed she needed to devise a plan. Upon returning, Shi Yuan awaited her in the cave. Seeing her delayed return, he almost contemplated searching for her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Bai Qingying re-entered the cave. The ring Mo Xiao had given her still in hand. Upon seeing it, Shi Yuan's expression darkened. What is that? A ring, gifted by Mo Xiao. Do you fancy such trinkets? Bai Qingying smiled brightly at him. That it's all right. I don't know why he suddenly decided to give me this, but I'll wear it for fun. Shi Yuan watched as she slipped the ring on her finger. The silver gleam accentuated her slender and delicate fingers, perfectly sized, revealing the thoughtfulness behind Mo Xiao's crafting. Yet, this only intensified the simmering jealousy within Shi Yuan. Unattractive. Next time, I shall present you with something finer. Bai Qingying stifled a giggle, intentionally provoking Shi Yuan, who had tormented her previously. However, she dared not test his patience for long. By the way, a female wolf beast approached me today, and I found her rather peculiar. I have scarcely seen her in the tribe, yet she seems to harbor an inexplicable hostility toward me. You think she could be the beast man we encountered in the palace that day? Shi Yuan's thoughts were drawn to her words. Contemplating the lack of leads, he decided it best to seek out Tang Xiaoya for clarity. Where is she? I am unsure, but I believe she has departed in a certain direction. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan scooped her up and instructed Bai Qingying to guide him. Rushing forth, in no time, they arrived at the path Tang Xiaoya had taken, but as they traversed it, they found no trace of her. Tang Xiaoya seemed to have vanished without a trace. There was no news of her within the entire beast tribe. Bai Qingying's expression grew grave. To leave without a sound could only mean one of two things. Either she was guilty, or she was indeed the spy from the palace. It was even possible that she was the one who had knocked her out in the forest that day. With their minds racing, as they passed by the Bai residence, Bai Qingying halted. She gazed up at the grand entrance. How strange. There is usually someone tidying up the entrance. Yet today, not a soul is present. Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, closed his eyes to sense the surrounding atmosphere. The area was eerily quiet. Apart from the occasional bird call, he could discern no other sounds. Growing increasingly suspicious, he decided to investigate further. Approaching the grand entrance, Bai Qingying knocked politely, yet no one came to answer. Perplexed, she wondered if Bai Ning had recognized her presence and deliberately ordered the doors shut. Losing patience, Shi Yuan kicked the heavy door open, the solid wood yielding to his force. Upon entering, they were met with an unsettling silence, devoid of any presence. What is going on? Not even a maidservant. We barged in so forcefully, yet no one has come to check on us with such a loud noise. Is no one curious? Bai Qingying expressed her frustration, and as they ventured deeper, the emptiness became more pronounced. Shi Yuan grasped her arm, halting their advance. In recent days, Bai Feng and the others have not attended court. I thought they were simply being cautious, trying to keep a low profile. Perhaps something has occurred. They exchanged a knowing glance, immediately sensing the gravity of the situation. Let's split up and search. The figure of Shi Yuan swiftly vanished from her sight, leaving Bai Qingying no time to linger as she hurriedly searched around for any survivors. After an extensive search, she eventually found Bai Ning, curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and her clothing appeared rather soiled. With her arms wrapped around her knees, had it not been for Bai Qingying's familiarity with her silhouette, she would have doubted that this person was anything more than a maidservant of the Bai residence. As she approached, Bai Qingying gently patted her shoulder, calling out, "Bai Ning." The sudden touch made Bai Ning tremble even more violently, and she emitted a stifled sob. Bai Qingying carefully pried her hands away from her face, prompting Bai Ning to slowly raise her gaze. What happened? Bai Ning's terrified eyes met Bai Qingying's, and a flicker of confusion crossed her features. "Who are you?" Bai Qingying pointed to her own nose, a bemused expression gracing her features. "Are you asking me? You don't remember who I am? I am Bai Qingying, the person you loathe the most. Upon hearing the word loathe, Bai Ning's eyes flickered, though the effect was rather minimal. Chapter 76. Bai Ning's amnesia. I don't remember I truly dislike you. Regardless of whether she was feigning ignorance or genuinely suffering from amnesia, Bai Qingying decided to lead her outside. When Shi Yuan returned, he met Bai Qingying and delivered some troubling news. All the people on the White Tiger have vanished. The reasons remain unclear for now. Bai Qingying recognized the complexity of the situation. Finding Bai Ning was already a stroke of luck. The news of the White Tiger's incident spread swiftly throughout the Beast clan, and due to the pressure of rumors, Shi Yuan was compelled to allow Bai Ning to reside in his estate. He had anticipated that Bai Qingying would at least feel a tinge of jealousy. Yet to his surprise, upon Bai Ning's arrival, Bai Qingying not only showed no signs of discontent, but was also actively engaged in caring for her. Here, the medicine is ready. She brought a warm bowl of medicine to Bai Ning, tenderly cooling it before offering it to her lips. Truth be told, despite Bai Ning's amnesia, her lack of aggression made her resemble a well-behaved pet snake. However, Bai Ning's demeanor remained icy as she cast a glance at Shi Yuan. I don't want you to feed me. I want him to do it. She pointed toward Shi Yuan. Bai Qingying, feeling a surge of anger, placed the bowl of medicine aside. This love-struck amnesiac had not forgotten her affection for Shi Yuan. He hasn't even uttered a word to you, nor has he offered you a smile, and yet you demand he feeds you? Haven T, I treated you well. Bai Ning pressed her lips together in silence, unable to comprehend her own feelings. Though she remembered nothing, she inexplicably harbored a dislike for Bai Qingying and found herself increasingly captivated by Shi Yuan's cold demeanor. I refuse. I want him to feed me. Bai Qingying shot her a glare, just as Shi Yuan interjected. If you want tea, drink, then it will be wasted. Don't waste my time. Bai Ning pouted in a dejected manner, ultimately resigning herself to sip the medicinal concoction in the days that followed. She sought out Shi Yuan at every opportunity, sticking to him like a stubborn adhesive in light of her amnesia. Bai Qingying was exceedingly accommodating. Yet she soon discerned that Bai Ning held an air of hostility toward her, prompting her to withdraw from their previous warmth. Besides the necessary exchanges, she spent her time in Shi Yuan's study, researching trade routes. The study contained a secret chamber, designed to muffle external sounds that avoid disturbances. She sequestered herself within the chamber. However, as it lacked natural light, she would light an incense stick, ensuring to step out and stretch her limbs once it had burned down completely to bask in the sunlight. One day, after stretching, she fixated on the incense burning down, then rose to her feet, twisting her neck as she walked. Just as she was about to exit, the sounds from outside halted her in her tracks. Brother Shi Yuan, what are you looking at? I can't understand. Would you teach me? Brother Shi Yuan, my hand hurts. Could you blow on it for me? Brother Shi Yuan, I'm hungry. Let us go eat. I want roasted meat. Brother Shi Yuan, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm cold, and since we are both snakes, wouldn't it be wonderful to warm each other? Seeing Bai Ning so close to Shi Yuan, nearly leaning in, he could no longer contain himself, and pushed her away by her shoulders. Moments later, he approached Bai Qingying, his gaze icy. Are you done watching? She touched her nose, realizing she might have interrupted something intimate. I didn't mean to. I'll just go back and reflect. You two carry on, she said, turning to leave, but Shi Yuan grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to meet his gaze. His towering figure blocked the entrance of the secret chamber, pressing her against the wall. Are you displeased to see me with her? Even he failed to recognize the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he spoke. What do I have to be unhappy about? I will be delighted. Her voice dwindled, but Shi Yuan still heard her, suppressing the urge to throttle her. With gritted teeth, he remarked, if you're so pleased, perhaps I should assist in your merriment. He began to provoke her, the narrow passageway already fraught with tension. Bai Qingying found herself nearly ensnared in his embrace, any slight movement bringing her body into contact with his. Her cheeks flushed as he pressed further. If you dare to act recklessly, I'll respond with equal force. Shi Yuan halted, suddenly flashing her a wicked smile, seizing her hand. Did he believe she would shy away from such provocations? Yet, she felt a twinge of cowardice, and, seizing the moment, she forcefully pushed against his shoulder and exited the secret chamber. Stepping outside, the fresh air filled her lungs, providing a semblance of relief. She waved her hand in front of her face. Inexplicably feeling a surge of warmth, as she walked. Lisa approached Bai Qingying, her injuries nearly healed. Upon seeing Bai Qingying, Lisa beamed with delight, eager to express her gratitude. For that purpose, she had prepared some wild fruit she had just picked that morning, intending to deliver them to Bai Qingying, but fortuitously encountered her along the way. Qingying, Lisa trotted toward her, presenting the wild fruits. Here, take these. Enjoy. Without hesitation, Bai Qingying seized a fruit and took a hearty bite, only to wince at its sourness. Lisa blinked, suddenly noticing the mark on her neck, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Oh, it's true. You and the commander have already created a little one. Haven't you? Ha ha! Bai Qingying shot her a glare, bewildered by the source of her gossip. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't done anything with him. Then what's that mark on your neck? Surely you know of the saying in our beast clan that if a female is marked by a male, they will continuously attract each other and eventually fall in love. Typically, a male won't mark a female unless he truly loves her. It seems the commander is utterly smitten with you. Bai Qingying froze momentarily as Lisa burst into laughter, stuffing the remaining wild fruits into her hands before departing, leaving Bai Qingying in a state of disarray. Memories of Shi Yuan's past actions towards her resurfaced. She had felt both repulsion and fear. Yet now, it seemed she had grown accustomed to it, even feeling a twinge of shyness when he flirted with her. She realized she no longer feared him. Oh no, could it be that I've genuinely developed feelings? Just as Lisa had suggested, was it possible that due to this mark, they would eventually fall in love? However, she did notice that since the mark had appeared on her, Shi Yuan had indeed treated her differently. He was more amiable and always came to her rescue in times of danger. A soft thud echoed as one of the wild fruits slipped from her grasp and rolled to the ground. Spinning twice before coming to a stop, gazing at the red fruit, it resembled two hearts intertwined. Chapter 77. Self-doubt. She picked up the fruit from the ground, cradling it in her arms, and then slapped her cheeks. What nonsense am I thinking? Surely, it is the influence of hormones at play. After all, it was merely a bite from a vile snake. What could be particularly remarkable about that? On her way home, she pondered incessantly on how to rid herself of the mark upon her. Shi Yuan sat on a stool in the study, suddenly beset by a wave of frustration. He had teased Bai Qingying on numerous occasions. Yet each time, she either fled in a fit of anger or dashed away in panic. In Shun's mind, her flight signified her fear of him, yet he wished for her not to be so intimidated by him each time. He even began to question whether he had lost his allure. Days later, the ancestral worship ceremony commenced. The ceremony was presided over by the leader of the beast clan, who offered prayers at the altar to beseech the heavens for favorable weather and endless prosperity for his kind. Shi Yuan was adorned in a beast skin, his lower half transformed into that of a serpent. The ancestral worship ceremony held immense significance for the beast clan, thus many beast folk gathered to witness the event. Each year, the ceremony was nearly overwhelmed by the presence of female beast folk, all eager to catch a glimpse of Shi Yuan. In his hands, he held 3 incense sticks, bowing thrice before the incense burner. The altar was laden with roasted meats, fruits, vegetables, and a variety of delicacies. The female beast folk gazed at Shi Yuan, their eyes sparkling with admiration. He was their valiant and handsome leader. How splendid he is, truly deserving of his title. They mused. How fortunate are the human women who share his bed at night. They must be living a dream. If I were in their place, I would scarcely dare to close my eyes. Oh, how I long to bear his offspring. The female beast folk exchanged murmurs of adoration for Shi Yuan, only to be somewhat disheartened by the fact that throughout the ceremony, he offered no lingering glances in their direction. It was not until the conclusion of the ancestral worship that Shi Yuan began discussing other pressing matters with his ministers. At that moment, one of the beast officials spoke up. Leader, there are many eligible females present today at the ceremony. Look at Bai Qingying. Despite being married for so long, she is yet to bear a child. It must be that this human woman is too frail to withstand the blessings of our kind. For the sake of the beast clan, it would be prudent for the leader to select suitable females to ensure the continuation of our lineage. In times past, at your age, Tong Ying's father would have already fathered a child. It was essential for the next leader to be nurtured from a young age. When Shi Yuan vied for the position of leader, his greatest rival was Mo Xiao. Historically, the competition for the leadership of the beast clan was based on martial prowess. The one with the greatest strength would ascend to leadership. However, the words of the beast official clearly indicated a desire for Shi Yuan's future offspring to be selected as the next leader. It was evident that these beast folk placed great importance on Shi Yuan's bloodline, believing that his progeny would not fall short in merit. Yet, when Shi Yuan was broached with the subject, his gaze turned icy. Given the current circumstances between humans and beasts, I hardly have the time to divert my attention to such matters as for children that could be considered later if you wish to find a few partners. I have no objection, as long as you treat them well. Seeing that Shi Yuan remained unconvinced, the beast folk began to persuade him. Leader, you are merely entranced by that human woman. Our beast clan females are equally admirable. Indeed, moreover, many of our women are quite beautiful. If it is the human aesthetic you desire, we can certainly present you with suitable choices. They chimed in. Yes, and their fertility is remarkable. It would not be long before joyous news would emerge. Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, scoffing lightly. You make a fair point, but I currently lack the time to engage in such pursuits. Enough of this. Unless there is anything else, you may all disperse. The beast folk exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Shi Yuan's demeanor. Yet, Shi Yuan pondered whether they might have a point. Was there a possibility he might acquiesce? Bai Qingying did not attend the ancestral worship ceremony. Upon returning from the medical clinic, she headed straight for her residence.